The grass is completely worn out. I tripped and fell several times just now. The benches are all broken too. I sat on the sidelines as a substitute for 80 minutes, and I'm exhausted. The two goals aren't even the same height. That long shot of mine was a beautiful goal, but it smacked the crossbar instead. That's why I said we shouldn't come here just to save money. 200 yuan for 2 hours is cheap, but playing here is just uncomfortable. And that gatekeeper, he slept the whole time. He never even woke up. By 6:30 the sun had already set, but the owner wouldn't even turn on the lights. By the end I couldn't even see the ball clearly. Outside a football field in Dongjiang Town, Donghua City, two teams were packing up their jerseys and walking away cursing and grumbling. Watching the backs of the two teams as they left, Tong raised his head in the dim light and could only let out a sigh. Ever since he had transmigrated back to 2014, Tong had inherited these 3 football fields on the outskirts of the city, hoping to collect fees, support his family, and reach the peak of success. But at present the pitch was too shabby and the facilities too outdated, with no funds at all to improve the situation. "Boss!" A crisp female voice startled Tong. Tong looked up and saw a petite girl wearing a sky blue jersey with the large word Donghua printed on the back storming out of the field in a huff. "What's wrong, Xiaoyan?" The girl was called Chunyun, a former main player of the Donghua municipal women's football team who had retired due to injury. She was Tong's bait at the pitch. She often organized matches in WeChat groups and took a cut from Tong. Those bastards just now claimed contact in a match is unavoidable and copped a feel. Chunyun was so angry that her fists were clenched tightly and her lips were pursed. How shameless. Let's blacklist those guys from now on. Tong naturally sided with Chunyun. She was his last resort for attracting customers. No need for that. When that striker from the other team got handsy, I kicked him twice. In the crowd he didn't see clearly and thought he'd just tripped. Chunyun was rather proud of her little tricks. I also scored 2 goals and my teammates all praised my skills. As a retired player from the provincial women's team, bullying those amateurs was naturally easy for her. Tong wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and said to Xiaoyan, "Anyway, be careful. If you play too rough they won't come back next time." "Alright, I'll be careful." After saying this, Chunyun still didn't leave, but hesitated before speaking to Tong. "Boss." Zhao Na from the Green Pitch Club said that after this month, they won't use our field for youth training anymore, and they won't rent the venue from us going forward. Sister Na said she didn't know how to tell you directly, so she asked me to let you know. Zhao Na, the former goalkeeper of the Donghua municipal women's football team Donghua, was a directly administered municipality equivalent to a provincial team, had founded a youth training club after retiring. Previously, she had always held youth training at Tong's Dongjiang Town Industrial Park football field, mainly because Tong offered cheap prices. Long-term rental 4 hours every Saturday and Sunday morning, 200 yuan a month. This was also Tong's most stable income at this stage. Did they find a better base? Tong was stunned. The sports committee in the main urban area connected them with a school. From now on they can use that school as their base. They'll help the school organize football classes for all grades, Chunyun said. In fact, she was too embarrassed to tell Tong that Zhao Na had also asked her to work part-time as a coach. Tong fell silent. After a long moment he said, "Alright, I hope they can keep it up. There aren't many kids playing football anymore." Sister Na also hopes the kids at school can be more stable. The kids who used to train here often asked for leave, so it was hard for them to organize a team for competitions. The biggest enemy of hobby football classes was unstable parents and quickly fading interest. Running a youth training club was truly hard. "Boss, I'm heading off now. I'll try to round up another group to play tomorrow." Chunyun turned and walked away with her backpack on and football shoes in hand. Tong silently lit a cigarette and stared blankly at the pitch, which had already fallen into pitch darkness. A few months ago, Tong had suddenly transmigrated from 2022 back to this city, inheriting the football field his parents had left behind, 2 5-side courts and 1 8-a-side court. Tong's father had been a member of the Hui Province sports team's football squad. Unfortunately, football in Hui Province was weak at the time, so he retired before he was 30, came to Donghua City to start a business, caught the wave of reform and opening up, and bought several houses early on. Later, during the demolition and relocation of Dongjiang Town in Donghua City, Tong's father neither took the resettlement, housing, nor the investment funds. Instead, he took a piece of wasteland at the edge of the industrial park and built this small football field on it. The reason was simply, I love football and I wanted to thrive. Unfortunately, after several years of operation, fewer and fewer people came to play. Apart from some dads born in the 1980s, young people in their 1990s simply didn't play football at all. The football field's business became more and more unsustainable. Not only were there few kids playing, but even ticket revenue was barely enough to cover water and electricity bills. Now it had reached the point where they couldn't even turn on the lights after dark. The old man passed away in his early 60s, depressed and unhappy. His mother also returned to her hometown in Hui Province, unable to bear looking at this place of sorrow. In the original world, Tong had continued to run this field until 2018, when the extension line of Metro Line 20 was completed and the land was requisitioned again. Tong simply sold the land, bought a plane ticket, and traveled around the world. Then when the pandemic broke out in 2019, he was trapped in the United States. It wasn't until early 2022 that he was infected and died. In the blink of an eye, he transmigrated back to 2014, to the moment when his father before his death had instructed him to take good care of the football field and cultivate China's own Pelé and Maradona. Damn it, I shouldn't have stayed in the US. Even when tickets were tens of thousands, I should have grabbed a flight back. Having to experience his father's death again, and knowing how badly he had messed up afterward, no one would want to endure that pain a second time. Li Tong put out his cigarette, closed the iron gate of the field, and was about to head back to the equipment room by the pitch to pack up, when he saw a worker wearing the industrial park uniform walking over. Li Tong decisively bent down, preparing to slip around from behind the small room. "What are you running for?" The old man from the industrial park turned and grabbed Li Tong. "Grandpa Zhang, I was just bending down to tie my shoelaces." Li Tong raised both hands. Looking at the pair of slip-on leather shoes on Li Tong's feet, Grandpa Zhang said with exasperation, "Today is already June 10th. The electricity, water, garbage, and property management fees from January to May total more than 8,000 yuan. It's time to pay up. It's not good for you to have your power cut every day like this." "Grandpa Zhang, it's not that I don't want to pay. Funds are really tight and the land is right here, so I can't run away. Next month, how about I pay 6 months at once?" Next month. You've been saying that for half a year." "Definitely next month, definitely the last month." Li Tong handed Grandpa Zhang a cigarette, and even respectfully lit it for him. "I know you're having a hard time. Old Li just left a few months ago." Grandpa Zhang patted Li Tong on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "But football really doesn't work anymore. The economy is developing, young people are busy with work. Who has time to play football these days? Chinese football is getting worse and worse. When I was young, I also watched the Donghua team and the Chinese national team, but now how many people still watch?" "Hey, Grandpa Zhang. Chinese football has no one left, but this is my father's last wish. It's what he hoped for his whole life." Li Tong's father and Grandpa Zhang were both among the earliest people to come to the Dongjiang Town Industrial Park. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. One had passed away, the other had retreated to a second-line position as a property manager. More than a decade ago, when Chinese football wasn't so disappointing, the two were also football buddies, watching and playing together. Grandpa Zhang naturally understood a football lover's obsession with the sport. He sighed. "All right, I'll come again next month. I'll stall it a bit longer." "Thank you, Grandpa." "Don't thank me. When I get home, I'll have my third son bring his classmates around to play. To help you keep it going." After Uncle Zhang left, Li Tong obediently opened the equipment room and began the day's maintenance. Football players move with great force and fierce confrontation. If the pitch is not maintained for a single day, a small tear could become a large patch of turf ripped away the next day. After inspecting the pitch, sure enough, there were a host of problems. Several bulges had appeared on the eight-a-side artificial turf, clearly caused by the aged glue on the foundation. One side of the goal post base had collapsed into a hole, and the goal was tilted at least 10 centimeters. A large section of the roadside chain-link fence was also broken, probably bitten by some dog. "Look, there's even dog shit behind the goal." So it was indeed a dog's doing. To outsiders, Li Tong was definitely a tall, rich, and handsome man. But those who knew the inside story understood how valuable it was to own nearly 600 square meters of land in Donghua, in the economic center of China. So in his previous life, after desperate despair running the football field, Li Tong sold the land, immediately became a billionaire, and traveled the world. Now, although the land was indeed valuable to fulfill his father's last wish, only he knew the bitterness and hardship. In a word, money was not the problem. At worst, he could mortgage the land for a loan. But how to develop football and let the Chinese national team qualify for the World Cup was not a problem a small football field owner could solve. Even running the business was a challenge. Football in China, especially in big cities, is actually a luxury sport. In the 80s and 90s, old children in Donghua could still kick a ball around in the alleys and gardens. Now, with urban development, there are more and more cars and people on the streets. Children no longer have an environment to play football. In 2014, just before China's economy took off, who would come to play football? To play at a regular pitch, even if it's cheap, each person would have to pay at least 10 yuan per game. How could students afford that? It had been nearly half a year since his return to 2014, and Li Tong still hadn't found any clue. The football field could barely sustain itself. Last month, he even fired the last cleaning lady, so now he had to handle the cleaning and repairs himself. Li Tong picked up the glue and wooden blocks and walked back to the pitch, fixing the loose turf one by one. The pitch was actually quite old. The last time the turf was replaced was a year and a half ago. After prolonged ball sports, this artificial turf had gone from deep grass suitable for MG studs to short grass only suitable for TF studs. Luckily, his father had been willing to invest back then. The cement foundation was solidly built, so the pitch didn't have any major problems. Fixing the goal was a bit more complicated. Long-term wear had caused a crack in the cement slab under the goal, and the goal post happened to be stuck into the hollow space below. Li Tong could only stuff a few wooden blocks and then went back to mix some cement mortar to smooth it out. Let it dry overnight, and this cement base should be hard by tomorrow. Looking at the pitch, Li Tong couldn't help but recall 6 or 7 years ago when he was 13, he hadn't given up his football dream. Besides practicing at school, he would come to his father's pitch every evening to train. Back then, the industrial park hadn't been dismantled, and the manufacturing industry in the eastern suburbs of Donghua was thriving. He and countless young factory workers spent every day playing football on this pitch until dark. All of this came to an abrupt halt at the age of 16. 4 years ago, he had been selected for a Division 8 team in Donghua through a trial. Although it was only the domestic second-tier league, his father was still very happy. This Division 8 team from Donghua was not weak. After moving from province to province, they finally returned to their origin. Everyone was full of energy, preparing to push for promotion to the Super League the next year. On the day the contract was signed, a speeding motorcycle ended everything. Right tibia fracture, fibular collateral ligament tear. His father's hair turned white overnight. Although he still clung to football in the following years, it was clear that his spirit had dissipated, until he eventually passed away in depression. A pity I didn't travel back a few more years. Knowing many things about the future, I could still work hard to play in the Chinese Super League. With my height of 180 centimeters, speed of 10.8 seconds per 100 meters and skills honed from childhood in the pitch, I was once known as a fast forward at the national youth team Donghua's Beckham. Li Tong muttered to himself in complaint. Now he was 20, and although walking was no problem, his sports career was over. If I had traveled back earlier, I could still work hard personally. But now how can I contribute to the national team? Old man, your last wish is really too hard to fulfill. Maybe I should burn some paper to tell the old man that even by 2022, the national team had no hope. Hope still exists. A faint voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Who is talking to me? Li Tong turned on his phone flashlight and looked around. There was no one around. What was going on? I am in your mind. In the future, you can truly manage this football field. Keep going. As long as you work hard, there will be hope. Chinese football will have hope. My God, did I get a system just for coming back to manage a football field? A perk for time travelers. Li Tong closed his eyes and found a screen appearing in front of his vision with several big characters written on it. Football field renovation plan. Current pitch, Dongjiang Town Industrial Park football field. Status, losing money. Today's players 18. Today's youth trainees 0. Props none. Achievements none. Facilities 8. A. Side pitch X15. A. Side pitch X2. Equipment room X1. Ratings 0. Daily income 200. Current profit minus 8,000. Youth stars none. Current main quest 1. Income reaches 8,000. Unlock pitch cushion layer, greatly improve player comfort. 2. Relocate a new youth club, unexpected surprise. Daily quest time expired. As a newcomer, you can get 1 lottery chance. When Li Tong opened his eyes again, the football field was no longer the same as before. It looked like a simulation tycoon game, where every module could be grabbed and updated with money. He could even grab each module and directly use money to repair or update the pitch. This trick is powerful. As long as I have money, I can easily fix everything. Daily maintenance would be so easy. Li Tong checked several pitches and even the substitutes bench. To repair everything entirely would cost 10,000 yuan. He could only sigh and give up. This is ridiculous. Who can afford to repair all this? I'd better patch it up myself. It's fine if it's a bit old. Alright, there's a lottery chance. Li Tong remembered the newcomer reward and decisively claimed the lottery opportunity. A wheel began to appear showing about 20 options. Player S level U10, player U10 football, term meaning a child who can participate in the age 10 competition. Promotion, glory moment, edit. Skill, tiger shot. Promotion, a promotion plan covering 3,000 people. Equipment, 8 aside pitch cushion pad. Skill, ATW trick around the world i.e. circling the ball with 1 foot before it lands. Equipment, 5 side pitch roof. Equipment, cold drink machine. Card, full body stat 1. Social visit from an S level star. Wealth, unexpected windfall of 1,000 yuan. Each column flickered with different colors, the worst being gray like glory moment, edit, the best red like the card for full body stat 1. Isn't this just a management sim plus football manager? His father's dream. Might have a chance. Li Tong fixed his eyes on the 100,000 yuan. Although it was only a green tier item, this money was crucial to whether he could keep the football field going. Give me this garbage option. I don't want some tiger shot right now. Li Tong firmly extended his right index finger and pressed the lottery button in the void. The lottery wheel started spinning from slow to fast, faster and faster. After about 30 seconds, it finally began to slow down again. Stop. Watching the pointer pass the 100,000 yuan and head toward tiger shot, Li Tong could only immediately change his mind, hoping that this tiger shot was not soulbound but could be given to anyone he wanted. While he was praying, the pointer still did not stop. It gradually passed tiger shot again, then suddenly halted on the edge line. It pointed to promotion, a marketing plan covering 3,000 people. What the heck is this? A dough promotion. What use do I have for this? Although he had transmigrated back to the same time and space, some details were indeed different. It was now 2014, and in the domestic mobile market, there was already a short video app called Douying that everyone was scrolling through. After carefully reading the description for a while, it was indeed Douying's promotion plan, but he didn't have any good videos to post. Even if he posted with his current follower count of less than 200, wouldn't it be a wasted effort? This task reward is useless. No wonder it's the gray lowest tier. I should have thought earlier that this damn lottery's probability would be the same as the penguin's tricks. No matter how you draw, even getting a third prize is considered a blessing from heaven. I'll just hold on. Worst case, I'll sell the football field in the end, just like I did in my past life. Old man, it's not that I didn't work hard, it's that I really have no clue. Li Tong knew this situation very well in his heart. In the future, it wasn't that he hadn't tried. He had used tactics like recruiting resident players to play for free, letting youth training kids play casually with monthly or yearly passes, but those that weren't going to work still didn't work. Since he didn't know how to use this reward, he could only leave it alone for now. Li Tong tidied up the equipment room while preparing to go to the vegetable market to buy groceries and cook a meal at home, at least to save some money. It was now midsummer. When he went to work, he dressed more formally as the old man required, in a tracksuit and athletic leather shoes. After work, Li Tong changed into an old man's undershirt, baggy shorts, and a pair of flip-flops, then shuffled off to the vegetable market in the industrial park to buy a bunch of groceries, planning to store them in the fridge for a week. Li Tong carried 4 or 5 bags of greens, tomatoes, cucumbers, tofu, and beef, strolling home along the riverbank. Under the dim streetlight, a football suddenly flew straight toward him. Although his legs were not as agile, Li Tong still easily stepped back half a step, trapped the ball with his chest, and brought it down steadily. Out of instinct, he juggled the ball a few times and performed several consecutive tricks. He did ATW 3 times in a row, then jumped into a crossover, while both feet were off the ground, passing the ball between the legs and juggling it again, then kicked it high into the air about 7 or 8 meters and brought it down steadily. The football danced between Li Tong's feet like a jumping spirit, obedient, agile, supple, and silky smooth. The 4 or 5 bags remained steady as Mount Tai in his hands, and the tofu was not broken at all. Li Tong looked up, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Not bad, I've still got the skills. Holy crap, master. The 2 elementary school students running over to pick up the ball were stunned. Uncle, you were a professional athlete before you retired, right? What professional athlete? I'm just a vegetable delivery guy. Li Tong casually joked, holding up the bags of vegetables to tease the kids. Who told you to call me uncle? I'm only 20. I just haven't shaved these past few days, but your eyesight is really bad. Li Tong lightly flicked the football up and kicked it into one of the students' arms. By the way, the football field in the industrial park ahead. Whenever you have time, you can bring your classmates over to play. The 5-side pitch is usually unused. If you go, find me, and it's free. I'm still working there as a gatekeeper. Wow, uncle, you're awesome. Recently when I went there in the evening, it wasn't open. I thought that field had gone out of business. The little student was very blunt and straightforward. Li Tong almost fell over from anger. Indeed, playing with elementary school kids can really make you furious. Last time he played werewolf on his phone, he encountered the same thing. Several elementary school students said his voice sounded old and wanted to vote out that middle-aged man first. Go on, what do you mean closed down? Come earlier tomorrow, and I'll open the gate for you to play. Don't play by the riverbank anymore. If you lose the ball, you can't even retrieve it. Li Tong left those words and turned away. I shouldn't have talked to them. So mad. Returning home, eating, playing games, and going to bed, Li Tong's bachelor life was as calm as a blank sheet of paper. In the past, he would chat with everyone in the Dongjiangtown football group at night and send out a coupon to attract customers, but today he had no interest. He was determined to sleep early and get up tomorrow to do the daily tasks. He had no idea that he had become wildly popular. On Duiying's Donghua City local channel, the 15-second video of the vegetable-selling guy transforming into a football master went viral. While Li Tong was showing off his footwork, a local running goddess happened to pass by. While taking a selfie, she caught Li Tong's 15 seconds in the frame. The night running goddess's video itself didn't go viral, but it was noticed by a sharp Duiying influencer named Observing Around. The influencer edited that 15-second footwork video, zoomed in on it, and posted it with the title, "Life has crushed the football dreams of countless boys." In less than an hour, over 3,000 likes. This promotion plan had taken effect. Countless old boys rushed into the video's comment section to like and comment, all of them sighing with emotion. Never woke up, I saw a life and dreams. Free as the wind, it looks so easy. If it were me, I'd break my leg and still not be able to do it. Dream flying, how many people have put down football for the sake of life? CC, what you wear is life, or what you kick underfoot is a dream. Forever supporting the national team. Every time the national team players lose, they say they worked hard and gave it their all. If they had even half the determination to chase their dreams that these ordinary people have, the national football team would already be a dream team. Every time I see them say they worked hard, I just want to laugh. Always striving for fourth. There are countless talented and capable people, and they all lose because they have no connections. Dongjiang Ball King. This is Brother Tong. He was a star in the national youth team back then. At 16, a car broke his leg. Who knew he'd still have such great skills now? Alas, if it hadn't been for the accident, he might have been the national team's main striker now. Elementary school student Zhao Tianba. He told me he sold vegetables and watched the football field gate. Turns out he was fooling elementary school kids again. Dongjiang Ball King, selling vegetables. That field in the Dongjiangtown Industrial Park is his. Alas, few elementary school kids play football these days. They're all at home, grinding away at homework. Elementary school student Zhao Tianba. Brother Tong invited us to play football at his field in the evening. He said he'd teach me a few moves. Once I learn them, I'll be the ball king of Dongjiang Primary School. That little brat. Not only was he bragging, he was also being narcissistic. In his sleep, the promotion, a marketing plan covering 300 people, silently turned gray and disappeared in Li Tong's mind, and then a line flashed through his thoughts. First doing promotion plan successfully publicized. Liked users expected to bring 248 customers to the field. Effect ordinary. We hope you can proactively post even better promotional videos. Li Tong knew nothing about it. He was sleeping like a log. Li Tong woke up shivering from sleeping with the air conditioner set to 16 degrees all night. Only someone as young and vigorous as him could still drag himself out of bed. Achoo. Who's thinking about me this early in the morning? Li Tong ran his hand through his tousled hair like a bird's nest, casually wiped his face, and groggily grabbed his phone. Holy crap. Over 1,000 unread messages. Li Tong scrolled through them from beginning to end, taking nearly 20 minutes before finally becoming fully awake. Li Tong had seen plenty of viral Douyin videos before. Ordinary people sharing mundane moments that struck an emotional chord with the masses, propelling them to overnight fame. However, this was the first time it had happened to him. The emotional resonance in the comment section was somewhat exaggerated, yet who among us hadn't gradually let go of our dreams as ordinary people? I wish I hadn't gone out that day, Li Tong thought. He recalled the speeding motorcycle, the screech of brakes, and the gasps of everyone around. He remembered the look of terror and despair in his father's eyes and his mother's helpless figure. The old man had only just welcomed this precious son at 40, and the boy possessed exceptional physicality, a natural football talent. He had always dreamed of grooming him to join the national team, break through in Asia, and eventually land in Europe's top 5 leagues. How could he ever accept this pain? After nearly a year of recovery, Li Tong hadn't given up on football. He'd hoped to return to the club once rehabilitated, but after the fitness test, even he felt hopeless. His peak 100-meter speed of 10.8 seconds had dropped to 13.5 seconds, and the uncoordinated swaying sensation while running simply couldn't be overcome, no matter what he tried. You're a healthy person, but you'll never be an athlete again, the sports medicine specialist at Donghua Hospital had told him. Indeed, he'd never be an athlete again. His speed was now as sluggish as Riquelme's, and he wasn't a playmaking midfielder anyway. After over a decade as an attacking winger, he'd lost his pace. What did he have left? Li Tong sighed heavily and pulled his thoughts back to the present. What should he do today? Right, it was Friday. Some people would come to the field to play. He decided to get up, wash, and organize some walk-in players to join games. Usually on Fridays, a few scattered enthusiasts who wanted to play but couldn't find a team would post in the group chat, and Li Tong and Chen Yun would arrange teams based on skill level or slot them into familiar groups. Opening the football field booking app, Li Tong was horrified to discover that the booking list was so long it required scrolling through multiple pages. On Friday, starting at 2 in the afternoon, 4 of the 8-a-side fields were booked in 2-hour slots, including the 8 to 10 p.m. evening session. 3 5-side matches were booked each, and both Saturday and Sunday were fully occupied all day. Teams like Blue Dream Rangers Industrial Park and the Kickers played on Saturday and then again on Sunday. Xiaoyin, what did you do yesterday? Are these teams from Dongjiang Town playing a cup tournament this weekend? Both Saturday and Sunday mornings were completely booked. Li Tong couldn't hide his excitement and quickly called to praise Chen Yun. Boss, I don't have that kind of ability. Hearing Li Tong describe the situation at the field, Chen Yun was clearly delighted and helped him analyze it. Look, everyone in the group has been talking about your video since midnight. They say it brought back memories of their youth and inspired them to come to the field and rediscover their true selves. Li Tong scrolled through the conversation among the group of old boys reminiscing about the past, a smile spreading across his face. The 500-person group chat was something Li Tong had long since muted and pinned. Normally there were tens of thousands of messages, and these football enthusiasts spent their days chatting about everything under the sun while getting paid by the boss. Brother Tong's moves yesterday were absolutely killer. With that ball control, I wouldn't even be able to stop him next time. Senpanzi, you're full of it. Brother Tong doesn't need fancy footwork to get past you. He can just run straight through you. Brother Tong made the national youth team. You only made it on the town team as a substitute because your school's defense had diarrhea that day. With Brother Tong's speed, you think he just runs past you. You think your 16-second 100 meters makes you special. Even at his worst, his speed is more than enough to beat you. I had great ball control when I was young. I could juggle 100 times without stopping. What good is that pointless juggling? Can you even do a 12-touch combination? That's freestyle, man. Don't you get it? Brother Tong's skills rival Janner's. Jay, who was that? Is he better than Messi? You don't understand football? All you know is that short guy Messi. Freestyle football is a branch of the sport, a form of street football that fully showcases individual skill and creativity. Freestyle football enjoys massive popularity abroad, particularly in Europe and South America. Stars like Ronaldinho and Neymar rose from street football to become global superstars. Silly Chong, can you stop Googling stuff? Just go to the field tomorrow and let Brother Tong show you a thing or two. Most people in the group were regulars at Li Tong's venue, drawn by the promotion offering free play for first-timers who joined the group. They came regularly and naturally knew Li Tong, aware of his history, so when this topic came up, everyone had something to contribute. Watching hundreds of people slack off and chat, Li Tong found it endlessly entertaining. Football had been their passion in their youth, and even now that they worked, their enthusiasm hadn't dimmed. Many in the group were in their 30s and early 40s, still unable to resist their love for the game despite not being able to play as intensely as before. What a group of old boys. How wonderful to still have that passion. Friday had 4 matches. Saturday and Sunday were completely full with 8 matches each. Just the 8-a-side games brought in 4,000 yuan today. The 5-side matches added another 3,800. Boss, 2.5 days of revenue is almost equal to a whole month. Xiao Yun had also checked the order statistics and excitedly reported the numbers to Li Tong. Li Tong happily checked his Alipay balance, 7,800 yuan. Combined with the 200 yuan earned yesterday evening, he had barely reached 8,000 yuan. The football field relied entirely on weekend business, and it had been a long time since the income came close to this level. Usually weekends would only bring in about 3,000 yuan, which was considered good. Monthly income fell short of covering expenses. Maintenance and cleaning wages plus Xiao Yun's commission already exceeded what they earned. Li Tong closed his eyes and sure enough the screen in his mind showed changes. The first main quest had been completed. Income reached 8,000, unlocking the court cushioning layer, which was automatically added to the 8-a-side court and both 5-side courts. Most artificial grass fields in China were constructed by laying turf directly over concrete foundations. This construction method meant the court's impact absorption capabilities fell far short of FIFA standards. This meant players were training and playing on substandard grounds every day. When athletes run, the cushioning layer undergoes minimal deformation to absorb low-energy impacts, effectively reducing injuries to joints and the spine during prolonged exercise. For adolescent players whose bones and spines are still developing, this shock absorption significantly extends their playing careers. Incredible. What an amazing pitch. Everyone will definitely feel the difference. Li Tong secretly asked the system, won't people who know the place find these changes too jarring? No, all system modifications will be normalized and accepted by everyone. Alright, you're impressive. So what's today's daily task? Earn a genuine positive review. A heartfelt endorsement reflects deep recognition of both your venue and personal abilities. That person will become an advocate for your pitch and your most loyal supporter. Completing a daily task for the first time grants an extra lottery draw opportunity. Li Tong actually didn't fully understand the system's message. That's not important. Everything is progressing well. Keep pushing forward. Li Tong let out a loud shout, his mouth splitting into a wide grin. Within half an hour, Li Tong had tidied himself up completely and headed out early, planning to have a late breakfast before checking on the football field. The first session started at 2 p.m., though some might arrive early just to play around. In the past, Li Tong would simply open the field for them. It was his way of maintaining harmonious relations. The comfort was undeniable. Although Li Tong's field had been regularly maintained, the turf had never been replaced for years and was showing significant signs of aging. As the grass had been cut shorter, the field had become noticeably firmer underfoot. Now that the shock-absorbing layer was in place, although nothing changed on the surface, there was a satisfying elasticity when running, neither too hard nor too soft. It would protect the joints in the long run, and even if someone took a hard fall during a match, they should walk away unscathed. Li Tong jogged across the field with the ball, making several sharp directional changes. He could clearly feel more power in his push-off, and the old problem of the turf shifting against the concrete base had disappeared. Even executing 2 consecutive elastico moves felt smooth and natural. I have to admit, this new technology is truly excellent. Back in 2014, artificial turf fields were still rare across the country. Most pitches were nothing but muddy tracks of yellow earth and cinder. Though this field still looked somewhat worn on the surface, its actual playing comfort would rank among the best in Donghua City. Before 2 p.m. on a summer afternoon, a group of university students arrived at the field first. That explains it. Ordinary workers wouldn't choose this time slot. Li Tong opened the gate for the students and pointed to the faucet beside the field. Feel free to rinse off and cool down if you get hot. After Chen Yun retired, he still worked a regular job and could only help out in the evenings or on weekends just to make up the numbers. During the afternoon, Li Tong was the only one watching over the field. I can't anymore. A tall, thin guy with glasses collapsed under the shade canopy, lying flat on his back and groaning. He simply couldn't keep running. On a day this hot, anyone would struggle if you insist on playing. Squatting by the sideline, Li Tong studied the field and asked curiously, "Why are you guys training in this heat?" The bespectacled young man panted heavily for half a minute before managing to wheeze out a response after several minutes. "Our school team is looking for a practice venue. Air Gongda is entering the league. Our mechanical engineering department's goal is to win the championship, so we're here for intensive training." "Doesn't the school have a field?" "Don't mention it. The school's new stadium has been closed for maintenance for half a year. Students can't enter except for physical education classes. Even dogs can get in, but students can't." Li Tong had heard about such bizarre policies at various universities, but had little to say on the matter. After all, he hadn't attended university himself. His father, determined that his son should join a professional team, had been competitive about everything except Li Tong's academic performance. Moreover, a serious injury had cost him an entire year of studies. He hadn't even taken the college entrance exam. By the time he recovered and planned to learn a trade, his father fell critically ill and passed away after Li Tong cared for him, leaving him to inherit this football field. A handsome, athletic young man towering over 185 centimeters sprinted toward them from a distance wearing a red and black striped Milan jersey, with mechanical emblazoned across the back in large letters and a conspicuous number 10. These college students had grown up in the era when Kaká led Milan to dominate Europe, winning the Serie A title in 2004 and the Champions League in 2007, which marked the club's renaissance. Their jerseys clearly bore the imprint of that generation. Monkey, what's wrong with you? The man in the number 10 jersey reached down to pull up the bespectacled youth who lay sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud. You've only played half a match. Captain, are you coming on, or what? In an 8-a-side match, you're already 2 men short. What's the point of practicing formations? A player on the field shouted loudly, though he didn't let up his pressure on the 6-man team. Several players converged in front of the goal, taking successive shots until in the scuffle one managed a quick poke that sent the ball skimming low along the ground and into the bottom left corner. The goalkeeper dove, but could only watch the net ripple as he turned his head. Monkey, just get out there and serve as a body at least. We're only practicing formations. Your condition is terrible. The captain in the number 10 jersey shot a sharp remark at the goalscorer's celebration. That goal doesn't count. The defensive shape was completely broken. Guys from materials chemistry and electronics wouldn't hand you such an easy opportunity. Haha, the captain's too sorta loose. A cheerful voice came from the field. Seeing the bespectacled student completely drain the number 10, turned to Tong. Boss, can you play? Tong hadn't expected the captain to approach him. He glanced down at his shoes. Fortunately, he was still wearing the football boots he'd worn to get acclimated to the pitch. It was standard practice for field operators to fill in spots for teams. Sure, what position do you want? Monkey's playing right back, you replace him. You don't need to sprint if you can't just hold your position. Don't lose your marking and lose track of your man, or this drill becomes pointless. The captain in the number 10 jersey pointed to himself. I'll play as the holding midfielder. Our team defends theirs attacks. It's a defensive drill. Tong nodded, thinking to himself, they don't recognize me at all. Seems they didn't come because of that Douyin promotion. Tong's assumption proved correct. Eager to achieve good results, these university students had scoured the area within 10 kilometers for a suitable venue before discovering this was the most affordable option. Students had all the time in the world, so the group made the half-hour subway journey in force, and not a single one of them recognized Tong. The 16 mechanical engineering students, while not particularly skilled, still possessed a fundamental understanding of the game. Once Tong stepped onto the field, he noticed that under the captain's direction in the number 10 jersey, the mechanical engineering team's formation was indeed well organized. In 8-a-side format, both sides were deploying the basic 3-3-1 setup. It was evident that the defending side was putting earnest effort into their positioning and movement, which explained why Monkey couldn't last even half a match. Upon seeing Tong join the field, several attacking players exchanged glances. Without verbal instructions, they had clearly aligned their offensive strategy. Focus on the new guy, target their right back. The mechanical engineering team seemed to have concentrated their most capable attackers together. Their number 8, playing as left midfielder, showed real flair, tearing down the wing with the ball at his feet using rapid stepovers. Tong positioned himself defensively, and at the precise moment the stepovers concluded, surged forward cleanly to poke the ball away. Whoa, brother, you've got skills. A player's ability could be gauged from just 1 or 2 moves. Football essentially comes down to physical ability and touch. Too many people only focus on height and speed, but it's actually the control of distance to the ball and the ability to change explosive power in an instant that form the foundation of an excellent athlete. One is spatial awareness for judging distance, the other is explosive power to alter it. Combined, these create the kind of dynamic, thrilling play that gets the blood pumping. While Tong enjoyed showing off tricks off the pitch, his actual gameplay was straightforward and efficient. He never held onto the ball unnecessarily, usually clearing it with a single touch from the back, yet every feint, push, and block carried an effortless grace. The captain in the number 10 jersey suddenly realized that every ball coming from the right flank was perfectly weighted with backspin. The moment his instep made contact, the ball yielded softly and followed his foot naturally. He couldn't help but admire inwardly the power of the rotation and not a single violent pass all game. Between each push and blockade, Tong consistently located his 6 teammates in ideal positions, tracking both his own players and the opposition simultaneously. The moment the ball arrived, the nearest defender was always more than 3 meters away. Watching Tong's inexplicable passes, the captain in the number 10 jersey couldn't help shouting, "Everyone learn from this. Watch how he reads the game. We've stumbled upon a real master today." Tong received the ball, once more spotted an opening on the left midfield, planted his right foot, and unleashed a low-driven pass along the ground that raced 40 meters forward. The opposing forward was actually the team's reserve striker with mediocre technique and awareness. Today's attacking drill had relegated him to a mere disruptive role up front. By the time he registered the pass, he was already half a beat slow, and his pace wasn't sufficient. But representing a football team from a faculty of several thousand students, he at least had the fighting spirit. Despite being sluggish in every aspect, he gritted his teeth and chased desperately, but after a few strides the ball was still several meters ahead. Panic surged through the reserve striker's mind. Damn it, my fault, I'm too slow. Eyes closed, he launched into a sliding tackle. As he shut his eyes and accepted his fate, everyone else let out a gasp. Goal! 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 The substitute striker threw his arms wide open, running back from the goal to the backfield in wild, uncontrolled celebration. When he lowered his head, opened his eyes, and waited for teammates to come over and cheer together, he found no one around him. The other 15 players, including Monkey, who had been sprawled under the sunshade earlier, all gathered around Li Tong. At this point, no one continued playing. The whole crowd surrounded the guru, marveling at his skills. Come on, give me some face. I was the one who scored. The substitute striker's blissful expression instantly fell, though he still ran over to Li Tong with admiration. Bro, that through ball. Pirlo level. What Pirlo? Pirlo is a defensive midfielder. High lofted passes. How can they be the same? Right, that's Deco. Only a classical master has that kind of footwork. Truly divine. I've never seen a low ground pass curve so dramatically. A few classmates who weren't convinced actually tried the technique themselves. They found they could only make the ball curve at the initial stage, but couldn't produce the sharp turn in the final phase. Li Tong just smiled broadly, watching the muscle-bound boys from the mechanical engineering department crowd around him. In truth, he was quite pleased with that pass himself. It felt as though for an instant he had become De Bruyne of Manchester City. But he played humble, saying, "It wasn't that impressive. Just got lucky." Let us not dwell on Li Tong's habitual modesty. The captain of the mechanical engineering team stood before Li Tong with great seriousness. "Boss, you must have a professional background. This level of ability is beyond what any amateur could achieve." That's right. He's Li Tong from the golden generation of the former Chinese U-17 national team. A key winger in the Asian Youth Championship title win. Several onlooking schoolboys chattered in unison. The boy who had watched Li Tong play yesterday shouted the loudest. "Brother Tong, you can't fool me today. I looked up your profile last night. Golden right foot, wind-chasing speedy mare. Is that you? Hey shortstack, aren't you supposed to be in school? Why are you here so early?" Li Tong replied irritably. These rascals had exposed all his secrets. He hadn't even gotten to enjoy the worship of being some mysterious master yet. "We elementary students at Donghua finish school at 3 p.m. on Fridays. Brother Tong, we've been watching for a while. That pass of yours was absolutely beautiful, like David Beckham." "Ow. Who hit me?" Before the chubby boy could speak, a girl beside him tapped his head. He clutched his head and hopped aside. "What Beckham?" Brother Tong's low-driven curve and lofted aerial curve are completely different things. "Xiao Yin, you're here early too." Chen Yun arrived at the sunshade carrying her ball bag and wearing football boots. "Yeah, I have some friends playing in the later match today, so I came early." "That move of yours was brilliant, Brother Tong. It's been ages since I've seen you play like that." Li Tong smiled and waved dismissively. Xiao Yin had played alongside him since their teenage years and knew him inside out. Her praise meant more to him. Li Tong turned to the number 10 and smiled. "I played in the youth academy system for a while when I was young, never made it, and just let it fade away." "Great guy, you're being too modest. With your level, joining the national team wouldn't be a problem these days." The number 10 captain exclaimed. This wasn't empty flattery, he truly believed it. "My name is Ouyang Dong. Please just call me a Dong." In reality, joining the national team was far from simple. For an amateur player, Li Tong's technique, awareness, and ability, without pressing or physical confrontation, would rate above 90 points. But against professional players, given his current condition, he probably wouldn't score more than 30 points. The gap between professional and amateur was like heaven and earth. Football was their livelihood. It couldn't be trifled with. "My legs are done. I can't run fast anymore." Li Tong patted his thighs, a look of melancholy on his face. "What a pity, Brother Tong." Captain Adong also felt deep regret. After playing football for over a decade, he discovered that the level he had always taken pride in was still something he had to look up to, even from a former professional with injured legs. Suddenly Adong had an idea. "By the way, Brother Tong, have you ever been a coach? Could you guide us? Be our coach." "A coach?" Li Tong stared blankly at Adong, his mind racing through everything he had learned from playing football over the years, along with his deeper understanding of the game from his future self. A certain indescribable surge rose within him, but then slowly faded. Hesitating, he said, "Can I really be a coach?" Adong glanced around at his teammates. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, he grew more resolute. "Absolutely. Brother Tong, you're a professional." "Exactly, you're more professional than us. No doubt about it. You play so well." "Brother Tong, I see you play with your brain. Earlier, without any physical contact or confrontation, you just used passing and organization to make the whole team flow smoothly. You can do this." Adong looked at Monkey, who had been watching from the sidelines. Indeed, Monkey saw things more clearly from outside. He added another word to the hesitant Li Tong. "For the next month, we'll train twice each Saturday and Sunday afternoon. That's 8 sessions total. We'll come to your pitch. You won't need to travel anywhere, and we'll pay the normal fees." This, Adong truly understood human nature. That mention of payment shattered Li Tong's hesitation. Li Tong awkwardly scratched his head. "Then I'll give it a try." The 16 members of the mechanical engineering department team surrounded Li Tong like stars orbiting the moon, applauding enthusiastically. Everyone was thrilled. With a coach like this, they felt at least a top 3 finish was within reach. "Regardless of champion or runner-up, if we can beat the materials engineering department this time, it will be a glorious chapter in our department team history." That was what they all thought. Chen Yin also noticed Li Tong suddenly becoming more vibrant. As a childhood friend she knew all too well his recent years of slump, everything going wrong row after row of bad luck. Business at the pitch had been good this week, and now they had a long-term customer. She couldn't help but call out to Tong. "Brother Tong, let's celebrate. Show us your skills." The onlookers instantly became livelier cheering. Yes, new coach, show us your footwork." Tong was in high spirits and agreed it was fitting to display his skills a little. He was grateful that the problem haunting him for months had finally been resolved. Tilting his head, he pondered for a moment. "Then I'll show you a crossbar shot." Hitting the crossbar was a showmanship move favored by both amateur and professional teams alike. Per Tong's plan from the center circle of the 8-a-side field, he would strike the crossbar of one goal post with 5 balls to demonstrate his technique. No way. Do professional players in China all have this skill now? Monkey was stunned and asked in disbelief. The center circle of this 8-a-side field must be at least 30 meters away. Can he actually make it? I've never seen anyone hit the crossbar from more than 10 meters. Chen Yun had also never seen Tong possess such technique. Rather than boasting, she forced out, "Brother Tong wouldn't dare try if he couldn't do it." In truth, Tong's courage came from a prompt he had received in his mind not long ago. Daily quest, earn 1 genuine compliment. Completed. Current compliment count 8. It seemed at least 8 people had liked and approved of his earlier match footage. As the pitch owner, Tong's recognition and the pitch's recognition were mutually bound. However, the approval had to come from within the pitch's boundaries. Genuine inner approval could be converted into real compliments. So the idea of filming videos to farm compliment points has been blocked. The system had already anticipated this bug, shutting down Tong's fanciful attempts to game the numbers. First completion of a daily quest grants 1 extra lottery draw. You have received 1 opportunity to showcase a classic football moment. Make good use of this chance. Compliments, popularity, and even achievements will be within your grasp. Reward locked, Ronaldinho's legendary crossbar volley. Showcase duration 1 minute. Tong placed 5 footballs along the center circle line, spacing them 1 meter apart. The valve of the first ball was directly facing him, while the valves of the other 4 balls were all on the lower right side. Indeed, Tong intended to blast a fierce straight shot for the first ball, aiming to establish a sense of intimidation. Having played football for nearly 15 years, he had his own understanding of the game. In such a performance-oriented display of skill, playing it safe on the first shot actually reveals a lack of confidence, and the more one tries to be safe, the more mistakes will follow. It's better to make a bold attempt on the first kick, and then later claim that the subsequent techniques were the correct ones. His heart calmed down. As 4 o'clock approached, elementary school students were flooding out of school, and the players for the next match had mostly arrived. By then, nearly 50 people had gathered both inside and outside the field. This was the most lively day in months, and according to the hint, just now this performance was the perfect moment to boost his stats. Moreover, Tong noticed that 7 or 8 people had already raised their phones to film, and he was delighted. He couldn't afford to falter in this wave of farming experience points. "Brother Tong, hurry up. The brats were always the first to stir up trouble." Chen Yun gave little fatty another slap on the head. "Quiet down, or I'll kick you out." Captain Dong, number 10 of the mechanical department, also urged everyone to maintain the atmosphere and create a good environment for Tong. The sun above was blazing fiercely, and amidst the noisy background of a midsummer day, the area around the field exuded an atmosphere of eager anticipation and serene calm. After stretching his legs and jumping a few times, Tong began to measure the distance. He took 8 large strides backward from directly behind the ball, strictly following Cristiano Ronaldo's free-kick routine. This was the future Tong's favorite star, hard-working and self-disciplined. So Tong deliberately imitated his every move, and there was a basis for the imitation. When accelerating, a normal person's stride can be 1.8 to 2 times that of walking. After taking large strides, he placed his feet on the running marks according to habit, so that after exactly 8 steps, he could generate power without losing his footing. Tong glanced at Chen Yun, nodded, and habitually raised his right arm before lowering it again. He immediately accelerated, adjusting his steps so that his supporting foot landed less than 10 centimeters to the left of the ball. His upper body leaned slightly forward, and he drove his thigh to swing his lower leg, locking his ankle. Boom! The ball made a satisfying solid sound. Tong's heart instantly relaxed. Nice shot. Perfect contact. The dull collision between the ball and his foot made the hearts of the surrounding spectators leap violently as well. The black and white football, upon being struck, showed a clear concave deformation. For a moment it seemed to freeze, and then the ball suddenly shot forward fiercely. Tracing a straight line at a slight elevation of less than 10 degrees, the ball's trajectory showed no change and no spin, heading straight for the crossbar. Chen Yun had just shouted steady, but before he could finish the word steady, the ball suddenly dipped downward, executing a bizarre drop in the air. It plummeted about 10 centimeters, grazing the underside of the crossbar and slipping into the net, thudding heavily against the white mesh. "Did it go in?" someone asked doubtfully. "No way, I didn't hear the sound." Another reasoned. "It definitely went in. The goal frame shook just now." Someone declared with firm conviction and great confidence in his 2.0 vision. "Nonsense, you're more than 30 meters from the goal. How could you see any shaking?" countered another with impeccable logic. "Knuckleball. Definitely a knuckleball." A Dong shouted wildly to the people on the sidelines. "Holy crap, a knuckleball." A knuckleball is a shooting technique. When you forcefully kick the center of the ball, it barely spins, but as it approaches the goal, it suddenly dips, just like a withered leaf falling from a tree. The player most famous for this technique is Brazil's Juninho. Damn it, Chong, stop looking it up on Baidu. I disagree, this shot is called the drive shot. From its Tsubasa Azora fan. Do you even understand? Tsubasa's shot is a curveball. This is the French team's Pierre's drive shot, said a hardcore Captain Tsubasa fan and trivia enthusiast. Whether it went in or not didn't really matter at this moment. Li Tong's knuckleball had conquered a Dong. In China, was there anyone else who could kick a knuckleball? Perhaps there were. But how many people would witness such a miracle in an obscure amateur field? A knuckleball from over 30 meters. Perhaps not many in the world could pull it off. Li Tong actually didn't care whether it went in or not. The atmosphere from that kick was absolutely enough. Now came the moment to replicate a miracle. System immediately use Ronaldinho's crossbar challenge. Received used. Remaining time 59 seconds. Li Tong had already recalled the classic video of Ronaldinho hitting the crossbar, but he didn't imitate it completely. He simply planned to aim with a curved shot. This distance didn't require too much power. Li Tong leaned his body at about 60 degrees to the ball, took 3 or 4 short steps, and placed his supporting foot slightly behind the ball. His right foot struck the lower right side of the ball, producing a beautiful rainbow. The ball smacked heavily against the top of the crossbar, emitting a crisp dong. Perfect. Before others could finish savoring the aesthetic curve of the first ball. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds were dull and powerful. Dong, dong, dong. The sounds were clear and pleasant. More than 50 spectators widened their eyes, mouths agape, staring blankly at the several balls still rolling in front of the goal, uttering unconscious murmurs of ah. Tui, tui, tui. A fly got dust in my mouth, tui. Sha Chong broke the strange atmosphere. Everyone's murmurs abruptly stopped and then erupted all at once. King of football, king of free kicks, god of free kicks, king of kings of free kicks. Their vocabulary was too limited. These illiterates couldn't come up with a truly powerful adjective. It was either king or god, or else a single wow to cover everything. A Dong looked at Li Tong's legs in disbelief. The explosive, tense muscles were still trembling slightly. He couldn't help spitting on his right hand and was about to reach out and stroke that legendary chicken leg. Li Tong, having seen Shaolin soccer, quickly sidestepped and grabbed a Dong's arm, almost doubling over with laughter. No need, it was all luck, just to set up a setup. Oh, so it was a setup. Sha Chong nodded, indicating that he finally understood. Slap. Chen Yun smacked Sha Chong's head. What setup? Bro, Tong is humble bragging, and you took it seriously. Turning around, Chen Yun shouted to the crowd, I'll post this TikTok first. Nobody steal it. But at least 10 people around didn't bother to reply. They lowered their heads, fiddled with their phones, opened editing apps, added text voiceovers and commentary. All in one smooth flow. Who cares about you? Whoever posts this TikTok will get famous. Not posting is stupid. I'll break 100 followers today. Break 100. What's the point of a video like this for a newbie account like yours? Several big TikTok influencers sneered disdainfully. In fact, none of them could snatch the promotion resources. As soon as an excellent video was posted, within 3 minutes, if the like-to-share ratio was slightly abnormal, back-end monitors would immediately receive an alert. Then they would secretly use their connections to contact powerful news influencers to grab the clips. The small accounts could only lap up the leftover traffic and be happy with a few thousand likes. Setting aside the traffic and resources from subsequent promotion, a prompt flashed in Li Tong's mind. Achievement: neighborhood king of football requires 50 people to be sincerely convinced by your skills. Perhaps you are not yet the world-recognized king of football, but in the eyes of these people you are Pelé, Maradona, Messi, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Reward: iron will team passive skill. When participating or coaching, the mental strength of the players on the field is increased by 1. Willpower 1. So every player has ability attributes. Li Tong keenly grasped the meaning behind the numbers the system had displayed. A datafied character. Datafication makes everyone's abilities instantly visible, allowing a coach to deploy his players with confidence and precision. Every person has a data template of their football abilities, but only when you become a coach can you view the values of the players under your command, the system replied. To align with most people's understanding, the attribute meanings correspond to those in Football Manager games, it stated bluntly. Wait, I'm already the head coach of this 16-man mechanical engineering team. How do I check their stats? Li Tong was baffled by the system's answer, and only after a moment of thought did he realize the problem. After a pause, the system replied, upon verification, my earlier explanation was incorrect. You will only gain the skill to view stats after completing a task. Hey, that's way too irresponsible. You just made that up on the spot, didn't you? This system was far too flimsy. Could the rules really change at a whim? Li Tong pressed further, but the smug system fell silent, playing dead. Fine. At least he now knew what willpower did. In Football Manager, the true meaning of willpower is the team's attacking drive. An average professional team's 11 starters typically have a value of only around 10. 1, then, is actually an enormous boost. If the base value is 10, that's a 10 improvement. He hadn't expected a mere 1 to be so terrifyingly effective. By then, Li Tong and the mechanical engineering students had already left the pitch as another team needed to play. Chunyun, seeing how busy Li Tong was, took charge and kept everything running smoothly. Seeing an empty five-side court nearby, he simply opened the gate and let some primary school kids run in to kick the ball around and have fun. Amid the crisp cheers, the noisy crowd around Li Tong thinned out considerably. The rest gathered under the awning. "Hey Dong, can you tell us the specifics of your match?" Number 10, Brother Dong, stood up and gestured for everyone to quiet down before briefing Li Tong on the upcoming tournament. The competition starts July 5th. It's an 8-a-side format mainly to keep the crowd engaged. An 11-a-side pitch with a sparse audience looks too dull. It lasts a week. 16 teams are split into 4 groups. The top 2 from each group advance to the quarterfinals. That's 6 matches in total. Our mechanical engineering department isn't a seeded team. Are the seeded teams much stronger than us? That was the key concern Li Tong needed to confirm. If the gap was too wide, even finishing second in the group would mean certain defeat against another group's winner. The best they could hope for would be the quarterfinals. Since the sports college can't participate, aside from the materials science department being a cut above, the other 3 seeded teams are at best 60-40 against us. Also, there's still hope. As long as we don't cross paths with the materials science department, reaching the semifinals seems highly likely. Li Tong silently raised his goal by a notch. Our goal is to advance from the group stage with the quarterfinals as the baseline. Dong closed his eyes, painful memories making his face twitch. The humiliating history of mechanical engineering football. He would put an end to it with his own hands. We have a bigger goal: beat the materials science department at least once. Ever since becoming captain, he's led the team for 3 years. In 6 tournaments, we met the materials science department 5 times and lost all 5. We conceded 21 goals and scored only 1, which was an own goal by their player. Monkey whispered 2 sentences behind Li Tong. This time we will definitely win. Understood, understood. Li Tong rubbed his hands, thinking to himself that this grudge was so dense it could almost materialize into a psychic force. Alright Dong. First, put together a report on your players' characteristics and give it to me. If you have any video footage of your team or the others, get that to me too. I'll study it for a day or 2 and I'll talk to you by Monday at the latest. What do you think? Dong knew that the new coach had just joined the team and knew nothing yet. Although Li Tong was highly skilled as a professional player, his level as a coach was still unknown. He had impulsively invited Li Tong to be coach earlier, and now doubts crept in. But hearing Li Tong talk like this settled his mind somewhat. Brother Tong knows his stuff. He's far more reliable than old Wang, who led the team before. At least he wants data and analysis. He's a man who gets things done. The PE teacher old Wang's tactics had always been defense first, hoof the ball clear, and leave the forwards to poach opportunistic goals. There was never any real tactical structure. This year they really didn't want to invite old Wang to coach again, so they snuck out behind his back to train on their own. Just last week, old Wang had asked when he'd be taking charge of the team this year's tournament. Dong brushed him off with vague laughter. What old Wang really cared about was the customary 1,000 yuan coaching allowance. When he got back, he'd have to find a way to refuse old Wang again. If he found out ahead of time, he might make trouble for them. Having made up his mind, Dong didn't hesitate. Alright, I'll head back and prepare. I'll have it for you tomorrow for sure. Coach, once you've confirmed, I'll come over on Monday. Deal. After exchanging contact details with Li Tong, the mechanical engineering group said their goodbyes and left together. Watching the backs of those young students, Li Tong spoke decisively, but inside, he still lacked confidence. He couldn't help asking the system again, since the stat viewing skill is a reward, what kind of task might grant it. That should be fine to ask. Main quest 2. Complete it and you'll obtain it. The system let slip. Main quest 2. A new youth academy club settles into the football field, bringing an unexpected surprise. So this was the unexpected surprise. It wasn't just a surprise, it was sheer ecstasy. With such a formidable tool in hand, any football person could double their team's strength, even their own personal level. Can just viewing stats really improve strength? Of course, numbers directly reveal which position a person suits best. You can craft the perfect formation while unlocking a player's maximum potential. Technical attributes like passing technique and ball control suit a midfielder, while tackling, marking, and heading suit a defender. If you place players in the wrong positions, the team's attack and defense crumble, and defeat is almost certain. The same applies to an individual. 2 players might both look decent at passing technique and ball control, but if you have an extra point in shooting, I'd dare to play you as an attacking midfielder. If you have extra dribbling or crossing, I'd play you as a winger and give you tailored instructions. With dribbling, cut inside more. And if you could see the opponent's attributes, you could directly target their weaknesses and leave them helpless. You have to believe in the power of data. Li Tong pondered while scribbling notes, going over the key points of Football Manager again in his mind, feeling even more confident. So the question now was, where could he recruit a youth academy club? The question lingered in his mind until 10 p.m. When he closed the shop, said goodbye to Chunyun, ate dinner, returned to his tiny 1-bedroom apartment, showered, and laid down in bed, still without an answer. Soon he drifted off into a dazed sleep. But on Douyin, the video of him hitting the crossbar was already causing an uproar. It all started when a small influencer's less than 30-second clip was bought out and redistributed by Around the World Watch. The account gave it a sensational clickbait title. If we only talk about technique, he is the king of football in this era. Fans as a group tend to be contentious, and Chinese fans are even more so. This may stem from the fact that the national team has never achieved much, making it hard to convince anyone when you claim that a Chinese player is exceptionally talented. When they saw the headline, "If we only talk about footwork, he is the world's best," nearly 90 of fans were ready to click in and criticize, with most already having their insults prepared before the video even loaded. Bullshit ball king. How could a Chinese person even know how to play? Before most could finish their curse, they were already backspacing half of what they typed, replacing it uniformly with skepticism. No human on earth could possess such footwork, 30-meter accuracy that even Messi, Beckham, and Juninho couldn't achieve. This video is definitely edited. Look at the tremor at 9 seconds, and the pixel color changes too. There are always those who can detect non-existent details. That's probably the special effects added by Sichu Guanxia. Where's the tremor? Where's the color change? I'd be proud just to hit the goal from 30 meters. Even football special recruit exams only require 28-meter accuracy and hitting the small goal passes. A football specialist understood the difficulty of this footwork. I can run 100 meters in 8.9 seconds. Off topic and bragging. On Douyin, everyone runs 100 meters in 8 seconds. You're full of crap. Why don't you go flaunt your nonsense under Su Shin's video? Ronaldinho juggling and hitting the crossbar, then catching the ball, hit 4 in a row. This isn't that impressive, is it? Ronaldinho's challenge was much harder. Ronaldinho hitting the crossbar was a decade ago, but even today most fans still remember it. Ronaldinho struck 4 consecutive volleys from outside the penalty area, each ball hitting the crossbar as if guided by an unseen force. Even more astonishingly, after each rebound, Ronaldinho didn't let the ball touch the ground. He juggled it a few times before shooting again, and each time the ball accurately hit the crossbar, even with almost identical rebound force. That was a Nike ad, right? Why brag about a synthetic video? Exactly. Would Ronaldinho dare to try it again? It's not like no one offered him money to retry. He just didn't dare. You're off topic. Ronaldinho's challenge was harder, but the player in this video has it much easier. The ball is placed on the ground, so stability is significantly higher. The thread had gone astray, but finally someone pulled it back on track. At that point, a professional video editor stepped in, clearly stating, "This video is absolutely real. There's no editing whatsoever. It's a single continuous shot without any technical manipulation." Really? I don't believe it. In Shaolin soccer, the part where Stephen Chow kicks the wall was CGI. Back then I thought it was real. I practiced for half a year. Good thing you weren't tempted by that iron leg floating on water. Derailing threads is common in the comments, but some professional fans tried to redirect the discussion. Although the difficulty is slightly lower than Ronaldinho's, he was within 20 meters. This is 30 meters. If you factor in the distance, the difficulty in this video is actually greater. Anyone who has played football knows that 20-meter accuracy and 30-meter accuracy are two different beasts. The latter is at least twice as hard. I think this is a publicity stunt. Scroll back through Sichu Guanxia videos. Yesterday there was also a clip of this guy supposedly filmed by a passerby. A sharp-eyed user suspected a conspiracy. Did they pay for this? Or is it a brand placement? Look at his shoes. They're Hongxing. That's nonsense. Hongxing doesn't have money for ads. Well, then it must be the jersey sponsor, Kappa. Look how prominent the bear claw logo is. Oh, so the jersey brand is Kappa. I thought Baidu was making football kits. The crowd of spectators was vast. The video of Tong hitting the crossbar quickly surged to 20 million views and over 1 million likes. Football is the world's #1 sport, but in China not many people actually participate. In recent years the number of participants has been much lower than basketball. Facilities, social atmosphere, and the pressure on children have severely hindered the development of this sport. Yet this doesn't stop netizens from seeking novelty. Compared to more professional sports, football, seemingly simple, ignites the fighting spirit of keyboard warriors. This kind of flashy trick, anyone can master it with a bit of practice. Chinese players are obsessed with meaningless static moves that are useless in real matches. One had to admit the fan had a point. Much of Chinese players' training is indeed flashy, or rather static moves and static ball control. This is only a small part of football. True ability must be developed through competition that follows the laws of the game. In high-intensity confrontations, one must make movements faster, more deceptive, and more suggestive. No longer watching, thinking, then slowly executing. At the critical stage of growth, Chinese children are missing this link. Hitting the crossbar is indeed a flashy trick, but not everyone can master it. A player who has honed his free kicks through thousands of repetitions might occasionally achieve such consecutive crossbar hits, but Ronaldinho's video was definitely synthetic. The main issue was that the rebound effect after hitting the crossbar was too exaggerated. After the video had been circulating for an hour or two, some friends who knew Tong finally saw it. Brother Tong can't be a flashy player. If not for his leg injury, he'd be the backbone of the national team now. Search for Tong's earlier videos. Look at the goals he scored in the youth national team. Who in Asia could stop him? With a 100-meter time of 10.8 seconds, exceptional ball control and fierce physicality, Tong deserved to be called a backbone. Definitely not a run-of-the-mill showy player. Such explanations couldn't convince the keyboard warriors. Chinese players and their achievements simply lacked persuasive power. The national team players are good when young, but they're finished by adulthood. Age manipulation is an open secret. Exactly. Changing 1 or 2 years is mild, some change 3 or 4. Although not directly accusing Li Tong, the subtext was clear. Even those who knew Li Tong well could only retreat under the barrage of distrust. The voices of a few not only failed to change anyone's mind, but were labeled as paid shills, relentlessly hounded by a group of keyboard warriors, forcing them to switch off their phones in frustration. When Li Tong woke up and received calls from several friends, he checked Douyin. Besides feeling amazed at being famous again, he could only lament the absurdity of the comments section. He silently resolved to train a group of kids to dominate Asia and break onto the world stage, then force all those doubters to eat their words. While roughly calculating, there were over 120,000 comments. Apart from those defending him, he'd have to slap the faces of at least 119,000 people. Li Tong. Chinese football really is a pile of crap, universally despised. So tragic. Just awake, Li Tong lay in bed in silence for a moment, then let it go. When it comes to football, the topics fans discuss every year and every day are pretty much the same. Football people are long accustomed to it. The closed circle of football indeed has too many problems. The self-inflicted disasters are no excuse for being criticized, and since he was already far from the professional scene, there was no reason to be upset. Oh, right after getting up, he still needed to check the daily quest. Daily quest resolve, Zhao Na's worries. Quest reward, a freezer which can be used to sell iced beverages and mineral water, increasing the field's overall revenue. A freezer, that was a great item. A small upright freezer at a convenience store would cost at least. Summer had arrived, and Li Tong had wanted to buy one since May because the old freezer broke at the end of last year. It didn't matter in winter, but now that summer was here, Donghua City's temperature would stay above 30 degrees for 3 months. Playing football without iced drinks and water was unthinkable. As for whether it was okay to drink cold beverages after intense exercise, well, they weren't professional athletes, so who cared? Even Messi drinks Coke. After accepting the quest, he remembered it was Saturday, and there was a match, but the morning games were all familiar to Qin Yun. So he called Qin Yun to tell her about his plan to visit Zhao Na, asking her to keep an eye on the field and promised to bring her a roast duck for lunch to smooth things over. In truth, Qin Yun wouldn't exploit her childhood friend too much. The roast duck she mentioned was the kind from the rotating oven often set up outside the market. 39 yuan each, delicious and affordable. Okay, I'll go directly, and also take a look at your training. Li Tong asked the system for a while, but couldn't figure out what Zhao Na's worries were. So he simply called Zhao Na and decided to visit her in person. Zhao Na felt quite embarrassed receiving Li Tong's call, since what she had done in terms of personal relationships could be called starting and then abandoning. Li Tong's football field had supported her at a critical time with low fees, but as soon as she found a new venue, she immediately abandoned Li Tong. That was indeed hard to justify. The elementary school arranged by the Pujiang District Sports Commission for Zhao Na was Pujiang First Central Primary School, located in the inner ring of the city with an excellent location. Most importantly, the school had an 8-a-side football field, which was among the best conditions in the main urban area of Donghua City. Typically, Zhao Na's team needed to help Pujiang First Primary School arrange weekly football classes, 25 classes across 5 grades, 1 session per class totaling 25 lessons. The school had a budget of 1,500 yuan per semester, and on Saturday and Sunday mornings the football field was open for use by Zhao Na's Greenfield Club social classes. That meant no venue rental, a stable pool of training players, and an additional 3,000 yuan per year, a subsidy from the Sports Bureau for football specialized schools. Moreover, if they achieved results in the city or district, the bonuses from the Sports Bureau or Education Bureau would go to the football team. The conditions were undeniably good, but problems arose. Zhao Na, a former goalkeeper who grew up playing in the system, lacked a deep understanding of football. She basically followed the teachings of her old coach, and the other 3 coaches belonged to the traditional Chinese youth football training style. As a result, in some classes there would be involuntary scolding, not physical punishment, but even so, parents had complained several times, and the children's interest in the lessons was low. When Li Tong arrived, he saw from outside the fence a group of over 20 children lining up for cone dribbling drills. Only 2 lines were formed, each with about 10 people. With various mistakes, each child might only get to dribble once every 5 minutes. While waiting in line, they chatted and fooled around, and the coach's frantic shouting was of no use. The training method is flawed. It seems the daily quest is related to this. This weekend morning in June 2014, the sun had just risen, still hesitating to unleash its full fiery intensity, and had not yet spilled its warmth across Donghua City. Yet on the playground of Pujiang one primary school, the air was already thick with a powder keg atmosphere permeated by the coach's booming shouts. Run, speed, discipline. Wang Ziheng, if you keep up this attitude, get your sorry behind over there and stand aside. A boy of about 4th or 5th grade, standing no taller than 140 centimeters, lagged toward Li Tong under the coach's reprimand, while a soccer ball rolled to Li Tong's feet. Yet the boy dawdled along, making no gesture for Li Tong to pass the ball back. As he trudged forward, he muttered under his breath, constant cone-weaving drills, then in matches were told to just clear the ball long. What kind of coach is this? Li Tong nearly chuckled at the boy's audacity. This kid had some spirit. Young players rarely possess a profound understanding of the game, They simply follow whatever the coach commands. Clearing the ball long for the forwards to chase is undoubtedly the safest and most effective approach, but nurturing youth talent through such methods is certain to breed failure. Children who can form their own perceptions are truly rare gems. Tong pulled the ball gently and lofted it with precision, delivering it straight into the small boy Wang Ziheng's arms. Turning around, Tong spotted Zhao Na amid the boy's startled gaze. "Coach Zhao, I'm here." Standing at approximately 180 centimeters, Zhao Na was hardly considered tall by men's football standards, certainly not tall enough to meet the minimum requirements for a goalkeeper. Especially after 2010, as the global trend favored increasingly towering and technically proficient goalkeepers, reaching 188 centimeters had become an almost indispensable benchmark for breakthrough. Yet in women's football, she possessed a commendably balanced physique. Due to differences in muscle composition and skeletal structure, a female goalkeeper, who is too tall, tends to sacrifice agility and explosive power. This made her build arguably the most optimal configuration for the position. Meanwhile, the fit coach, Zhao, was frantically busy maintaining order. She hadn't been assigned direct coaching duties today, a possible last-minute adjustment after receiving an early morning call. Hearing Tong's voice, she hastily adjusted her jersey and jogged over to him. The children suddenly erupted in laughter, evidently assuming Tong was Zhao Na's boyfriend. Boys in their 4th and 5th grades already possessed a surprisingly keen awareness of such matters. "Focus on your training." Zhao Na barked back, a flicker of irritation in her voice. When she reached Tong, she appeared somewhat embarrassed, not because of the children's jeers, but due to the recent discussion about her contract not being renewed. "Brotherly, I'm truly sorry. At your facility, we now have only 3 or 4 participants per session. The coaching costs are unsustainable." "Sister Zhao, don't be like that. I understand completely. I'm actually 5 years younger than you." Zhao Na was only 24, still in her prime athletic years, but had been forced into early retirement due to injuries. With support from a few friends and family, she had established this modest club. She likely had connections with the sports bureau, which is how she managed to stabilize the club through the school. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, an awkward silence lingered between them. Athletes by nature aren't always adept at small talk. Ultimately, Tong, possessing the greater emotional maturity, broke the quiet. "Are these all children from your school?" "Mostly yes, with a few from outside. This squad essentially serves as our elite U10 team, comprising 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders." A faint blush colored Zhao Na's cheeks as she continued. "We've been training for half a year now, but unfortunately progress has been slow since moving away from your facility. So I've consolidated all the coaches here to focus intensively on their technical development. Watching the young players on the field, each one listless and dragging their leaden legs through mechanically executed drills under the coach's exhortations." Standing at the sideline, a wave of desolation washed over Tong. Decades had passed, yet their training methodologies remained stubbornly unchanged. It wasn't that Zhao Na's team lacked dedication or effort, rather their understanding of both sports and education had yet to truly awaken. They were merely forcing children to practice mechanical skills, sapping their enthusiasm and stifling any personal reflection on the game. Zhao Na stood silently nearby, her brows knitted in concern, her dissatisfaction evident. In recent friendly matches, the children's performance has been lackluster. They step onto the pitch without knowing how to play or what to do. Whatever we clearly instruct off the field vanishes from their minds the moment they compete. This approach to training simply won't work. Understanding Zhao Na's position, Tong kept his voice low to avoid being heard by the coaches and children on the field. Yet his words carried no restraint. "Sister Zhao, your current training methods are inadequate. It's still rooted in traditional dogma, relentless grinding of basic skills. But the children haven't grasped the essence of football yet. Their understanding is limited to pair passing, cone weaving, and shuttle runs." Zhao Na stared at Tong in astonishment, realizing he was nothing like she had imagined. Hadn't he come today to discuss the football pitch? How had the conversation veered into youth development? We trained exactly like this since childhood. Yes, we came from sports work units since we were young. This was our lives. But children today are different. What they require is passion. Gazing at the distant children, Tong actually broke into a smile, nodding firmly as he declared, "Precisely passion. Only through genuine interest can they truly fall in love with football. Your school team isn't aimed at producing professional players. Training this way is destined to fail. Even for professional youth academies rooted in the sports work unit system, traditional methodologies must evolve. Sister Zhao, may I review your training plan?" Flipping through Zhao Na's training syllabus, Tong found it closely aligned with his expectations, a relic from the sports work unit era. Fundamentals, physical conditioning, combat drills. The content itself was fundamentally sound, yet permeated by an intense militaristic training philosophy. Such methodologies would prove difficult for adults to endure, let alone children. At this juncture, the on-field training drew to a close. With a wave of the coach's hand, the children erupted in cheers and bolted toward the shade for play. The remaining 3 coaches gathered around Tong, watching in silence as he perused the training syllabus. With the club's proprietor present, each coach harbored a quiet hope for commendation. They had trained diligently and demonstrated techniques with particular care. Tong was a familiar figure to them, having interacted previously at the pitch. They knew he was a former China youth national team member, and thus placed considerable weight on his perspective. Li Tong offered no critique of any individual coach. Instead, he raised his gaze to the children in the distance, pondered for a moment, and then spoke to Zhao Na. Sister Zhao, over recent years within professional youth academies, I've been exposed to training methodologies employed by coaches from Western Europe, South America, and Japan. I've also developed certain reflections of my own. How about this? I'll lead the children for half a session. There's still an hour remaining. I'll organize the subsequent competitive drills and small-sided matches. Would that be acceptable? You're also versed in youth development. Zhao Na suddenly perked up, her voice rising a notch. Then let's give it a try. Show us what you've learned. Zhao Na had known Li Tong for at least 4 or 5 years. She had always perceived him as merely a talented youngster, never imagining that the 20-year-old could now engage in discourse of such substance. Moreover, his remarks carried a distinctly professional tone. When Li Tong formally positioned himself before the children, his opening words were, "Next, I'm going to take you all for a game." Commencing with playful exercises and observing the children's behaviors to identify their natural inclinations constitutes a hallmark of contemporary football youth development. Each child possesses distinct behavioral tendencies. The coach's art lies in discernment and differentiated guidance. Each of you grab a marker disc, assemble near the goal, and let's see who can hurl theirs the farthest. The first 3 to form an orderly line receive 2 attempts each. The children's spirits immediately lifted. Simultaneously, the system granted an assist. You have become the interim head coach of this squad. All players' willpower increased by 1, equivalent to a 20 boost in offensive vitality. A surge of elation welled within Li Tong. Heaven was indeed favoring him. The elite team of Pujiangno, one primary school, consisted of 23 children. With a single command from Li Tong, all the children, like wild horses freed from their reins, rushed to the markers near the coach's bench at the center line of the pitch, grabbed the plates, and then sprinted back in a zigzag run to line up on the goal line. The first task was perfectly completed. Li Tong secretly felt pleased, and at the same time noted down a set of data. Top 3 in starting speed, no. 1 no. 7 no. 9. Top 3 in the return run, no. 9 no. 14 no. 6. The short player who had been mumbling earlier, Wang Ziheng, was that no. 9. And surprisingly, he ranked first in both categories. With just one simple task, Li Tong accomplished what would have required half a day of explanation, listening to instructions, picking up objects, shuttle runs, and cueing discipline. Zhao Na suddenly became excited and whispered to the coaches, "This is a good trick. Make sure to note it down." Actually, remembering or not didn't matter. Li Tong would teach them later anyway. Moreover, as an educational system, it was more about guiding children through games and actions, thereby observing and recording their abilities. This was the crucial role of this guiding education system, completely different from the indoctrination model. The subsequent frisbee drill also went smoothly. The children didn't see it as forced training, and all became highly creative. Moreover, after observing each other, they easily learned to use the angle of the frisbee to fly farther. This activity mainly tested observation, thinking, and communication. Everyone turn your backs. When I blow the whistle, grab a plate. I will record who gets a plate, which will determine the ranking for the upcoming match. The children immediately became tense. Rankings, direct rankings, were what all children cared about most. Among Japanese-style coaches, constantly arousing children's desire for ranking in every activity was the most important thing for a coach. The children threw the plates at varying distances, some near and some far. Li Tong readjusted the positions, ensuring that the nearest plates were all in the opposite half of the field. There were 26 plates in total, and the closest one was 30 meters from the goal line. Logically, most children would go for the nearest plate to ensure they got it fastest. But the nearest was often the hardest, because it was certainly the target of the most people. Observation, speed, confrontation, and especially the determination to seize the target. All these could be observed in this single activity. The 23 children each chose their own position on the goal line with no restrictions from Li Tong. From time to time, some children turned their heads to observe, choosing a better target for themselves. Li Tong called over Zhao Na, and the other 3 coaches explained the rules of the game to them, and asked them to record the 3 best performing children according to their own judgment, and then they would reach a consensus. A sharp whistle, too, ignited the will of the 23 children. Their turning postures varied, but none was willing to be a half-beat slower. "Sister Na, the children are so motivated," a coach exclaimed to Zhao Na in surprise. Really, in the past, even when we urged and shouted, they weren't as proactive as this time. Zhao Na was also shocked by this scene. So they can run this fast, they have this potential. Indeed, different children had different choices of targets. At least 5 aimed for the nearest plate. When the 5 charged simultaneously, several bodies collided, producing bang-bang sounds. Seeing Zhao Na about to speak, but hesitating, Li Tong quickly stopped her. "Don't worry, this kind of physical contact won't be a problem." Player No. 6 took the lead, not only running ahead by half a body length, but also observing the teammates behind him running a tangent line to block the position and spreading his arms to prevent the 3 behind from overtaking. No. 9 Wang Ziheng, however, avoided physical confrontation. He made a wide run, accelerating from the blind spot of player No. 6's sight, and used an unconventional dive to press the plate firmly under his body. Hey. No. 6 saw it was too late, and had to turn and pounce on a farther plate. Unexpectedly, player No. 7 was faster sliding in and kicking the plate 1 meter farther than bending down to grab it. From the moment everyone started to the final grab, it took less than 30 seconds. The ranking of the 23 children was clearly established. While directing the children to line up in the order they obtained the plates, Tong compared the reasons for selecting players with Zhao Na and the others. Zhao Na reason for selection, fastest plate grab. No. 9 no. 7 no. 6. Li Xiaojing reason, overall quality. No. 9 no. 7 no. 11. Ding Xiaomao reason, best in confrontation. No. 1 no. 6 no. 14. Zhao Ting reason, fastest start. No. 6 no. 10 no. 9. Li Tong gave a completely different reason, best observation. These 3 children each chose a plate that only they went for, and their grabbing speeds ranked 4th, 6th, 0 and 7th, 0 respectively. They were no. 20 no. 21 0 and no. 10 0 respectively. Although much was said and many things were recorded about this game, it actually only took about 5 minutes from start to finish. Throughout the entire process, Li Tong did not enforce discipline or order the children what to do, yet each one achieved their personal best. I am very satisfied with everyone in the game just now. Although there are rankings among the team, each of you has definitely surpassed yourself. Did you know you could run this fast? Do you know how amazing your focus was in that moment? Li Tong said to all the children and also to the coaches present. The more than 20 children were drenched in sweat, steam rising from their heads, their faces smeared with sweat and dirt, yet they were brimming with excitement, their eyes shining. In that moment, Zhao Na felt that her children were truly amazing. Why didn't I think of this simple activity? Zhao Na seriously doubted her own football training level. It wasn't complicated, oh why hadn't she thought of it? Children's growth should be allowed to happen naturally, and the same goes for football. In Western European and Japanese football, the most typical theory is to observe the characteristics of children's abilities rather than using forced growth methods. Just training hard and early may bring victory in the initial stage, but what use is a U10 match for their entire athletic career? Some children comprehend earlier, some later. In the long process of growth, this small time difference means nothing. No. 14 no. 20 0 and no. 21 have all shown their extraordinary potential. In the future world, Li Tong had seen too many children who were prodigies that faded away. They didn't even get a chance to grow before being lost among the crowd. Sister Na later will split into 2 teams for a match. I'll take the 3 former substitutes no. 14 no. 20 0 and no. 21 first. You can pick the others first. We'll play an 8-a-side match. All starters versus all substitutes. Zhao Na's gaze swept over the children who were still excitedly discussing. Some were still complaining about their poor choices, some about their speed, not being slow enough, some about slipping hands, while others were delighted with their good observation and luck, and some were happy about their victory in confrontation. They are really different. These children all have different personalities. How can we bring out each one's strengths if we do the same training every day? No problem, let's give it a try. No. 14 no. 20 no. 21 follow me. The team members looked at each other, not yet understanding Li Tong's selection reasoning. The 3 substitutes followed Li Tong to the corner of the pitch in bewilderment. Li Tong took a few plates, sketched a formation, and said to them, "Do you know how strong you are?" Us. We're substitutes. In my eyes, you are not substitutes. You are true starters. I selected you 3, and later we'll play against the starters of your team with you as the core. Li Tong checked his training notes. No. 14 Xiao Iran center back no. 20 Wang Yueron central midfielder no. 21 Chao Chinhao right winger. We'll play a 3-3-1 formation. Coach, we've never played these positions before, the 3 said in unison. No problem, your abilities are sufficient for these positions. Li Tong adjusted the formation while looking into their eyes. Moreover, based on my observation, just now you 3 should definitely be the absolute starters of Pujiang No. 1 primary school. Hearing Li Tong's words, the 3 children's tears almost fell. Wow, a true connoisseur had appeared at last. The 3 companions were internally thrilled, but after seeing the opposing team's starting lineup, they felt a wave of intimidation. Pujiang No. 1 primary school was not considered a strong team in Donghua City, but within Pujiang District it consistently secured a top 2 finish. A regular in the primary school division of the Donghua City Campus Alliance each year during its heyday, it could even topple Pingliang Primary School from Yanjiang District and the Quail Star from Xinhong District. In recent years, although the Pujiang District Education Committee has focused heavily on academics, providing insufficient support for football, the team still remained formidable. Moreover, the starting lineup mainly consisted of students who had entered school through special football talent quotas, meaning they were selected talents. In 2014, primary school students in Donghua still had special talent quotas, and Pujiang Primary School had 8 quotas. The principal at that time personally selected the children, all of whom had outstanding physical fitness. Several of them had already been training at community clubs since the middle class of kindergarten. Although later the principal changed, and the school team training went through periods of neglect this year, when Zhao Na's team took over, at least the training volume was ensured. Players number 1, 7, 9, 0 and 10 were district team members, with number 10 being the key player. Apart from the 8 special talent students, the other school team members were simply selected from ordinary children in the school. After several changes, the football team was eventually reduced to about 20 people. Can we make it? The three children from ordinary classes looked at each other. Li Tong selected a few more children to complete the lineup. Although Li Tong was confident in his choices, after all, it was his first time working with children, and he had no clear idea of how much practical combat ability his players truly had. However, Zhao Na also felt embarrassed to field a full starting lineup, so after consultation, the number 1 goalkeeper was assigned to Li Tong, which made Li Tong feel a bit more at ease. I'll share the match tactics up to this point, Li Tong said, picking up a bottle of Hengda Bingquan and taking several large gulps before continuing. We are already quite clear about the opponent's strength, and we usually train together. But their vulnerabilities are also obvious, Li Tong said in a low voice, looking at the curious children listening to him. I observed your coach's training earlier. Number 6 is too reckless in saving balls. As a center back, he must often like to blindly rush forward. Really? Coach, you discovered that? A group of children exclaimed noisily. He gets scolded by the coach often, and in matches he always misses marking his opponent. Li Tong had nothing to say. This was also the current situation in youth football. Training coaches were indeed active in matches, but mostly focused on scolding. The more they scolded, the more confused the children became. Under pressure, their vision would lock down, and missing marking was inevitable. We don't care about winning or losing, just play to your fullest potential, Li Tong said, with a relaxed expression. Show yourself. Football is about expressing your own abilities. Whether you can run into position, whether you can assist your teammates, are all manifestations of your ability. Playing against the starting lineup, winning one match is a bonus, losing one is not shameful. What is there to fear? Think about it, how many such good opportunities to compete for a starting position will there be? No one wanted to be a substitute, but without opportunities to perform in regular matches, it was also difficult for coaches to adjust the starting lineup. Li Tong's words resonated with them, and the children all laughed. Zhao Na acted as the referee, and with a whistle the match began. Good numbers 20 and 21 are starting to serve as a midfield shield. The two have observation and anticipation. The starting lineup's number 10 cannot break through. Number 10 is too accustomed to dribbling and cannot transfer the ball immediately, which prevents numbers 7 and 9 from making effective runs. The starting team was habitually playing possession football, but soon found that the three defenders in the back could not control the ball at all. Basically, when the ball was distributed from the center to the wing, the winger could not pass it back to the center, so they could only frantically kick it forward with a long ball. Li Tong smiled silently. The effect of willpower one was far greater than he had imagined. The substitute team's children significantly increased their pressing intensity, making it difficult for opposing players to keep the ball under control for even a second as they saw legs thrust in to intercept. About a 20 increase in offensive vitality was sufficient to handle campus football. This was Li Tong's winning weapon. Holy crap, the substitute team scored. The starting team's goalkeeper, number 12, saw number 21 Chao Chenhao burst in and helplessly raised his hands. Before his legs could even bend, he was shot through with a single poke. Chao Chenhao scored. Several coaches on the sideline were so surprised that their voices changed, they stammered for a long time before finishing the sentence. Chao Chenhao had always been a substitute forward for this team. His running ability was considered decent in this team, and he was the 7th to get the disc in today's test. But when he played forward in the past, his footwork was too rough, completely unable to pose a threat when in possession, and his speed could not be utilized. How could he score so easily? 30 seconds earlier, the starting team's fullback had blindly kicked the ball long, but number 14 Xiao Yiran intercepted it halfway. After using his body to press number 10, the ball was passed to number 20 Wang Yueran's feet. The starting team's number 6 Li Cheng stepped up to poke the ball away, but at the moment he extended his leg, number 20 passed the ball into the space between him and the fullback, and the pass was a bit too strong. But the goalkeeper dared not come out. Number 21 rushed through like the wind from behind the fullback, a classic diagonal run off a straight pass. The subsequent goal was a natural conclusion. With a touch and a poke, number 21's footwork was actually not very delicate, but the poke was fast enough that the goalkeeper had no time to dive. It was a rather unpolished combination involving the opponent's defender's blind long kick, the opponent's midfield battle failure, and the opponent's center back's blind rush forward. But it was precisely these stumbling and inaccurate passes that changed the situation. Number 14 could win the ball in tackles, and his confrontation and coverage area were both so good, how could he only play as a fullback? The observation abilities of numbers 20 and 21, even if their footwork was not perfect, were sufficient to gain huge advantages through positioning. Number 21 trained less regularly, so his ball control was not good. He might never be able to play as a target forward, but his speed, his keen observation of spaces behind meant that only he could make runs from that point. This is talent, Li Tong said to several coaches while watching the running children. Talent is never about training hard or being fast. Talent is about doing the right thing in the most suitable position. Speed, concentration, off the ball movement, willpower, anticipation. Even without a data panel, Li Tong could judge the important advantage data of number 21 Chao Chenhao based on his experience. He is the best wide attacker, even if his speed is not as good as mine back then. But he hides outside the fullback's line of sight constantly, making horizontal runs, waiting for the moment of the pass to turn and maximize his speed. Exactly like me. After conceding a goal, the starting team sent all its players forward, relying on their skillful ball control and physical advantages, launching wave after wave of attacks around the substitute team's wing. Two ball-hogging numbers 7, 9, and 10 all play individual football. They lack understanding of the game. After receiving the ball, they do not observe or choose, but simply dribble and change direction along their own path. Tong watched his midfield and defensive line with a smile. It seemed unstable, but actually it was as solid as Mount Tai. Number 14 did not lose in confrontations, and his endurance was also good enough. All breakthroughs, even if they passed the first line of defense, could be safely cleared by him subsequently. Moreover, these were not blind long kicks. Most balls could be easily transitioned to number 20's feet. Number 20's several one-touch passes, even if not perfectly accurate, still allowed number 21's charges to create waves of confusion. What a perfect second passer. Number 20 Wang Yueran, substitute center back of Pujiangno, one primary school. He has passing ability with one touch and also decent observational skills. But his leg strength was insufficient. Ordinary children lacking training often do not have enough leg strength. Therefore, playing as a center back, he never had the ability to make a one-touch through pass. But now his position is in the midfield and forward area. He only needs to control the ball well, and according to his own anticipation, pass the ball about 15 meters forward, and the striker can easily retrieve this bomb in the open space. Substitute team 2-0. Number 20 made a fake pass. The starting team's backline, constantly devastated by through balls, including the goalkeeper, collectively panicked and rushed towards number 21's route. Number 20 casually changed direction, strolled into the penalty area through a 5-meter gap in the line, and played a low drive. Unstoppable. The primary school match lasted only 50 minutes in total for both halves, ending with a score of 9-3. In the first half of 25 minutes, the substitute team scored 7 goals against the main team, without conceding a single one, making it 7-0. Number 6, Li Chung, broke down emotionally and cried, leaving the field within 20 minutes. He barely had any chance for physical confrontation, his muscular build entirely unused. Meanwhile, due to his positional errors, at least 4 of the conceded goals were directly related to him. Tong felt this was too cruel, and Zhao Na couldn't bear to watch either, so she had to make a substitution. Under such psychological imbalance, only 2 outcomes were possible, either complete surrender or retaliatory actions. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Fortunately, Zhao Na substituted in time, and quickly provided psychological counseling to Li Chung after he left the field, thus avoiding greater trauma to the child. In the second half of 25 minutes, all the substitutes of the substitute team had already played, yet the score was only 2-3. Each of them howled like a pack of wolf cubs, chasing the main team into a flustered and frantic state. If it weren't for the fact that these substitutes of substitutes had such poor ball control, their sheer running would have devoured the main team. Chao Chinhao and Wang Yueran took turns making runs and attacks, while Qiu Yiran acted as an iron gate, even advancing to the midfield to take a long shot. Several coaches from Levian Football Club were murmuring among themselves. With today's performance, they would definitely be selected in the trials for the 2 major Donghua Chinese Super League youth teams. They played like the real deal. That phrase, like the real deal, was the highest praise a veteran football person could give. If you dribble relentlessly, they'd say you're mindlessly charging. If you pass continuously, they'd accuse you of shirking responsibility. If you run without scoring, you'd be judged as running aimlessly in vain. Only playing like the real deal was the highest compliment for playing with intelligence while achieving good results. In the final minutes, the main team's children suffered mental breakdown and physical exhaustion. Even Xioi ran after a steal, directly charged into the penalty area, repeatedly taking big strides and changing direction, entering the box with vigor. Facing the goalkeeper who had rushed out, he executed a delicate soul dragback, causing the goalkeeper to slide more than 2 meters, leaving an empty net. He casually pushed the ball in. "I'm fucking awesome." The tall center back couldn't help but curse. None of his teammates thought anything was wrong with that. That series of continuous moves, not flashy, each step perfectly timed. You could see him, you knew he was going to change direction, but you just couldn't keep up. Everyone couldn't help shouting, "You're fucking awesome." They won. The substitute team's children cheered immediately. A group of kids surrounded Li Tong, excitedly boasting about their own amazing performances. The main team's children gathered around Zhao Na, and their coach, heads down, not a word spoken. Zhao Na wanted to mention some highlights of the game to break the dreadful silence. But she opened her mouth several times and still couldn't utter a word. Zhao Na was very dedicated to teaching the children, definitely not the kind of coach who goes through the motions. Every training session as the club owner, she personally attended and coached. But today Zhao Na couldn't understand the game. "I don't get it, impossible, I don't understand." These bewildering words roared in her mind. Could it be that my training methods are really inadequate? Shouldn't training focus on practicing basic skills? Or is it my selection of players? Do those substitutes have potential I haven't discovered? After Li Tong concluded the match summary, Zhao Na could only wave her hand to have the coach arrange for the children to bow and end the training. As the kids lined up to say goodbye to the coaches, she still hadn't snapped out of it, silently lost in thought. What, still haven't figured it out? Li Tong stood beside Zhao Na, asking with a smile. His sharp gaze fixed on her. Zhao Na was extremely confused, but replied stubbornly, "I don't understand. I want to learn your teaching methods." There are no football people who can't afford to lose, only those eager to grow and learn skills. I have all the methods and I can teach them to these children. Li Tong paused, his expression turning strange. But I hope you can come back to train at my venue. Why, Oi? Zhao Na didn't understand why Li Tong was talking to her like this. Did these two things have anything to do with each other? Because I can teach them well. When the old man passed away, he hoped I could bring up a few children. Your goal and mine are the same. It's your club, but I also want to nurture them. Li Tong didn't care about money. With the system in hand, he felt he could conquer the world. He looked down on that money. Today he had to strike while the iron was hot, taking advantage of Zhao Na's confusion to win her over. So Li Tong directly showed his cards. During the school term, train on my field on Saturday and Sunday mornings. You can use the school field for your interest classes. Hand over to me the elite team kids whose parents support their football. I'll take them for 2 months during summer vacation and unlimited daytime access during regular days. A friendly price of $200 per person. The extra money can be your club's profit. Sister Na, what do you think? Zhao Na was dumbfounded. You have your eye on me. Li Tong was almost amused by her. Zhao Na had been selected for Pujiang Sports School since the 2nd grade of elementary school, living a simple life in sports teams. Sometimes she spoke quite directly, and although she ran her own football club, she actually disliked dealing with people. In today's terms, she was socially anxious. As a child, saying something off the wall would always get her laughed at, and as she grew older, she became even more reluctant to interact with people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entrusted Chen Yun to convey such a major matter as canceling the venue. Only when she was with children could she find herself. That sentence, just now. Any normal girl would never have been able to say it, or at most she would have said euphemistically, do you want to watch the sunrise together in the morning? Sister Na. Oh. After several lapses, Zhao Na finally came to her senses. I can't possibly object to what you said, but you're at a disadvantage. Li Tong's all-or-nothing persistence, relentless pressure, and decisive strike overwhelmed Zhao Na, who was already somewhat guilty and shaken. At this moment, a prompt appeared in Li Tong's mind. Main quest 2 completed, join a youth training club. Quest reward issued, player stats panel. Daily quest completed, resolve Zhao Na's troubles. Quest reward issued, a freezer which can be placed anywhere in the stadium via the system. Although Zhao Na hadn't yet expressed agreement, Li Tong knew she had already agreed in her heart. So he simply decided for her. Starting next week, you can come to my field for the entire summer vacation. During the day, you can set 2 time slots, such as 8 to 10 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. I'll focus on ball sense and positional awareness training for the kids. One summer vacation will definitely transform them. On the way back to the field, Li Tong eagerly awaited the player roster from Zhao Nan and the mechanical engineering team captain A Dong. Once he got the player roster, and these children belonged to him, their data panels would be unlocked. Outside the bus, the summer sun blazed over the Pujiang River. Li Tong sat in the air-conditioned bus, directing the cold air vent toward himself. He let out a comfortable sigh, leisurely watching a few coal barges chugging across the river outside the window. Join more youth training programs, get in touch with more children. I want to see every talented kid. I know the scouting and tactics and football manager all too well. What are wonder kids? What are potential stars? The future is all in my hands. Li Tong leaned against the window glass and fell asleep like that. In his dream, a new main quest was activated in his mind. Main quest 3, champion of the district level competition. Quest reward, a potential star of 3.5 stars or above joins the club. Pujiang No. One elementary school has been the runner-up in the Pujiang district 4 times. These children from the school's team, since entering the school, have seen their seniors only get 2nd place every year. They yearn for a championship deep in their hearts. Can you bring it to them? The August Pujiang District Campus League Tournament is the final battle for many children in elementary school. Can you fulfill their dream? Therefore, 5th grade is the last year to participate in the elementary school group of the Campus League. For the time being, this main quest was meaningless. The match wouldn't start until August, and Li Tong could foresee the subsequent stages of the main quest district-level matches in the first half of August, and if they advanced, the citywide Campus League finals in the second half. Children who played football had no summer vacation. It was mostly spent in training camps and matches. Summer training was the most crucial time for them to get in touch with the ball, compete, and improve. For the district-level matches, they had to rely solely on themselves. If they won the championship, they would gain a player with potential above 3.5 stars, giving them some aim for the city matches. Li Tong was curious how the system could possibly find a player to add to his team by mid-August. He pondered for a night, envisioning dozens of possibilities, but none felt realistic. On Sunday, Li Tong also completed the daily task, participating in a full 8-a-side match. He casually joined a team, jogged around, and finished the task with ease. A canopy had been added over the 2 5-side pitches. Li Tong was very satisfied. Perfect timing as summer vacation approached, which would greatly reduce the pain of training under the scorching sun. Still, no one asked about the canopy. It was as if it had always been there, yet a few people praised the new structure. The system had masked their perception of the construction effort. Li Tong was grateful for that, otherwise the renovation would have taken a long time. The cooler had been set up by Saturday afternoon, and a nearby convenience store was already willing to supply goods. On Sunday, the net profit was nearly 100 yuan. With many people playing, water consumption in summer was huge. A bottle of water earned a profit of 0.5 yuan, and not to mention the higher margin Gatorade and other sports drinks. Better than nothing. Everything was moving in a positive direction. But today was Monday, and there wasn't a single person playing football. Tong could only lie on the desk daydreaming. Coming to the football field every day had become his habit whether anyone was there or not. He planned to practice his ball control and find his rhythm on the field near sunset, while also rehearsing 8-a-side training drills. After all, he was the head coach of 2 teams. Unfortunately, the task to replace the turf couldn't be completed today as the system's tasks were highly random. Being selected for a professional football team seemed more like a main quest. How could he complete it in a single day? Neither group of players truly belonged to him yet, and the mechanical engineering students were too old. Despite all his thoughts, Tong never expected that someone from a professional team would come to him. At 10 p.m., Zhao Changxiong, the owner of Donghua Jianing Football Club, was watching several videos on Douyin. There were only 2 people in the meeting room, but from outside the glass door one could barely see through the smoky haze. After a long silence, Zhao Changxiong spoke from within the smoke. You've all seen Tong's videos. He's 20 this year, right? The team's head coach, Zhou Yong, waved his hand to dispel the smoke and frowned. He's 20. It's been 4 years since he broke his leg. Didn't the news reports say he couldn't play anymore? Torn ligaments. Now he's bouncing around. Zhao Changxiong played the video repeatedly. Zhou Yong paused, took a sip of water, and replied with a non-sequitur. Xiao Sun's footwork is far inferior. He can't kick a ball like that. Zhao Changxiong understood the subtext and could only smile bitterly. Sun Yuning, 25 years old, but his footwork looks worse than Tong's, who has been out of the game for 4 years. The club spent 5 million to buy him out, and in the past year he hasn't scored a single goal or shown any brilliance in organizing the midfield. I have no confidence in using him for the second phase of the CMCL. Zhou Yong had come today to ask the boss for a new player. Jianing Club had barely scraped through the group stage in the first phase and made it to the second phase of the CMCL. Given the coach's goal of promotion to the second division at the start of the year, the current squad was far from sufficient. The team's age structure seemed reasonable, with a few veterans from the supergroup joining, and the defense was solid and experienced. But the front line had never clicked, relying on defense to wear down opponents satisfied with 1-0 wins. Sun Yuning can't play that position. He doesn't have the ability. Both fell silent. The problems on the field were obvious to everyone, but no matter how they adjusted, nothing worked. Number 10 Sun Yuning always seemed to step behind the forwards and wide midfielders. Xiao Sun's dribbling is okay, but not reasonable. I've given him countless instructions about passing, but he doesn't even understand the tactics. And he doesn't track back. Does he think he's Messi? Zhou Yong recalled how many good opportunities were wasted by Sun's sluggishness, and it pained him. Modern football is changing. Running ability has improved dramatically compared to 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. In the past, 8 kilometers per game was enough. Now if the average isn't 10 kilometers, the team can't compete. Zhao Changxiong thought for a moment and said, Tong's current state probably isn't good enough either. That's why I came to you. Zhou Yong smiled mysteriously and opened a 5-minute match video he had saved. Watch this. The video was from the match where Tong had filled in for the mechanical engineering team. Zhao Changxiong watched Tong's positioning, passing, and that long ball. He was a bit confused. From the video, it looks fine. Receiving the ball and the long pass, clean and crisp. I can't see any problem with his leg. Zhou Yong, hearing the boss's words, didn't continue to exaggerate. He said the video was sent to me by old Chen's daughter. She grew up with Tong. The video is absolutely authentic. Amateur matches didn't involve much physical confrontation, but Tong's technique and athleticism were impressive enough. It was a performance worthy of a professional ace, especially his understanding of the game in several passes. Then Zhao thought of his own midfielders who played mechanically and stiffly. Old Zhao couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Old Chen's daughter probably didn't just send the video to you. With her father's connections. His breathing grew heavy. How about we try inviting him for a training session? Then we need to hurry. Zhou Yong urged. Who knows how many people she sent it to? Tong is close to her, and from what I can see, she probably sent it to several club heads in Donghua. Old Chen's daughter has a big mouth and can't keep secrets. Zhao Changxiong put away his phone. Set up a meeting with Chun Yun. Let's go see Tong's field in person. Bring Zheng Chong along to assess him. At that moment, Tong was already lying in bed, eyes closed, but not asleep. Dong and Sister Na had already sent him the rosters: 16 from the mechanical engineering team and 18 from Pujiangno, one primary school. Tong was scanning the list in his mind. He already had a preliminary understanding of the players' levels. It was unlikely he would discover any star players among them. However, the mechanical engineering team had 3 players with 2-star potential, and Pujiangno. One had 2 with 2 stars, 3 with 2, 5 stars, and 1 number 10 with 3, 5 stars. Wasn't Chinese football supposed to be weak? This kid's potential wasn't bad. In Football Manager, a 3-5-star player could already hold his own in Asia, and with good development, he could even play for a second-tier European club. Zhou Xiang from Pujiangno, 1-3, 5 stars. Technical dribbling 12, passing 8, is shooting 9. Mental work rate 11, concentration 7, decision 9, determination 91, bravery 12, off the ball 11. Physical acceleration 12, stamina 11, agility 11, pace 13. Sister Na, a great dribbler or second striker like that. Why are you playing him as a central midfielder? Just because he has good vision and positioning doesn't mean he can play in midfield. His concentration, a little sideline prompting, and it's fine. But too much prompting might confuse him. Training and matches with kids are tricky. His decision-making is also a problem. In complex situations he's prone to mistakes, which is the most important attribute for a central midfielder. But playing on the wing is fine. The environment there is simpler, and with his off-the-ball ability, he can easily create opportunities. Li Tong fell asleep with a smile. In his drowsiness he sighed if he had met this kid earlier, he might have passed a trial, and the turf renovation would cost over 100,000. Adong, I've looked at your player list. Based on my impressions I have some lineup adjustments. Are you free this afternoon? The data from the mechanical engineering students is unimpressive. Their level is probably worse than a professional U13 youth team that is a 7th grade team of professional level kids. Except for a few advantages in strength and speed, the gap in technique and mental fortitude between the amateur department team and the professionals is considerable. Even in some physical attributes like endurance, physique, balance, and agility, the U13 youth players have a clear edge. Though these students still have potential, their immediate combat effectiveness cannot be improved in a short time. Li Tong could only arrange combinations based on some meager statistics. Ouyang Dong, on the other hand, was quite excited. If Li Tong said there would be adjustments, it meant their team still had room for improvement. Adong doesn't need praise, he needs tangible improvement. This afternoon works. We'll come over at 3. Brother Tong, thank you for your hard work. The fee remains the same. There's no fee. No one books the court on Tuesdays, so feel free to come. All the empty slots are yours. Li Tong chuckled. He didn't need the money. As long as he could break even, he had no interest in making money off the students. It was only 2014 now. By 2020 the land beneath his feet would be worth over 100 million yuan. The land gave him confidence. Then Li Tong called Zhao Na. The situation at Pujiangno, one primary school, was far better than he had anticipated. Indeed, these were strong boys selected through a rigorous process. Though their training had been intermittent, these kids had been in a relatively professional environment for 3 to 4 years. Their real-time data was much better than that of the mechanical engineering seniors. However, due to physical differences, they couldn't yet compete against these adult students. But in terms of technical movements and tactical understanding, the kids from a systematic training background were still superior to these football enthusiasts. In terms of potential classification in Football Manager Pujiangno, one primary school had at least 4 children with the potential to turn professional. 2 were in 4th grade and 2 in 5th grade. Numbers 7 and 9, 0 and 21 were rated 2.5 stars. They could likely make it to professional level and had a chance to establish themselves in the Chinese Super League. Number 10 was 3.5 stars. If he trained normally without injury, he would definitely be a mainstay in the CSL and could even head to European leagues. Numbers 20 and 1 were also 2 stars, at least top tier in campus football. Even numbers 14 and 6 were decent players, at least within the campus football league. The kids' current data was all good, well trained in physicality, technique, and mentality. As for number 10, Zhou Xiang, there was nothing more to say. So-called talent might refer to a child like this. It was hard to find such a gifted child, even in Europe or America. As long as he progressed normally, his future stat sheet would be filled with large swaths of green numbers above 15. Sister Na, I've got the list. I've matched the names to the players based on training and matches. The kids are great, trained very well. In the short term, I'll mainly focus on enhancing some of the kids' specific traits while also changing the formation. Li Tong and Zhao Na spoke directly. Their relationship didn't require false pleasantries. Alright, I'll listen to you. Zhao Na, already convinced after just one match, trusted Li Tong's formations. She knew some basic training, but she hadn't studied educational psychology or understood how to bring out everyone's potential. This wasn't surprising. In European and American football training, a great deal of psychological construction and thought guidance was incorporated. Zhao Na didn't know how, but she trusted Li Tong enough. She felt she just needed to provide support. Since Li Tong's training was almost free, she had no hesitation. A simple woman had her own simple way of thinking. Once she chose the right person, she wouldn't suffer losses. Meanwhile, Chun Yun, the sly little gossip who had been secretly sending videos everywhere, sneaked into the court. She crouched under the window, peeking inside to find Li Tong. Not here, good. Chun Yun patted her chest and sighed in relief. I'm here. Li Tong had already spotted Chun Yun. He circled around from the equipment room, came up behind her, and patted her shoulder as he spoke. Chun Yun jumped in shock, then looked at Li Tong with a strange expression. Brother Tong, I sent your video to people from a professional team. You won't blame me, right? It's the video of you playing ball with that Adong the other day. Li Tong was speechless. Professional football. Even I have given up on myself, but this little girl hasn't. Brother Tong, I feel like you've recovered. Why don't you go test your physical condition at a youth team sometime? It'll definitely work out. Ouyang Dong and his team members arrived on time. Take leave if you can, or cut class if you can't. Today, Brother Tong is setting up the formation and tactics. No one on the team asked for leave. After all, who didn't want to be a starter? They all looked at Li Tong with eager eyes, like students waiting for the cafeteria aunt to serve food, always carrying a trace of hope. The advantage of having numerical templates was that every player's strengths and weaknesses were laid bare. Number 9, Zhao Fan. Obvious speed advantage, decent technique, and has long-range shooting ability. Switch from center forward to left midfielder, cut inside more with the ball. Captain number 10, A Dong. Don't play as a deep-lying midfielder anymore. Go straight to center forward, play as a target man. After winning the ball, lay it off or pass sideways. Number 6, Li Chao. Play as defensive midfielder. Direct long balls for a Dong to contest headers. Our tactic: the three midfielders get the ball, shake off opponents, and shoot long range. The defensive midfielder intercepts and launches long balls. Formation 2-1-3-1. In adult group matches, we don't focus on development or nurturing players' abilities. One-word win. 3 of the original starters were adjusted, but they weren't benched. Li Tong simulated 3 lineups based on each player's abilities, all of which could be used for key substitutions. The 8 starters and 8 substitutes were all happy because there were no bench warmers. Li Tong's psychological reassurance was excellent. Number 12, you'll replace Zhao Fan around the 10th minute of the second half. He won't have many sprints left in him by then. At that point you go in. Change the attack to wide crosses. Either cross the ball or dribble down the flank to win a foul. Number 12 had no defensive ability but possessed dribbling and bravery. This kind of XT aggressive player sent in at the crucial second half could compensate for poor defensive stats with good stamina. Make the best use of everything. During the formation drill, everyone was in awe. Everything worked smoothly. When a Dong moved to the penalty area as a center forward, his ability to pin the defensive line emerged naturally, and his aerial ball control was almost flawless. Moreover, he never selfishly shot. His habit of playing good passes from the defensive midfield position made him naturally set up others. The midfielders blasted nearly 20 shots in the half, and the starting lineup easily scored 3 goals. A Dong pinned the center backs, and the spaces he created for passes were enormous. In an 8-a side game, the edge of the penalty area was barely 10 meters from the goal. Such shots were a confidence boost for anyone. Brother Tong, you're a genius. During the break, Monkey vigorously fanned Li Tong while showering him with flattery. He was also a former starter, but was demoted to substitute by Li Tong. Monkey's stamina was simply too poor, though he had some technique and awareness. Li Tong kept him as a wild card. Monkey knew his own problem, but he still wanted to be a sycophant and lick Li Tong's boots, hoping to change his fate. Don't even think about it. Just be content as a substitute. Do you know Ole Gunnar Solskjaer? When both sides are exhausted, isn't that when your technique can shine? Li Tong laughed and scolded him. The opposing defenders will have been fighting with your beast of a captain for 70 or 80 minutes. They'll probably be covered in bruises. I'm creating scoring opportunities for you. Tong, look at those over there outside the field. Zhao Changxiong, the boss of Jining. Chen Yun whispered mysteriously and secretively to Li Tong. Li Tong was startled, turning sideways to glance beyond the chain-link fence. Indeed, several onlookers were gathered there, murmuring among themselves. They looked like football players. The well-built physiques of Zheng Chong and his companions immediately betrayed their professional identity. The second half drill for the mechanical engineering department continued. In the second half, the starting team and the substitute team swapped several positions, but the performance was not as good as Li Tong had anticipated. During the actual match, the substitutes, who should have been conserving their energy, had not rested in the first half. With only 16 players on hand, just enough for a full practice match, there was not even a single extra substitute. The play on both sides was lackluster, and Hosey's stamina was once again nearing exhaustion. A Dong won a header, but the ball came in slowly. Hosey, stumbling hastily, stuck out a foot to control it, only to trip over the ball and collapse on the ground, unable to get up. The players on both sides were helpless and could only look to Li Tong for direction. Hosey, come off. I'll take your place. Li Tong gestured for the others to carry Hosey off and lay him under the awning. Having exhausted his energy, Hosey had taken a hard fall. Xiao Yun, Zhou Yong, standing by the sideline, couldn't help but call out, though he refrained from speaking during the match. Now, seeing the pause in an injury, he couldn't resist the impulse. Xiao Yun, look at this practice. The center back on this side can't handle the number 10. The training effect is insufficient. Zhou Yong, habitually watching from the sidelines from a coach's perspective, noted that the players on the field were abysmal, barely amateur level. Yet the number 10's tenacity and ball control stood out. This is our center back, Zheng Chong. He came from the Ludong football school and has been playing center back for our team. How about letting him join in for a while? Chen Yin didn't dare decide on his own and went to consult Li Tong. Li Tong had no objections. A strong player would be good training for the team. After discussing with the Dong, Li Tong turned and raised his hand to signal Zheng Chong to come in. Zhou Yong quickly reminded Zheng Chong, push the number 10 out and prevent Li Tong from cutting inside to shoot. Zheng Chong was 23 years old, a sturdy man of 185 centimeters, a typical Shandong native. He had been a substitute on the Ludong team in the Chinese Super League, playing only twice in the FA Cup that year with less than 30 minutes of garbage time combined. This year, through Zhou Yong's connections, he joined this China Champions League team as a center back, organizing the Jining defense with remarkable solidity and possessing the ability to push forward. His transfer was typical of a young player aiming for a starting spot and team promotion, and coming from the Super League, he carried a high pride. Although the coach had praised Li Tong's skill, Zheng Chang, being 3 years older and having experienced the Super League, did not take it seriously. All he thought about was going on the field, sweeping through, and completing the task. Both sides prepared and resumed play. Li Tong replaced Ho Zi on the left wing, and Zheng Chang swapped in for the substitute team's center back, who couldn't handle a Dong. One attacking, one defending. Though not directly matched against each other, the chances of confrontation were high. This is good. It will let us see Li Tong's offensive ability. Isn't Zheng Chang a bit too much for him? Li Tong has been out of the game for years and never even stepped into the Super League. It's all about Li Tong. Whether he gets past Zheng Chang or not isn't critical. If he fits, we can sign him. Zhou Yong murmured to Zhao Changxiong. He didn't expect Li Tong to demolish Zheng Chang. He just wanted to gauge Li Tong's true level. If he can get past Zheng Chang, we'll negotiate immediately. If not, we'll judge by his performance. As soon as the two stepped onto the field, their respective core roles became evident. The starting team's tactics had not been adjusted. Li Tong had already arranged for the defenders to launch high balls utilizing a Dong's strength as a target. The idea was sound, but the execution was nearly disastrous. A Dong at 183 centimeters, and also a sturdy man, found himself completely outmatched against Zheng Chang. In just 5 minutes, Zheng Chang and a Dong contested 4 aerial duels, and a Dong lost all 4. Moreover, Zheng Chang easily flicked the ball to an open teammate each time. In the 6th minute of the second half, Zheng Chang stepped in front using his arm to shield a Dong off, and chested the ball down. It rolled smoothly to his feet, and he quickly played a low flat through ball. The substitute team striker received it easily, took a low shot, and amid gasps the ball missed the goal by 2 or 3 meters. In the 10th minute of the second half, Zheng Chang again won the aerial duel, and upon landing immediately executed a 1-2 with a teammate dribbled all the way past the midfield and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball was struck squarely, and the goalkeeper didn't react before it found the net. Even if I could react, I wouldn't block it. I'd probably get killed. On an 8-a-side pitch once past the midfield, it was within shooting range for a professional. The heavy fast shot was nearly impossible for an amateur goalkeeper to save. Watching a Dong panting with his hands on his hips and the rattled goalkeeper Li Tong could only force a bitter smile. The gap between amateur and professional football was immense. For professionals, football was their livelihood. Daily training, physical conditioning, ball control, tactical understanding. They could easily dominate amateur-level players. Looking at Zheng Chang's physique in the fundamental metrics of running, jumping, lifting, and throwing, his baseline ability was at least that of a second-level athlete. The standard for a second-level athlete in the 100-meter sprint was 11.74 seconds electronically timed, which was nearly the threshold for a football player. For an amateur player, that time would rank among the top 3 in a university sprint, or even secure a championship at a less competitive institution. In professional football, there were indeed slow players, but they compensated and even surpassed speed deficits through awareness and ball control, making them more formidable than purely physical players. A Dong who had an advantage over ordinary people physically finally met his match. A Dong don't jump to contest the ball. You haven't trained to maintain balance in the air. It's hard to compete with him that way. Just stand your ground, use your body to block, and hold your position. Even physically inferior players had a way to survive, and Li Tong secretly imparted his experience to a Dong. In the 13th minute of the second half, the starting team's right winger sprinted down the flank using his speed to beat the defensive line and sent in a cross of mediocre quality. A Dong, remembering the advice, simply used his body to shield Zheng Chang. Zheng Chang, unable to generate power in the air, flicked the header, but failed to clear it far. Oh no! Zhou Yong couldn't help but shout from the sideline. Li Tong on the left side of the half skillfully controlled the ball. The penalty area was too crowded for a shot. On an 8-a-side pitch, the goal was small, and players easily blocked shots inside the box. Li Tong remained calm, tapping the ball twice with short strides, then suddenly dragged the ball inward with his right instep, lowering his body, as if to charge into the box. Zheng Chang pushed a Dong screen aside, retreating sideways, while tracking Li Tong, waiting for the moment Li Tong would shoot, so he could hurl his body in front of the ball. Force him wide, deny him a good angle for a shot. The thought flashed through Zheng Chang's mind. But Li Tong did not go left. Instead, with a flick of his ankle, he deftly nudged the ball past Zheng Chang's front, and it obediently rolled to the penalty spot. Zheng Chang's center of gravity shifted to the left, yet his eyes helplessly followed Li Tong as he moved to the right. Zheng Chang stumbled and fell awkwardly. Facing the rushing goalkeeper, Li Tong gently chipped the ball, leaving the keeper no choice but to surrender. The ball went in. Old Zhao, did you see that? The fluidity of that connection, that change of direction. Zhou Yong watched Li Tong jog slowly toward the center circle, his face flushed with excitement. Though he had arrived with hope, he never expected Li Tong to shake off Zheng Chang so decisively and cleanly. Boss Zhao watched Zheng Chang scramble up from the ground, still harboring doubts. Old Zhou, did Zheng Chang just slip? Shall we watch a bit more? Zhou Yong was already 100% satisfied, but since the boss had spoken, he could only nod. Alright, let's watch more. Zheng Chang still had defensive advantages, and Li Tong wasn't getting many chances with the ball. To claim the core position, one breakthrough wasn't enough. He needed to become a playmaker, guiding teammates to unleash their abilities. As a coach, Zhou Yong was undeniably competent. The moment play resumed, Li Tong proactively dropped back and called for the ball. The defensive line avoided booting the ball long, instead passing it toward Li Tong as a transitional outlet. Li Tong had figured it out. His role as a passer directing teammates' runs to create more attacking opportunities was valuable development too. Dong dropped back a bit and faced the goal. We're not playing target man anymore. Li Tong began orchestrating the match. Though rattled moments before Zheng Chang managed to compose himself, he directed his own defensive midfielder to shadow Dong, freeing himself to focus on tracking Li Tong or his passing lanes. As a professional player, Zheng Chang clearly understood that even if Li Tong delivered a perfect pass, the time opponents wasted controlling the ball gave him enough opportunity to close down and block. The ball came to Li Tong again. He sprinted down the left flank first, deceiving the opposing winger, closing in then, as the fullback slid to tackle, poking the ball toward the goal line. After 2 quick steps, he suddenly stopped at the baseline, feinted with step-overs, used his left foot to fake a cut, then shifted back toward the corner of the penalty area. Li Tong's lightning-fast triple move didn't rattle Zheng Chang. Glancing back to check the goalkeeper's positioning, he signaled for the keeper to step back slightly to guard against a chipped shot to the far corner. Zheng Chang himself advanced a step, keeping his legs together and simply covering the angle. The goal was only so wide. There was no gap for a hard shot. Remembering his earlier humiliation, Zheng Chang psyched himself up. I'm a Super League player. I can do this. He lowered his center of gravity further. At this distance, even a lower stance wouldn't matter. If Li Tong tried to shoot over his head, he'd sky it for sure. Li Tong kept the ball dancing, never letting it settle. The moment Zheng Chang dipped, Li Tong accelerated his footwork, suddenly shifting laterally again. Zheng Chang could only shuffle another step toward the center. Then he suddenly realized the ball was gone. Shit. Back heel. Li Tong's step over was still a feint. He swung his right foot over the ball without touching it. As his foot planted, he nudged the ball's right side with his heel, sending it curving sharply. By the time the midfielder making the overlapping run from behind Li Tong arrived, ball and foot met at the edge of the 6-yard box. Zheng Chang threw himself into a desperate lunge, yet fell 20 centimeters short. The goal was under 10 meters away. Even an amateur could slot this home with eyes closed. The engineering department's midfielder tapped it in effortlessly. Incredible. Chen Yun and Monkey screamed from the sidelines, waving frantically. Zheng Chang's face went pale, glaring at Li Tong in silence. This was humiliating. In half a year, no opponent had scored twice against him in a single game. As a defender, his pride was shattered in that instant. In that moment, Zheng Chang's vision narrowed to only Li Tong's feet and the ball. Under extreme tension, his awareness compressed to just 3 meters ahead. Yet Li Tong seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, reading his teammates run behind him and executing a move that shifted Zheng Chang's balance, delivering the ball perfectly for an easy shooting opportunity. The gulf in class was undeniable. Zheng Chang was frustrated but had to concede. Zhou Yong fixed a sharp stare on Zhao Changxiong. Li Tong, I want him. You handle the negotiation. Zhao Changxiong had planned to maintain some dignity, wanting the upper hand in negotiations. But Li Tong kept getting better and better, and now Zhao had lost all leverage. He was practically stripped bare in this deal. The final whistle blew, and Zhao Changxiong and Zhou Yong rushed over with Xiao Yun to find Li Tong. Zhao Changxiong extended his hand with a warm smile, introducing himself. Xiao Yun must have told you. I'm Zhao Changxiong, head of Jining Football. Would you be interested in joining us? Before Li Tong could respond, Zhou Yong cut in. I'm the club's head coach. If you join Jining and your body holds up, you'll be one of our key central midfielders. Zhao Changxiong tried to say a few pleasantries, but Zhou Yong had already laid all his cards on the table. Frantic, Zhao pulled Xiao Yun aside. Xiao Yun, you sent the video to your uncle Zhou. We rushed over the very next day. Their sincerity was unquestionable. With Li Tong, their China League 2 spot would be nearly locked in. Chen Yun nodded to Li Tong. Yesterday, they'd sent videos to 2 Super League clubs, 1 First Division team, 2 Second Division clubs, and 4 Third Division teams, and Jining had indeed responded fastest. But Li Tong didn't immediately agree. I'd love to play professional football, but my body can't handle it anymore. I can only manage amateur games. Zhou Yong wasn't buying it. Li Tong's bewildering runs just now had only strengthened his conviction. Xiaoli, when's the last time you had a physical? From what I saw, your body was clearly fine out there. Those cuts required explosive power. You couldn't have made them otherwise. By now Zheng Chang had recovered too, though he was still nursing his bruised ankle. He said glumly, brother, don't sell yourself short like that. You call that not okay? What does that make me? Your body is clearly fine, and honestly what I value even more is your vision and playmaking ability. Zhou Yong shook his head as if trying to dismiss Li Tong's words entirely. Jining has complete medical and fitness testing facilities. Why don't you find some time in the next couple days and we can run the tests? Chen Yun was thrilled. She'd always dreamed of Li Tong playing pro. She eagerly piled on, yeah. Tongji, just get tested. If it really doesn't work out, at least then you can move on. TCH, don't talk like that. Li Tong was speechless at big mouth Chen Yun's complete lack of tact. Li Tong suddenly remembered. Stats. Why hadn't he checked his own stats? He had a data panel. He didn't need their tests. He already knew his numbers. Li Tong froze, staring blankly at Chen Yun. In that instant, he pulled up his data panel in his mind. The first line of text nearly blinded him. Li Tong took a while to come to his senses. Chen Yun was waving her hand in front of him. Brother Tong, are you okay? I'm fine, just a bit excited. Li Tong pretended to be excited, but he was truly excited inside not because of the trial invitation, but because he was shocked by his own stats. He had to keep up the act. Li Tong quickly shook hands with Zhao Changxiong and Zhou Yong saying, "I'm willing to go." Zhao Changxiong seized the moment. "Then tomorrow 9 a.m. or at our club's gate." Zhou Yong, seeing Li Tong's demeanor, was elated and once again revealed their negotiation bottom line. "As long as your physical condition is fine, we'll definitely offer the club's maximum salary, and the signing fee is negotiable." Zhao Changxiong was almost infuriated by Zhou Yong, but the words were already spoken and couldn't be taken back. He could only hold his forehead and silently lament, "I'll handle negotiations myself in the future. I'm not bringing Zhou the bottomless pit anymore." Zhao Changxiong and Li Tong agreed, finalizing the trial arrangement. They also agreed that before a conclusion was reached, Li Tong would not negotiate with other clubs. The conclusion was not indefinite. They set a 1-week trial period. The summer transfer window had just opened, so there was plenty of time. However, good players were always in high demand, so they needed to secure one quickly. Thus both parties had no major issues with the time agreement. Even Zheng Chang, who had been tormented, was now very happy. In his judgment, with Li Tong on the field, the team's dominance would at least double. This not only increased the team's chance of promotion, but for him, the reduced defensive pressure would lead to better offensive stats. Everyone wants their stats to look better, and Zheng Chang was no exception. Stats determine the level of salary you get, and no one wants their stats to be forever those of a blue-collar worker. In the world of football, offensive players earn far more than defensive players. That's the reality. The 3 from Jianing Club and the classmates from Ergang University's Mechanical Engineering Department left at the same time, both groups happy in their own ways. The mechanical engineering students also congratulated Li Tong on his return to professional football, feeling that the school cup tournament would be more promising. After the tactical improvements, anyone with discerning eyes could see the change in the team's strength. In fact, with the panel data, even if individual abilities remained unchanged, as long as adjustments were made, the weaknesses in each position would definitely be compensated. The whole team played without panic, coupled with simple and easy-to-execute tactics, and Dong's role as a disruptive force up front, whose physicality was formidable among amateur players. Now the mechanical team was overflowing with confidence, unfazed by any opponent. At dinner afterward, Chun Yun, acting as if she were the hero, made Li Tong treat her to a lavish hot pot meal at Haidaleo. Li Tong's cash was almost depleted, and he could only secretly postpone the electricity and management fees he owed to Grandpa Zhang by another week. "I'll make up the income this week, so the electricity bill should be enough." Li Tong could only comfort himself like that. Besides, Xiao Yun, who was interning or working somewhere unknown, came to help him organize, and the girl had been tanned into a little dark girl. Should he pick a set of whitening cosmetics? If he gave them to her, would she think he disliked her dark skin? Hesitant, Li Tong was a bit lost. Chen Yun was extremely energetic today. After dinner, she dragged Li Tong on a long walk through the pedestrian street under the pretext of aiding digestion. At 10 at night, claiming her stomach was bloated and needed some food to settle it, she ate a skewer of lamb. By now, Li Tong was no longer anxious about his wallet. He had just secretly postponed the electricity bill payment date by another week. Now he was worried whether his weight data would increase. Would his agility decrease? It was 11 p.m. before he sent the crazy girl into a taxi. When Li Tong finally arrived home alone, he could at last take a good look at his data panel, though his stomach was really too full. Li Tong: current ability 3.5 stars, potential ability 4.5 stars. Technique: passing 11, crossing 13, marking 4, penalty taking 12, technique 16, corners 7, long throws 5, dribbling 16, tackling 4, free kicks 7, shooting 14, first touch 14, heading 9, long shots 14, mental flair 19, a defensive positioning 5, work rate 10, concentration 13, decisions 13, leadership 10, aggression 8, evasion 14, teamwork 10, off the ball 16, determination 161, bravery 12, anticipation 14, composure 15, a physical acceleration 15, jumping 10, agility 17, stamina 11, balance 13, strength 9, oi pace 15, natural fitness 15, basic info, height 180 centimeters, weight 57 kilograms, preferred foot right, personality energetic, position elite winger, player traits 1, comes deep to get ball 2, tries killer balls often 3, runs with ball often 4, cuts inside from left flank. Holy crap, what level of player is this? Was my physical and technical ability really this good before? This kind of data was at least top 5 league level. System notification: during the system installation, the host body has been repaired and optimized. This is the best state the host can currently exhibit. System, you're really amazing. Apart from the impressive display of data, the most important thing is the understanding of these stats. Not only can he avoid emphasizing weaknesses, but it's also easy to find suitable teammates. According to the system, right-footed, playing as left winger. That's the trend these days. Li Tong wasn't surprised by the system's understanding of his positioning. A player with dribbling and long shot ability typically plays as an inverted winger, cutting inside to shoot, paired with a poacher on the other flank. A great small group combat mode. Several weaknesses in the data were also obvious: basically no defensive ability. Li Tong's defensive skills were godlike among amateurs, but his tackling and defending were below 5, which was amateurish and subpar for professional leagues. Meanwhile, his heading, jumping, and strength were basically useless. His ability to poach in the box was unremarkable. For set pieces, he either took them himself or lurked outside. The most fatal issue was his weight of 57 kilograms. This completely crushed Li Tong's hope of directly trialing for China League One or the Chinese Super League. He had to train hard and improve for half a year, otherwise his body would be too prone to injury in top leagues. The average weight in the Chinese Super League was at least 75 kilograms, almost 30 more than his. With such physical confrontation, he might enter a fatigue period after just 1 or 2 matches. Excitedly, Tong kept estimating his position, role, and improvement areas. Unexpectedly, he found that today's daily quest had been completed. Daily quest: go on a date with a female fan. Wait, did that count as a date with that little girl Chin Yun? Reward: increase height by 1 centimeter. Li Tong immediately claimed the reward. His height was now 181 centimeters. So the system rewards could do such miraculous things. Too bad 180 and 181 weren't much different. If it had been added elsewhere today, would have been truly perfect. The increase in height also highlighted another flaw: his height-to-weight ratio worsened, and his physical strength had probably silently decreased a bit. The data panel only showed integers, so the problem wasn't visible. But the actual hidden stats were to 2 decimal places. In the game, sometimes 2 players with seemingly equal levels could still be distinguished in a confrontation, because A's physical stat might be 10.49, while B's was 9.51. The panel looked fine, but the actual difference in confrontation was nearly 10. Li Tong thought of this loophole, and silently reminded himself not to blindly trust the panel data, but to observe more. In short, he would smile even in his dreams tonight. The physical testing went very smoothly except for certain blood and urine analyses that would require 1 or 2 days to process. All other results, as expected, aligned perfectly with the figures displayed on his status panel. Absolutely remarkable. Zhou Yong studied the data while conversing with the club owner Zhao Changxiong. 30 meters in 4.1 seconds. That's still quite a gap from Su Bingtian. His 100-meter time is underwhelming as well, 10.69. He's still a full 0.11 seconds shy of national first-class athlete standards. His standing long jump is respectable, 3.3 meters. But his vertical leap is dreadful, only 71 centimeters of clearance. At this level, he'd only rank first within Jia Ning's squad, and not as outstanding as those explosively athletic players from Donghua City. Zhao Changxiong was left utterly speechless by Zhou Yong's understated boasts, turning on his heel and heading straight back to his office. The head coach had completely lost his composure, and Zhao feared he might not be able to restrain himself much longer. Several players listened in on Zhou Yong's remarks and began whispering amongst themselves. Has head coach Zhou lost his mind? That data still isn't good enough. Good enough. This is a god-tier athlete. Coach Zhou is merely flexing for the boss. Upon overhearing the players' chatter, Zhou Yong shot them a withering glare that sent them scattering in terror. Old Zhou was a veteran football man who had coached the national youth squads, and many of these players had fallen under his stern tutelage during their formative years. Consequently, they regarded him with the same dread as mice confronting a cat. Although Zhou Yong had never personally trained Li Tong's reputation in the youth academy circles had been formidable back in the day. After witnessing his abilities firsthand, his acclaim proved entirely well-deserved. Before lunch, Zhao Changxiong, who had gathered all relevant materials, arranged a private meeting with Li Tong. Zhou Yong had been incessantly patting himself on the back for his astute judgment, a performance that embarrassed not only those listening, but also Li Tong himself. Being hailed as a superhero by the head coach was profoundly awkward. Hearing the boss's summons, he quickly made his escape. Little Li, you've arrived, said Zhao Changxiong. A pragmatic man, when it came to running his club, he did not sit behind his desk playing the role of an imposing executive. Instead, he warmly pulled Li Tong toward the sofa. Li Tong, taking the occasion seriously, carefully maintained the proper decorum expected of him. His experiences from a future era had taught him that Jia Ning was far from an ordinary club. Within just 4 short years, this team would ascend to the Chinese Super League, establish a firm foothold, and by the 2021 season emerge as a genuine title contender. However, Li Tong never lived to witness that conclusion. His consciousness had already been pulled back to the year 2014. Nor was Zhao Changxiong an ordinary football club owner. His father's Jia Ning Group encompassed real estate, retail, supermarkets, and maritime shipping. He was in every sense of the word a young master of considerable fortune. In 2018, the Jia Ning Group had acquired a Spanish Segunda División club, which subsequently earned promotion to La Liga the following year, a powerful alliance that sailed smoothly with the wind at their backs. Zhao Changxiong wasted no pleasantries. When it came to a core player, there was no need for haggling or psychological maneuvering. The Jia Ning Group possessed ample wealth, and more critically, Li Tong was a free agent with no transfer fee involved. Simply overwhelm him with a signing bonus. 5 million as a signing fee, a 3-year contract with an annual salary of 3 million. As the absolute core, you will receive double bonuses for victory and promotion. The salary will increase by 20% each year. I retain priority renewal options after 3 years. Although Li Tong had lived through 2 golden eras of football, spending an opening bid of $5 million from a China Champions League club still caught him thoroughly off guard. Such an exorbitant offer, dwarfing the average Champions League salary by more than tenfold, could only come from a real estate magnate willing to spend without hesitation. Mr. Zhao, I have nothing to object to regarding your offer. However, there is no need to inflate the salary beyond reason. A standard starting player's compensation would suffice. Li Tong cared little for money, but he did consider the propriety of a core player's remuneration. A mismatch between his market value and his position on the pitch would inevitably invite complications. However, I cannot commit to 3 years. 6 months plus 1 full season represents my absolute limit. If that arrangement meets your approval, I am ready to sign immediately. Zhao Changxiong had not anticipated Li Tong would negotiate in this manner. For a rookie newly entering professional football, the notion of immediately jumping clubs was almost inconceivable. Ordinarily, players required stable performance data spanning at least 3 years before any discussion of long-term futures could take place. Li Tong dismissed such conventional concerns. What he could least afford at present was a contract that locked him in place. His confidence stemmed from the system. With the numerical display before him, and such a powerful enhancement backing him, he only wished each day contained 48 hours. Were it not for the fact that negotiating nearly half a year felt somewhat insufficient, he would have considered signing for only 6 months before quietly making his way to Europe. A combat rating of 3.5 stars signified bench-level capability within the top 5 European leagues. In 2014, the number of Chinese players competing in the top 5 European leagues stood at 0. Li Tong intended to be the pioneer. I shall not obstruct your path to Europe, but you must still sign for 3 years domestically. Zhao Changxiong spoke from the heart, while firmly holding his ground. I can assist in arranging a move to Europe. I have certain connections within La Liga. It appeared that even in 2014, Zhao Changxiong had already established relationships with Spanish football, lending his words an extra measure of confidence. Li Tong nodded. Then let us proceed as agreed, Mr. Zhao. I am your man. Unencumbered by financial worries, Li Tong had raised only this single condition. Although Zhao Changxiong attempted to negotiate further, he never crossed Li Tong's bottom line. Zhao Changxiong clasped Li Tong's hand. It is settled. Zhou Yong, who had been awaiting outside the door, immediately entered the negotiation room. With only 8 matches remaining in the season, spanning from the round of 16 to the final stage, securing a top 2 finish would guarantee their qualifying spot. A top 4 finish would still require additional playoff matches. With merely 3 months until competition commenced and the crucial autumn clash approaching by late September, he simply had no time to waste. Li Tong was his final trump card. Every knockout round fixture was a decisive battle, leaving no room for error. If they continued grinding out matches through defensive attrition as they had in previous games, he feared he would soon find himself hospitalized, clutching his chest after merely 2 rounds. From head coach Zhou Yong's perspective, Li Tong's addition marked a pivotal turning point for the squad. But from the standpoint of Sun Yuning, Jianing's number 10, this newcomer represented a direct challenge to his authority and position. Several players privy to the inside information had already rushed to inform Sun Yuning of Li Tong's statistics. Dolly, are these really the data of a China Champions League player? What is wrong with his physique? He should be playing rugby instead. Sun Yuning read through the figures and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A player of this caliber could exploit any gap instantaneously. No defensive arrangement would prove effective against him. Could these be fabricated? With that kind of speed, why isn't he racing in the 100 meters? Dully, ever the loyal subordinate, was equally at a loss. A 10.69-second 100-meter time. Should Li Tong's ball control match his pace, Sun Yuning's place as the starting winger would be irreversibly lost. He's built for a central role, but I simply cannot stop him. Zheng Chang, who had personally experienced Li Tong's abilities, could not resist interjecting. In truth, he had long harbored dissatisfaction with the midfield's performances, but had remained silent to preserve team harmony, his own mind consumed with accumulating favorable statistics to accelerate the push for promotion. He was typically diligent and unobtrusive, so hearing him speak, and in such a concession, was unprecedented. Sun Yuning reacted with particular sensitivity to the word core. Regardless of which position Li Tong occupied, it posed a concrete threat to him. Sun Yuning was a quintessential ball retention player. His creative orchestration relied upon possessing the ball, reading the field, and exploiting space to deliver passes to teammates. Though his recent match performances had been unremarkable, he was still regarded as a technically skilled central midfielder within the China Champions League. If the majority of ball possession were siphoned away, leaving him without the ball, what conceivable role as a core could he fulfill? This will not do. During the intra-squad scrimmage later, we must find a way to properly test him. The intra-squad scrimmage hardly qualified as a real contest. It was more like the concluding segment of a training session. Its purpose was to help every player understand their position and coordinate with teammates around them, so that over time familiar patterns of play could be executed seamlessly. Unlike matches with youth academy players where the youngsters always give their all without restraint, constantly striving for total victory, today Sun Yuning also harbored this determination to defeat his opponent. In this first training session, he needed to show old Zhou the true contrast in abilities. While the other side was indeed strong, he also deserved his place as the core player. Li Tong positioned himself on the left side of the center line, playing as a left winger for now. Coach Zhou Yong had formed his first impression of Li Tong as a perfect left winger, an instant connection that naturally wouldn't be changed. At that moment, Sun Yuning, the midfielder of the yellow vest team, approached him. "Hello, I heard your physical condition is not bad." A hint of disdain lingered at the corner of Sun Yuning's mouth. "Let's see how we match up later. This isn't just a casual game." Li Tong paused, then chuckled casually. "Someone's really trying to intimidate me. I'm not a kid who would fall for your tricks." He said nothing more, merely fixing his gaze on the opposing kickoff player. Toot. Zhou Yong blew the whistle to start the match. The yellow team kicked off first, with the forward immediately delivering a powerful long pass directly back to defender Zheng Chang on the back line spanning over 30 meters. "So composed," Zheng Chang murmured to himself. "They're aiming for a proper competitive match." Zheng Chang organized from the defensive line, and after a few simple passes the ball reached Sun Yuning's feet. Sun Yuning controlled the ball, but didn't rush into attack. Instead, he steadied his stance and nodded at Li Tong. Li Tong understood. The message was clear, almost taunting. "Come at me. Hey, provoking me." Li Tong glanced at him, then shifted his eyes toward his red team's midfield, silently conveying his response through their exchanged glances. "With your level, the player marking you should be able to handle you. This guy isn't playing by the usual rules." Sun Yuning lost focus for a moment, nearly losing the ball to the red team midfielder, who had been watching him closely. He quickly turned to protect the ball again, but it was difficult to turn back around this time, so he reluctantly passed it back to the defense. Zheng Chang looked at the ball returning to him speechlessly. "What's the meaning of this, treating me as the organizing core?" Seeing Sun Yuning tightly marked, Zheng Chang simply kicked the ball forward decisively. In his understanding, this was still a training match, so there was no need to be so rigid about it. After all, training matches were meant to identify problems and weaknesses, and at this moment head coach Zhou Yong was being relatively lenient in allowing them to express themselves freely. When the high ball dropped, Sun Yuning got there first to control the second point. As a veteran midfielder at 26 in his prime years, he possessed keen awareness for anticipating where loose balls from forward battles would land. This sharpness was precisely what sustained his career. Unfortunately, Li Tong couldn't see his stats, but his judgment rating must have exceeded 12. It counted as a notably strong characteristic ability. Sun Yuning secured the ball and attempted to dribble past the red team's midfield. After several feints, realizing there was insufficient passing space, he lofted an arcing ball over the top, trying to exploit the space behind the opposition's defense. The yellow team's left midfielder made a decisive run forward, but the red team's center back read the pass perfectly and headed the ball clear with force, sending it away. Though Sun Yuning's delivery wasn't quite precise enough, head coach Zhou Yong remained relatively satisfied with the move. It represented a successful progression into the final 30 meters of the pitch. The match's outcome was built through a series of these accumulated moments, and that particular pass showed real creative vision. Over the next 5 minutes, the yellow team dominated with substantial pressure. Even Li Tong, playing as a left winger, had to track back twice to help defend. The red team's players threw themselves into every challenge, racing relentlessly, and only relied on luck to avoid conceding amid the relentless waves of assault. Only then did Li Tong notice. The yellow team's squad wore the traditional numbers of a starting 11, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all present over there, while his own team was stacked with reserve players in those awkward higher numbers. Li Tong tried to mentally recast his midfield teammate wearing number 14 as Cruyff, the 20-year-old striker as Berker Bjarnason, and the 13-year-old defensive midfielder as Ballack. But the performances over these 5 minutes proved they were unworthy of those names. Owner Zhao Changxiong was also watching from the sidelines, and neither he nor Zhou Yong had voiced a single opinion about the match, but both understood deep within the gap between starters and substitutes was simply too vast. This training match was inherently uneven, and now someone needed to step up. "Li Tong, you need to stand out." Both of them silently called out to Li Tong in their hearts. "Frustrating. Looks like I'll have to do this myself." Li Tong could only force himself to become serious, actively seeking the ball, requesting passes, orchestrating play, rather than waiting for a teammate to deliver a perfect pass for a last-minute winner. At least based on these 5 minutes, Li Tong had found no evidence that any of his teammates possessed such ability. Football is a sport of 11 players, a team endeavor, but its true elegance lies precisely in the fact that when a team finds itself in dire straits, one can still count on a hero. A hero defies the laws of team sports, yet it is exactly this contradiction that makes football so mesmerizing. In the 8th minute of the match, Li Tong dropped back into his own half and intercepted a purposeless pass from Sun Yuning. When Sun Yuning delivered the pass, the yellow team's winger hadn't even anticipated making a run. A central midfielder doesn't demonstrate awareness merely by passing according to his own wishes. True awareness meant observing teammates' movements or using hand signals and eye contact to direct them, while simultaneously sending the ball into the path of their runs, allowing them to maintain full speed without any deceleration. That was what being aware was all about. Li Tong received the ball but didn't rush a pass as his teammates' technical level was lacking and they hadn't yet adjusted from defense to attack. So he could only dribble laterally, waiting for attackers on both flanks to get into position. Sun Yuning was the first to read Li Tong's intention. Compared to the others, the number 10's level was undoubtedly a class above. Not bad, his concentration is solid too, Li Tong thought, granting Sun Yuning a measure of internal recognition. Li Tong executed 2 stepovers followed by an outside of the boot flick with a sharp change of pace, easily bypassing Sun Yuning. Not much more difficult than wandering the streets at 3 or 4 in the morning. Sun Yuning, after all, was another midfielder who could not defend. He had some strengths, but his weaknesses far outweighed them. Li Tong then played a pass, avoiding a direct one-on-one battle with the backline, opting instead for a safe distribution that allowed his teammate to carry the initial load while he provided cover. The 14, his imagined Cruyff, took the ball and surged forward with enthusiasm. His decisiveness in attack was no less than that of the real Cruyff, but his ball control was far too rough. After just 2 touches, he collided with the opposing left back, and neither could maintain possession. The ball bounced into the air. Another gift-wrapped opportunity. Li Tong didn't wait for the ball to land. He struck it first time, driving a low, curling shot straight into the net. Beautiful. The ball traced an upward arc and slammed past the goalkeeper, who had just barely hit the ground. Li Tong had single-handedly taken over the match. Interception, dribbling, pass, distributing. The very reading of his teammates' misplaced ball. All of it. In this sequence, Li Tong was operating on another level entirely. The rest could only look up in admiration. You're not playing as the core. Zhou Yong squinted at Li Tong. Why, oi? My playing style leans more toward the wing, and I have the ability to score. A pure playmaker would diminish my effectiveness. The numerical panel gave Li Tong a better understanding of himself, and he communicated earnestly and sincerely with head coach Zhou Yong. I've observed the current number 10, his ball control and passing are actually quite good. The main problem is that the other players can't keep up with his rhythm. Other players? Yes, the 2 wings are slow to coordinate their movements and rarely observe the number 10's actions. The number 10 has many ideas, but they are difficult to execute. If you play midfield, can't you solve this problem? Zhou Yong's original intention was for Li Tong to take the controlling position and organize the play. I could solve it, but our ceiling wouldn't be high enough. I can't guarantee that my passes to the wings will be converted into goals. Li Tong spoke slowly. Suppose we rate them by scores. The number 10 is a 7, while the 2 wings are at most a 6. Currently, the team has a high-end midfield, but low-end wings. If I play midfield, I might be an 8, but with the 2 SIXS, that's only 20 points. That's still a significant improvement. Zhou Yong absolutely acknowledged that Li Tong's strength far surpassed Sun Yuning's. But if I play on one wing, I'd be at least a 9. Add the 7 from the midfield and the 6 from the other wing. Our combination would be 22 points. That's a much greater improvement. Li Tong arranged plates on the ground while explaining some envisioned coordination patterns to Zhou Yong. Hearing this, Zhou Yong finally understood. He now regarded Li Tong with even greater admiration. Players who could calmly analyze tactical strengths and weaknesses were rare, and those who showed no selfish ambition, only considering the team's overall benefit, were almost unheard of. In a team, there were too many scheming players. Every day, he wore a grim expression. Even Sun Yuning was no easy figure. He was the team's bully, hard to manage. Besides, there's no need to challenge the current team dynamics. If I force him out of his position, the other players might not cooperate. Li Tong pinpointed the crux of the issue. Zhou Yong, though he never mentioned it, was not oblivious. If Li Tong voluntarily gave up the midfield core role, then Sun Yuning should respond accordingly. Zhou Yong waved over Sun Yuning, who was packing his bag in the distance. At this moment, Sun Yuning was feeling extremely down. He knew he had given his all today, but the gap in their abilities was simply too vast. Yet he still hadn't completely given up. He deliberately lingered while packing, hoping to catch the head coach's opinion. Aiming, this is Li Tong. You should already be familiar from the trial just now. Zhou Yong took a sip of water, finding an entry point. How do you feel? As the midfield commander, Sun Yuning was not unintelligent. He knew the implication behind the coach's words. He also understood the art of conversation. Sun Yuning pursed his lips and smiled. The best left winger I've ever seen. In his heart, Sun Yuning thought, I can't let my guard down. I'll praise him first, keep him fixed on the wing, and at least preserve my own position. In truth, after the match, Sun Yuning had already lost all confidence. In less than 40 minutes of warm-up scrimmage, Li Tong had scored 3 goals and assisted 3 others. Although Sun Yuning had some assists too, any discerning eye could see they were on different levels. Li Tong's performance earned a perfect 100 because the test was only worth 100. In this warm-up scrimmage, he was completely at ease, often receiving the ball with minimal effort, while Sun Yuning had to fight for every possession. Zhou Yong naturally understood his thoughts and no longer held back, directly clarifying the future team structure. Anything I've discussed with Li Tong. If he joins our team, he'll still play as left winger. I just asked him about his impression of you, and Li Tong spoke very highly of you. He believes he can better adapt to your passes. Sun Yuning, who had been forcing a smile, suddenly stopped. He stared at Li Tong intently, then reached out his hand, gripping Li Tong's firmly. After a long moment, he said slowly, I didn't expect Brother Tong to think so highly of me. Li Tong smiled sincerely. The team atmosphere would be fine. Please, I'm several years younger than you, and I truly believe our combination can achieve great things. Ability comes first, Brother Tong. With your level, you deserve this title. Sun Yuning's brow relaxed, and a genuine smile returned to his face. In the next few games, brother Tong, rest assured. I'll keep an eye on things and make sure to deliver perfect passes for you so you can rack up more assists. By retreating to advance, Tong easily secured his status within the Jinning club. Whether he played midfield or not truly didn't matter because his numerical panel positioned him as an elite winger. No conflict existed. Now he only needed to become the true dominator on the pitch. The Jinning club adopted a humanized management approach, avoiding excessive high-pressure training. Currently, they train twice a day, physical training from 9 to 11 a.m. and technical tactical training from 2 to 4 p.m. with weekends off. Players could stay overnight or apply to go home. The Jinning club was not far from Tong's football field, less than a 30-minute drive. Time was actually quite ample, but how to run the football field became the issue. That afternoon, Tong hurried back to the field. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't manage the field before 5 p.m., so he had to rely on Shenyun. Fortunately, he could still work on the daily tasks, and weekends would give him enough time. Current field: Dongjiang Town Industrial Park Football Field. Status gradually improving. Today's players 26, 3 teams registered. Today's youth training count 0, 16 children have registered, but youth training is only on Saturdays and Sundays. Props none. Achievements none. Field facilities 1, 8. A side field including cushion layer 2, 5. A side fields including cushion layer, sunshade 1, equipment room 1, freezer. Rating 198. Daily revenue 400. Current profit 1387 to 8,000. Electricity bill hasn't been paid yet, but has been accounted for. This is pure positive income. Youth training star Tong. Current main quest 3. Championship of the district level competition, reward a 3.5-star potential youth training star joins. Daily quest: a field promotional video with 1,000 views, reward intelligent recording equipment for the field. Today's daily quest could not be completed again. A huge loss. An intelligent field that could automatically record video. How to handle these quests was also a future priority. Fortunately, there were no penalties, otherwise he probably wouldn't survive 3 days. Moreover, he should focus on finding youth training talents. Although his own performance was a result of youth training. With such a system, discovering talent was effortless. Excuse me, are you Coach Tong? A woman by the field approached Tong and asked softly. Yes, I'm Tong. May I ask who you are? I saw your video online and wanted to bring my child to learn football here. The woman pointed to a thin small boy beside her and said to Tong. Indeed, I'm suited for youth training. A parent actually came to me voluntarily. Mom, his videos are all flashy freestyle football, not practical. They're useless. The boy tugged at his mother's clothes, trying to pull her away. Hey, this little brat. I must keep him here and let him see what real football is. Wang Yiqing, is that how you show manners? The boy's mother pulled her son aside and scolded him. No worries, let me. Tong didn't dislike mischievous little boys. He picked up a football, bounced it a few times, then handed it to the young Wang Yiqing. Were you watching my freestyle juggling or the crossbar hitting video? Show me your juggling skills. I watch both. Your shots are accurate, and your moves are flashy. Our coach says none of this is useful in actual games. Little Wang Yiqing tilted his head up, gazing at Tong with stubborn defiance, showing no fear despite Tong being an adult. Tong nodded approvingly. This kind of personality was acceptable. Football is an extroverted sport, and he favored players who communicated proactively. Such players were easy to work with and could perform freely on the field. Alright then, can you juggle? Want me to teach you? Who needs your teaching? I can juggle. The boy didn't waste words. He pulled the ball up with his right foot and easily juggled it dozens of times. Toe-low juggling. As expected from traditional coaching methods, Tong couldn't help but mentally critique. This style of juggling easily inflated numbers, but failed to develop genuine ball feel and offered no help for footwork techniques in actual matches. Only traditional coaches or students training for middle school entrance exams would juggle this way, kicking the ball with their toes to create backward rotation, achieving high speed with over 120 juggles per minute. Can you do the 12 body part juggling? I can only do 8 parts. Our coach says 12 parts is only required for 5th grade and above. The 12 body part juggling involves instep, inside foot, outside foot, thighs, shoulders, head, and chest. Head and chest count only once, while other body parts differentiate between left and right. 8 body part juggling excludes shoulders, head, and chest. Tong's conversation with the boy represented the most fundamental understanding of juggling in football, what traditional youth coaches valued most. Tong's question about 12 body part juggling was meant to assess the boy's upper body controllability. As expected, he hadn't trained it yet. True juggling mastery lies in controlling the ball with multiple body parts, not the numbers themselves. With the evolution of international football, the correlation between juggling numbers and match performance was no longer valued by European and American coaches. During Dembele's Barcelona, unveiling his juggling was notoriously poor. Watch carefully. Tong decided to show the boy something, letting him witness real skill. He extended his right foot, effortlessly lifted the ball, then struck it powerfully, sending it soaring about 10 meters into the sky. Just as the ball was about to land, Tong gently lowered his instep, absorbing the force of the high ball. The football stuck to Tong's instep like glue, but that wasn't all. In that split second, Tong actually trapped the ball between his instep and shin bone. No way, such a high ball. The boy had also practiced trapping aerial balls, but normally he could only bring it down within a meter or so, or use a flicking technique at the moment of landing to direct the ball where he wanted, trapping the ball directly with his instep. This was his first time witnessing such a thing. How about this move? Tong felt delighted at having impressed the boy. This move is absolutely practical in real games. Then Tong released his ankle and kicked the ball 10 meters into the air again. As the ball fell, Tong suddenly leaped up, let the ball run along his chest, and brought it smoothly under his feet. Then his right foot swept over the ball, followed by an outside turn that left the boy behind him completely fooled. Controlling the first ball crossover step body pivot, Tong smiled as he explained to the boy, "This is useful in matches, isn't it?" This entire pivot maneuver was completed within 1 second, flowing as smoothly as clouds and water. The boy was left dumbfounded, and some curious onlookers among the gathered fans cheered loudly. "This is great. In matches I just can't get to the first ball." The boy was convinced and honestly admitted his inadequacy. The boy tried the jumping aerial ball control himself, but found he simply couldn't do it properly. The landing spot was erratic and the transition to his next move was far too slow. "Mrs. Wang, why did you come looking for a private coach?" Tong watched the hard-working boy and found himself thinking about taking him in. At the very least, his willpower seemed promising. He genuinely loves football, really loves it, but he can't make the starting lineup at his club. Every time he comes home, he cries about how the coach won't let him play. The boy's mother sighed as she explained to Tong, "After watching your videos, both his father and I thought they were great, so we wanted to bring him for a look. But on the way here, when I showed him your videos again, he said those things. I'm so sorry. The boy's problem isn't with football itself." Tong pointed toward Wang Yiqing, who was still practicing juggling in the distance. He was exposed to football-specific training too early. Many of his movements have obvious football training marks. Football isn't a good comprehensive exercise. The muscles involved in football are too limited, mostly concentrated in the lower body. And looking at his calf muscles, the outer part is overly developed, already showing signs of bow-leggedness. As someone who had traveled extensively through Western Europe, America, and Japan as a football professional, this was precisely what Tong lamented most about domestic youth training. Children need to focus more on comprehensive athletic development, giving all muscles balanced opportunities to grow. Long-term participation in overly specialized sports programs causes some muscles to overdevelop while others fall behind. During adolescence, when high-intensity competitions increase, children become particularly prone to injuries. Look, when he pivots and jumps, his body appears especially clumsy. Tong analyzed Wang Yiqing's problems for the mother. "Of course, I also admire his stubbornness and the effort he puts in. Those are also crucial innate qualities for football. He can come train with me. I'll focus on guiding his balance, coordination, and rhythm." The boy's mother looked at Tong with newfound respect. "What you said is absolutely right. His coach also said he was physically weak, that his ball feel wasn't good, that he wasn't suited for football. Actually, Yiqing trains very hard normally." Sigh. Tong's expression turned grim as he sighed. This is how traditional coaches understand football. Late at night, Tong was still at his desk, continuously recording training points he considered important. This week, the new children from Pujian First Primary School, including Wang Yiqing, would be coming to train with him. Different children required different training methods. The notebook recorded the following key points. For the U9, U10 stage, the focus should be on cultivating children's self-awareness, body control, and spatial perception, strengthening and refining basic football abilities. The body needs comprehensive development. More whole body exercises are needed. Crawling, climbing, rolling, all required. Without comprehensive development, now uneven muscle distribution and ligament issues will spell complete disaster. Self-awareness and spatial perception require simulated match scenarios with small-sided competitions, but letting children make their own decisions, encouraging them to have more ideas. Basic football needs more competitive ranking activities. Forced training only makes children rebellious. Juggling competitions and dribbling competitions need to be prepared. Right, this week I'll first test their juggling. I need to prepare several pairs of different colored ball socks modeled after Taekwondo belts to classify them and get them competing against each other. Friday's friendly match against Happy Star, Shenhong's team. Happy Star is one of the elite youth academy powerhouse teams in Donghua province and across the nation. They have full squads from U8 to U15, and this time it's their U10 team coming for the match. Last season, this squad claimed the championship in the Donghua Campus League U9 division, and with a few new talents added over the past year, they're expected to be even stronger. Their strength has improved significantly. Sister Na isn't facing a team like this too daunting. Tong was quite at a loss for words about Zhao Na's choice. He feared the kids would lose confidence after getting demolished by such dominant opponents. Zhao Na confidently insisted there was no problem, explaining that Pujiang No. One elementary school is also a strong team and the match wouldn't be embarrassing. By Friday afternoon, when Tong arrived at Pujiang No. One after finishing his own training, the first half was already well underway. Pujiang No. One wore red while Happy Star donned blue, the most generic color schemes in school football. Chinese school football jerseys are notoriously uncreative, typically just bearing a logo and number before the players take the field. The coaches apparently valued secrecy, as neither team had names printed on their jerseys. Within 5 minutes of watching, Tong noticed that Pujiang No. One's right flank was completely exposed, crumbling under Happy Star's relentless attacks. Both the right midfielder and right back looked pallid. Brother Tong, I've already rotated players on my side, but can't contain them. The kid on Happy Star's left is simply too fast. Stationing our number 9, Wang Ziheng, to mark him specifically didn't work either. Couldn't Chao Chenhao hold up either. No chance. After less than 5 minutes he lost all confidence and had to be substituted off. Zhao Na looked deeply troubled. She felt she had no options left. Chao Chenhao isn't slow either, but that number 7 on the opposing team cut past him like he was crossing a street. The formation remained 3-3-1, which didn't surprise Li Tong at all. The backline consisted of numbers 5, 6, and 14. Xiao Yiran's recent performance had clearly caught Zhao Na's attention, as his marking had been particularly impressive last time. The midfield trio wore numbers 7, 20, and 9, while Zhou Xiang in number 10 led the attack and the goalkeeper remained number 1. With 5 minutes remaining in the first half, Pu Jiangno one had reverted to an all-out defensive posture, leaving only their number 10 roaming in the attacking third. During Li Tong's 10 minutes of observation, Happy Star had successfully attacked down the left flank no fewer than 6 times. Wang Ziheng Pu Jiangno one's number 9 defended with remarkable determination and prevented the opposing team from executing wing crosses, but after 2 failed one-on-one attempts they immediately switched to creating a 2 versus 1 situation on the flank rather than engaging Wang Ziheng directly. Within just 10 minutes 3 shots were taken, but thanks to goalkeeper Tao Ran's excellent performance and the team's desperate defensive efforts forcing opponents to attempt long-range shots from the outside, they managed to keep the score at 0-3 through this turtle shell defensive approach. Happy Stars players are selected from across the country with only 2 or 3 locals from Pujiang, as most of their squad comes from East China and beyond. Thanks to national-level player selection, Happy Stars children are clearly superior in athletic ability compared to Pujiangno, one of which matters significantly in youth matches where physical capabilities and even age play crucial roles. Children born earlier in the year demonstrate over 10% better athletic performance than those born later, showing advantages in both speed and strength. Happy Stars number 7 must have run the 50-meter dash in under 7 seconds. Setting aside the age question, that kind of speed is beyond ordinary people, Li Tong analyzed while assessing the opponent's physical capabilities. Zhao Na agreed, and with a clearer understanding of the situation her spirits finally began to stabilize. Wang Ziheng runs 50 meters in 7.3 seconds. He's already the runner-up in the district's 5th grade sprint event. They could defend against the crosses down the flank, but couldn't stop the long-range shots. The match could only continue under these circumstances. Li Tong glanced at the opposing bench and noticed it wasn't Shenhong coaching, but rather another familiar face from the professional football world. Based on his expression, he appeared quite satisfied with Happy Star's performance today and refrained from shouting instructions, which surprised Li Tong, given traditional coaching expectations. Traditional youth academy coaches never refrain from shouting during matches. Some even wish they could control players like video game controllers. Li Tong once witnessed an absurd coach barking orders like, pass to number 6, the inside of the foot. Number 6 stops with his chest, lays it off to number 7 squares to number 8 shoots from distance low along the ground. At that moment Li Tong wanted nothing more than to rush onto the field and strangle that coach. Happy Star pressed high once again, forcing number 6 Li Chung to clear the ball with a long kick. Fortunately, number 10 Zhou Xiang secured possession immediately. What a touch! Zhou Xiang controlled the ball beautifully, positioning himself perfectly on the first touch and forcing the opposing center back to close him down tightly. On the field, Zhou Xiang spread his arms wide, using his body to shield the ball against the center back. When he realized he couldn't shake off the persistent defender, he sharply turned with his right foot, attempting to force his way past on the opponent's left side. Sister Na, he could have actually passed back to a teammate in a better position here. You give him too many one-on-one opportunities in training, neglecting to develop his football intelligence. A simple 1-2 pass followed by creating space for a direct attack would be much more effective. Despite forcing the turn and shooting, Zhou Xiang managed to generate power on his shot, but he failed to spot the goalkeeper's positioning due to his sharp turn, and the opposing keeper easily collected the ball. An immediate long kick launched a counterattack. While all of Pujiangno one's players were pushing forward, this counter caught them severely exposed and posed an enormous threat. The midfielders made another series of desperate runs back and forth, managing to clear the ball through sheer effort. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the first half as both teams headed to their benches. Sister Na, leave it to me. After conferring briefly with Zhao Na, Li Tong stood up and loudly summoned the dejected children to the sidelines for their break. For the second half, I'm taking over the coaching. There will be some personnel changes. We're only down by 3 goals. We'll get them back in this half. The players remained silent, with a few children staring at Li Tong in disbelief. They had placed their trust in him after witnessing his previous tactical guidance, yet the overwhelming gap on the scoreboard made it difficult for them to express any real confidence. Li Tong brought out his football tactics board and positioned several pieces according to his plan. Number 9 will play as a lone striker, aiming to press the opposing center back and prevent him from receiving the ball to organize play. That center back has accurate long passing ability, so we must neutralize him as an attacking threat. Wang Ziheng, can you handle this? When Li Tong suddenly called out his name loudly, the drowsy Wang Ziheng jolted awake. Can you do it? Li Tong locked eyes with him. You're the key figure up front. Press aggressively and give it everything you've got. I believe in you, but do you believe in yourself? I can. Wang Ziheng was a stubborn and determined young boy. Though not particularly tall, he had a wiry athletic build typical of natural sports talent, paired with an unyielding personality. In the second half of the first period, he had actually performed well. His active defending had at least contained the opponent's number 7 from making frequent runs down the flank, forcing them to switch from crossing plays to long-range shots from the perimeter. While the opposition adapted quickly enough, the threatening nature of those long-range attempts was certainly diminished. I've also adjusted the formation, switching to a 2-4-1 setup. As long as Wang Ziheng can lock down the opponent's center back from launching long balls, our defensive spacing will be tighter and our formation more compact. This means in battles for short pass breakthroughs, our 4 midfielders should gain the advantage. Chow Chen-hao, you're going back in. With 4 midfielders, your defensive responsibilities will be much lighter, and you won't need to cover as much ground. You'll definitely be able to handle that number 7 on the opposing team. A double center-back defense will be more than sufficient against a team that can't make runs down the wings. That's the tactical plan, but I absolutely won't restrict each of you from making your own decisions on the field. More important than winning or losing is maintaining your own football intelligence when facing an opponent like this. The second half began with Pujungno, one primary school, taking kickoff. Number 9, Wang Ziheng, started the play. Number 10, Zhou Xiang, moved back to his midfield position and formed a double pivot alongside number 20, Wang Yaran. When Zhou Xiang received the ball, he glanced up and noticed the happy star striker closing in on him. This token press was hardly dangerous. Zhou Xiang would certainly not lose possession. Both sides were still relaxed, and there was no urgency to switch play wide. He turned and played a simple pass back to number 14, Xiao Yiran. Li Cheng played as right center back, while Xiao Yiran occupied the left center back role. This was their first time attempting a double center back formation. Xiao Yiran received the ball and quickly looked ahead, only to realize that among the tall, burly happy star players, Wang Ziheng, at under 145 centimeters, had already disappeared from view. That little short stack. The happy star striker was already darting in close, half turning to extend a leg for a tackle. There was no choice, he had to pass. Chow Chen-hao was well positioned on the right flank, so Xiao Yiran gently rolled the ball across with the inside of his foot, finding him on the right wing. Since the recent intra-school scrimmage, Chow Chen-hao had been highly regarded by Coach Xiao Na. His timing and pace on wing overlaps were truly exceptional, and his movement off the ball was consistently sharp. But this time, upon receiving the ball, he found himself in trouble. The player marking him, number 7, was closing down with speed that matched Chow Chen-hao's own. Number 7 was already steadily positioned in front of him, body turned sideways across the pitch, back to the field facing the touchline, effectively cutting off both the inside cut and the passing lanes. He wasn't recklessly lunging in to give Chow Chen-hao an opening to beat him one-on-one. He was simply holding his ground, luring him into familiar territory. In that fleeting instant, Chow Chen-hao's thought was, damn it, I've got to hug the touchline. He'll absolutely be right on top of me the moment I play the ball forward, looking to engage physically. What do I do? Li Tong once again glanced toward the happy star coaching bench. The familiar face was simply smiling, exuding an air of calm, inscrutable confidence. Showing off too much. It's just kids' football. Does he really need to act so mysterious? Still, they're well drilled. 10-year-olds executing such a coherent high-pressing system across the entire pitch. Individual players never recklessly commit a tackle. They simply wait for you to make a mistake through repeated passing. Every defensive challenge denies you a comfortable pass or dribble, reducing each touch to merely 80% effectiveness. 4 or 5 touches and you're bound to lose it. A backward pass. Chow Chen-hao had caught Li Tong's eye precisely because of his football intelligence. Players with good spatial awareness possess an innate sense of positioning and completion rates. No cutting inside, no driving forward. Then send it back to the defensive line. That was the safest option. With only a lone striker ahead and Li Cheng trailing behind, now Li Cheng was the most obvious safety outlet. Chow Chen-hao feinted with a body swerve, and the moment number 7 closed in, he deftly chipped the ball sideways, which rolled firmly into Li Cheng's path. Now that's some quality. Both Li Tong and Zhao Na were taken aback. Chow Chen-hao is better than I gave him credit for. That composure under pressure is rare. Li Tong adapted more quickly. A child with 2.5-star potential was certain to pursue professional football someday. Li Tong discreetly closed his eyes and scanned Chow Chen-hao's data. Vision 13. No wonder. That's natural talent. Li Tong's own rating was only 14. How old is he anyway? Just 10 years old. Li Cheng calmly controlled the backheel pass, settling the ball at his feet without driving forward or launching it long. Li Cheng was waiting for number 7 to commit, having already spotted Chow Chen-hao drifting wide and Zhou Xiang making a roaming run into space. The immediate area now favored a 3 versus 1 advantage. This was precisely the advantage of a 2-4-1 over a 3-3-1. The midfield offered more passing outlets. As predicted, the opponent's number 7 surged forward once more. His coach's instruction was clear. On this flank, he was to press relentlessly. He immediately abandoned his original mark, Chow Chen-hao, and threw himself at Li Cheng. Do whatever you want. This is your half, and I'm pressing all the way. Happy Stars number 7 flew forward with ferocious speed. A steal here would mean a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Li Cheng feinted a long kick, his gaze directed toward the forward area where number 9, Wang Ziheng, was operating. Wang Ziheng played along, pinning the opponent's center back. Since he lacked height and strength, occupying the right position was always the smarter move. Every player on the pitch paused for a split second at the sight of that feint. Even the diving number 7 spread his arms and leaped, preparing to block the projected long ball. We'll block this, and we're safe. But Li Cheng defied all expectations. With a subtle flick of his right foot, the outside of his boot guided the ball out to Chao Chunhao, who had pulled all the way to the touchline. Chao Chunhao took the ball on his left foot and drove it forward in one fluid motion, carrying it deep into the opponent's half. Chao Chunhao knew his pace and the positioning of his marker intimately. He and Happy Stars number 3 were both racing for the ball. It was closer to Chao Chunhao, but reaching it required getting past number 3 first. With only one defender between him and goal still at least 20 meters away, the opposing formation was disjointed. And with the ball at his feet, Chao Chunhao held a decisive speed advantage. As long as his positioning was sound, he didn't need to wait for the defender to close in. A sharp change of direction would leave him behind. What had begun as a football duel between two players had transformed into a sprint, a roughly 20-meter dash. Whoever could maximize their speed and reach the ball first would seize the initiative. So fast. Even Tong was surprised. Modern football could sacrifice height and strength, but never pace. In the game of space and speed, without pace, many brilliant opportunities simply slip away. 20 meters, even on grass, took only about 3 seconds. Both boys were pace merchants, and remarkably both were the second fastest runners on their respective teams. Such speed would always make them the favorites in school sports day events. Now they had to settle it. Happy Stars number 3, having read the play a fraction late, was already a step behind. Though he was angling diagonally to intercept as the defender, his only thought was clear: I don't need to control it. I just need to clear it. He committed to a sliding tackle, throwing his body horizontally to maximize his coverage. As long as he made contact, even if he couldn't direct it clear, teammates could cover the follow-up. Both Li Tong and Zhao Na watched the sprint with bated breath, silently chanting, "Get it." The Happy Star head coach too was locked onto the race unfolding before him, his usual composure replaced by a grim expression. "Tackle it." Chao Chenhao touched the ball first, his instep grazing it barely. But instead of accelerating past, he nudged it sideways. He then went down in a tangle with the diving Happy Star number 3. Frustrated, the defender lay on the ground shouting, "Are you kidding me?" He passed it. The ball rolled diagonally toward just outside the penalty area. A terrible position, not yet into the final third, and not even across, but rolling straight toward the opponent's center back. "Watch out." Happy Star's coach barked for the first time. "Oh crap." The Happy Star center back couldn't help but shout. A figure burst past his left side. Wang Ziheng emerging from the center back's blind spot, cutting horizontally to meet the ball and guide it forward. The ball rolled slowly, but at that gentle pace, it slipped past the goalkeeper's legs and into the net. Whistle. Goal is good. 3-1. While everyone had been transfixed by the sprint, Wang Ziheng had been lurking behind the center back the entire time, in his blind spot, completely unacknowledged. A single moment of negligence, and the ball was gone. The goalkeeper had even committed to marking the near post, anticipating a cross, but Wang Ziheng had swept it to the far post instead. A chorus of cheers erupted as the children swarmed around Wang Ziheng, high-fiving him. Suppressed throughout the first half, that early second-half goal released all the tension. The kids' spirits soared. "Wang Ziyu legend. That was pure luck." "Luck? My man, that was technique. Do you even understand technique?" While others celebrated, only Zhou Xiang rushed into the goal, picked up the football, and sprinted back to the center circle, pressing the ball firmly onto the spot. His mental strength is remarkable, befitting a 3.5-star player. He hasn't shown much yet. Let's see what happens next. More often than not, a person's ability extends beyond what is visible on the pitch, particularly their unyielding spirit and refusal to surrender. Li Tong smiled. Only a child with such determination could reach the end in professional football, a path strewn with thorns where success is a rare prize. Football demands more than technique and physique. What youth coaches value most is the relentless will to challenge others and never yield. Everything can be trained. Physical deficiencies, slow pace, narrow vision, all have suitable positions on the pitch. But a broken mentality that bullies the weak and fears the strong cannot thrive. Such children crumble under pressure, yet every match brings adversity that must be faced. As everyone returned to position, the referee immediately blew the whistle to restart. The match resumed. That previous goal was born of both Chao Chenhao's ferocity and Wang Ziheng's sharp instinct. Yet it hardly constituted a complete tactical move. Both sides had reached equilibrium, and the Happy Stars were quietly reclaiming the initiative once more. The Happy Stars have always embodied the Shanghai school of football, in club philosophy, as in training methodology. Their style blends possession control with individual creativity. Their passing game gives opposing players nightmares, and every player maintains consistent quality across all positions, making them difficult to break down and lacking obvious weaknesses. The Happy Stars no longer relied on their left wing number 7 to break through individually, but advanced as a cohesive unit. Relying on individual brilliance, they took multiple shots in succession, but with defensive intensity raised ordinary efforts could hardly penetrate the hands of number 1 Tao Ran. Pujiang first primary also struggled to find opportunities, repeatedly attempting to feed Zhou Xiang, hoping to exploit his individual skill to tear open a gap. Zhou Xiang had already attempted 3 breaks. One was intercepted, another he barely shielded before passing back, and a third resulted in a shot that lacked power. The opposition center back defended with suffocating tightness and thrived in physical duels. Zhou Xiang's frame was far inferior to defenders already exceeding 160 centimeters. In youth football, physicality plays an outsized role, but this is what promising players must confront. If Zhou Xiang wished to rise above, he had to prove himself against these towering opponents. Time ticked away, and the match soon entered the 10th minute of the second half. Shall we make a substitution and play long balls to create chances? Zhao Na, seeing the deadlock, considered gambling on a different approach. Li Tong's expression darkened slightly. Deep down, he despised the approach of booting long balls and hoping for luck. No rush. I'll adjust our approach. During a dead ball situation, Li Tong walked to the sideline beside Wang Yuan, who was receiving the ball, and shouted loudly, "Change formation." Tactical number 2. Tactical number 2 was the attacking plan Li Tong had privately briefed Wang Yuan, Zhou Xiang, and Wang Ziheng about during halftime. Wang Ziheng had to sprint the moment he won the ball. Zhou Xiang pushed forward, always ready to receive on the half turn. Wang Ziheng's passes went only to Zhou Xiang and Chao Chenhao. The idea was to play direct penetrating runs, leveraging Zhou Xiang's technique and Chao Chenhao's explosive bursts, compressing the time available for the final build-up and shortening the opponent's defensive reaction window. A double-edged sword. The Happy Stars coach spotted the change quickly. He decided to substitute his current organizing midfielder for one with better defensive ability and more pace, aiming to weather these most difficult minutes. Switching from build-up play to direct attacks. For other teams that may be necessary because their squad depth is insufficient, but we the Happy Stars are different. We can field 2 entirely different formations. Muzair, you go up to play defensive midfield. Rely on your running to intercept. Understood. A boy from Xinjiang, standing 150 centimeters tall and weighing nearly 40 kilograms with a sturdy build like a young calf. One could tell at a glance that he was the destructive type of midfielder. The fighting spirit and athletic ability of a Xinjiang player. Was this weight enough? Could Pujiang first primary still withstand it? Until a dead ball situation occurred, substitutes could only wait on the touchline. Wang Yuan prepared to receive the ball once more. True to Li Tong's instructions, he played a delicate chip pass out to the wing. Before anyone could react, a blue-clad figure and a red-clad figure both lunged forward simultaneously. The Happy Stars number 7 and Pujiang first primaries number 21. My speed won't be beaten past. The Happy Stars number 7 gritted his teeth and leaned his body into the challenge. The red figure was shoved ball and all toward the touchline. It's out. Referee. Several Happy Stars players loudly appealed to the referee. Play on. The referee kept his eyes fixed on the football. The ball remained on the line. It had not crossed. Chao Chenhao had no option but to play the ball backward into the middle, looking for the striker. Wang Ziheng possessed no heading ability, at his age he had not yet trained in aerial play. Both he and the opposition center back leaped with eyes closed to meet the ball. Fortunately for the opponent, he connected cleanly. Come on. Stay alert. Opponent's ball. The center back, now on the ground with eyes open, bellowed loudly. A fortunate loose ball. Wang Yuan recovered it. Once again playing without control, he delivered a straight-through pass, this time threading it into the channel between the center back and full back. Zhou Xiang needed only one touch and a turn to glide past the Happy Stars center back, who was still regaining his footing. He struck into the bottom corner. Goal. Zhou Xiang once again rushed into the goal to retrieve the ball. Only then did the referee's whistle sound. Beep. 2-3. Li Tong shrugged at Zhao Na. Looks like luck is on our side. Brother Li Tong, I'm convinced. Tonight's dinner is on me, to catch some of your luck. Zhao Na suddenly felt her team had grown strong once more. Her spirits, which had been as lifeless as dead ashes in the first half, now sprouted the seedlings of hope, like vegetation touched by spring rain. 5 minutes remain. We still have a chance. Pujiang first primary's momentum had surged completely. They came rolling forward again. It was Wang Yuan's pass, once more Zhou Xiang receiving centrally, but in a poor position. This time he did not choose to dribble past, but shrewdly slipped the ball between 2 defenders to Wang Ziheng's feet. Wang Ziheng did not take the ball under control. He simply let it run through. Mark him. The number 5 center back shouted in vain. On the right wing, Chao Chenhao was surging forward again. Before the number 3 could close him down, Chao Chenhao cut inside and evaded into the penalty area. The Happy Stars goalkeeper immediately abandoned his line and rushed out. As a professionally trained academy goalkeeper, he knew very well that against a one-on-one situation, he must close down the angle and press the ball carrier as tightly as possible. The more he hesitated, the larger the opponent's shooting angle became. Chao Chenhao did not shoot. Like Robin facing Casillas at the moment the goalkeeper committed to the ground, he tapped the ball once more. Chao Chenhao was too composed, too self-assured. In moments like this, even a player as strong as Wu Lei would have struck early. The difference was that Chao Chenhao was slightly slower than Robin. The Russian goalkeeper could not afford to let him shoot into an empty net. He reached out and grabbed Chao Chenhao's ankle. Beep, penalty. The referee pointed decisively to the penalty spot. The final minute. A penalty. In the final minute, Chao Chenhao attempted to feint past the Happy Star goalkeeper inside the small penalty area, only to be dragged down. The facts were clear, the consequences obvious. The referee promptly awarded a penalty kick. The Puyang Primary School bench erupted in jubilation. Their opponents were the Monarchs of Donghua, regular quarter-finalists on the national stage. Among professional teams across Donghua and the entire nation, their players were scattered. Even in friendly matches, their defeats, let alone draws, were few and far between. And now Puyang Primary School stood at the perfect moment to create a miracle. Chao Chenhao take the kick. It was an unwritten rule at Puyang Primary School, whoever earned the penalty would take it. A penalty in 8-a-side football was no easy task despite the closer distance. On Puyang Primary School's standard 8-a-side pitch, the penalty spot was 8 meters from the goal. However, the goal itself was proportionally smaller, 4 meters long and 2 meters high, an area of merely 8 square meters. A standard 11-a-side goal measured 7.32 by 2.44 meters. Today's goal didn't even reach half the area of an 11-a-side goal. The Happy Star goalkeeper wasn't the tallest on his team, but at just over 10 years old and standing at 155 centimeters, he was more than sufficient for the position. He didn't even need to jump to barely brush the crossbar. Relatively speaking, his coverage of the goal was immense. Chao Chenhao stood before the penalty spot, licking his lips, his eyes locked onto the opposing goalkeeper, as if he could kick the keeper straight into the net with a single strike. He had already planned it out. During his run-up, he would fix his gaze on the bottom right corner, then pause briefly before striking toward the bottom left. No hesitation needed. A grounded penalty with precision placement is a near certainty. The Happy Star goalkeeper hopped continuously along his goal line, stretching his arms wide, subconsciously signaling to the kicker that the goal was already cramped enough. Whistle. The referee signaled the kick could be taken. Remarkably, the Happy Star goalkeeper hadn't positioned himself at the center of the goal, but had shifted one step to the right, simultaneously pointing toward the bottom left corner of the net. This is bad. Who taught this kid these tricks? Zhao Na, a former women's national team goalkeeper from Donghua, understood only too well the goalkeeper's tactics. She couldn't help but cry out. Witnessing this, she instinctively turned to Li Tong, her pleading eyes conveying, "Can't you think of something?" For a right-handed goalkeeper, the most challenging corner to defend was the bottom left. Typically, keepers would deliberately protect their bottom left side. But with Happy Star's goalkeeper pulling this move, Chao Chenhao was immediately pushed to the brink. A single thought consumed his mind: should I aim for the bottom right or not? All his prepared strategies and unwavering resolve crumbled in an instant, shattered by the goalkeeper's maneuver. Li Tong could see Zhao Na was now at a loss, hoping he would offer some solution. But the question was, at this point, what could he possibly do? Intervening rashly might just as easily destroy Chao Chenhao's confidence. Some lessons could only be learned through experience before one could teach children right from wrong. The pain one has never endured could never truly be felt. Li Tong helplessly shook his head, forcing his gaze to focus solely on the ball. Facing the goalkeeper, Chao Chenhao took a deep breath, executed a half-pause feint, and still struck toward his planned bottom right corner, the goalkeeper's bottom left. The Happy Star goalkeeper was utterly unable to react. The distance was simply too great. Though the young keeper possessed these psychological tactics, his leaping ability and explosiveness couldn't bridge this gap, unable to fully seal the deliberately exposed space. However, Chao Chenhao pushed it slightly wide. The football struck the goalpost with a crisp sound, bouncing beyond the byline. All the Puyang Primary School children let out a collective groan of despair. It still affected him. Li Tong said resignedly. "How's he? Great kick, it's fine, it's okay." Zhao Na hastily called out words of comfort. As head coach, protecting the child's self-confidence was her immediate priority. Though even Zhao Na herself couldn't find better words of solace, a common shortcoming among coaches from the former sports system. Whistle. The referee promptly blew the final whistle. He knew both sides would lose heart after this goal, so he might as well end the match. Tears cascaded down Chao Chenhao's face. He didn't even join the lineup for the formal salute, merely walking to the sideline like a soulless husk before collapsing to sit. Cry if you must, but after the tears you still have countless matches ahead. Li Tong pulled Chao Chenhao up, pressing his hand against the boy's back, urging him to raise his head. Place your hand on your chest and ask yourself, did you relax out there? Your football journey hasn't ended here. Fight until the very end. Even in failure, strive to be a magnificent failure. Li Tong and Chao Chenhao stood side by side beneath the scorching sun, tears still streaming down the boy's face. Data changer player Chao Chenhao's potential has broken through to 3 stars. Determination increased from 8 to 11. Imagination increased from 10 to 12. The system notification chimed in Li Tong's mind. In that instant he smiled. Indeed, some people would sink and stagnate from failure, while others would stride forward in tremendous growth. Though the boy was still crying, unable to choke out a single word. But at this moment he had truly matured. He might even chase his dreams in Europe someday. At this moment the Happy Star coach approached Li Tong, extending both hands in greeting. "Li Tong, I didn't recognize you at first. I never imagined you'd be doing youth training now. Your kids play wonderfully. The upcoming Campus Union Cup will see us facing our most significant opponents. Thank you, mutual learning." Li Tong felt somewhat awkward. Though the opponent's face seemed familiar, and he was certainly a retired professional player, Tong genuinely couldn't recall who it was. He could only exchange polite pleasantries with an embarrassed smile. Just luck on our part. We'll work even harder. Daily quest complete opponent's recognition. Quest reward field plan dynamic view. Moi. Having failed to complete any daily quests for several consecutive days, Tong had entirely forgotten about this system feature. It was the notification that jogged his memory. He had actually completed a daily quest. Upon inspecting the reward, he was delighted. Wasn't this the God's eye view? As Tong examined the platform's dynamic field map within his mind, he could render the current pitch in a flat planar state with players represented as small circles on the field. Anyone who had played Pro Evolution Soccer understood. When you paid attention to the mini-map within your field of vision, you could observe numerous teammate movements, making passing considerably easier. Field plan dynamic view. When participating as a player on the field, it could display every person's running position and direction of movement in a planar graphic. Allied players were represented by red circles, opposing players by blue circles, and oneself by a triangle. When acting as a coach on the sidelines, clicking on any individual would reveal their real-time heat zone distribution, enabling timely guidance for position adjustments. Incredible. This is literally God's eye view. Is this how Xavi could thread so many magical passes? When dribbling on the left flank, one could know without looking whether teammates on the right had made their runs. What a magnificent divine artifact. What an extraordinary divine artifact this would prove to be. Tong did not train on weekends either, as the China Championship was currently in its interphase between the first and second stages. The Jianing team also did not enforce grueling daily practice, so everyone had normal rest on weekends. This schedule coincidentally aligned with Tong's expectations. Having promised his classmates from the mechanical engineering department, he arrived early at the pitch on weekends to wait. After waking up that morning, Tong's first action was to check his daily task. As expected, it was another impossible one. Attract no fewer than 200 spectators to watch the friendly match. A task assigned at the 11th hour left Tong feeling quite defeated. Frankly speaking, it was not particularly difficult. If he had prepared in advance and recruited friends with bonus incentives, he might have gathered enough people. But finding them last minute was hopeless. Tong could only watch another opportunity to replace the pitch with new turf slip away. Sigh, another 100,000 or so lost. Coach Tong always led his team with remarkable punctuality. Before 8 o'clock, the 16 classmates from the mechanical engineering department were already waiting outside the pitch. Perhaps it was their major influencing them. They always preferred things to be methodical and orderly. Coach, hello. The shade tent by the pitch was already crowded. A few students who could not squeeze and had to drape towels over their heads to shield themselves from the scorching sun at 8 in the morning. Located in eastern China, Donghua City was already bathed in brilliant sunlight by late June. When they saw Tong approaching, a few more students emerged from the shade tent, giving up their spots to make room for him. Poor Monkey, unable to find a spot in the shade, was also pushed out. With only 17 people present, the tent was the only place with any shade and space was limited. Today is our first training session. First, let's discuss how we should approach our matches. Noticing everyone's attention fixed on him, Tong cleared his throat and began. Everyone has played against these teams before, right? The group erupted into lively discussion, their comments mainly consisting of the typical fan talk that praised themselves while belittling others. Aside from the materials engineering team, they feared no one. Tong listened for a while, then seized upon a remark made by Dong. Exactly. In amateur football, due to limited teamwork ability, it is difficult to organize multi-pass combinations. That is why most of your opponents adopt tactics centered on solid defense and launching long balls to a strong striker. If he can handle it, fine. If not, he lays it off and hopes the fast wingers can cause chaos near the penalty area. Exactly right. That's precisely how the materials engineering team plays. Their striker is 188 centimeters tall and weighs 188 pounds. He is simply unstoppable. For 3 years they've relied on this one tactic alone. Monkey said with a bitter expression, recalling the painful history of defeats over the years. Other teams are similar as well. Some prefer playing it through the wings, sending their speedy players sprinting forward. You're right. Once you pay attention, you'll find that all those key passes are high balls. Sending it up is essentially a gamble, whereas short passing combinations are far more likely to lose possession within 3 or 4 passes. Tong Ji is absolutely correct. Our school's terrible dirt field makes passing impossible. That's because your technique is poor and you refuse to practice. What does the field have to do with it? TCH. Do you think your feet are any better than mine, eh? Watching them start to drift off topic, Tong quickly pulled the conversation back. So I say high balls are the biggest problem in amateur football. The students who made it to the university department teams, especially from a large department like mechanical engineering, with so many boys, all had some football history. Shooting, positioning, and technique. These abilities slowly improved through frequent play. Though they could not reach professional standards, they were still reasonably competent. The biggest issue in amateur football always remained judging and controlling high balls. Frequently, when a high ball came in, players from both sides would wildly extend their legs only to watch the ball bounce unpredictably away. High balls reveal whether a team is truly amateur. Even in professional football, problems with judging high balls are commonplace. In the 2013 National Games U20 tournament, Team XJ famously scored an incredible own goal. The first defender's clearance was miss-hit, the second defender's bicycle kick failed to connect, and the goalkeeper could not control the ball as it bounced and rolled sideways, resulting in the own goal. No one suspected match fixing, because if it were fixed it would only prove that the players involved were utter fools. At this moment, Tong was focused on helping the mechanical engineering classmates solve this very problem. It was still a match scenario 8 versus 8, but Tong's requirement was that both sides could only use long balls, competing solely through control of high balls. This was adult football, completely different from youth training. Their matches were about winning, so they had to seize control of high balls during play. Defense: when an opponent is nearby, absolutely do not attempt to control the first point of the ball. Your technical ability is insufficient. You will not be able to stop it properly, and will lose your balance. Just hold your position and prevent the opponent from easily reaching the ball. Offense is even simpler: hold position plus turning. You can almost certainly win the rebound. If there is space on the wing, receive the ball and drive directly to the byline for a cross. Tong, you go to the center and prepare for a headers. Our team would use the most traditional British style. Kick it long with or without the ball and run unified in our target long balls and crosses. This was the most essential tactical requirement for the mechanical engineering team. Brother Dong, I can't take it anymore, substitute me out. Monkey was the first to crack under this physical battle mixed with sprinting. Who could endure this? I have already sprinted over 10 times in such a short while. Each one was at least 30 meters. My lungs are about to explode. I will make more substitutions during matches. Watching the pitiful monkey, Tong could only put on the kid himself. Moi. This pitch dynamic map was indeed useful. The rotating map in Tong's mind immediately provided all suitable passing lanes based on his position. It is even more overpowered than I imagined. It even recommends passing routes. Receiving the ball in the backline, Tong did not even look up. He delivered a 40-meter long pass, landing just ahead of the right winger using a driven shot with backspin. The ball surged past the left back's attempt to intercept. He did not even have time to turn around, and landed perfectly in front of the right midfielder sprinting forward. The ball bounced twice and rolled straight into the midfielder's foot. Holy crap, you passed it so perfectly I could almost dribble it. 3 dark lines instantly appeared on Tong's forehead. The others also burst into laughter at this massive, utterly super beginner mistake. By halftime, Tong had delivered over 30 long passes. Every attacking player on the offense received the ball comfortably, all through open space. Before the training match ended, Dong came over and shouted loudly to Tong, "Coach, every pass you make is this kind of lofted through ball. We won't be able to execute this in actual matches." True. Then let's use this to practice reading long passes for the defense. A bright smile appeared on Tong's face. He discovered this ability instantly raised his vision to the maximum value of 20. This was truly a trump card. Let's continue. We'll train for another half hour. Defenders practice reading long pass trajectories and clearing the ball. Attackers practice receiving and controlling high balls. Let's go. Oh. The air was filled with the scent of sweat and suffering from the mechanical engineering classmates. Mornings were reserved for Janning team's physical training. Though the district government offered full support, the training facilities could only be described as rudimentary. Tong scanned the field. Most players trained listlessly and the coach's guidance was extremely limited. Today's training was divided into 3 segments. Group A focused on balance and core training, Group B on explosive power, and Group C on waist and abdominal strength. The directions were correct, but the execution left much to be desired. Only a handful of individuals, including Zheng Chong, performed with proper form. The current understanding of physical conditioning in China remained rather rough. The Super League might fare slightly better, but semi-professional leagues like the China Champion League fell significantly short. With a deeper understanding of his body, Tong would never treat physical training as an optional obligation. Only through standard form and sufficient intensity could he unleash his vitality and elevate his abilities. Football is a sport combining aerobic and anaerobic exertion. Football players, much like track athletes, must possess speed, jumping ability, aerobic endurance, and recovery capacity simultaneously. It also encompasses movements such as acceleration and deceleration, cutting inside, and changing direction, backward running, and lateral motion alongside ball handling techniques. A professional footballer's speed, jumping ability, and strength should generally meet at least the standards of a national second-class athlete. Pushing the body to its limits in a match means extending the duration of running, sprinting, and high-speed directional changes, while still maintaining control over technique and executing tactical objectives. Only with proper physical conditioning can one sustain a full match. Amateur parents often boast about their children's technical skill, but technique without a body capable of supporting it is meaningless. Players in 5-side football typically have shortcomings in speed, endurance, and physical strength, which prevents them from standing out in 11-a-side football. Tong's problem lay in his abysmal strength and endurance metrics. He weighed a pitiful 57 kilograms, and the consequences of prolonged inactivity were unmistakable. Although the system restored his body to normal upon its first activation, that merely brought him back to his personal peak. The optimal state he had reached at 16. Compared to adult players, Tong could manage at most half a match in professional competition, and even then he was at a disadvantage in physical duels. What about his performance in the last internal scrimmage? That was merely a team practice match where the intensity of opposition and duration of play were far removed from professional standards. Zhou Yong's expectations for the internal scrimmage revealed the same problems: familiarize yourselves with each other, build chemistry. And so Li Tong became the target of everyone's mockery. During the deadlift test, he managed only 60 kilograms. Impossible. Zheng Chang, the team's powerhouse, wiped his eyes and carefully counted the weight plates on the barbell. Li Tong, are you doing this on purpose? How are you supposed to compete in matches with that kind of strength? Zheng Chang would rather believe that Li Tong had deliberately chosen light weight to prioritize perfect form. After all, judging by his speed, explosive power, and kicking strength, Li Tong should absolutely not be performing at this level. Several teammates were stifling their laughter. If it weren't for the strict policy against filming in the locker room and training ground, this footage would have been uploaded to Douyin immediately. The title would have read something like, "Former national youth team player can only deadlift 60 kilograms. It barely lifts the bar." Zhou Yong shared a similar sense of helplessness regarding Li Tong's strength data. You need to train properly and increase your protein intake. Zhou Yong grinned bitterly, forcing the words out through his back teeth. Stop going to the barbecue place with Xiao Yun every day? You can't even handle physical contact. Who's Xiao Yun? Since their heartfelt conversation after the last internal scrimmage, Sun Yuning had grown close to Li Tong and proved to be particularly gossipy. His little girlfriend Xin Yun from Donghua Women's Football. The busybody leaked the confidential information without delay. Such investigative skills would have been wasted if not for gossip mongering. You're only 20. How old is your girlfriend? You creep. Sun Yuning feigned indignation. Xin Yun is 19. After retiring from football last year due to injury, she's been helping Li Tong manage his pitch. I saw her last time. She's genuinely attractive. The usually serious and taciturn Zheng Chang suddenly spoke up from the crowd. Oh my god. In that instant, everyone's gaze shifted away from Li Tong and onto Zheng Chang, their expressions filled with disbelief that he could be such a person too. Brotherly, next weekend, let me come play pickup at your pitch. Brotherly, I'm definitely claiming you as my friend. Li Tong dragged the barbell and fled the scene. Coach Zhou Yong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sometimes male friendships were complicated, but other times they opened up effortlessly. The old Chen family's daughter wasn't bad. Maybe I should invite her over next time. Mornings were dedicated to physical training with various strength exercises. His current strength attributes were roughly half of Zheng Chang's, a pitiful weakling. Since his stamina was equally lacking, Li Tong was forcibly assigned additional speed endurance drills in the afternoon. He relentlessly challenged his anaerobic energy system, and after multiple shuttle run sets, he collapsed on the ground exhausted, gazing at his teammates practicing combination plays in the distance. Training is brutal. The data gap is enormous. Right now my stats probably only qualify me to play 15 minutes as a starting midfielder in the Super League. Li Tong carelessly wiped the sweat from his face and greedily chugged several bottles of mineral water. But knowing my own shortcomings and being able to see my data change makes me the luckiest person, doesn't it? Too many people worked tirelessly, yet they only vaguely understood their direction. What they trained was hardly guaranteed to be correct. Most people's training followed a spiral of diminishing returns, or were stagnated for long periods. It wasn't that they lacked effort. It was that they might not be training in the right direction. Poor physicality didn't necessarily mean insufficient strength. It could also be poor anticipation, inadequate balance, or insufficient aggression. But without data, no one could accurately pinpoint their actual weaknesses. If only I were a coach, I could see my teammates' data and actually help them. Li Tong suddenly thought of a solution. How do I get a coaching credential? Li Tong, internal scrimmage. You're playing left midfield again, Zhou Yong called out loudly. Despite being drained of energy and lacking in strength, Li Tong summoned his maximum ability. Today, he had almost no capacity to break through defenders. The coach merely wanted him to adapt and familiarize himself with his teammates. However, through frequent long passes through balls and lofted crosses, he single-handedly transformed into the midfield core. Brotherly, did you unlock some kind of God's eye view? How do you see all these runs? Sun Yuning, the midfield playmaker with mediocre passing, gaped in astonishment as Li Tong delivered another precise ground through ball spanning the entire field. The striker merely needed to place his foot on the ball's trajectory, and it went in. Yeah, I literally have a God's eye view. There's a flat map in my head that lets me see everyone's positioning. Li Tong told Sun Yuning this secret with complete seriousness. Brotherly, you're quite the humorist. After several days of training sessions, Zhou Yong finally reached a decision on the player lineup for the new phase of competition. With the temperature soaring to 37 degrees Celsius in late June, Zhou Yong had no choice but to cancel afternoon outdoor training and switch to indoor tactical sessions. All members of Jianing, including the owner, sat in the conference room, listening to Zhou Yong outline the team's objectives for the upcoming phase. We have 8 matches remaining, needing to face 4 more teams, both home and away. Zhou Yong wrote the names of the 8 teams on the blackboard. 4 from the north, Chang and Xiao County, Yinbian, and Naming. 4 from the south, Shenzhen, Meixian, Nanhai, and us. Chang and Naming, Shenzhen, and Nanhai are all mercenary squads with uneven quality. On paper, they are weaker than our side. Xiao County is basically the second team of Shandong Electric Power or near-retirement veterans. They have both striking power and experience, making them theoretically our strongest opponent. Yanbian and Meixian are both teams with deep roots. They never lack outstanding youth players, and promising talents from their academy regularly break through to the first team. They must not be underestimated either. These three teams are our toughest rivals. However, since the transfer window remains open until August 31st, and the draw won't take place until September, we can only proceed with our own plans. Before the transfer window closes, we may still make one or two adjustments, but the core squad is largely confirmed. So today let's focus on solidifying our formation. Zhou Yong marked the current tactics on the blackboard behind him, then turned to the players. In the first phase, our formation will be a 4-4-2. Most of you have been playing this system for nearly a year, so the framework remains 4-4-2. Having spoken, Zhou Yong first marked the 4 starters and 3 substitutes on the backline. These are our current defensive reserves. The phase 1 starting back for our left center back Zheng Chang, right center back Zhang Shuai, left fullback Ning Jianghai, and right fullback Wei Yifan. Zheng Chang, tell us about the strengths of our defense. Zheng Chang rose immediately. Not only was he the commander of the backline, but also one of the core figures of the entire team. After all, having Chinese Super League reserves on the roster gave them a significant advantage in the China League too. Our defense currently concedes the fewest goals among all 8 teams in the league. Since breaking through from the Donghua Super League, we played 22 matches in the first phase and conceded only 18 goals in total. Moreover, the quality of our substitutes is also solid, and they have performed reliably whenever called upon for rotation. Out of those 22 matches, we fielded our 4 starting defenders in 15 games, while the remaining matches all featured positional rotations. Zheng Chang knew every detail of his position statistics, not the type of player who simply kicks the ball without thinking. The string of data he recited left the other players genuinely amazed. The captain really does know his stuff. For the second phase, to ensure stability, we have also loaned a veteran from the Donghua team, Li Chongli, a former Donghua center back with rich experience and composure on the ball. Zhou Yong placed great importance on defensive stability, and drawing on his connections with former Donghua people managed to recruit a seasoned leader. Bigly, you'll need to help out these young players and pass on your experience. Li Chongli stood up steadily, his 187-meter frame exuding maturity and composure. The young players well understood the purpose of his arrival and felt no conflict over positions or future prospects, so they welcomed him with enthusiastic applause. As for our midfield, the designated positions remain unchanged. Zhou Yong's words surprised everyone, but Li Tong merely smiled, for Zhou Yong had already spoken with him before the meeting. Li Tong will primarily be used as our trump card for 2 main reasons. Sun Yuning, you elaborate on the midfield situation. Sun Yuning had also prepared some midfield data and route analysis, but Zhou Yong's unexpected question left him flustered. He composed himself before responding. I think first we concede very few goals, especially in the first half, because there's no need to fight tooth and nail when both sides still have plenty of energy early on. Secondly, Tong's stamina is not yet sufficient. Bringing him on in the second half allows him to maximize his advantages. The other players nodded in agreement. It seems Sun Yuning had been under considerable pressure recently. He had not previously studied such analysis in depth. Zhou Yong nodded. Exactly. The second phase consists of 6 matches, but the most crucial are the first 2. Winning both matches in the opening round guarantees us at least a playoff berth. If we lose those 2, our season is over. We must maximize the use of Li Tong. As for the forwards and goalkeeper, it remains the same core squad. However, the owner may add a veteran as a backup. We'll discuss that separately. For now, let me address the midfield changes. Zhou Yong drew 2 circles on the tactical board with Sun Yuning and Li Tong at the center. Once Li Tong comes on, the 2 of you should coordinate using these methods. Zhou Yong then sketched several movement patterns on the blackboard, breaking through diagonal switches to the far post, penetrating runs into the box, and overlapping runs. The tactics alone for the 2-man combination numbered more than 6, leaving the other players dumbfounded. So in effect, we run a dual core tactic, but Little Sun will possess the ball more often, creating opportunities for Li Tong to distribute. Brother Tong has no problem distributing the ball, fast, fierce, and accurate. That's right. My goal-scoring rate has been much higher in recent internal matches, mostly because Brother Tong feeds me well. Brother Tong, dinner's on me tonight. I'm begging you to pass to me twice every match. The tactics are excellent, but I wonder if Sun's legs can keep up. Who said I can't keep up? Sun Yuning looked around irritably. Someone must have doubted him just now. With my intelligence, keeping up with Brother Tong is a piece of cake. A group of players bowed their heads, stifling laughter, and indicated it wasn't that simple. This small chapter is not yet complete. Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. Because we now have variables, our attacking options have become much richer, and we won't have to suffer as we did in the first phase. Little Sun, we all understand your difficulties, because as the core player you face immense pressure. Now Li Tong can share the burden with you. You also need to improve your awareness and decision-making. Zhou Yong reprimanded Sun Yuning neither too harshly nor too gently. Some people need pressure, others need encouragement. For Sun Yuning, ever since Li Tong arrived these past few days and applied pressure, things had indeed improved considerably. Li Tong's mind had wandered elsewhere. He was observing the numerical values in his personal system, finding no significant changes, likely because too little time had passed. Stamina cannot be built up in just a few days. The daily tasks were equally impractical: promotions, organizing matches, attending events. Nothing within reach. Li Tong could not even be bothered to check the rewards. Li Tong. Moi. Li Tong jumped, suddenly realizing he was still in the conference room, staring blankly at Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong, who had just reprimanded one player, was utterly speechless. These two midfielders were no easy subjects. You have 2.5 months. Your physical intensity must improve. Jian Ning brought you in not merely as a passing outlet. Where is your driving ability? Without stamina, what breaking runs can you make? At the very least, you need to sustain high-intensity play for 60 minutes so you can combine dribbling and distribution throughout the second half. How long do you personally believe you can maintain high-intensity effort now? About half an hour, no problem. Half an hour, my foot. Zhou Yong barely contained the fire welling up inside him. Right now, immediately get to the weight room and build your endurance. July 5th, a Saturday. Today was an important day for Li Tong as he would officially participate in a cup competition as a coach, the 2014 Donghua Second Industrial University A-Side Principals Cup. The system, which had not changed for a long time, also had new task updates this morning, and both tasks were worth attempting to challenge. Main Quest 4, win the championship as the head coach for the first time. Rewards: significantly increase the foot traffic around the football field. What does significantly increase the foot traffic around the football field mean? Could there be some changes around the stadium? Li Tong couldn't help but check the details. The system was as speechless as ever, vague and unclear. Daily quest: a big victory, winning by at least 5 goals. Reward status: all red value card X1, lasting the entire match. This reward was much clearer. In the data panel, each player's stats would have an indicator arrow beside them, which would display red, orange, green, white, or black, based on the player's individual status, representing 5 tiers of state values. If all red, then each stat could reach 120 of its potential. Even an ordinary player could perform like a star player when at full status. Today, the stats of the mechanical engineering students were acceptable, but most were green or orange, which was also the basic state of a normal, slightly excited player. All red status, a trump card. He had to get it. Moreover, today's opponent was the perfect opportunity to strike. The 16 teams that could participate in this competition at the Second Industrial University were divided into 4 groups. The 4 seeded teams were mechanical and electrical engineering, materials science, computer science, and information. Because in previous years the mechanical engineering department always encountered materials science early and got eliminated due to historical results, the poor populous department of mechanical engineering didn't even get a seed. Fortunately, this time, they were placed in Group B with information, mechanical engineering, foreign languages, and architecture together. Most importantly, materials science was in Group C. They wouldn't meet until the final round. Monkey had already sent the group status to Li Tong yesterday with full confidence. Judging from everyone's mood, the pressure from the mountain of materials science was at least half relieved. The first match, mechanical engineering versus architecture. Architecture was not a top-tier strong team, but it was still a solid team with many male players. Work hard. A margin of no less than 5 goals meant at least a net win of 5. Li Tong was confident, but not certain. For that value card and the championship trophy, he had to give it his all. At 9:00 sharp, the 2014 Donghua Second Industrial University A-Side Principals Cup officially commenced. First came the splendid opening ceremony with athletes stepping into the field with vigorous strides. Each team was a comprehensive display of their department's spirit and moral character. The petrel soars over the sea, the eagle fights in the blue sky, and the athletes strive on the field. They displayed full enthusiasm, fearless of the heat and hardships. They were heroic and vibrant amidst countless expectations and cheers. Let's get started already. Monkey complained, sticking out his tongue. At 9 o'clock, the sun had been up for half a day, and the temperature was no less than 33 degrees Celsius. Principal, be a human. Number 9 Zhao Fan was drawing little circles and curses when suddenly Ah Dong slapped his head. You be a human too. The principal is also standing under the sun. It's already not easy to have a principal who supports football. Right. I heard that the matches at neighboring Donghua Jiaotong University were all cancelled this year. Stop chattering. Ah Dong lead the team. Seeing that the principal finally announced the start of the match, Li Tong immediately called the players to the bench. Let me go over the tactics one last time. The basic 3-3-1 formation remains unchanged. In the first half, number 10 Ah Dong plays as the center forward. Midfield, number 8, right wing number 9, a left wing number 14. Interceptions require no sparing of energy. I'll adjust if you can't run. Defensive line, number 6 kicks long. When in possession, numbers 3 and 13 as fullbacks protect the second ball, clear decisively, no dawdling. Li Tong gathered everyone in a circle and loudly assigned tasks for each position. Adult amateur football basically has no set tactics, it's just head-on collisions. Mechanical engineering. Come on. Architecture department also held a pre-match pep talk. Nothing to fear. Mechanical engineering hasn't made it to the top 4 in years. We're all weaklings and no one is afraid of anyone. Right, that number 10 on their defense line is the only decent one, and the rest are worse than us. Number 9 is fast, but rough in technique. Old Zhang, just stick to him. His goal rate isn't high. Right, look at that number 16 on their bench, still panting with his tongue out. He looks just like a monkey. Monkey sensed multiple gazes on him. Turning around, he indeed found several architecture students looking at him, so he quickly made a funny face to intimidate the opponents. Look at him baring his teeth. He really is like a monkey. Are those people from Jianing Club in the stands? Does mechanical engineering have connections with Jianing? Their cheerleading squad looks very professional, and there's even a girl. Don't worry about it. Their whole department has only one girl, it's not your turn anyway. The first matches of groups A and B started simultaneously. Architecture was actually quite unlucky being the first to encounter mechanical engineering when they were about to establish their dominance. Once on the field, the architecture students were even more dumbfounded. Captain, how come their number 10 is playing as a forward now? It doesn't matter. You know his skills. The mechanical engineering captain sneered coldly. Change formation. Who do you think you are? An old opponent who has played center back for 3 years. Do you think I don't know your weaknesses? The architecture bench didn't take it seriously either. They all thought the formation change of the materials department was a bit reckless. The team's department league branch secretary also called out cheerfully, just do your own thing. His tackling only has a few moves. In the span of those 2 sentences, Tong running forward with all his might had already won a header, gently passed it to the left, and number 9 Zhao Fan took a powerful shot. The architecture goalkeeper stumbled and rolled into the grass, helplessly watching the shaking net. A few moves. Do you know how much I've sacrificed for those moves? Dong ran back to the midfield with the ball, muttering a fierce oath to himself. Must slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. The mechanical engineering cheering squad, which had been joking around, all jumped up at once. What happened? How did they score? Less than 30 seconds into the match, they were still looking at the girl in the front row, and the exciting moment had already been missed. Damn. Zhao Fan's fucking luck. That must be the fastest goal in school football history. The loudspeaker at the field also immediately sounded. We young ones are confident, and soaring, our lively figures like the rising sun, our vigorous power like the pouring of sunlight. At this moment, the mechanical engineering students set the fastest goal record in the 14th A-Decide Principals Cup with a goal time of 27 seconds scored by the lightning-fast number 9 Zhao Fan of mechanical engineering. Zhao Fan? I'm fucking recorded in school history. Monkey, who the fuck writes the news release faster than this goal? Don't worry, stay steady. Defense line, watch the mechanical engineering department's number 10 for the aerial challenge. The architecture department's coach shouted desperately. That was just a lucky goal, don't let it bother you. Lucky? Dong sneered. The tactics, the plays, the positioning of teammates, all of it was calculated. How could this possibly be luck? Next, it's still a massacre. Senior brother Dong, that sinister smile of yours. You look like a villain. Standing near the center circle, Zhao Fan heard Dong's murmured words and felt his legs grow weak. Mechanical engineering pressed forward relentlessly. Their attacks were simple, yet devastatingly effective. Against the aerial balls, several amateur architecture department players found themselves hypnotized, their eyes tracking the ball's every movement, their reactions perpetually half a beat behind. Meanwhile, the mechanical engineering players fixed their attention on the second ball. That single difference resulted in a staggering 7-3 split in aerial duels won. Since the first ball typically ends in chaotic headers, anyway, our target naturally should be the second ball. Tong reminded his teammates while waving his hand decisively. Wingers plus Dong. The 3 of you don't need to participate in defense. Find any one of the 3 defenders in the back, and whoever's closest should move over to provide cover. Dong, try to keep the second ball within your zone. Midfield pressure relentlessly. Once you win the ball, don't rush a short pass. Play it back to the defensive line for a long clearance. With the entire team united in purpose, the mechanical engineering players displayed terrifying discipline in executing Tong's tactical system. Rigid, persistent, obstinate, resolute. Much like their trade. They simply battered their opponents to death through sheer physical dominance. Watching from the stands, Zhou Yong sighed with admiration. The execution level of this amateur team under Tong's leadership is simply extraordinary. They're just a long ball team, aren't they? Zhou Yong turned seriously to Sun Yuaning. In many cases, tactical execution matters far more than personal flair or playing aesthetically. Trust your teammates to create one-on-one opportunities, then exploit that space ruthlessly. That's also part of tactical execution. You try too hard to make that perfect pass to manufacture space, and end up wasting far too many opportunities. Be resolute, take risks. That's how you break through your own limits. At the 11th minute, the defensive line launched a long ball into Zhao Fan's space. Zhao Fan dribbled to the baseline and crossed. Dong headed it in. At the 14th minute, Dong fought for position. Number 8 Li Yiming suddenly received a return pass and burst forward from deep. In the penalty area, he struck the far corner and scored. At the 23rd minute, substitute center back Li Chao delivered a long-distance pass, originally aiming for the top of Dong's head in the penalty area. But his technique was hopelessly off. The ball flew high, floated aimlessly, and with a slight tail wind. The goalkeeper, occupied with marking the pestering Dong in the box, looked up and found his vision suddenly blinded. Oh no, direct sunlight. The goalkeeper frantically, helplessly raised both hands. Reality proved crueler than he'd imagined. He couldn't even track the ball's direction. Everyone watched in hysterics as the architecture department's goalkeeper thrust his hands to the left front while the ball sailed into the right side. The goalkeeper collapsed onto the goal line, instinctively looking back at the net, seeing nothing but massive yellow spots, after effects of staring directly into the sun. Monkey was equally stunned. Brother Chow, this might be the highlight of your football career. The Jiaoning cheer squad joined in the laughter. The other strikers couldn't help but feel envious. A goal like that, what sheer luck. Li Chao rushed at full sprint to the bench without celebrating. Monkey, did you get it on video? Monkey, damn it. Big brother, the match is still ongoing. Li Chao said excitedly, quick, help me edit it. I want to post it at halftime. And transfer me 200 yuan for promotion. Monkey. The bench erupted into nervous laughter. A Dong grabbed the distracted Li Chao and hauled him back onto the field, giving him a tongue lashing. Every student watching burst into laughter. There were too many oddballs on the mechanical engineering team. The architecture department's nightmare wasn't over yet. In the second half, a Dong made 5 substitutions at once. Except for a Dong Li Chao and the goalkeeper, everyone else was replaced. But the tactical execution remained as excellent as ever, perhaps even better. At the 51st minute, Monkey picked up a loose ball on the wing. Through relentless long balls, the architecture department defenders kept misplaying the ball. With the mindset of pressing if the opponent intercepted and capitalizing if they missed, Monkey soon found his opening. He dribbled clean through, faced the goalkeeper, who could only rush out to narrow the angle, flicked his ankle, and delivered a reverse cross. A Dong easily tapped it in. At the 63rd minute, a Dong's header in the box went off target, but accidentally deflected backward, a fluke finish. Hat trick complete. 6-0. At the 79th minute, the final minute. The opponents had completely lost their fighting spirit in the physical battle. Monkey performed 2 consecutive backheel feints plus a spin, somehow twisting his way into the penalty area, and unleashed a thunderous shot. The goalkeeper didn't even react. 7-0. The bungbu spin combined with a power shot. Even Monkey scored. Li Tong looked at the field's tactical display and spread his hands helplessly. This cheat code wasn't necessary at all. He hadn't called a single tactical instruction and had already crushed them completely. Every player was performing at peak form. At this moment, Li Tong checked each player's stats, except for stamina and endurance declining. Every technical and mental attribute showed bright red upward arrows. Everyone at 120 capacity. What a nightmare. When the match ended, the mechanical engineering students strutted off the field like proud roosters. Domination, slaughter, crushing brutality. Tomorrow against the foreign languages department, they couldn't hold back at all. The foreign languages team hadn't even managed to assemble 16 players. They only had 15 boys in their entire department. The mechanical engineering beasts perpetually drooled over their 1-30 male-to-female ratio. Tomorrow they would show the foreign languages girls what true bravery, decisiveness, and manliness looked like. Actually, the foreign languages girls in the stands had quite a different assessment of these mechanical engineering beasts. No humanity. Be human for once. Showing no sympathy for opponents. Such men aren't worth associating with. Right? Big and brutish, totally barbaric. The mechanical engineering idiots, thinking the pointing and whispering from the stands was praise for their prowess, held their heads even higher. Li Tong neither checked his daily quest rewards, nor called over the club teammates who came to support him, nor joined the mechanical engineering student celebration. Because at that moment he received a phone call from Zhao Na. A Zhao Na with tears in her voice. Brother Tong, Zhou Xiang's parents say they won't let the kid play football anymore. What do we do? Zhou Xiang, that 3.5-star prodigy. He played so well, was the school team starter, the district team starter. Why quit? His parents recently took him for a physical exam. Height, 146 centimeters. The worst part, a pituitary development deficiency. Growth hormone secretion, less than 1/3 of normal levels. Predicted adult height, 167 centimeters. His whole family cried. This morning he told me he won't play anymore. Isn't he taller than Wang Ziheng? He is slightly taller than Wang Ziheng, but Wang Ziheng was born in July and is only 11 now. Predicted adult height, 174 centimeters. Zhou Xiang was born in January. He's half a year older than Wang Ziheng. Height. The greatest anguish for Chinese youth football players. Height. The most excruciating pain for Chinese youth football talents. In China, too many children are directly eliminated from youth academies, football schools, sports schools, and even school teams due to insufficient height in their childhood. The domestic atmosphere dictates that any team must focus on results. The support funds a school receives depend on the team's victories. Coaches' employment contracts hinge on wins, and the ability to recruit students also depends on the team's success. For most parents choosing a team, there is only one reference standard: the team's record. Since China has never fostered a strong football culture, most parents lack understanding of the sport. Unable to evaluate clubs based on coaching quality or teaching content, they resort to the simplistic and crude criterion of match results. Therefore, if a child's predicted height falls below 170 centimeters, their path to professionalism is essentially closed off. Over the past decade, fewer than 3 players under 170 centimeters have secured starting positions in Chinese Super League clubs compared to 30 to 40 in Japan's top division. This reveals a fundamental flaw in talent selection. Li Tong couldn't resolve this quickly, but he understood growth hormone and knew the treatment approach. Take your time. What are the parents' genetic heights? How tall is Father Zhou and Mother Zhou? Father is 175, a mother is 166. Zhao Nin checked the records and confirmed. Then mother's height is quite good. Using the simple genetic formula, father plus mother plus 13 divided by 2, for sons Zhou Xiang's theoretical genetic height should be at least 177. Li Tong calculated it mentally and discovered the height potential was better than he had initially thought. That's right. The doctor predicted 177 plus or minus 3. Then there's no issue. With this genetic foundation, he clearly has potential. Second question, what's Zhou Xiang's bone age? Hold on, let me look it up. Zhao Na quickly searched through the medical records for Zhou Xiang's bone age. Found it. His bone age is slightly behind his actual age, at 11 years old. Perfect. This indicates he has potential. According to the 2005 9 Provinces and Cities Children's Physical Development Survey, calculating by bone age his height already exceeds 173 centimeters. What does that mean? His skeletal development lags behind typical children, but based on current potential, he is already meeting the adult standard of 173 centimeters. Li Tong found it puzzling which hospital Zhou's father had visited given how crucial this assessment data was and why the parents had not seen it. When Zhou's father saw the predicted numbers he panicked, and I panicked too. Zhao Na explained, apologetically acknowledging that as a professional coach her reaction had been embarrassingly unprofessional. The chart does include predicted height based on bone age. When Li Tong arrived at Zhao Na's office, Zhou's parents were already there. Looking at him hurrying over, the family could only express their gratitude. The parents had been consumed by deep regret and painful self-blame, believing their ignorance about development issues had caused their child's stunted height. Now Li Tong's words had reignited hope within them. Li Tong only felt relieved after reviewing all the various data in the medical records. Due to partial growth hormone deficiency, Zhou Xiang's predicted height of 173 centimeters under these circumstances indicated that with proper treatment intervention, he could potentially exceed 177 centimeters in the future. Coach Li, we just hope our child grows taller. If he really wants to pursue football, what should we do if his height isn't sufficient? The simple father could only keep repeating these hopes and dreams. Zhao Na's mindset had stabilized considerably now. At 173 centimeters, there was still hope to continue, especially since several national team players in China shared this height. At 167 centimeters, she truly felt there was little hope. It was not her fault. For decades, Chinese football had assessed height this way. School team selections followed the same pattern. Any coach scouting players first examine height, then 30-meter sprint speed, and standing long jump distance. Whether the child loved the sport or whether parents supported them, these factors were secondary or at best not particularly prioritized. Tongji, how do you know so much about this? I've never even heard of growth hormone. Li Tong, hailing from after 2020, could only shake his head and smile bitterly. In 2014, indeed few people knew about this substance. But within 5 years the proportion of children receiving growth hormone treatment would surge dramatically. Society's understanding of growth hormone would expand considerably. However, Li Tong couldn't explain it this way. Messi received growth hormone treatment, and at age 13, he was only 146 centimeters tall. This was common knowledge in later years, but for Zhao Na and Zhou Xiang's parents it remained surprisingly new information. He did not join Newell's Old Boys back then because they could not afford his growth hormone treatment, while Barcelona was willing to cover the costs. Through treatment, he is now 169 centimeters. At 13, already developed, and he can still grow to 169 centimeters. Zhao Na had some understanding of growth during puberty and recalled her own childhood. I was already 172 centimeters at 13. Girls develop much earlier than boys. It is not comparable. Li Tong glanced at Zhao Na's long legs and could only remain speechless. As long as the epiphyseal line has not closed, growth hormone treatment now can bring his height back to his genetic potential. For Zhou Xiang, that means 177 centimeters, an excellent height for a midfield or attacking player. But hormones, what about side effects? I have heard there are many. Zhou Xiang's father asked somewhat skeptically. People around him had taken certain hormonal medications and spoken of side effects like weight gain, stunted development, hair loss, and allergies. Though uncertain, as an ordinary city dweller, he had certainly heard these rumors. Actually, the hormones that cause numerous side effects are merely one type, glucocorticoids. Long-term use can indeed lead to weight gain, decreased bone density, femoral head necrosis, and other serious problems. Growth hormone, however, is actually a peptide protein, and synthetic versions are identical to what the body naturally produces. As long as there is a deficiency, appropriate supplementation generally will not cause side effects. Li Tong could not explain all those complex reasons. After thinking for a while, he realized he could only simply tell Father Zhou growth hormone is essentially a protein, and it absolutely does not have the side effects of other hormones. For specifics, you should ask the doctor. Tongji, if this stuff is so good, why don't we spend money to give our kids growth hormone shots? Then they would all grow taller and play football more powerfully. The whimsical Zhao Na came up with what she thought was a perfect solution to strengthen the team. Li Tong's words sounded so good that in her mind this suddenly blossomed into a dream of clarity. Li Tong, dumbfounded, could only bitter smile. There is no such thing as a perfect solution like that. If you are not deficient in growth hormone and still take it, your bones will overdevelop, leading to gigantism. Look at those people whose height surged. They could not even walk properly later. An excessive growth puts unbearable strain on blood vessels, and the heart. To quell these people's emotional fluctuations, Tong still recommended they consult a doctor. Only a more professional physician could alleviate their concerns. The all-red stat card had been received, but Tong was reluctant to use it in ordinary matches. Only during critical moments of the Zhongwan League would he bring it out. Since the upcoming teams posed little challenge, foreign languages was clearly a pushover and information wasn't a strong squad either. The ongoing match between architecture and information hadn't even reached halftime when architecture was already leading 3-0. For the upcoming match between mechanical engineering and foreign languages, Tong had no intention of giving instructions and let Adong prepare on his own. On the other field, the match between electromechanical and environmental engineering was set to kick off simultaneously. Those two teams would inevitably face each other in the cross matches. Mechanical engineering, projected as the top seed from Group B, would meet the second-place team from Group A, then potentially clash with the winner of the Group of first and Group B second matchup in the semifinals. Now it came down to seeing which team between electromechanical and environmental engineering would claim first place. Tong hid alone in a corner of the stands holding an umbrella, confident no one would spot him there. Environmental played with obvious urgency, while electromechanical moved with relaxed confidence. And remarkably, they were among the rare possession-based teams in amateur football. Environmental was a team that blindly launched long balls, but compared to mechanical engineering's secondary targets and dominant striker, they had no clear answer. Their clearances were purely desperate hoofballs, whereas mechanical engineering at least attempted targeted long passes, with someone always making runs to challenge for them, even if accuracy was inconsistent. Pure clearance only left them relying on luck, and they quickly retreated into deep defense, getting picked apart wave after wave by electromechanical's counters. Two players in the electromechanical squad showed unmistakable signs of professional training. In the amateur football circle, few opponents could dispossess both players simultaneously, and they could exchange passes freely. This gave the entire team a composed, organized rhythm. They're clearly a seeded team with players on another level. Through years of rigorous training, professional fundamentals had become second nature, instinctive reflexes honed to perfection. Environmental's pressure failed to contain the number 9 and 10 of electromechanical in the slightest. They effortlessly controlled the ball with every part of their body and could launch passes over 30 meters without any run-up, using just their lower legs to reach most areas of the 8-a-side pitch. This was the hallmark of proper training. In street football terms, a professional standard. No fancy tricks, just the refined control evident in every touch and pass. Much like how even top amateur players like Adong were completely neutralized by Zhongwan's center back, Zhongchang Environmental College now relied entirely on passive defense and luck to survive. Thankfully, the smaller 8-a-side goal made scoring difficult for the opposition as long as they defended diligently. But possession was completely lost. If data were available, Tong estimated the ratio at least 80-20. The performance was alarming, yet somehow they hadn't conceded. Over the entire first half, 40 minutes of relentless pressure, electromechanical had taken 20 shots, at least 10 of which struck the frame, but none found the net. Environmental's goalkeeper had been extraordinary. The second half is theirs to lose, Tong observed, already seeing how it would unfold. Against amateurs, professionals possessed another devastating advantage: physical conditioning. For professionals who trained rigorously and treated football as their livelihood, this physical dominance was terrifying. As the match progressed, it grew increasingly difficult for one or two defenders to contain the number 9 and 10. The number 10 drove through midfield with just a single touch to kill the ball and accelerate, leaving several defenders stumbling in pursuit. The number 9 surged past from behind, receiving a gentle layoff with his right foot before cutting inside. He positioned himself to block the charging environmental center back, whose high-speed tackle only caused a slight wobble. The number 9's powerful core kept his standing leg anchored firmly, and with the momentum, he fired past the goalkeeper, who could only raise his hands in resignation. The center back rolled on the ground, brushing clumps of grass from his jersey and spitting out mouthfuls of dirt before gasping for breath. Damn it. He hit like a wall. Finally, the breakthrough came. Electromechanical led 1-0. Tong glanced toward the adjacent field from his elevated position, able to see half the pitch. Sure enough, amid the enthusiastic cheers from the foreign languages girls, Adong had scored 6 goals, Zhao Fan 5, and even Monkey had completed a hat trick, with everyone except the goalkeeper finding the net. The goalkeeper was now arguing with Captain Adong, insisting there was barely any time left and begging to be substituted into attack for one more goal. What a pack of beasts. When the final whistle blew, electromechanical secured a comfortable 3-point victory without needing to push for additional goals. Meanwhile, mechanical engineering dominated 29-0, while foreign languages had conceded a staggering 35 goals across both matches. As Tong left the pitch, he overheard foreign languages female players praising their own team. They had only conceded 5 fewer goals total compared to last year. Exactly, our captain played wonderfully. That iron defense really showed some real manly spirit. Right, and our forward, Ming, even managed 2 shots on target today, setting a new personal record. Tong was utterly speechless. The remaining matches held no real challenge. He needed to focus on preparing for the semi-final clash against electromechanical. Architecture, finishing second in their group, posed no threat to them. The semi-final matchup against electromechanical was all but guaranteed, so he needed to get more detailed intelligence on those two key opponents from Adong. At least we've secured a spot in the semi-finals. Hasn't this been our goal all along? Adong looked puzzled. Why did we struggle so badly every year before and never make the Final Four? What was the real problem? When Li Tong arrived at the football field that afternoon, Zhao Na was also there. Sunday afternoons were reserved for training at Pujiang Primary School, and after scanning the crowd for some time, Zhou Xiang was spotted among the children. Things are certainly shifting. The Pujiang District Campus League Cup is just around the corner next month. There cannot be any mistakes. Li Tong took charge of the training session directly. His instructions avoided conventional technical drills, having prepared everything in advance for this approach. He set up 1-meter-high barriers around the futsal court to eliminate throw-ins and replaced the traditional goals with compact 1-2-0, 8-meter mini-goals. With 7 players per side, Li Tong divided them into 3 groups, removing the goalkeeper role and balancing abilities as evenly as possible. The core of their training was chaotic small-sided matches, 7 versus 5, in confined spaces. The children thoroughly enjoyed this type of training. No tactical lectures, no pressure, and far from boring, while neighboring primary school students cheered them on enthusiastically. Get past him. Go through his legs. Cover me, someone help. Bounce it off the wall to get around him. Li Tong smiled at the children swarming across the field. Chaotic scrimmages represented the most lively aspect of street football and served as one of the most common training methods in youth development programs, primarily designed to tap into children's natural enthusiasm. Sister Na, don't think I'm not paying attention just because I'm not giving instructions. I'm observing each child's personality, Li Tong explained, pointing to the kids on the field and occasionally making notes. Zhou Xiang possesses exceptional feints and relentless energy, and when surrounded by multiple defenders, he relies on his physique to shield the ball. Despite not being as tall as the larger players, his aggressive determination in physical battles is unmistakable. Chao Chenhao never engages in crowded battles himself, instead trailing behind the ball carrier. He's already capitalized on loose balls 3 or 4 times. Once he secures possession, he feints and shoots decisively. All sudden strikes from nowhere. Zhao Na watched the excited children on the field, lost in thought. Goalkeeper No. 1 Tao Ran possesses exceptional defensive prowess. He secures the ball in the corner, and several opponents find it impossible to dislodge him. Crucially, with his long legs, once he turns, you cannot even touch the ball. Among the crowd, No. 1 spreads his arms, dribbling the ball with sudden bursts left and right. Sister Na, don't you have any other goalkeeper options? How about letting No. 14 try being the goalkeeper? That's worth a try. I understand your point. I've also considered letting Tao Ran play center forward, but his performance as goalkeeper is so stable that I couldn't bring myself to make the change. Indeed, it's a dilemma of two-way choice. Anyway, let's try having No. 14 participate in goalkeeper training as well. Having an extra backup is always prudent. No problem. Zhao Na nodded in understanding. It was indeed necessary to build a reserve, and goalkeeper training also fostered courage and judgment in center backs. These two positions shared some commonalities, and the collaboration would deepen their tactical understanding. No. 9 Wang Ziheng, look at his speed when diving to the ground and the ferocity with which he throws his body into blocks. He is the one who is always present in every block and every interception. Wang Ziheng, my training direction for him is definitely correct. Zhao Na felt that her reason for selecting this child finally aligned with Li Tong's viewpoint. What I value most is his tenacity in tackles. He is most suitable as a forward, and he is fast. Li Tong's face was full of smiles, his eyes fixed on Wang Ziheng as he observed for another minute or two. Finally, he shook his head. Still not consistent. Sister Na, do you remember the first time I went to Pujiang No. 1 primary school to do the 30-meter sprint plate grabbing test with the kids? Yes, Wang Ziheng scored very high. Wang Ziheng's speed and overall score were the highest, but his physical confrontation didn't make the top 3 and his acceleration was only 3rd. Li Tong flipped open his notebook and pointed to the evaluation dimensions recorded by the coaches. This indicates that his explosive positioning ability is not top tier, and his physical confrontation cannot support his positioning either. His defense isn't good either, right? I haven't noticed it before. Do you remember the match against Happy Star when you temporarily used Wang Ziheng to mark Happy Star's No. 7 that fast horse on the wing? Li Tong, fearing that being too direct might hurt Zhao Na, since women are often sensitive, thus borrowed Zhao Na's own tactical command case. In those 10+ minutes, Wang Ziheng hardly succeeded in winning the ball through physical confrontation, but during that time Happy Star's No. 7 was so harassed by him that he never managed to break through and cross again. This is his marking ability. Then, is he suited to play as a full-back? Zhao Na asked cautiously. Defensive midfielder, a player like Candy. In 2014, Zhao Na did not know Candy, but in 2022, Li Tong was all too familiar with that name. Candy just helped the League 2 team gain promotion to League 1. I've observed him for a long time. He should be the best defensive intercepting midfielder in the world. Wang Ziheng possesses that kind of quality. He is 168 centimeters tall, with average explosive power, but excellent sustained speed and endurance after acceleration. Harassment, interception, clearance, and disruption are his trademarks. He is definitely not the type of player who relies on his body to win the ball and link the team, but with such coverage and interception ability, he is enough to become a master. Zhao Na suddenly understood, but was a bit dissatisfied with Li Tong's example. Say a player I know. I get it. This is an upgraded version of Li Tai. I like this type of player too. In a whole match, the number of shots on goal can be reduced by several. Li Tong, who detested Li Tai for not selecting Luo Guofu, could only sigh and hold his forehead, yet he couldn't deny Zhao Na was right. Li Tai was indeed an excellent defensive midfielder in his day. Tireless wide coverage, and always chasing the ball to the end, all traits of TZ. No. 7. Zhang Haoqing is a child I have overlooked. After observing the chaotic match for 30 minutes, Li Tong finally got a clear look at Puzheng No. 1 primary school's No. 7. A child with the second best speed, second best overall physical ability, and a potential rating of only 2.5 stars on the datasheet. Why had he shown no performance in previous friendly matches? Li Tong now finally saw his ability. No. 7. Zhang Haoqing is not suited to play left midfield. His speed over 30 meters was only slightly slower than No. 9, but his acceleration didn't even make the top 10. His dribbling style is long strides forward, a high-speed running method with stable touches each step. He is not a sprinting madman who bursts out more than 10 meters in one stride. Zhang Haoqing's overall physical ability is also strong with a stable core, and he is not afraid of confrontation and jostling for position while running. Just now in the crowd, several of his subtle passes showed considerable imagination. Sister Na Wang Ziheng's physical ability manifests in quick diving, fast recovery, and agility. Zhang Haoqing's physical ability shows in core stability and resistance to falling. Li Tong took out his pen, drew a few zigzag lines on his notebook, and sought confirmation from Zhao Na. In this chaotic match today, it's hard to tell, but normally does he run like this? So what is his template? Li Tong stared at Zhao Na, expecting her to give him an answer. Kaka. Exactly. The galloping stride running style. Li Tong then recorded Zhang Haoqing's shortcomings for comparison. In the 8-a-side format, he has no position because the most suitable long-distance dribbling position currently is defensive midfielder, but he lacks intercepting ability. But when it comes to the future 11-a-side, where the field dimensions are larger, he will be able to fully display his talent in the attacking midfielder or defensive midfielder positions. Some players have such an awkward growth stage. You clearly feel he is good, but no position seems to fit him perfectly. In most teams, he can only be squeezed out of the starting lineup and eventually out of the team by competitors one after another. But in the hands of someone who truly understands football, this is a pearl lost in the sea. This is where his talent lies, not about learning skills based on whatever position the coach assigns. Only by following his nature and physical abilities and developing his talent can this gem be protected. The top tier of China's youth training is only the reserve teams, and the feeder system is only campus football. By junior high and high school, these two levels become top-tier professional football and pure amateur football. Between them, there is a lack of connection through second-tier and third-tier youth leagues. Many players with awkward positions after playing for a few years cannot find a suitable role and eventually give up. They never even get a chance to bloom. They are cleared away like weeds. But won't the currently observed advantageous abilities change in the future? As a coach, Zhao Na had also seen many who were fast as children but became slow as they grew up, some who were strong in confrontation as children but became weaker when they grew taller. They will change. Li Tong closed his notebook and looked at the happy children on the field for a long time before saying, "So we need continuous tracking and observation to protect each pearl lost in the sea. Sister Na, I want to cultivate Ronaldo and Messi. Are you willing to join me?" As expected, the mechanical engineering team swept their final match 6-0 against the information technology team, with half their key players resting. Li Tong had gone to training and gave no instructions at all. For the quarterfinals, although the opponent was the environmental college and theoretically not very strong, Li Tong still took leave to personally oversee the match, ensuring a spot in the semifinals. The match was uneventful. The environmental college could hold against the mechanical and electrical team's ground game, but against the mechanical engineering team's aerial bombardment, they quickly lost their composure. Dong's physical presence and heading ability proved to be an insurmountable advantage. 4-0, Dong with 2 goals and 2 assists. After 3 years of pursuit, the mechanical engineering team had once again reached the semifinals. Li Tong adjusted player rotations based on the heat map data, maximizing everyone's rest, all for the ultimate goal of advancing further. The next day would bring the most crucial match, where the mechanical engineering team would attempt to break through history. For the first time, the second Polytechnic University Stadium was filled to capacity. The stadium was modest with only about 1,000 seats. Those seats were far from enough. Some wealthier students had to book private rooms in the food plaza adjacent to the field, where air conditioning, better seating, and a bird's-eye view of the pitch awaited them. During the summer break, the food plaza owners finally managed to fill every private room at once and seized the opportunity to launch a promotion: free bottles of beer, courage crossing the world, for every goal scored by the supported team. Thus, most of the mechanical engineering boys ended up in private rooms when the match began. And the cheering slogans had changed to Dong scores 1, the boss buys 1. In truth, the owners of several stalls in the food plaza were grinning from ear to ear. The fleece always comes from the sheep. People in one private room might not all know each other directly, but they certainly shared a common passion. Players from the same dormitory served as information hubs. Before the match, everyone knew the mechanical engineering team had brought in a big name. A former national youth team starter, now a professional player, Tong, sitting as head coach, sent the mechanical engineering student cheerleaders' confidence soaring. Yes, they only just found out who the head coach was. Most students watched matches for fun and had never paid attention to the coach before. It was only after reaching the semifinals that everyone's gossip instincts kicked in. I always said Dong was suited for striker. His physique isn't much use at the back. You can't hold up a team single-handedly. You need to bomb the front line. Can brother Ho start? His technique is solid. He's the absolute star of my class. Ho's stamina is something else though. He can only come on in the second half to pick up scraps. My Fan Gu is the real starting forward. Okay. He has the most goals so far. Zhao Fan is truly a poacher. He just hangs around Dong and one goal after another comes. Honestly, isn't our playing style a bit too crude? This is 1980s British long ball football. As long as we win, who cares how we play? I wouldn't complain if the Chinese national team played like this and won. China's reputation as a heading team is long gone. Have you been following Elkison, the number 9 for Guangzhou Evergrande? If China naturalizes him, our national team will definitely qualify for the World Cup. Unfortunately, Tong couldn't hear these astute observations. Otherwise, he would have regretfully told that student that Elkison did indeed get naturalized, but China still had no chance. Fans didn't care about mechanical engineering's playing style, they only cared about winning. But Tong couldn't ignore it because the opponent truly was a tough matchup. Mechanical and Electrical's numbers 9 and 10 both came from the Chongming base. They have good ball sense, but neither broke through to the starting lineup there. Their parents gave up and they were eventually recruited through special admission to our school. Dong's explanation made Tong see things clearly. No wonder their pace, technique, and passing were all decent. They played ground football. The Chongming DNA of short passing and movement was deeply embedded. Technical ball control versus long ball football. Everyone outside the mechanical engineering department, indeed the entire school, favored mechanical and electrical. With breakthroughs and quick combinations, it was the football people dreamed of watching. And mechanical engineering represented exactly what Chinese football had become. Dong said helplessly, "Heaven and earth are my witnesses. I want to play beautiful football too, but this is the team I'm given. You can't ask me to embroider." Brother Ho felt there was still hope. "Coach, maybe I should start. I'd say I'm more of a technical player." "Get lost. If we lose, your fancy technical football means nothing." Dong smacked Brother Ho on the head. Unlike youth academy football, adult football demands everything you have to win. Zone defense lacks compactness and amateur players are easily pierced through the seams by fast, skilled opponents. Given this, Tong selected the two players with the best combination of pace, balance, and strength: number 3 Yao Yuan and number 11 Sun Tianyi. Number 10 is relatively slow but a good passer. Yao Yuan, you mark him. Don't let him turn comfortably. Number 9 is the better dribbler. Sun Tianyi, mainly shadow him, disrupt his rhythm with subtle moves, deny him space to accelerate. Man-marking tactics. What dignity is there in that? But we must win and reach the final. Tong pulled his cap lower, knowing the tactics were somewhat despicable. He preferred to stay low-key and avoid recognition. The match turned into a knife fight from the first minute. In the third minute, mechanical and electrical's number 10 played a one-touch pass, and when number 9 broke through, Sun Tianyi brought him down. The resulting right-wing free kick went high over the bar. 6th minute, mechanical and electrical surged forward again. Number 10 dribbled past with a series of touches, powering through Sun Tianyi's challenge to shoot, but without proper leverage under pressure. The goalkeeper collected it safely. 12th minute, mechanical engineering's number 10, Dong won a header in the box, but the goalkeeper caught it. The goalkeeper punted it to near the center circle. Number 10 controlled the ball under pressure, turned, and threaded a through ball behind the defensive line. Mechanical engineering's defender number 6 Li Chao slid in to clear. 19th minute, Yao Yuan fouled mechanical and electrical's number 10. Number 9's direct free kick struck the crossbar. Mechanical engineering dodged a bullet. 21st minute, Dong shielded the ball, then with a subtle flick of his ankle rolled it into the space behind. Zhao Fan muscled past the slow-reacting defender and faced a one-on-one, but his powerful shot went straight into the goalkeeper's arms. 25th minute, mechanical and electrical's number 9 broke through again. This time, after beating Sun Tianyi, he faked a shot, fooling the center back, who committed fully to blocking. Before Li Chao could slide in, he passed to their other forward, number 11. Number 11 finished clinically. Mechanical engineering fell behind 0-1. Throughout the first half, mechanical engineering's aerial tactics had been completely neutralized. Two key players had been pulled back to mark the opponent's stronger attackers, significantly reducing their control in the final third. Their success rate in winning second balls had dropped dramatically as well. Tong had anticipated this beforehand, but reality was even worse than imagined. Almost all of Dong's aerial duels were won into areas under the opponent's control. With fewer outlet options for mechanical engineering, the opponent's marking assignments became crystal clear. Although Dong was capable, once the opponent understood the tactic, their countermeasures grew increasingly effective. First half statistics: shots 3-9, shots on target 1-4, fouls 8-5. Total domination in every metric. Li Tong looked around at the faces of the mechanical engineering players gathered near him during halftime. Every single one wore expressions of agitation, grievance, and defiance. All eyes fixed on him, because they believed surely there must be a way. What should he do? Was he really going to have to reveal his trump card? Was it worth it? Old giants remain old giants. Laughter and chatter filled the opposing bench area, and the coach's smile was impossible to conceal. The GDN team's controllability was remarkably high, and few teams could overcome a 2-goal deficit against them. Therefore, from players to coaches to the cheerleaders, everyone believed victory was firmly in their grasp. At halftime, Li Tong made personnel adjustments, removing one defender and adding Hosey to the midfield. The midfield, previously weakened by man-marking duties, was reinforced, and Hosey on the wing now had an additional passing option. Data was the strongest support for Li Tong's tactical adjustments. The heat map displayed on the small screen revealed that except for players numbered 9 and 11, the opposition rarely managed to penetrate into the penalty area, and their long-range efforts from player number 10 were also well contained. Hoarding 3 defenders in their own backfield was sheer waste. Their only meaningful activity came on the right flank of the forward line. Li Tong explained the rationale behind the adjustments to the team. Previously, with both the midfield and left wing assigned to man-marking, there was insufficient protective coverage during attacks. Now with the new formation, the midfield would reclaim its dominance. The defensive line needs to be more decisive when dealing with the ball. Do not drag things out. By relinquishing the defensive line's short passing control, it was hardly a significant loss for the mechanical team. In this half, all they could do was intensify their forward momentum. If not now, then when? Less than 3 minutes into the second half, the mechanical team created a shot opportunity through a well-executed long pass. After Hosey received the ball on the wing and delivered an inverted triangle pass, Tong positioned himself to screen the center back, creating space. Unfortunately, Zhao Fan's finishing was poor under pressure, and his panic push went wide by 2 or 3 meters. The GDN bench and cheerleaders erupted in gasps while the mechanical team's side fell into lamentation. I always said Zhao Fan only scores tap-ins. He has goals, but his conversion rate is the lowest among our forwards. The shooting position was created by Fan Ji's movement. Without him, no one else would have even gotten a shot off. My grandmother could have scored that. Hey, boss, can we count this as half a bottle of beer? It was just that close. The GDN team's head coach was a physical education teacher, and he was roaring at his center back. Although GDN was playing well, overall the center back position was the most precarious. His performance continually made the coach uneasy. In the 47th minute, GDN launched another attack. Player number 10 suddenly played a split pass while dribbling, forcing another mechanical defender to dive in with a sliding tackle to clear it. But amid the gasps, GDN's number 9 timed a running leap and hooked the ball back into play just before it crossed the touchline, then drove ferociously down the right flank toward the baseline. The fierce Sun Tianyi lunged ferociously, and the moment player number 9's feint succeeded, and he was about to break through, Sun Tianyi grabbed his jersey and dragged him to the ground. Yellow card number 11. Watch your tackles. That's your 4th foul. The referee produced a yellow card, issuing yet another warning to Sun Tianyi. Li Tong felt tense, as well his usual habitual smile fading away. Such one-on-one battles on the wing were simply too difficult for the amateur players of the mechanical team. His defensive positioning was all wrong. The angle of his body, the stance of his feet, the frequency of his small shuffling steps, the way his arms were held for protection. The only thing keeping him from being beaten was his sheer determination to keep the opponent outside the penalty area. My brother E is really something. He actually managed to contain Tang Jingtian from GDN. He's a special recruitment football player. Brother E went all out. Damn, it's making me tear up. Brother E looked rough today, but he was so masculine. He only got beaten once by Tang Jingtian. Sometimes a football match isn't about goals or dribbles. All-out defending and unyielding spirit and willpower. These are what get the crowd's blood pumping too. In the 56th minute, number 11 Sun Tianyi threw his body into the air, attempting to block the opposing player number 9's shot. The ball struck number 11's leg and trickled to number 6 Li Chao, who didn't control it, but instead launched a long ball to captain Dong. Dong forced a turn against the GDN center back. Damn it, in a physical contest, I don't lose to anyone. Dong. Left side. Li Tong, watching from the sidelines with clarity, happened to be positioned on the side where Hosey was sprinting. Hosey whizzed past him with no one marking him. The original GDN right back had completely abandoned his position, and the center back was knocked to the ground by Dong's forceful drive past him. He was now trying to cut off Dong's run through the middle. Referee. The other GDN players could only helplessly call out to the referee, hoping to apply pressure. Even a foul call against their own side would do at this point. The instant Dong heard Li Tong's call, he pushed the ball to the left side without hesitation. He hadn't even had time to lift his head and observe. The collision had left Dong seeing stars. 2 bulky men had gone at it, both taking hidden damage, but fortunately Dong was the one still standing. Hosey lifted his left foot and casually took control of the ball with no one defending. In the center, Dong was stumbling and hadn't yet reached position, while Zhao Fan farther out was being harried by GDN's left back and making a run toward the far post. On the left, only 2 or 3 meters from the baseline, still outside the penalty area, Hosey actually took a shot. What the hell? Hosey, don't fucking shoot. The substitutes erupted in curses. Right before their eyes from an extremely narrow angle, Hosey just went ahead and shot. The goalkeeper half-crouched arms spread wide on both sides. The ball hit his outstretched right arm with solid force, and the goalkeeper's right arm bent backward at a horrifying angle. Blocked it, the goalkeeper thought gratefully. That fucking hurt. It was so close. The ball struck the keeper's fully extended arm and bounced out of the small penalty area. Tong. Follow-up. Number 10 Tong had never quite gotten his footing right. The stars still dancing before his eyes, the hurried pass. He was just limping toward the penalty area by instinct, running on pure willpower, toward wherever he felt he needed to be. When the ball bounced out, he didn't have time to react at all. Instinctively lifting his leg, he reached for the ball, with his thigh raised forward, but missed. The ball bounced off Tong's knee, and after several more rebounds, the lifeless ball bounced upward about 2 meters and rolled crookedly toward the penalty spot. Meanwhile, Tong had completely lost control of his body and fell flat on his back inside the penalty area. Clear it out. Fanji, for fuck's sake, stick your leg out. Defense, block it. Goalkeeper, get up. Nearly 1,000 spectators from both sides roared at once as this ball came down. 3 legs collided simultaneously. The ball went in. No one could say whose leg made first contact or which leg it struck next. All that was visible was the collision of 3 legs, then suddenly the ball popped up and darted into the net. Fucking. Zhao Fan, you're fucking legendary. My Fanji, the Inzaghi of the mechanical team. Who approves? Who objects? Hosey and Tong scrambled to their feet in frenzy and pounced on top of Zhao Fan, hammering his head with their hands. A whole group behind them charged forward and piled on top of Hosey and Tong. By the midpoint of the second half, the mechanical team had leveled the score. 1-1. Li Tong, who had been gripping his last red card substitute and preparing to spring into action at any moment, finally managed to pull his heart back into his chest. A Tong's first move after getting up from the grass was to rush into the goal, grab the ball, and return to the center circle. With 14 minutes remaining, a Tong was full of confidence. They must secure this victory, and they must win before the end of the 80th minute. 8-a-side matches have 2 halves of 40 minutes each. They absolutely could not drag the match into a penalty shootout. The feeling of not having fate in one's own hands was unbearable. The mechanical team, which had been suffocated by the opponent's pressure, finally revived. The momentum of the electromechanical team, which had been leading for half the match, suddenly stalled. The opposing coach lost his composure, stood at the sidelines, and kept shouting at his defenders. Meanwhile, Li Tong returned to his seat with a smile, his previously tense face relaxing. He nodded at a Tong and gave Zhao Fan a thumbs up. Now the team had recovered. A victory was only a matter of time. Li Tong's feigned calmness also gave the players sudden confidence. The coach thinks we're steady. Monkey, you should pass more. Actually, just shoot wildly. Maybe luck is on your side today. The electromechanical department actually had many fans, but nearly half were girls, whether due to their reserved nature or their vocal volume. It was impossible for them to outshout the mechanical department's beastly legion at equal numbers. At this moment, the mechanical cheerleaders had somehow pulled out several large banners, many still wet with ink, but the slogans were already booming to the heavens. Mechanical department's Inzaghi. Brother Fan, score another one. Steadfast pillar, brother Tong never says die. Even if you're ugly, you can still play well, brother Monkey, get tough. Monkey had no mood to argue with the haters on the sidelines. At the 65th minute, he got a chance on the left flank again. The electromechanical right back's defense was definitely flawed. In a simple one-on-one on the wing, he actually attempted to charge straight in and tackle the ball. Not holding position, but rushing to tackle. Although Monkey's stamina is poor, but Li Tong's thought hadn't finished when he saw it. Monkey had already performed a V-shaped drag back, pulling the ball with his right foot, then pushing it behind his left supporting leg. The right back, whose mind had gone blank, blindly made a slide tackle, completely missing the ball, and instead sweeping Monkey's left leg, chopping him down like a log. Damn ref. Fing murder. The nearest Zhao Fan instantly exploded, rushing forward, chest puffed out, confronting the right back, who had just gotten up. Beep. Free kick, a free kick near the left corner flag. Yellow card. Right back, one more foul like this, and I'll show you a red card. The referee unhesitatingly pulled out a yellow card and sternly warned the dejected right back. The electromechanical teams no. 9 and no. 10 also retreated into the penalty area for defense. At the critical moment, the entire electromechanical team dropped back. The position of the free kick was slightly better than a corner kick with a small angle for a shot, but passing would be more reliable. Li Tong suddenly stood up and directed Zhao Fan, who was already standing in front of the free kick. Zhao Fan had always been the mechanical team's main striker, and he usually took free kicks. Zhao Fan, don't take it and let Monkey take it. We'll use the corner kick rotation tactic. Li Tong wasn't afraid that the opponent would understand what they intended just from hearing the tactic name. Before it was exposed, the tactic name proved nothing. They had practiced this trump card for so long it had to be used. This tactic as a trump card had been practiced in Li Tong's field for over half a month. Upon hearing this instruction, everyone immediately understood. In the astonished eyes of thousands of spectators and the opposing players, except for the kicker Monkey and Li Chao, who was hanging back near the center circle. The other 5 players all stood at the top of the penalty area arc. 5 people attacking the goal. The mechanical department is going all in, everyone exclaimed. The electromechanical coach quickly shouted, mark A Tong and Zhao Fan, mark them in order. Push them out with your bodies, absolutely don't let them enter the 6-yard box. The referee then shouted, watch your hand actions. Whoever makes a big move, I'll blow the whistle immediately. When Monkey was ready the moment he raised his hand, the 5 players actually started running in a circle. Damn, who are we marking? The defenders scrambled to reassign marks, but the ball from Monkey aimed at the far post had already been sent out. The 5 players exploded, simultaneously charging toward their designated spots, all leaping recklessly. The electromechanical defense collapsed instantly. In that split second, no one found their mark. Now in front of Zhao Fan was only a goalkeeper blindly raising his hands, as if surrendering. Before the keeper could react, Zhao Fan headed the ball with force, and it shot like a cannonball under the goalkeeper's armpit and into the net. 2-1. If there were a replay, one could see that the moment Monkey struck the ball, the 5 players immediately ran toward their preset spots based on their positions. This was a tactical design. Without frills, whoever was closest to the near post would run to the near post. Everything depended on the instantaneous positions. When Monkey raised his hand, he only extended one finger, meaning the far post. A tactical victory. They had practiced hard for over half a month with the kicker and the header, both practicing thousands of times. Only at that instant could they ensure their runs in the direction of the header. Even so, against no defense, the success rate of scoring was less than 30%. But this time no one defended, and Zhao Fan seized the opportunity. Number 9, Zhao Fan scored a brace. The mechanical cheerleaders got excited again. The cheers of the students present almost blew the roof off the canteen building. The cleverly designed tactic and the perfect aerial header were incredibly brilliant. This goal would surely become the best talking point for mechanical department fans for the next year. Boss, my throat is hoarse from shouting, bring another bottle of Brave the World. Boss, why didn't you launch such a good activity when we played against the foreign languages department? The excitement was for the goal, but also for the second bottle of beer. Until the last minute, the electromechanical team didn't get any more good chances. Their 2 star players took a few blind long shots from the perimeter, but failed to score again. Beep. The match ended. The mechanical department made history for their department team, reaching the finals for the first time. From trailing to leading, from despair to joy, from helpless long balls to clever tactical victory. This match became a victory for the most traditional style of play. In adult competitions, there is really no such thing as good or bad tactics. There is only restriction and counter-restriction. Watching the weeping electromechanical players, Li Tong could only silently bless them in his heart. I hope you can keep going and become the foundation for the popularization of Chinese football. As long as you persist, the fire of football will keep burning, and one day it will set the prairie ablaze. At this moment, a flashing prompt appeared again in Li Tong's mind. Achievement: historical breakthrough. Coaching a team to achieve its best historical result. No matter the size of the team, there are always some historical breakthroughs worth remembering. The mechanical team in its 53-year history had reached the campus league final for the first time. Reward: obtain 1 opportunity to showcase a classic football moment. Reward: lock Janinho's 40-meter knuckleball free kick. Display ×1. Display requirement: player's explosive power stat must be at least 16. Damn. Li Tong looked at his own explosive power stat, which was only 15, and could only curse the system for being inhuman. He then looked at his free kick stat, which was only 7, and silently complained, with stats like mine, even if I could show something on the training ground, the coach wouldn't let me take free kicks, would he? Last time that Douyin moment was only possible because he was possessed by Ronaldinho. Li Tong arrived at the Second Polytechnic University Stadium after enduring a full-body ache from his morning strength training, accompanied by several friends from the Jianing team who had come to watch the spectacle. Zheng Chong and Sun Yueling used to say that more people meant a stronger aura, and when it came to cheering winning matches and freeloading meals afterward, they could not be left out. University competitions were scheduled without much consideration for logic, with 1 match per day as the fixed arrangement. Today, only 2 teams remained on the pitch, the mechanical and materials departments, heading into the final showdown. When Li Tong entered the stadium, A Dong was already leading his teammates through warm-up exercises. Compared to the head coach, A Dong and his mechanical department classmates harbored an even greater thirst for victory. Whether their 4 years of university would conclude satisfactorily, whether youth could leave behind beautiful memories, all would be revealed on this day. Xiao Yun, Zhao Na, and a group of friends also rushed to the competition venue. Since this was Li Tong's first time coaching a team all the way to the finals, several friends decided to come together to support and cheer him on. Tong, gear over here. Xiao Yun secretly tugged at Li Tong's sleeve and pulled him aside, but she hesitated and stumbled over her words for a long time before finally saying, "My old Chen said he's treating you to a meal today." Old Chen was none other than Shun Jianghai, vice chairman of the Donghua Football Association, a big shot in the circle. Li Tong still felt somewhat intimidated inside, but a man could not back down on a first visit. Looking at Xiao Yun, whose clear eyes were wide open staring at him, he forced himself to steel his nerves and say, "All right, after the match we'll go buy something together." A son-in-law must eventually meet his father-in-law. Xiao Yun's mother had passed away from a serious illness years ago, and Old Shun had been raising her alone for 5 or 6 years. While Old Shun focused on his career, Xiao Yun pursued her own dreams, and neither had been able to properly care for the other. Xiao Yun followed Li Tong around every day, almost becoming his little shadow. Even Zhou Yong from Jianing knew that Chen Yun and Li Tong were practically a couple by now, so naturally old Chen could not be unaware. I told old Chen that your career is just getting started and you're busy. But he insisted there's an important opportunity he wants you to attend. Xiao Yun never spoke her feelings out loud, usually pretending to treat Li Tong as a buddy or good friend. The Li Tong before his transmigration had been immersed in suffering for several years without recovering, but the current Li Tong had long since adjusted and could clearly read a girl's emotions. Li Tong was indeed busy, with his own training coaching the mechanical team and helping Zhao Na train those young academy kids. Lately he had been running around so much he could barely keep his feet on the ground. But when his little shadow made her first request, Li Tong had no choice but to face it head on. Gathering his thoughts, he said, I need to go direct the match first. 5 matches, and the mechanical department has only conceded 1 goal. The materials department head coach was giving his players a pre-match pep talk. And what best demonstrates their combat effectiveness is the match against mechanical and electrical. That pair of guys, you know their level. The core of the mechanical department is a Dong, and their tactical adjustment, this time, has been very successful. They have suddenly transformed from a defensively strong team into an offensively powerful one-all just by moving a Dong's position. You have all seen a Dong's physique and aggressive winning spirit since you are his teammates on the university team. The key to this match lies in whether you can mark a Dong effectively. Zhao Fan from their team is essentially a second-rate opportunistic forward. His strength lies in making runs and interpenetrating the defense. He has almost no ability once he actually receives the ball, so Xiao Dong, just engage him and do not give him the chance to shoot. No problem, I will not give him the chance to shoot. Dong Yuzhu, the mechanical department's left back, nodded earnestly. Li Chao only became a starter on the defensive line after this tactical adjustment. He has a large coverage range, and he is the initiator of attacks. Our forwards must press effectively. Xiao He, when the center back receives the ball, you need to pressure him immediately to reduce his passing accuracy. Li Tong was also setting up tactics. The mechanical department is a strong team in all aspects. We will return to our normal formation this match, 3-3-1. A Dong can push forward a bit more, and the attacking midfield line needs to retreat another 5 meters and compress closer to the defensive line. Survive the pressure in the first half, then look for opportunities to bring on attacking players in the second half. Zhao Fan, you will not start yet. Previously you were nominally a right midfielder, but you actually played as a semi-forward role. Rest during the first half and closely observe their defensive line. Zhao Fan's physical condition was not good. Yesterday's 2 goals had overtaxed his body. Today, all his physical attributes were flagged in red. Li Tong found an excuse and planned to bring him on in the second half, when everyone's stamina would be more evenly matched. Xiao He from the mechanical department was a troublesome opponent, but Li Chao has been consistently solid since securing his starting position. In training matches, he has always been matched against a Dong, and despite his height not being outstanding at just 180 centimeters. But he has developed solid techniques for dealing with aerial balls, and his first touch and distribution after receiving the ball are both reliable. Thanks to the emergence of new players, Li Tong can now confidently deploy a Dong as the central striker. A smile crept across Li Tong's lips. The current situation was like managing a football game. He could confidently arrange his lineup based on data and player conditions. Wang Chongfeng, number 12, starts the match. Just take the ball and dare to break through. Play to your own strengths. You and Zhao Fan have different styles, which will create a nice contrast between the first and second halves. That will leave the opposing defenders struggling to adjust. In the opening stages of the match, the materials department's left side defense proved completely ineffective. You could not say their left back was not trying. He was the type of player who relied on physicality and was always ready to throw his body into challenges. But mechanical department's number 12 was a technically skilled player suited for breaking through defenses. Faced with opponents lunging to challenge him physically, number 12 could always skillfully change direction and leave them trailing behind. Several rough supporters from the materials department were already shouting, "If you cannot tackle the ball, can you not at least tackle the player?" Several boys from the mechanical department heard this and were about to snap. Conflicts between fans typically start with verbal exchanges and escalate into physical confrontations. On the field, players compete with skill, off the field, fans compete with fists. Fortunately, in universities, teachers have well-established protocols for handling such incidents. 7, 18, and 19-year-old guys who were about to get into a fight were herded to the front row of the stadium and made to sit facing away from the field in a line. Seeing their miserable expressions, all the spectators erupted in laughter. The materials department's left flank had completely collapsed, becoming nothing but a green light corridor for number 12. Their prepared tactics for tight marking and defending aerial balls suddenly lost their effectiveness. In just 15 minutes, the mechanical team had launched 5 attacks down this flank and delivered 3 inverted triangle passes. Unfortunately, a Dong was not a forward with good ball feel. Although he fought hard for aerial balls, when the football bounced along the ground toward him, he could not strike it cleanly. He made contact with the ball on all 3 passes, but 2 were weak and harmless, while the one where he put power into it went wildly astray. However, the mechanical team's dominance did not last beyond 20 minutes. A Dong's injury instantly reversed the momentum of the match. In the 20th minute during a corner kick for the materials team, a Dong, who had tracked back to defend, was marking Xiao He. Xiao He was of African descent, stood 184 centimeters tall, and possessed exceptional jumping ability, making him impossible to mark except by a Dong on set pieces. After the corner was taken, both players went for the ball, and when they leaped high, Xiao He managed to get a touch on it, while a Dong's nose collided with Xiao He's chin. Blood seeped from between a Dong's hands, covering his face, thick droplets, forming a thin, intermittent stream. Lying on his back with stars swimming before his eyes, a Dong did not forget to ask Li Chao, who was bending down to check on him. The ball did not go in, did it? The ball didn't go in. Li Chao's eyes reddened. But Captain, what should we do now? A Dong's nose was bleeding profusely and had to be temporarily pulled to the sidelines to stop the bleeding. Several substitutes held umbrellas to shade him. While a Dong tilted his head back to stop the bleeding, he kept watching the field from the corner of his eye. This time Li Tong didn't substitute anyone, preferring to endure these 2 or 3 minutes rather than make a change. As long as a Dong comes off the field, the match is over. It wasn't that Li Tong was heartless, but the data panel clearly showed a Dong's status arrow was either red or orange. Once the bleeding stopped, his condition would be completely fine. The beasts from materials obviously wouldn't miss this golden opportunity, bombarding machinery's goal relentlessly. Now they knew machinery had lost their counterattack arrow entirely, pushing even their center backs across the halfway line. Materials had a 2-on-1 advantage in the middle. Their midfielder drove straight toward machinery's penalty area, and just as he approached Li Chao, he twisted his right ankle and delivered a cutback pass to the wing using the outside of his foot. The winger from materials played a safe lofted cross. Since they couldn't contain Xiao He on the pitch, relying on aerial bombardment was definitely the right approach. In the scramble, Xiao He won another header, but Li Chao used his body to pin him down, preventing Xiao He from generating any power, sending the ball straight up and down. After the goalkeeper collected the ball, he punted it out of bounds. The machinery bench watched it roll toward them, but no one stepped forward to retrieve it. They continued talking amongst themselves as if they hadn't seen the ball rolling toward them, stalling for every second they could, abandoning any notion of sportsmanship. Only after enduring these agonizing 3 minutes could a Dong finally enter the field. Less than 10 minutes remain in the first half. Hang in there. The students on the substitutes bench rushed to encourage everyone on the field, though they were more exhausted than the players themselves, and their throats were already sore. Only a few tens of minutes remained. Victory would mean winning the championship, allowing the senior students to graduate and scatter with the best memories of their youth. Just as a Dong had just reached the edge of the opponent's penalty area, the tide of the game suddenly shifted. A machinery player launched an unremarkable long pass that landed between the left midfielder and a Dong, a slow ball, not even aimed at the goal. No one knew what was going through the materials goalkeeper's mind, but he jumped out of his goal and threw himself at the ball. He managed to reach the ball, but upon landing it struck his ribs with force. His hands went limp and the ball slipped loose. The left midfielder for machinery, a player who had gone unnoticed in previous matches' content with simple passes, happened to run in front of the ball and simply nudged it lightly toward the center. A Dong even had time to observe the ferocious expression on his anxious center back as he lunged in, everything moving in slow motion. The ball arrived perfectly at his feet, and he controlled it smoothly before casually slotting it past the goalkeeper with no finesse whatsoever. The roaring stadium fell suddenly silent, then the supporters on the left side leapt to their feet and erupted into celebration. The unexpected turn of events left the cheering squad of the dominant materials team feeling utterly deflated, while the machinery supporters added fuel to the fire with their passionate outburst. The owners of the food court miscalculated once again, losing another 100 bottles of hard cider. The materials goalkeeper decided to remain on the ground, unable to face getting up. He resorted to tactical injury, feigning pretending to be severely hurt, so he wouldn't have to continue playing. Everyone could read his mind. Yet no matter how fiercely the coach cursed at him, he just crouched there with his head protected like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. It couldn't be helped. Pretending to be incapacitated was more forgivable, and he was genuinely hurt anyway. That area on his chest must have bruised. The jubilant materials substitutes didn't care what he was thinking, all cheering for the goal, without regard for their opponent goalkeeper's petty scheme. Substitute the goalkeeper. The helpless materials coach could only make a substitution. With the goalkeeper change, materials tempered their aggressive pressure to ensure stability. Despite trailing, they didn't push all out, knowing the full second half remained, and couldn't risk exposing an unwarmed replacement keeper to immediate scoring chances. At halftime, the technically inferior machinery team surprisingly led 1-0 as they headed into the second half. A Dong, you drop back to midfield. Establish yourself as a defensive presence there. Zhao Fan, you take the striker position. Li Tong intended to maintain some midfield stability, but saw no need to reshuffle the defense. Despite the tense first half, where every movement seemed heightened, the opposition never created clear-cut chances, so he'd stick with the same backline. Long Chanfeng stays on as well. Xiao Guangtao will be substituted off. He's a defensive-minded midfielder who already struggled in the first half, and Li Tong noticed his physical metrics dropping significantly along with his technical performance declining. Therefore, he made the corresponding adjustment. Coach, what about me? The anxious monkey wanted to enter the game. At this crucial moment of claiming the championship, it would be humiliating to remain just a substitute. Sit for now, think about the team. Even though they were close friends, normally Li Tong wouldn't make substitutions based on personal relationships. In the final half of the match, victory was the only thing that mattered. The second half saw Material's psychological coaching prove effective, and as the trailing team, with only 40 minutes remaining, they had nothing left to lose. Only by fighting with everything they had could they salvage a final chance. Unwilling to accept defeat, Materials threw everyone forward. Every player except their center back surged across the halfway line, unleashing relentless attacks on Machinery's goal. The situation now was that 13 players and 3 referees crowded on Machinery's half, while Materials had only Zhao Fan and the opposing center back and goalkeeper on the other side. After 5 minutes on the field, Zhao Fan hadn't touched the ball much, making several shuttle runs. In the summer heat at 11 in the morning, he played for 5 minutes and still hadn't broken a sweat, which was quite something. The Machinery players defended in a flustered manner, appearing passive, but the defensive line held relatively solid, especially with the Dong position just outside the arc of the penalty area, essentially eliminating any hope of long-range shots from the opposition. At this point, Materials players could only hope their wingers would deliver, needing to find a way through the flanks at least once. Machinery players had no chance to counterattack either. Zhao Fan couldn't win duels to get the ball, and while his first touch resembled that of the Italian striker Inzaghi, his second and third touches were far less impressive. Zhao Fan's role was merely to make runs alongside the center back, feigning sprints in case an opportunity somehow presented itself. As another pass came his way, the opposing center back closed in from behind. Zhao Fan felt the wind on his back and, daring not to control the ball, instead sprinted forward and kicked it far out of play, the best way he could think of to delay the game. He couldn't shield the ball like Emperor Li Yi, who could dance in the corner for dozens of seconds. Even so, the defender behind him slammed him to the ground. Free kick. The defending side committed a harsh foul. Warning. If any similar action occurs again, it'll be a direct yellow card. Referee, can I take this quickly? No, wait for the whistle. The referee was checking whether Zhao Fan was injured, and under no circumstances would he allow a quick free kick when a player might be hurt. Substitution. Li Tong couldn't afford to let such a dangerous situation escalate further. Goalkeeper number 1, come off. Goalkeeper number 16, get on. Li Tong surprisingly brought on a short but stocky substitute keeper at this moment. Number 16 pointed at himself and received confirmation from Li Tong. What's the meaning of this? What is the coach doing? We haven't secured the victory yet. What nonsense is the coach showing off? The crowd erupted in confusion, and not a single person, not even Li Tong's friends, understood the move. Why? Only Li Tong knew, but he couldn't tell anyone. Because within this team, only this substitute goalkeeper possessed an explosiveness rating of 16. The goalkeeper wearing number 16 stood before the free kick, and no one on either side, including himself, understood why he was there. Except for Li Tong. Li Tong had already quietly activated and used the classic moment display card, Xiao Juninho's 40-meter elevator kick. The first coaching trophy in his life, failure was not an option. Moreover, winning the championship today would surely unlock another historic breakthrough achievement. 1 activation, 1 reward. No loss. No one can catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb, and the championship remained his primary mission. Li Tong had not forgotten main quest 4 either. Though he still did not understand what the reward was, quests of this nature had never disappointed him. Obtaining it sooner would benefit every aspect of his development. Number 16, Zheng Xiaodong, you take this free kick, strike it with full force. As Li Tong substituted him onto the field, he whispered these words into his ear. The coach of the Materials team barked loud warnings to his goalkeeper and backline. The unexpected substitution and the inexplicable choice of taker made him extremely tense. Pay attention. The backline, hold your positions. Don't let this one slip through. The substitute goalkeeper, still stretching and shaking out his legs, had not yet faced any real test. He nodded to his coach. No problem. Don't worry. The distance was too great to set up a wall, so the backline fell back near the penalty area, pushing the mechanics team's Zhao Fan and Dong outward. Don't let them into the 6-yard box. Long-range shots are easy to parry. Watch the second ball. Dong and Zhao Fan refused to yield an inch. The burly men on both sides pressed and shoved against each other, all vying for a spot neither could yet locate. Play on. The referee finally blew his whistle once both sides were ready. Number 16, Zheng Xiaodong, naturally lacked confidence. It wasn't that he lacked the power, nor that he had never scored such a free kick before, but as for certainty of scoring, even he knew it was 0. Hit it hard. At least they can't intercept it easily and launch a counterattack. I still have to run into the goal. Zheng Xiaodong steeled his resolve. He took a deep breath, stepped back 5 or 6 paces, and offered no flashy routine whatsoever. He simply charged forward with full force, raised his thigh high, and whipped his lower leg through with speed, striking the bottom of the ball squarely with the instep. The ball deformed and seemed to scream as it launched away. What power! Too high. The force was too great. The ball flew with absolutely no spin, traveling in a dead straight line toward the goal. As it neared the goal, the ball suddenly dipped in an S-curve, like a falling leaf drifting on the wind, and then without hesitation buried itself in the net. A glitch. Holy crap. What the yay. Unbelievable. Aside from holy crap, I honestly have no other words. It's in. It's in. It's in. It's in. Shut up, I don't like Lu Jianhong. The materials team's goalkeeper froze on his line. The instant the ball came flying in, his center of gravity had already shifted. He was sure he could handle this straight shot. But the ball did not go where he expected. As it neared the goal, it suddenly curved in a diagonal S shape. All he could do was raise his arms foolishly and watch it sail into the net. The other materials team defenders watched their eyes follow the ball all the way into the net, then stood with their mouths agape, frozen in a stupefied state beneath an IQ of 80. After striking the ball, number 16 Zheng Xiaodong did not even look up. Instead, he immediately returned to his duty and ran back toward his own goal. By the time the crowd erupted, he still assumed the opponent had intercepted it. Only then did he glance back while running, but in his distraction, he lost his balance. His left foot tripped his right, and he tumbled into an embarrassingly standard faceplant. When he finally raised his head, a massive shadow loomed overhead, and 15 burly men piled on top of him. Meanwhile, Li Tong, the renowned tactician, the turner of tides, the Machin master, stood calmly on the sidelines with a gentle smile. To the crowd, however, he resembled a golden statue. If he spread his arms wide now, everyone would have sworn he was the famous Christ the Redeemer statue atop Corcovado Mountain in Brazil. With the World Cup underway those past few days, that image had been branded into everyone's minds. Among the male spectators who had been following the World Cup, opinions were unanimous. Li Tong's tactical command was no less impressive than that of Joachim Löw, head coach of Germany, whose match had just ended at 4 a.m. that morning. The significance of Mechanics' 2-0 victory over Materials was no less monumental than Germany's 7-1 demolition of Brazil. Even with 20 minutes remaining, the Materials team failed to mount a single coherent attack. Through to the final whistle, they played in a daze utterly devoid of spirit. The two extraordinary goals had shattered their confidence. The Mechanics team meanwhile exhausted all their remaining substitute slots, ensuring everyone experienced the joy of the match. Even Monkey logged 5 minutes. Though he contributed nothing notable, he felt deeply satisfied. This celebration of their finest youth would accompany them for a lifetime, and the seeds of football would likely take root in their own children. The match ended 2-0. The moment the referee's whistle sounded, spectators who had been restless on the sidelines surged onto the field. Starters and substitutes alike stripped off every article of clothing except their underwear. Monkey didn't even care whether someone tried to take his underwear. He posed seductively for the crowd, though his scrawny frame could only draw laughter. The few female students from the Materials team were snapping photos, preparing to post them to their social feeds. See, every guy on the Mechanics team is a pervert. They had even crafted a caption. Both teammates and spectators gave Li Tong ample respect, hoisting him up and tossing him dozens of times. Dizzy but fully clothed, Li Tong found himself leading a group of half-naked giants to the podium. The video was quickly posted to Douyin by Chen Yun. My bro Li Tong won his first championship as a coach, leading the Air Gongda Mechanics team to their first title. Chen Yun beamed with pride, though the comments below devastated her. When did bro Li Tong switch to becoming a bodybuilding coach? What tier is this bodybuilding competition? Aside from the one holding the trophy, everyone else looks terrible. No olive oil either, zero professionalism. Why isn't bro Li Tong stripping? What's there to see? Throughout the evening, videos of the Air Gongda Mechanics team's championship celebration continued fermenting on regional channels. Meanwhile, Li Tong, now dressed in formal attire, walked nervously toward the staircase. Li Tong, frowning, was being led along by Chun Yuan, occasionally letting out silent sighs. When old Chun served as a coach, his reputation was fearsome. He was known as Lei Gong, the Thunder God. Any player who performed poorly faced his wrath like a thunderbolt striking from above. None of his disciples were unafraid. Yet every time old Chun assessed a situation, his judgment was razor sharp. His evaluations of tactics, formations, positioning, and performance were so meticulous that his disciples could only accept them with genuine conviction. Li Tong had witnessed old Chin's formidable reputation firsthand. He had never dared meet his gaze directly, and now he had also taken away someone else's cherished daughter, naturally filling him with dread. The entire afternoon had passed in restless anxiety, and he still had not checked the rewards he had earned. As soon as Li Tong sat down in Chun Yun's living room, before old Chun could utter a word, the phone from Coach Zhou Yong at the club rang. Li Tong had to explain the situation to old Chun before taking the call. Li Tong, you haven't arrived at old Chin's place yet, have you? The club just received word today that the Donghua Football Association is planning a 2022 potential Rising Stars program. Zhou Yong was eager to share his latest intelligence with Li Tong. As head coach, Li Tong was his most important player, and he couldn't resist giving his promising disciple a heads up about the exciting news. I don't have the specific details myself, but this is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for young players. If you manage to uncover more information, share it with me, all right? Li Tong hadn't activated the speakerphone, but in the quiet living room, all three could hear the conversation crystal clearly, with just a faint echo. Li Tong could only cough a few times to signal that he'd heard. Coach Zhou Yong, oblivious to the situation, raised his voice even louder. Old Chun is fiercely protective of his own. You've already claimed his precious cabbage. This is an opportunity you must seize. Old Chun, however, had only caught fragments and leaned in to ask Li Tong in a low voice, what does a Rising Stars program have to do with cabbages? Zhou Yong continued sharing gossip with Li Tong. Old Chun was quite handsome in his youth. He's a few years older than me, but still in excellent shape. He was the defensive cornerstone for Donghua. Look at Chun Yun's physique. It's just like his father's. When old Chen's voice suddenly came through, Zhou Yong hastily hung up. Li Tong held the phone awkwardly, trying to signal that he hadn't said a single word. Old Chen burst into laughter. Hearing others praise himself and his daughter was always pleasing, even if his precious cabbage was about to be carried off. How's your recovery been recently? Do you feel confident about the China League 2 promotion match? The 50-year-old handsome retired center back Old Chen didn't press the matter further. Instead, he offered a conversational opening, giving Li Tong something substantial to respond to. The team's strength is solid. We've got core players across the back line and midfield. With a comfortable topic at hand, Li Tong finally had something meaningful to say. I wouldn't say we're guaranteed success, but our capability gives us a relative advantage. That's reassuring. As an advanced football region in the country, Donghua's focused on maintaining its top 2 super teams' dominance in the National Premier League. The complete football landscape, 2 first division teams and 4 second division sides, is gradually taking shape. As a key figure in the Donghua Football Association, Old Chen's life ambition was to transform Donghua City into a leading football city nationwide. Football isn't built on top-tier teams alone. Without a comprehensive team structure and enough talented players, Donghua's football tradition would be nothing but castles in the air. Speaking with such vision, Old Chen shifted his focus from teams to individual players. Xiao Zhou from your team mentioned earlier that Donghua has prepared a 2022 Potential Rising Stars program. It will select 40 to 50 promising players aged 13 to 22 and send them collectively to England, Spain, and Germany. Since the domestic environment cannot adequately support the development of higher-level players, we must create opportunities for overseas study. Much like the mass educational exchanges during the early reform and opening up period, we're sending them abroad to broaden their horizons. Li Tong was stunned by this glimpse into the future. Could this be a completely different timeline? The original Li Tong knew that China's national team had been eliminated early in 2022 after a string of consecutive defeats. Moreover, the approach hadn't been about widespread overseas training for young players. Instead, the primary strategy involved naturalizing core players, a path history had already proven unsuccessful. Had this entire era been fundamentally altered? The Donghua Football Association's primary focus is Western European countries. Other provinces have similar plans. The capital's Football Association is targeting Eastern Europe, where they have deeper resources to ensure large-scale output of young players. Shandong and Guangdong provinces are focusing on South America. They've already established 3 or 4 long-term training camps and will officially launch them soon. Jiangsu and Zhejiang are looking toward Japan and Korea, planning to send players to corresponding school teams to fully absorb the finest aspects of their football. That's quite a significant number, Li Tong murmured. Li Tong did a rough calculation and found the combined plans across these provinces would involve no fewer than 300 people. Even if these 300 were evenly distributed across 10 age groups, that would still mean 30 players per age bracket. And there will be continuous selections each year moving forward. This is truly a monumental undertaking. The first batch will be the largest, with subsequent annual intakes expected to be comparatively smaller. But young players develop at different rates each year, so there will always be untapped potential emerging. Old Chen smiled and told Li Tong, "The reason I called you here is because you'll have an opportunity to. Our Donghua Potential Rising Stars Discovery Program launches in September, targeting players from school football, youth academies, and semi-professional teams. The Football Association will handle the buyouts and then send these players overseas." Li Tong nodded. "Now I understand. This is essentially a business plan. Local football associations, as football organizations, identify promising players, acquire them through buyouts, develop them, and profit from the investment. But unlike domestic youth academy programs, the training takes place abroad." Close enough. Experts across the national football associations believe this represents a new pathway for operation and cultivation. The associations will no longer be entities that merely spend money without results. Instead, they position themselves as investment subjects, selecting, investing, operating, and reaping rewards. Old Chen continued, "The Donghua Football Association won't rely on its own administrative apparatus. They'll establish a separate company, bring in specialized operational talent, and run it as an independent accounting entity responsible for its own profits and losses. In return for providing the association with adequate guarantee funds, they'll receive uninterrupted authorization for scouting and developing Donghua's finest players." Li Tong could only listen, unable to contribute a single word. These topics were entirely unfamiliar territory for him, and even as he absorbed Old Chen's explanations, they remained hazy and difficult to fully grasp. Could football operate this way? Was it even possible to generate profit? Why had no one attempted this in his previous life? Having left the football world early in his past existence, Li Tong had actually lost touch with many developments. In fact, there had been attempts in his previous life. Take the Wanda Overseas program, which ultimately fizzled out. Unfortunately, it never integrated into local league systems, and the children simply rotated through training bases in Europe with mediocre results. Compounded by Wanda's rapid decline, they could no longer afford even a modest investment. Meanwhile, Wuhan Three Towns had established a Spanish youth training system, sending over 100 children to pursue professional careers there with up to 5 youth teams operating at their peak in Spain. However, they lacked sufficient resources and influence, and since they exported entire teams rather than individual players, they could only compete in the 3rd and 4th divisions of Spanish youth leagues. Playing in Spain's 2nd tier or above required permanent residency status. Yet when Wuhan Three Towns' 2004 and 2005 squads returned home, anyone with discerning eyes could recognize their formidable potential. Shandong Luning's Brazilian youth training camp had similar experience. Players like Duan Liuyu, who clearly stood out, technically all spent over a year or two rotating through training in Brazil. In his previous life, there had been those who wanted to pursue this path, but far too few. It remained merely a spark, never catching flame, until Li Tong transmigrated, and even then he hadn't witnessed it become an inferno. So in this different timeline, would it finally allow Li Tong and the children he'd identified to take flight? Li Tong didn't know, but he desperately wanted this opportunity. Li Tong believed that leaving as early as possible and playing matches abroad, even for 2nd-tier or 3rd-tier European teams, would lead to rapid growth. In his past life, Wu barely got playing time at Espanyol, a team that shuttled between La Liga and Segunda División. Yet even such a fringe player was considered an absolute core and backbone in domestic football. The importance of training in European leagues was self-evident. Old Chen sat on the sofa, sending Xiaoyan to the kitchen on some pretext, and then fell silent, simply gazing at Li Tong. Li Tong felt a pang of guilt knowing the real conversation was about to begin. Xiaoyan and I are seeing each other. Better to admit it proactively than to be questioned. Old Chen took a sip of tea, seemingly lost in thought, then slowly nodded. Your relationship with Xiaoyan is your own affair. I have no reason to object. But nowadays young footballers with money tend to be restless. Even if they marry, many end up divorced. Look at the general. He's been married 3 times. Li Tong awkwardly listened to Old Chen ramble about those stale scandals within the circle. There are good ones too. I'm sincere. Seeing Li Tong's unease, Old Chen smiled. I'm not talking about that. Children have their own destinies. No one can predict the future. I just hope you're happy together while it lasts. If things don't work out, no matter whose fault it is, let go early and don't become enemies. A few years ago, Xiaoyan's mother passed away. I was busy coaching and didn't take good care of her. Your parents helped a lot with Xiaoyan. Now old Li is gone too. Life is so unpredictable. Li Tong, who had reincarnated, had nothing to say. Indeed, he didn't know what the future held, nor could he guarantee no changes. But at this moment, he wanted to be with Chen Yun. On a summer evening in July, Donghua City could still vaguely feel the sea breeze, bringing a faint salty coolness to the oppressive heat. Li Tong and Chen Yun walked by the river near their home, gazing at the distant construction site. Both envisioned the future, yet neither spoke a word. Li Tong had seen the future 8 years later, but from the present perspective, that future was fraught with uncertainty. The collective efforts of domestic football associations now offered a glimmer of hope, untested and unimaginable. Chen Yun couldn't see the future, but she envisioned brother Tong playing professional matches, joining the national team, and entering the top 5 leagues. In 2014, domestic fans still had hopes for the top 5 leagues, believing top players could compete there. Little did they know that after Shaojiai, it would be an 8-year drought. The distant construction site seemed to be hosting a grand completion ceremony. It was still brightly lit with drums and gongs echoing, and the clouds above the city were dyed in a riot of colors. In the midst of the lively scene, TV reporters could be seen conducting interviews. Life was always vibrant, a living was good. Having hope was good. He drifted home in a daze and fell asleep in a blur. In his dream, Li Tong dominated the Premier League, becoming the pride of the yellow race. In his dream, his children were scattered across the youth academies of La Masia, Inter Milan, Juventus, and Liverpool. In the dream, 8 years later, the national team swept all opponents, winning 8 out of 8 to qualify for Qatar. System, please check the main quest and achievement rewards. Li Tong suddenly woke from his dream. Right, he still had several rewards to claim from yesterday. Main quest 4, lead the team to win its first championship trophy. Task reward, significant increase in pedestrian flow around the football stadium. Reward unlocked, Metro Line 23 opens ahead of schedule. Pujiang Industrial Park Station on Line 23 is activated half a year early. Explanation, this is a crucial opportunity for the development of the football stadium. It overcomes the disadvantage of being far from transportation hubs, turning the stadium into a key passage to the metro station. This is great news. He needed to contact Zhao Na immediately. The club could have more ideas now. Previously, Zhao Na's Greenfield Club had moved away from the stadium, partly because Pujiang No. 1 primary school had a new venue and partly because it was inconvenient. After the original Industrial Parks primary school was demolished, the nearest school was over 1.5 kilometers away, which naturally dampened parents' willingness to send their children to play football. But now with the metro station, the club's chances of improvement had greatly increased. The system was truly miraculous. Who would have thought of such an operation? So the construction site he saw yesterday was the opening of this metro station. Old Li's spirit in heaven must be watching over. Achievement, historical breakthrough. 2, best record in coaching history. Winning a school championship is also a remarkable achievement. The first championship coached will grant the most resolute winner's heart. Achievement reward never give up team passive skill. Players participating in or coached by the team gain 1 composure. Unlike the team's offensive vitality driven by willpower, composure greatly influences the defensive ability of team members in the penalty area. Never give up stems from inner peace, not panicking under failure, not flinching under pressure. Aura is synonymous with victory. Another aura skill. System, can these 2 aura skills be activated simultaneously? The system replied bluntly, no. There is a team skill indicator above the mini-map on the field. Whichever aura you select, only that one can be activated. Li Tong's excitement was instantly halved. Only 1 aura at a time. That was awkward. Although composure was good for defense, its cost-effectiveness wasn't necessarily better than 1 willpower. System, if only 1 aura can be used at a time, what's the point of having so many? Li Tong asked in frustration. Aura effects can be synthesized. Related auras can be combined to create a better one. You can try moving the 2 aura icons closer together, and it will give you a prompt. Li Tong mentally attempted to manipulate the 2 aura icons. Indeed, when they approached, a dashed line connected them, and more illusory icons appeared beside them. All the lines pointed to a larger aura icon. Champion's Heart. Li Tong understood now he needed many aura icons to form an enhanced super aura skill. Champion's Heart 2 to all mental attributes. To form the Champion's Heart aura, all 14 mental attribute icons were required. Combining 14 1 mental attribute icons created a 2 to all mental attributes icon, doubling the effect and covering all stats. That was awesome, but it was incredibly difficult. Activating 14 icons was already a monumental task, and there was no guarantee that future auras would be from the mental category. You can also try double-clicking on an icon. System, can you just say everything at once? Do you only speak when asked? After double-clicking, it indeed had an effect. Li Tong double-clicked the Never Give Up icon, and immediately a list of halos appeared. Spiritual Leader. In addition to inheriting all values from related sub-halos, it also increases the offside trap success rate of the backline by 10%. Required related sub-halos: Never Give Up Composure +1 Coordinated Combat Teamwork +1 True Captain Leadership +1 Model Worker Work Commitment +1. These higher-level halos are considerably easier to obtain than the Champion's Heart, which requires fusing 14 spiritual attributes. However, for Li Tong it remained distant and uncertain at present, primarily because he did not know what actions to take to acquire them. He could only rely on trial and error to make progress. Higher-level halos that include both Composure +1 and Willpower +1 also exist. Desperate Situation requires 5 attributes simultaneously: Composure, Willpower, Aggression, Absoluteness, and Courage. When combined, they produce an excellent skill attribute during the final 10 minutes. When trailing in a match, shooting accuracy increases by 10%. Activating this halo during the last 10 minutes while behind should greatly increase the chances of a comeback. Li Tong finally realized that the system's capabilities far exceeded his initial expectations. In other words, if the system were limited to merely displaying panel attributes, that would be far too primitive. Since numerical values could be shown, the logical expectation was that effort could alter and enhance those numbers. That was something any system should allow. Reborn in this lifetime, if he did not shake up international football, his life would be wasted. Based on the 2 halos he had already obtained, one earned through personal display, Iron Will, and another through team championship victory, Never Give Up. It seemed that achieving results or gaining recognition in various events could trigger halo rewards. Of course, obtaining one-time skills was also valuable. Both were excellent tools for turning around difficult situations. Halos provided more consistent performance, functioning reliably in every match. Skills were undeniably more powerful, but they could not be relied upon continuously, nor could one depend on set-piece goals happening at will. After all, even players like Reigniting would not exceed a 30% conversion rate on free kicks. He needed to keep pushing forward and seek out similar opportunities. Coaching the mechanical engineering department's matches had consumed considerable time, but the cards and halos he had earned made it all worthwhile. After days of non-stop training and coaching, Li Tong's body felt completely worn out. He collapsed onto his bed to review his data, achievements, and attributes before forcing himself to get up. It was Thursday, and physical conditioning training still awaited him. Li Tong never cut corners in his training. He always gave it his absolute maximum effort. For any player, merely completing a training session and pushing through it with full commitment produced entirely different outcomes. Only by giving 100% effort and pushing oneself to the absolute limit could the body adapt to such intensity, break through slightly, and grow incrementally once adjusted. As soon as Li Tong finished training, several young players exchanged glances and tugged him aside. "Coach Li, have you heard about Donghwa's potential Rising Stars program?" Li Tong could only smile. Youthful minds with vision would naturally see such opportunities. He gave them a general overview of the potential Rising Stars program, based on what he knew. Donghua has allocated generous quotas this time, but the competition is fierce. Players from the 2 Chinese Super League teams, one China League 1 side and one China League 2 club, will definitely be eyeing these spots, not to mention Kuai Lixing, which specializes in youth development, and several district sports schools. Li Tong calculated based on what Chun had told him about the quotas. About 4 or 5 spots per age group. If you want to study abroad, you'll have to fight for it. The young players wiped sweat from their foreheads and nodded in agreement. Even if the competition comes from academy squads and sports schools, we should have a solid chance. Then train hard. The observation period lasts at least 6 months. Li Tong had little to add in terms of encouragement. They were all 16 or older young men who understood that advancement depended entirely on their own efforts. Head coach Zhou naturally did not let Li Tong off the hook, either pulling him into the office for an extended questioning session. After determining that Li Tong's extra preparations were not significantly different from his own, Zhou finally relented, though he made sure the young man rested at the team guest house in the afternoon before training resumed. Muttering under his breath, that old Chun holding back even on his own son-in-law. Li Tong pretended not to hear, closed the door behind him, and rubbed his forehead as he walked away. The person Li Tong most wanted to share this news with was Zhao Na. Her current core group of players would be over 11 years old after the new year, making them key competitors for the U12 spots. Based on Li Tong's assessment, Zhou Xiang with 3.5 stars of potential, and Chao Chenhao with 3 stars from Zhao Na's group, both had solid competitive credentials. The other 2.5-star and 2-star prospects might also be worth pursuing. After wrapping up team training in the afternoon, Li Tong hurried to the football field at Pujiang First Primary School. Now that they had grown familiar with him, the children at Pujiang First Primary greeted Li Tong enthusiastically whenever they saw him, their calls of Coach Li ringing out constantly. His command and respect among them far exceeded what Zhao Na commanded, and the children's excited shouts reflected their deep admiration. Sister Zhao, here's the situation. Li Tong did not hold back from Zhao Na. He shared everything he had learned. Zhao Na had also received some information from the Pujiang District Football Association and shared similar thoughts about the selection process. Whether it was about recommending her players or building the club's reputation, having even 1 or 2 athletes secure spots on this overseas development program would be significant. Zhao Na had already mapped out her future plans. Li Tong's coaching ability and insight needed no further demonstration. Acknowledging the gap between herself and Li Tong, she intended to have him lead the team for the upcoming Pujiang District Campus League tournament. Brother Li, I'm inviting you to formally join Greenfield Club. I know your abilities well. You would coach our elite squad exclusively, and I'm offering you a 30% stake as technical investment. You would take complete responsibility for leading our strongest team. What do you think? Women were unpredictable. At times Zhao Na made questionable decisions like relocating away from Li Tong's pitch, yet at moments like this her decisive nature could catch one off guard. Li Tong could not simply build a club from scratch, either, since establishing one completely independently would demand far too much of his time and energy. Moreover, regardless of Zhao Na's coaching capabilities, her relationship with the Pujiang District Football Association and the foundation she had already built would give any ambitious coach ample room to operate. Amen. Li Tong accepted without hesitation. The club's revenue meant nothing to him. He only wanted the head coach position, which would give him the opportunity to evaluate and select players. I will dedicate one of my 5-side pitches exclusively to Greenfield Club's training. On weekend mornings, I will also set aside the 8-a-side court for long-term use. The kids need more competitive matches. Children in Europe, America, and Japan play between 50 to 80 games annually. By experiencing real match scenarios, and then training through contextualized simulations, they can develop much faster. He would not accept Zhao Na's generosity without reciprocating. That would be insulting. Mutual respect required equal exchange, and when their terms aligned, Li Tong and Zhao Na reached an immediate agreement. With the subway now operational, we will have greater recruitment reach, making talent identification even more crucial. Li Tong could not reveal that joining the club would grant access to potential ratings, but recruiting more players was always advantageous. For this Donghua Potential Rising Stars program, I will pursue the U20 quota myself, while the children will aim for the U12 spots with full effort. After 2 weeks of intensive physical training, Li Tong finally increased from 57 kilograms to 62 kilograms. At 181 centimeters and 62 kilograms, it was still quite lean, but the entire 5 kilograms gain was pure muscle. The rigorous training left him with no trace of body fat, and his body fat percentage was firmly maintained below 12. You need to at least gain up to 70 kilograms, otherwise you'll be too prone to injury and physical confrontations, and insufficient muscle mass will also reduce your recovery ability. Zhou Yong smacked his lips with an attitude that though there was improvement, it was still far from enough. But finally, with a wave of his hand, he allowed the chubby Li Tong to officially join the team's systematic training, and even finally let him participate in friendly matches. The first opponent was the reserve team of Donggang. Both sides were of similar age. As a reserve team of a CSL tier, its strength was not inferior to that of the China League 2. Currently, Jining was only at a quasi-League 2 level, so the two sides were evenly matched opponents. This friendly match for Jining was scheduled for Friday at 6 p.m. After a scorching afternoon of sun exposure, the grass had become somewhat wilted and dehydrated. Before the match, Zhou Yong asked the groundskeeper to thoroughly water the field. In these times, when facing a possession-based team, no one would fail to water the pitch to make it difficult. Simulate in advance, simulate the match in the most realistic scenario. Zhou Yong and Dong Qiuyang, the coach of Donggang's reserve team, were of the same mind. Both teams, which were possession-based, had suffered from watered pitches before and agreed that friendly matches should be played this way too. It wasn't just Zhou Yong and Dong Xiaoyang who valued this match. Many coaches from the Donghua Football Association and Dongang's first team also came, and there were even a few furtive figures watching from the sidelines. Zhou Yong guessed they were staff from other Zhongguan teams, but since it was an open stadium, they couldn't be chased away, so he had to let them be. All Zhou Yong could do was to mix up the jerseys and create some confusion. In the morning preparation meeting, Zhou Yong arranged for Li Tong to play on the left wing, as before, with Sun Yuning still in midfield, and Zheng Chang as center back, players Li Tong was familiar with. As for the original left midfielder Zhong Li, he had become Li Tong's substitute. The world of football is quite cruel, true ability is evident, and if you're not good enough, you're a substitute. There had also been a new change in the forward line over the past 2 weeks. The veteran from Donggang, 34-year-old Li Chengyan, had finally joined Jianing, which was also the opportunity that made this friendly match possible. In his younger days, the veteran Li Chengyan was always a rotation starter for Donggang, scoring no fewer than 5 goals each season, making him a decent domestic forward. But in the past 2 years, as he aged, his stamina and physicality could no longer keep up in CSL matches. So the boss of Jianing used many connections and offered a net salary of 1.2 million yuan to finally persuade this big shot. At least he was a big shot for Jianing. Li Chengyan played as a center forward, a true old-school center forward. He was trained from a young age with the concept of one tall, one fast, and his accuracy in controlling the landing point of headers was exceptional, with outstanding ability to control the ball in the center. He could no longer compete against the muscular black players in the CSL, but in the second stage of the Zhongguan League, where all defenders were domestic, both the Jianing boss and the head coach believed the money was well spent. Zhou Yong saw that all the team members had gathered on the sidelines. With a wave of his hand, the starting players took the field according to the prepared plan. He specifically instructed Li Tong, "Your physicality hasn't improved yet, so focus on passing and hold back a bit." As a selection match, under the coach's scrutiny, Li Tong was given the privilege of using only half of his strength, but the other players could not afford any reservation, and to catch the coach's eye, they had to give their all. In the 5th minute, Li Chengyan charged into the penalty area. The Donggang reserve team was full of his former teammates who were extremely familiar with his characteristics. The panicked goalkeeper shouted for the center back to stick to him. Even so, Li Chengyan leaped up against the opposing center back, tucked his abdomen, thrust out his chest, and executed a beautiful lion's head shake. The goalkeeper, well positioned, raised his hand and tipped the ball over the crossbar. "Brother, and you don't have to go all out like this. If you do, I'll lose my starting spot for this week's match." The Donggang center back couldn't help muttering quietly, "Little fatty, I'm also fighting for my position. I'm about to retire. If I don't start, I won't get the bonus. How can your sister-in-law live a hard life with me?" Li Chengyan retorted unceremoniously, thinking to himself, "Don't get in the way of my earning money." The Donggang reserve team also had a few CSL rotation players, and their combat strength was quite formidable. In the 10th minute, Donggang's reserve team midfield chipped a pass through the middle. The fast forward accelerated into the penalty area. Zheng Chang and the fullback attempted to close the door, but failed, and the forward struck a low shot that sent a chill down the Jianing goalkeeper's spine. The reserve team of a CSL club had also been baptized in a few CSL level matches, making their physicality, attack, and speed a notch faster and stronger. Whenever Sun Yuning received the ball, the pressing Donggang midfielders were on him like shadows, one harassing and one double teaming. After more than 10 minutes, Sun Yuning had gotten the ball 5 or 6 times, but had not managed a single forward pass, all forced to pass back. The Chongming system's press and surround. It's too fast and too fierce. Some knowledgeable fans nearby could directly identify the origin of this style. Half of the young players in the Donggang team came from Chongming Island, all core members of the Chongming youth system. In the 24th minute, Sun Yuning finally delivered a good pass. As he turned his back, he feigned a move and chipped the ball unexpectedly to the left flank, where it landed at Li Tong's feet. After receiving the ball, Li Tong faced the oncoming Donggang right back, with little room to break through. Yet he still controlled the ball with skillful footwork, then continuously stepped over the ball with his left and right feet. Continuous step-overs. As expected, players from lower-level clubs like to show off these tricks. "As long as I keep my eyes on the ball, you won't go anywhere." The battle-hardened right back, who had played in top leagues, didn't take these skills seriously. He lifted his leg and aimed his foot between Li Tong's legs. "As long as I block your position, your legs won't move." Li Tong, however, did not give him a chance to close in. With his right foot, he performed a sequence of chop, flick, chop, 3 motions in one fluid movement within half a second. He completely shook off the defending right back. The defender's raised foot had just landed, and his center of gravity followed Li Tong's first chop. Just as he was about to track Li Tong's second flick, Li Tong had already completed the flick chop and left him 3 or 4 meters behind. Z-shaped dribble. The watching college students let out a gasp of astonishment. There were knowledgeable spectators who immediately identified Li Tong's move. Damn, he consecutively linked the forward and reverse elastico moves. The forward elastico is a combination of an outward flick and an inward chop. A successful forward elastico will go past the defender on the right side. The reverse elastico is an inward chop and an outward flick combined. A successful reverse elastico will go past the defender on the left side. What Li Tong executed was chop, flick, chop. First reverse, then forward, 3 movements in one breath. Executing this move with full range fully reflects the player's explosiveness and ball control. Li Tong's explosiveness rating of 15 and dribbling rating of 16 made him adept at such dynamic moves. The scouts from other teams watching quickly noted down the characteristics of Jianning's new left midfielder realistic feints ability to perform complex feints and quick ball connection. The moment he got the ball, Li Tong completely forgot the instructions Zhou Yong had given him. Football is a friend after all, and deep communication with a friend is hard to control, Li Tong thought as he dashed forward. On the unobstructed left flank, Li Tong had ample time to observe. Yet today his calculations faltered. Neither his naked eyes nor the mini-map revealed a single protruding red circle. Every player was tightly marked, and within the attacking third red and blue circles interwove in a tangled mess. Passing into open space was no longer an option. In truth, this was not Li Tong's fault. First, Li Chungin's style had always relied on pressing the defensive line with his physical presence. He lacked the speed to become a salient threat, making through balls behind the defense an ill-suited tactic for him. Second, the reserve team of a Chinese Super League club possessed strength far beyond that of Li Tong's team in the second phase of the China League 2. The opponents with effortless ease had already sealed off every position. In that case, I'll do it myself. One more breakthrough, and the skies will open up. Confronted by a central defender closing in Li Tong's deft footwork, a series of taps and drags left the nervous defender utterly bewildered. Li Tong pressed forward relentlessly, the central defender retreating step by step. As they reached the edge of the penalty area, Li Tong feigned a strike with his right leg, then smoothly swept the ball toward the goal line with the inside of his right foot. A half-step over acceleration. The more nervous one becomes, the more prone to errors. The off-balance central defender from Donggang could only reach out and tug at Li Tong's jersey, pulling him backward. Li Tong went down with the momentum, gazing up at the fiery red sunset that had yet to fully set. The referee did not hesitate. His whistle pierced the air, and his right index finger pointed decisively to the 12-yard spot. The Donggang reserve team coach could only heave a long sigh. Hold your position, hold your position. Take the initiative and drive him toward the byline. Li Chungin is weak on the ground, a cutback from that angle. Blocking it gives us a better chance than conceding a penalty. Zhou Yong quickly called for Sun Yuning to take the spot kick, seeking to minimize the attention on Li Tong. Sun Yuning converted the penalty with a single composed strike. At the 25th minute, the score was 1-0. Zhou Yong looked up and nearly burst into exasperated laughter. A crowd around the pitch was busily taking notes. Li Tong's strengths, continuous dribbling ability, explosive power, and composure were evident. However, his failure to release the ball during that 10-meter run was deemed a weakness, a tendency to be self-centered, poor vision, and a lack of confidence in passing. In the first half, aside from Li Tong's breakthrough and a few aerial balls aimed at striker Li Chungin's head, that was the sum total of Jianning's performance. 45 minutes passed quickly, but for Zhou Yong, it was an agonizingly slow eternity. The Donggang reserve team peppered his goal with shots of torment he could hardly bear. At the end of the first half, the score was 1-2. The deficit was not just a single goal, but the entire flow of the game. The fluid coordination Zhou Yong had once prided himself on now seemed a pathetic joke in the face of Donggang's players. The Donggang reserve team not only defended with an impenetrable wall, but also in attack displayed a dazzling array of finishing techniques, both with their feet and their heads. Ultimately, a long-range strike and a header from a corner kick gave Donggang a lead at halftime. Moreover, the shooting stats, 12-4, with 7 on target against 1, only deepened Zhou Yong's embarrassment. The goal conceded had little to do with Li Tong, but his deficiency in defensive intensity was laid bare. Zheng Chang, drained from his relentless efforts, slumped in his chair, draping a soaking wet towel over his head. He had given his all in defense. If not for him, Donggang's shot count might have been doubled. Sun Yuning was also in agony. A midfielder who can hardly advance the ball forward is a mark of incompetence, his touches and passes too sluggish. This was no issue within the China League 2, but against a top-tier reserve team, where every player had several Chinese Super League appearances, his flaws were magnified to infinity. His pain now stemmed not from a poor performance, but from the relentless inner question, is this all I have? Do I still have a future in this game? Can my dream of the Chinese Super League ever survive? We'll revert to a counter-attacking style in the second half. I'm correcting my mistake. We are still a weak team, and weak teams have their own way of survival. Zhou Yong stood up, facing his own error head-on. We set our sights too high. Our goal is possession-based play, but our individual abilities are not there yet. Let's take it step by step. We'll adjust to a 4-2-3-1 formation. We must have two familiar setups that can switch freely against strong and weak opponents. Zhou Yong restructured the positions. Dali, you come on as left defensive midfielder focusing on defense. Up front, keep only Chen Yang as a lone striker, more interchanges. Li Chungin, you're off. Only any problem. Li Chungin naturally had no objections and could only voice his support for the coach's adjustment. With the team shifting formation, his abilities were indeed insufficient to play as a counter-attacking striker. Zhou Yong still wanted to win. He craved victory in every match. At this point, he did not ask Li Tong to hold back. Li Tong, unleash your abilities. We'll be compact in defense. Look for their vulnerabilities during transitions. Attack resolutely behind their backline. The second half began. Jianing took the initiative to change their lineup. The Donggang team soon realized that Jianing no longer played with the same structured rhythm as the first half. Instead, at the slightest opportunity, they would resolutely play through balls and execute one-on-one or two-man raids. In the 53rd minute, Tong fired a diagonal long pass directly to the fast-running right winger, who did not control the ball, but quickly slipped it back into the center. 2 passes later, the on-rushing central striker had a highly threatening shot, which the Donggang goalkeeper reacted in time to deflect with his thigh over the bar. Zhong Li's corner kick did not target the center. With Li Chengyan off the pitch, Jianing had lost aerial dominance. Zhong Li played a short corner, passing the ball to Li Tong, who was nearby. Facing the defenders charging desperately to block, Li Tong executed a smooth step-over drove to the byline and swept a low cross across the goalmouth. Striker Qinyang Fortunate bundled the ball into the net with his chest. Zhou Yong asked himself, "Is this my tactical success?" In the 76th minute of the second half, alert Sun Yuaning intercepted a Donggang pass during his retreat, turned instantly, and drove forward. The fully committed Donggang side scrambled to recover. Sun Yuaning finally delivered a good pass, sending the ball diagonally to the left flank. Li Tong, outpacing the unfortunate right-back in a sprint, reached the ball first. After collecting the ball, Li Tong slammed on the brakes suddenly, then accelerated away. The defender, rushing back and then forced to stop, had his speed reduced to 0 by this abrupt pause, left helpless as Li Tong raced past him. Jianing's opponents in the China League 2 and the observers from the Donghua Football Association were all hastily scribbling notes. The gist of the notes: Jianing's left winger has pace, passing ability, accurate long-range distribution, excellent ball control, explosive power, rapid dribbling, and decisiveness on the ball. The conclusion from Jianing's opponents in the China League 2 must be closely marked: use physical contact, defend with all resources, and never give him space to pass. This player's individual ability far exceeds the China League 1 standard. He is the true core of Jianing. The conclusion from the Donghua Football Association observer shortlisted for the U20 potential new star program, player type winger core. Both conclusions were drawn even before the match had reached the 80th minute. The ball rolled swiftly forward through the grass. As Li Tong nudged the football with short, quick steps, he lifted his head to observe. In the center, Qinyang had already launched an overlapping run, his speed surpassing Li Chengyan's, and his insertion was decisive. Moreover, on the far flank that Li Tong's line of sight could not normally reach, Jianing's right midfielder had also surged forward at high speed. In truth, Li Tong could see it. The red circle on the right side of the minimap had long been conspicuous, and its movement was rapid. Li Tong continued to control the ball, waiting for the two of them to find better positions. The football tumbled swiftly between Li Tong's left and right feet. The two opposing players closing and exchanged a glance, and with that single look, they had already devised their defensive strategy. The center back had a better position and went first. Donggang's center back committed to a sliding tackle, thinking to himself, "I'll slide to block all central routes, forcing you toward the byline." The covering defensive midfielder thought, "As soon as you accelerate toward the byline, I'll use my body to shove you out of bounds. Even if it means conceding a corner kick, I'll disrupt you. The ball can pass, but the man must not. Use your body." The spectators watching also saw Li Tong's predicament. Jianing's forward is already trapped, pass it back. Zhou Yong roared from the sidelines, "Dribble pass. The middle is open." Li Tong, however, had his own plans. If he could break past these two, he would decide whether to pass or shoot. Moreover, after several runs to the byline, the opponent's subconscious would prioritize defending the baseline. He was waiting for one of the two to make a move first. A slide tackle to block the center. Just as the tackle was about to come in, Li Tong gently nudged the ball once more toward the byline. Donggang's defensive midfielder took the bait, losing his balance and dashing toward the baseline. Damn, he actually chipped the ball. The despairing defensive midfielder could only curse inwardly, but had no strength left to twist his body back and defend. Li Tong chipped the ball over the fallen center back, and the moment his body landed, he chipped it again, lofting it over the goalkeeper, who had rushed out halfway. "No goal, it's too wide." The goalkeeper, tilting his head, caught a glimpse of the ball's arc in the air. Just as jubilation surged in his heart, a large boot arrived at the far post and slammed the ball into the net. Jianing's right midfielder arrived at the last moment. Late, but not too late. Everything seemed perfectly timed. Scoring was that simple. 2-2. The right back, goalkeeper, center back, and defensive midfielder, all writhing in pain on the ground, cursed in unison, "Simple my ass." The player before them, though somewhat slender, was incredibly swift and had toyed with them all. How many times had it been now? The defense on this flank was as empty as a deserted street at 3 in the morning. Whenever Li Tong got the ball, he came, and went as he pleased, past whenever he wanted. How could they keep playing like this? In the moments that followed, Donggang had no choice but to strictly limit the passes directed at Li Tong. If they couldn't control his dribbling, they would control the ones passing to him. Under the tight defense, they finally caught their breath and regained control of the situation. But unfortunately, facing Jianing's defensive turtle formation, they scored no more goals. The final score was 2-2, a draw. Donggang's head coach came over first to praise, "Old Zhou, your team's strength is impressive this time. Where did you find that left midfielder of yours? A rare player with outstanding technique, speed, and passing." "Coach Xiao, you flatter me. That's Li Tong, once of the U16 national youth team." "I thought so, he looked familiar." I always thought he was talented back then. Is his leg okay now? Li Tong's car accident had been quite a sensation, and since they were all in the Donghua football circle, old Zhao had heard of it. He recovered over many years. Last month he came to our club for a physical test, and his condition was excellent. You've really struck gold. Our club scouts don't know what they're doing missing a player this good. Donggong's old Zhao shook his head as he walked back to his team. If you didn't see his skin color, you'd think he was a European player. I'll show the video to the coaching staff when we get back. He's worth poaching. The moment old Zhao, preoccupied with poaching, returned to his team, his face turned thunderous. He launched into a tirade. How many times have I told you? Mark tightly. Don't just think about blocking angles. All his moves are feints, and he can change direction at the last second. How many times have you fallen for it? Still no physical challenge. Foul him. Pull him early and give away a free kick. Can't you do that? The right back, drenched in spittle, stared blankly at a mineral water bottle in the corner. He couldn't argue. His flank had been torn to shreds by Li Tong. Inwardly he grumbled, where did this China League 2 team find a Chinese Super League god? Even defending against the CSL's famous wingers hadn't been this miserable. The right back was no rookie. He had been on the rotation list for CSL matches, which only made the coach angrier. His footwork is so fast you can't even slide tackle him. And all those feints, who can withstand that? These thoughts stayed locked in the right back's mind. He dared not voice them for fear old Zhao the tyrant would kill him. Zhou Yong was also dissatisfied with his players, especially the midfield. Facing such a reserve team-level opponent with such difficulty made Zhou Yong more wary of future matches. Sun Yuning, your receiving position is always wrong. Why do you get marked every time? Have you observed your opponents? Do you just bury your head and think about receiving the ball, ignoring the surroundings? This is amateur football. Zheng Chong, where is your CSL experience? Where is your toughness? Count how many times your position was bypassed for shots. Did you close them down? Zhou Yong was actually making an issue out of something else. The overall inferiority was certainly not the fault of these two alone. The overall gap forced them to constantly cover for others, inevitably neglecting their own duties. But without them, the team's problems would have been even greater. Li Tong, you must gain more weight. Your back-to-goal play today was almost non-existent. All your successful plays came from receiving the ball in space, facing forward. Li Tong's offensive performance was excellent, but it also disrupted the overall tactics significantly, especially when playing the 4-4-2 formation. His defensive contribution on the left flank was nearly zero. Both coaches had their own complaints. In football, coaching is a high-risk, high-pressure position, and it's rare to see a coach always satisfied with his players. But Jinning's China League 2 opponents thought otherwise. Before the next day was over, reports had appeared on the desks of several head coaches of teams with ambitions for the second stage. Jinning's left midfielder is the player who requires the most attention. The report was extremely detailed. Li Tong had not been an unknown player in Chinese football, and his background and current condition were easy to track. The basic content included Li Tong's physical condition had recovered to its peak, his acceleration and breakthrough ability were currently on par with several national team players, he easily deceived static defenders into shifting their weight, and his physical confrontation ability was relatively weak. Old Zhou also received this scouting report. It cost him 2,000 yuan. The more he read the praise, the more frustrated he became. He had told the kid to conserve his strength, but he had ended up exposing himself completely. Before he could even get familiar with the team through training, he had become a key target for opponents. How would future matches be played? By now old Zhou had conveniently forgotten his own second-half command, Li Tong, show me what you've got, and his own roar from the sidelines, urging Li Tong to dribble past opponents. Drawing level with Donggong's reserve team hardly meant Jiating's standard was a shambles. Quite the contrary, Jiating went on to win every match in the subsequent series of Yangtze River Delta friendlies, conceding very few goals along the way. Of course, the opposition dropped a notch in quality as well, mostly reserve sides from Division 2 or First Division teams. Still, by that measure, Jiating's strength was quite decent. In 2 of those matches, relying on Sun Yuning and Li Tong, Jiating managed to score more than 5 goals. Veterans Li Chongli and Li Cheng also played vital roles. Neither could play the full 90 minutes, but whenever they stepped onto the pitch, the team's stability skyrocketed. Zheng Chong was increasingly resembling a team leader. His scolding grew fiercer, yet those being scolded all accepted it. Who could blame them? He saw positions far more clearly from behind. As for Li Tong, every opposing team regarded him as one of Jiating's 2 core pillars. Now that opponents had gained a new understanding of Jiating, and especially after realizing that Sun Yuning was not their only outlet, the more terrifying truth emerged: the brilliant left-sided playmaker possessed skills far beyond mere passing. When these covertly recorded videos reached the desks of every head coach, each one scratched his head in agitation. The squad continued to gel, their chemistry improving day by day, all awaiting the fruit of their dreams. Jiating's goal was nothing less than promotion to Division 2, and owner Zhao Changxiong had been waiting for this moment. Li Tong's recent days had been comparatively tranquil. Freed from leading the mechanical engineering team, all he needed was regular training, occasional coaching sessions with the children at the pitch, and weekend matches with his young squad. It was tiring work indeed, but Li Tong found joy in it. He was utterly consumed by the satisfaction of watching a certain child's numbers climb, fulfilling his nurturing desires, or by the praise that followed another brilliantly weighted pass delivered with a seemingly effortless blink, though it was in truth an opening of his spiritual perception. Nearly 2 months of disciplined training had also begun to elevate Li Tong's own physical parameters. Stamina rose from 11 to 13, strength from 9 to 11. The 4-point gains may have seemed modest, but they were enough for observers to faintly perceive that fatty monk Li Tong had grown a touch sturdier. His technical and mental attributes remained virtually unchanged. On one hand, Li Tong's core technical and mental numbers were already exceedingly high, though on the other, a semi-professional side in China Champion League simply could not provide opponents forceful enough to pressure him into improvement. Having played Pro Evolution Soccer Manager for years, Li Tong knew all too well that only opponents who surpassed him could push his numbers upward in any significant way. The children at Pujiangno, one primary school, however, were growing at a far swifter rate. This was their explosive growth phase, especially since most of the children, now 11 years old, had entered puberty, every physical indicator shooting upward by leaps and bounds. Beyond the period of development, while agility, coordination, and balance continued to be drilled relentlessly, some of the children also began strength training. Naturally, this was not aimed at fortifying raw power, but rather at strengthening those muscles rarely engaged in daily life through resistance training. Football remained a contact sport reliant on the intensification of a select few muscle groups, yet with hundreds of muscles in the human body, neglecting their balanced development would only invite injury later on. Moreover, through his training, Li Tong discovered that some children suffered from restricted hip joint mobility, a consequence of insufficient crawling and tumbling in childhood. This left certain children unable to externally rotate their hips beyond 40 degrees or internally rotate beyond 30, a figure that sent despair through Li Tong. How could these children possibly play football? Thus, Li Tong set about procuring resistance bands in great quantities, implementing joint opening resistance exercises. After 1 or 2 weeks of screening, more than half of the roughly 20 children playing football at Pujiangno, one primary school, were found to have various physical limitations. Far too many had been born via cesarean section and spent their early childhood carried around by their grandparents, never properly developing their bodies. Sensory integration and coordination were riddled with issues. More often than not, Li Tong was no longer merely a football coach. He had become a fitness trainer, even a pediatric health doctor. Nevertheless, he kept training. China's football-playing youth population was far too small. The mere fact that these children could kick a ball was already a courtesy extended to coaches. In foreign countries, the ocean of young footballers would swiftly cull those with physical problems. The football world is, after all, ruthlessly unforgiving, so cruel that a coach's task is reduced to mere selection. In early August, the Pujiang District Campus League officially kicked off. Though Pujiang District was not a large district within Donghua, it still boasted nearly 50 primary schools. The campus league was divided into 3 tiers: Super First and Second Divisions. The Super Division comprised 8 teams, the First Division 16, and the Second Division at least 16, though the exact number remained uncertain. Pujiangno, one primary school, was a perennial runner-up. Despite receiving 8 special admission students annually, the private Pujiang Foreign Languages Primary School held a clear edge in strength. Private schools were willing to spend generously, and some well-heeled football-obsessed fathers and mothers chose this institution accordingly. As a result, their recruitment reach was broader, and the talent they identified was superior. If Pujiangno, one primary school, hoped to claim the championship, their core rival was none other than Pujiang Foreign Languages School. Donghua Experimental School, Xiangyang Road Primary School, and Xinhu Road No. 3 Primary School, all traditional powerhouses, were also crucial opponents for Pujiangno. 1. Youth matches are incredibly volatile emotionally. Complacency was not an option. Li Tong cared less about results when leading the team. His greater hope was to help every child discover a playing style suited to them. This philosophy, however, clashed with Zhao Na. 241. I want the children to play beautiful attacking football, and on the ground preferably. I have no objection to the formation, but you cannot simply shove Tao Ran, former number 1, up front, and put Xiao Yiran, former number 14, center back, in goal. Zhao Na could not fathom why Li Tong would create such upheaval in so important a match. The two of them quarreled fiercely over the goalkeeper position. Zhao Na insisted that Tao Ran remained the best goalkeeper available, while Xiao Yiran had only trained as a keeper for a single month. His hand placement and positioning were entirely incorrect. Li Tong, however, believed this was the most suitable configuration and that the children themselves desired it. A towering central striker brought sufficient benefits to the entire squad. As for the other center-back position, Li Tong intended to place Wang Yueran there, whose athleticism and positional sense were more than adequate. With this change, the lineup could transform overnight from a long ball opportunistic side into a control-oriented setup, with the central striker anchoring play and the other 2 lines seizing far more possession. The final compromise saw Zhao Na yield, but on the condition that the new formation would only be played for 1 half, and if no advantage materialized, the original lineup would be restored in the second half. Then that's perfectly fine. I'll definitely win. Li Tong's confidence was absolute. To be honest, if Zhao Na could see the data panels herself, she would have made the very same selection. Tao ran 11.5 years old, 159 centimeters tall, weighing 45 kilograms. Heading 11, tackling 11, shooting 10, jumping 11, agility 10, aggression 13. Such attributes were certainly serviceable for a goalkeeper. But did they not sound far more enticing up top as a striker? Pujiangno. 1 primary school starting 11-2-4-1. Forward number 1 Tao ran potential 2-star. Midfield left to right number 7 Zhang Haoqing 2. 5-star number 10 Zhou Xiang 3. 5-star number 9 Wang Ziheng 2. 5-star number 21 Chao Chinhao 3-star. Defense left to right number 20 Wang Yueran 2. Star number 6 Li Cheng. Goalkeeper number 14 Xiao Iran. The group stage still featured 8 teams divided into 2 groups with Pujiangno, 1 primary school and Pujiang foreign language school as the seeded teams, each placed in a different group. To qualify for the city-level Super Campus Alliance tournament, one had to secure one of the top 2 positions. Finishing first in the group was particularly crucial, as finishing second would most likely mean facing Pujiang foreign language school in the semifinals. Winning all 3 group matches was a necessary condition for claiming first place. Zhao was nervous. Though she possessed confidence had never been a certainty, especially in competitions that determined her very survival. Like most school teams across China, whether the head coach retained their position depended entirely on a few critical matches. Judging by victories and defeats was the tradition that had always prevailed. On the bench of Pujiangno, 1 primary school Li Tong wrote the formation on his tactical board, leaving all 18 children in the substitutes area utterly astonished. Coach Li, I have great confidence in myself. Tao Ran was the first to express his views, but I never expected your confidence to surpass even my own. Tao Ran possessed a certain flair for social interaction, yet he had never imagined he could occupy the starting striker position in an official match. As Li Tong roughly explained the overall tactics, he proceeded to evaluate each child's strengths individually. Tao Ran, your mission is to press their central defender, freeing up sufficient space for the midfield. Since several of your teammates excel at ball control, once you press effectively, the pitch opens up considerably. The engineering department seniors matches that you have watched, we will not employ their tactical approach. During the game, prioritize ground passes to develop your skills. Avoiding these challenges now, while only seeking to play aerial balls, means that passing and possession football will remain beyond your reach in the future. Li Tong was concerned that the players might misunderstand Tao Ran's role. Despite his height and heading ability, playing high ball tactics in a primary school match was absolutely unacceptable. Football is a complex game, and only by experiencing complexity can one gradually simplify and become efficient. When complexity becomes necessary, that is precisely during every match of the youth development stage. Zhou Xiang and Wang Ziheng U2 press in the central area. For the balls Tao Ran wins, ensure he has at least 2 passing options, forming a triangular supporting structure with him. U2 are not fixed in central positions. Constantly interchange and exercise your imagination. On the flanks, Chao Chinhao, you are a movement-based player. Observe your teammates more carefully and find open spaces. As for whether to make underlapping runs or cut inside, you may decide for yourself. Zhang Haoqing, you need sufficient space to dribble. You may slightly drop back to the defensive line, then carry the ball forward. Bring your characteristics into full play. The defensive line, maintain solid positions and prioritize ground passes. The goalkeeper serves as an important passing outlet. Do not only focus on what lies ahead, forgetting that someone behind you can control the ball. If you cannot play out from the back on one attempt, reorganize and try again. Never think of yourselves as destroyers, always remember that you are organizers. Xiao Iran plays as goalkeeper specifically so that everyone develops passing and possession abilities. No long kicks, always remember. Persist in our characteristics, ground combination play, and free expression. After repeatedly emphasizing his team's tactical identity, Li Tong expressed his disdain for children winning matches through long kicks and sheer luck. Of course, Pujiangno. One possessed the physical attributes to compete with anyone, yet such playing styles offered the children no genuine development. Having instructed all the players, Li Tong concluded with a final statement: play well, and everything will be fine. The players shouted their affirmations, but only Zhao Na, standing nearby, understood that these words were meant for her. This was a completely different approach from her own methods. Li Tong emphasized nothing about spirit, nothing about how many goals to score, nothing about how strikers should fight desperately. He spoke only of ground passes, imagination, and expressing one's strengths. Zhao Na was uncertain whether these concepts would resonate with the children, yet hearing them did provide reassurance. Their first match was against Xiangyang Road Primary School, whose traditional coach employed traditional tactics, emphasizing pressing spirit and relentless running. The daily 5-kilometer morning run formed the basic training regimen for these 10 and 11-year-old children. Countless strong teams from Donghua City had watched helplessly as this group of iron men mounted second-half comebacks. Li Tong dismissed such training methods with contempt. Soviet-style training methods from the 50s and 60s. How could anyone still be using them? Starting children on running at age 10 thickens their cardiopulmonary tissues, resulting in catastrophically poor endurance and stamina in adulthood. How many promising talents from professional clubs had been destroyed by such training methods? Let them witness our individual abilities. With a grand gesture, Li Tong signaled, and the players of Pujiangno. One primary school rushed onto the field. Spirit and attitude are spot on. Play with joy and positivity. In the first half, the match belonged entirely to Pujiangno. One primary school. From the very first minute, they dominated Xianyang Road Primary School. Tao Ran proved extraordinarily effective. His explosive pressing kept the central defender, marking him perpetually on the back foot. Consistently hovering along the offside line, he surged forward at the first sign of opportunity. His wide passing range inherited perfectly from his days as a goalkeeper controlling the ball. In essence, whenever he spotted a ball with even a hint of opportunity, he wanted to go after it. This constant movement repeatedly dragged the following central defender out of position. Zhou Xiang and Wang Ziheng, surveying the open spaces before them, grew increasingly energized. Their fancy footwork continued to dazzle, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the Pujiangno. One parents. Old Zhou, your son is playing brilliantly. That elastico skill and those stepovers. He must have practiced extensively at home, right? Oh, not at all. I keep busy with work and he just plays video games at home, never practices. Old Zhou was well versed in the humble brag vocabulary of parents whose children excel academically. In truth, anyone who had seen his social media feed knew that Zhou Xiang's various ball control training sessions had never ceased for a single day at home. Old Wang Ziheng's speed keeps improving. That split personation moves so fast and decisive. Pretty good, just luck. Chinese parents always spoke this way. You simply could not take their words literally, but observing their irrepressibly grinning faces revealed their true feelings entirely. The other parents refrained from exposing them, continuing with their own complimentary remarks. Old Zhou and Old Wang had already secretly resolved that if this performance continued, each would reward their son with an extra 30 minutes of mobile gaming at home. In the 7th minute, the central defender of the 3-3-1 formation committed a fatal error, preoccupied with battling Tao Ran for aerial duels and determined to push him out of the penalty area. His own balance faltered, causing him to stumble and fall, leaving the ball to be collected by Zhou Xiang, who calmly slotted it home. 1-0. In the 13th minute, Chao Chinhao received the ball from the defensive line, advanced to the midfield, and passed to Wang Ziheng in the center. Wang Ziheng struck the ball immediately to Tao Ran, who had positioned himself perfectly at the edge of the penalty area. Tao Ran shielded the ball with his back against the central defender, then gently threaded it to the right. Zhang Haoqing, who had overlapped from the left flank, struck a fierce volley. The goalkeeper stretched desperately, but could not reach it. 2-0. In the 19th minute, Zhou Xiang executed a dazzling sequence of skills, weaving left and right before surging into the penalty area. Tao Ran provided a pick, pinning the central defender rigidly behind him and safely protecting Zhou Xiang's lob over the advancing goalkeeper. 3-0. Where did Pujiangno one find such a powerful target striker? How are we supposed to play this? This guy is literally Didier Drogba. The Xianyang Road Primary School parents were thoroughly miserable. There was simply no competing with this. Did he transfer recently? Their forward wasn't this tall before, right? What transfer? This is Pujiangno, one's former goalkeeper. Something changed, and they moved him to striker. Such agility, such strength. The first half was a true reflection of the 3-0 scoreline. The attacking line flourished across the board, while the defense stood firm and steady. Xianyang Road, which also played on the ground, clearly lacked effective solutions. They play on the ground too, but the difference between them and us is that we have explosive points and imagination. Li Tong said with a smile to Sister Na. These kids you train definitely have their own characteristics, and their technical fundamentals are excellent. It's mainly the kids and their parents who worked hard. My methods are certainly not as good as yours. Tong Ji, I'm entrusting this group of children to you. Zhao Na didn't take credit for herself. Over the past month or two, she had observed Li Tong's training methods many times, each time seeing endless variations, each time guiding the children to think actively. In just this short month or two, Zhao Na realized that her so-called experience was essentially zero, even negative. Although she trained very hard, the children would dislike her training sessions and even find excuses to skip them. But Li Tong's training was never disliked by the children. In his classes, the kids' eyes sparkled. Effective touch time. That's a term she learned from Li Tong. Having to line up for minutes just to get one round of dribbling, such mechanical practice. Would you be willing to do it yourself? Zhao Na wasn't willing, so she firmly believed Li Tong was right. Even when he moved the goalkeeper up to play as a forward, Zhao Na relented. Though she proposed conditions, even she herself didn't believe Pujiang First Primary School would fall behind, because the kids were truly playing imaginative football. In the second half, Pujiang First Primary School made substitutions first. Apart from the central axis of Tao Ran, Zhou Xiang, Li Cheng, and the goalkeeper, all four other positions were changed. During the halftime break, the four substitute children analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of Pujiang First Primary School's corresponding positions in the first half with great clarity. This was the assignment Li Tong had given them before the match. Evaluate the performance of the player in your position and the opponent. If your reasoning is sound, you'll play in the second half. Li Tong didn't emphasize any discipline, but the children in those positions had no choice but to take it seriously. Such subtle tricks to engage attention came naturally to Li Tong. The others also have positional observations which determine whether you start or sit on the bench in the next game. Wang Yueran played well as center back because he has ball control and anticipation. The opponent's forward pressed hard, but his technique was too poor. He couldn't hold the ball, so Wang Yueran played well. Li Tong rubbed his forehead. Alright, that's also pointing out characteristics. Go on. Zhang Haoqing sprinted several times to attack the far post effectively. Even though teammates didn't pass accurately, or he took the shot himself, he never gave up on any opportunity, so he scored. Xianyang Road's right back didn't pay enough attention to him, always thinking about covering Tao Ran. I guess that was the coach's instruction. If I play, I won't push that far forward. My technique isn't as good as Zhang Haoqing's, but when I see a chance, my sprint won't lose to his. As long as I keep running, there will be opportunities. Lin Ren, your observation is excellent. You've said more than I did. Go on the field. Good luck. Zhao Na stared wide-eyed at the child going onto the field, and said to Li Tong in surprise, Lin Ran can even arrange his own tactics now. Actually, Zhao Na had another unspoken thought. I couldn't say that much myself. That's crazy. Coach, I'll play in midfield and pass more using Tao Ran's layoffs to take long shots. Wang Ziheng is fast and daring in dribbling, while I'm good at long shots, so I'll shoot more from the middle. On the right side I can cross. Tao Ran has heading ability, so if I lift the ball over there will be a chance. Then I need to watch for second balls. More follow-up shots will definitely create opportunities. No problems at all. Well said. Know your objectives and play well. Of course the match wouldn't follow the children's logic entirely. It was a contest of suppression and counter-suppression. Assuming Pujiang First Primary School's first half performance was 100 points, Xianyang Road had at most 80, so they were completely passive, resulting in a 0-3 scoreline. But in the second half, the advantage in stamina and the difference between starters and substitutes gave Xianyang Road a chance to turn the tide. This is bad. Xianyang Road Primary School stamina is ridiculous. How can everyone not even be out of breath? It's August. Zhao Na was the most concerned about the match result. Although she couldn't show the children how much she cared about the game, she was straightforward with Li Tong. Xianyang Road Primary School still had all their starters on the field. For a normal school team, the starters were the 8 players on the pitch, and to maintain combat effectiveness, they couldn't make substitutions. What was terrifying was their excellent endurance. In the first half they performed at 80 points. Now they still maintained 75 points. Their combat effectiveness had hardly diminished. After Pujiang First Primary School substitutions, although the children's analysis was correct, there was still a clear gap in individual ability. Coupled with the gradually declining stamina of the 4 main positions, their strength had notably dropped, and their combat effectiveness was now almost on par with Xianyang Road. Tong Ji, should we also increase our team's stamina training? Moderately enhance some aerobic exercises and arrange some swimming sessions. That way we rest the legs while getting good aerobic effects. Li Tong pondered. Although he didn't recommend running, appropriate aerobic training was still worth cultivating. There's a swimming pool in the industrial park. I'll negotiate the price. We can swim twice a week on Fridays and Sundays. Schedule it after training for better results. At this point, Xianyang Road's full court press made it difficult for Pujiang First Primary School to adapt. The decline in average player quality reduced their passing and running ability. In just a few minutes of the second half, there were 3 or 4 mistakes that Xianyang Road seized to take shots on goal. In the 35th minute, the 5th minute of the second half, 30-minute halves are standard for elementary school matches, Xianyang Road's forward, during a press, indeed intercepted a misdirected pass. Forcing his way past Li Chung, he unleashed a world-class shot. Qiu Yiran's save was already well positioned, but he still fell just short of touching the ball. 3-1. Li Tong didn't panic because his trump card hadn't yet shown his mettle in adversity. When all teammates are strong, you're only playing systematic football. Only when your teammates can't hold on, and you step up, are you a genius of ball king, like Maradona for Napoli. Zhou Xiang, as a 3.5-star super rookie, you have to step up. What must come will come. In the 41st minute, Zhou Xiang anticipated the opponent's pass, executed a sliding tackle to stop the ball at the center line, immediately got up and dribbled toward the opponent's penalty area. Unfortunately, after just 2 steps of his drive, an equally fierce tackle from the side sent Zhou Xiang and the ball tumbling to the ground. At this moment, we can't let you just waltz into the box. The opponent player spat firmly on the grass to steal his resolve. Zhou Xiang didn't argue with the opponent. He quickly got up, placed the ball with his back to the goal, and said something to the referee. Then, without warning, he suddenly struck the ball with his heel, sending it straight to a bewildered Tao Ran, who was still staring at the opponent's goalkeeper, setting up the wall. Tao Ran had been pondering a philosophical question whether to charge in for a header because he assumed Zhou Xiang would take a direct shot. Should he attack the first ball or the second? Tao Ran was deep in such contemplation. He had no idea how the ball arrived, but instinctively kicked it toward the goal. Under everyone's gaze, the ball rolled into the net. Not fast, but the opponent's goalkeeper merely turned his head to watch, never even thinking of diving. 4-1. Goal valid. Direct free kick. The referee didn't signal, so it was a quick restart. Holy shit. Tong Ji, Zhou Xiang's quick free kick. Not surprising. He's a genius in football. At least in China, he's a genius. Referee, that's a foul. He didn't listen to the whistle. The agitated coach from Xianyang Road Primary School bellowed from the sidelines, desperately appealing to the official. The referee shook his head and firmly pointed his right index finger toward the center circle. No foul. The goal stands, he replied to the coach. The kicker had already inquired beforehand whether he needed to wait for the whistle. The Xiangyang Road coach hurled his arm down in frustration and slumped back onto the bench. The parents of Pujiangno, one primary school who had been anxiously watching the referee's hand signals, erupted in a thunderous cheer. "Old Joe, where does your son get that basketball intelligence from? My kid just stands there staring at the goalkeeper like an idiot." That was Tao Ran's mother's retort. She'd been fuming watching her son space out ready to unleash a roar of anger, until Tao Ran happened to score. "Tao Mom, with Tao Ran scoring and assisting on his first start as center forward, can you stop humble bragging like this?" But Zhou Xiang's game sense really is exceptional. Truly exceptional. I wonder how that brain of his works. Old Zhou, tell us your secret. He watches global football at home and tinkers around with ideas. Old Zhou's response echoed his usual academic parent wisdom. When your kid performs well, whatever you say sounds like wisdom. But old Zhou knew better. Where in this world does natural talent truly exist? Zhou Xiang had already filled half a notebook with notes on free kick quick take techniques. His notes contained detailed strategies: how to deceive opponents, how to observe teammates, how to communicate with referees. Each scenario meticulously documented and reliable. This wasn't innate game intelligence, it was genuine painstaking effort. This particular free kick solution was like a practiced math problem. Zhou Xiang had worked through dozens of similar scenarios. Old Zhou had also invested considerable effort researching materials and analyzing with his son. Positioning the ball with his back to the goal, others wouldn't suspect any intention. Turning his back to observe also made it easier to clearly see his teammates' positions and intentions. As for Tao Ran's positioning, Zhou Xiang had already noted it before even receiving the ball. Excellent spot, unguarded not far from the penalty mark. Tao Ran's expression was perfect too, his feigned daze was utterly convincing. After placing the ball, Zhou Xiang stepped over it. When everyone expected him to turn and strike, his heel had already nudged the ball away. This sequence bought Tao Ran at least 1 extra second to react. A perfect design rehearsed countless times in Zhou Xiang's mind, and this moment unfolded naturally. Tao Ran, who had effortlessly scored, had no idea about Zhou Xiang's calculations. Otherwise he might have said, "You overestimate me. I really was spacing out back then." In modern football, do true instinctive geniuses still exist? Hardly. With the integration of computer AI analysis, every player's characteristics and habits are thoroughly exposed. Left foot probability versus right foot free kick targeting, near post or far post dipping shots, or banana curves. Nothing remains hidden before big data. In modern football, what exists are players who have honed their skills and tactics through countless repetitions. They appear more technically proficient, more capable. Call it talent if you will, because they are talents with the patience to learn. When facing football, they possess more methods to circumvent their opponent's analysis. That's what genius looks like. The final score was 5-1. The last goal came from Lin Ran, who continuously sprinted down the left flank to seize a one-on-one opportunity at the far post. His tireless running finally paid off with a teammate's pass. Lin Ran, who entered in the second half, had charged up and down the left wing no fewer than 20 times. For the first 19 attempts, Lin Ran could only sprint back to defensive positions. Only on this final chance did opportunity arrive. The goalkeeper couldn't cover the near post, leaving the ball to drift behind, requiring only a gentle tap. He gives his all in every play, never complains about teammates, always wondering if there's even a one chance for himself. His physical attributes honestly might not suit professional football, Li Tong reflected, but in society he'll certainly be a successful person. Football is an educational system. It's not merely about learning some skills. Teaching children to observe, to think, to persevere, to never give up, that's when education succeeds. As for excellent footballers, they emerge from this foundation. Without these capabilities, those selected aren't truly footballers either. Skills and technique without spiritual depth cannot withstand tremendous pressure. In matches where truly contributions matter, they are useless. This was Pujiangno, one primary school's biggest victory over Xiangyang Road Primary School, a winning margin exceeding 3 goals that had never happened before. The dejected Xiangyang Road coach approached Li Tong and Zhao Na to shake hands. "I sincerely salute you. Every one of your children played brilliantly, physically and mentally. They're far beyond us." The Xiangyang Road coach was genuinely convinced. "I hope we can exchange ideas in the future. There's much we can learn from you." Zhao Na replied with a relaxed smile, "Absolutely. Let's have more friendly matches. The kids play together often and improve faster." Beside them, Li Tong warmly shook hands with the opponents. "The kids can work more on ball control under pressure. You're welcome to come to my pitch on weekends to train together, all free of charge. Plus my field has shock-absorbing surfaces throughout which protects young ankles well. Look at them. They won but aren't arrogant. They're even extending invitations." The Xiangyang Road coach's admiration deepened. "Count us in. We must learn more." Victory brought joy throughout Pujiangno, one primary school. Parents and children alike were delighted. Li Tong gathered the parents to explain the tactical objectives and commented on each child's performance. Communicating with parents and gaining their support was to Li Tong the most crucial matter. With no afternoon matches, Li Tong hurried back to the training base. Zhao Na continued scouting upcoming opponents. But after watching Pujiang foreign language schools match, her brow furrowed. That same afternoon, she cornered Li Tong at the Jining base. "We won the match. Why aren't you happy?" The tall, shapely Zhao Na attracted a crowd of teammates who followed her teasing. Helplessly, Tong had to lead Zhao Na to the far side of the field to speak quietly. Look, Pujiang Foreign Language School's lineup has completely changed from last semester. Zhao Na pulled out her phone showing Li Tong video she recorded at today's match. Today they demolished Jiangnan Experimental 14-0. Jiangnan Experimental was a semi-finalist last year. Their forward is a mixed heritage black player. Two midfielders are Xinjiang twins, and the goalkeeper has been replaced. His reflexes and jumping are exceptionally quick. Zhao Na explained the roster changes to Li Tong, her face twisted with worry like bitter gourd. They had glimpsed hope for victory only to see the opponent transform overnight, now feeling impossibly distant. Zhao Na couldn't accept this blow, and their enrollment and registration are all legitimate. They really transferred this semester. That mixed heritage black player is full Chinese nationality. His father is apparently Ghanaian. His explosive power surpasses even Tao Rance. As long as they play by the rules, we must face them head on. We're not that bad, either are we. Li Tong watched the videos several times over, which eventually drew Coach Zhou to come take a look as well. He knew about Li Tong's youth training work with the children and was very supportive. At this moment, he wanted to be a self-proclaimed strategist and offer some tactical advice. Zhou Yong replayed the brilliant clips of Puyang Foreign Language Primary School's ball control and goal scoring over and over again, clicking his tongue as he said, "We'll have to place our hopes on the mental aspect. In terms of pure skill, they are indeed above you." Hearing this, Zhao Na's frown deepened even further. "Coach Zhou, please stop discouraging us. You haven't seen how amazing our team is. In a few years, you won't be able to afford our midfielder." Li Tong refused to back down, firing back at Zhou Yong, who was discouraging them. Then he urged Zhao Na to go rest early as they had a match tomorrow. The matches the next day held no suspense according to past records. They were just ordinary games. Especially the Group A match between Puyang First Primary School and Donghua University's Second Affiliated Primary School, and Group B's Puyang Foreign Language versus Xinhua Road Third Primary School. Based on the comparison of both teams' strength, these two matches were expected to be clear victories. In the first match that morning, Li Tong didn't come to coach. Zhao Na led the team to an easy 7-1 victory over Donghua University's Second Affiliated School. From the very start of the match, half the starting lineup was deployed, with Zhao Na giving every substitute player a chance to play. The atmosphere at the venue was excellent. She had now learned Li Tong's signature technique. Players who wanted to come on as substitutes had to first articulate the strengths and weaknesses of their direct opponent on the field, as well as what they planned to do once they entered the game. Every child was busy taking notes, recording Lin Ran's formation diagrams and the timeline of events during the match with exceptional detail. Zhao Na quietly tucked away her own match record book. "Lin Ran, the coach, is giving you the opportunity to showcase your abilities. Tell us about the characteristics of our team's playing style in this match." "Alright, let me share my thoughts." Lin Ran was an outgoing and thoughtful child. Whenever there was a chance to show himself off, he never missed the opportunity. In the first half, our team mainly executed our own tactics. Overall, the team strategy was sound with no major issues. The overall tactic was for Tao Ran to press high against the opponent's defensive line, giving our midfielders and defenders enough space for ball control. Tao Ran executed this perfectly, but many others had significant problems. Zhou Xiang and Wang Ziheng carried the ball too individually. The opposition often used a two-man trap to steal the ball from you, yet there were many good opportunities when you attracted defenders where you could have passed to each other. The rest of the team lacks fundamental ball skills. Compared to several starters who didn't play today, they make many passing errors. Fortunately, our opponents were even worse. We could basically win the ball back through counterpressing, but against Puyang Foreign Language, we won't have such opportunities. The goalkeeper had the best performance. His rushing out was decisive, and he could always claim the high balls they cleared long. However, he also needs to work on his hand positioning. That goal we lost was from a fumbled save. Even I could tell his catching technique was unprofessional. The best formation for our team should actually be 3-3-1, but Coach Lee wanted us to be more attacking, so he gave us this more aggressive lineup. Everyone should take this opportunity to understand the pros and cons of the formation rather than just playing haphazardly. Li Tong arrived at the match venue in haste and caught only these last few remarks. He could only exchange bewildered glances with Zhao Na. How are children these days so sharp? When we were their age, we just did whatever the coach told us to do. Lin Ran spoke excellently. A smile of pure joy spread across Zhao Na's face. The match essentially unfolded just as Lin Ran summarized. Although we won, there are still some minor issues unresolved. If we want to go further, we need to think more deeply. Li Tong immediately jumped in to supplement for today's head coach, Zhao Na, drawing from practical and training perspectives. If Lin Ran's assessment is accurate, then Zhou Xiang and Wang Ziheng's attacking options need much more training. When we get back today, we must do 3-against-2 passing and combination drills. There can be many different choices on the pitch, and individual dribbling is certainly an option. But if you consistently fail to beat your man, then you should improve your dribbling technique in training or seek combination play with teammates. Improvement comes through training. Situational training means simulating specific match scenarios that frequently cause problems for the children, then letting them repeatedly find their own solutions within those contexts. In the end, different children will find different solutions. As long as the outcomes are positive, they are all what the coaching staff hopes to see. Traditional coaches can only teach set plays divorced from actual match situations. On one hand, the solution process may not align with each young player's characteristics. On the other hand, many predetermined plays don't translate well to real competition. Over time, they still step onto the pitch feeling bewildered. When children discuss things among themselves, it's when the team's atmosphere is at its best. Tong has no objection to players pointing out others' problems. As long as issues get resolved, that's all that matters. Not everyone on the team can perform at their ideal level every match. Half the children with poorer ball sense still train daily in cage courts, playing no-boundary chaotic matches. The children with better ball sense advance to situational tactical simulation training. Tong is completely immersed in this process of identifying and solving problems. Zhao Na's coaching staff has been swept up in it too, constantly deliberating over what each person's issues are and how they should improve. The entire team's standard naturally rises steadily. After saying all this, Tong glanced at the adjacent field. Let's go over together to watch Puyang Foreign Languages match. Puyang Foreign Language, one of Eastchua's traditional top 4 teams, truly lived up to their reputation. They had brought a 50-person female cheerleading squad from their school. All the boys from Puyang First Primary School whispered among themselves, unanimously agreeing that the biggest gap between the two teams was the lack of girls coming to watch their games. This gap meant Puyang First Primary School could only be called one of Puyang District's 2 giants, while others boldly declared themselves among Easthua City's top 4. Tong also felt they had lost out on too much in this department. Zhao Na said she could try talking to the school, but couldn't guarantee the principal would organize anything. But she could organize the Puyang District U12 women's football team to come cheer them on. Little troublemaker Zhou Xiang heard this and immediately declared that something was better than nothing. After all, those girls from the district team were really tanned. You couldn't tell their faces apart from any distance. Despite the thunderous cheerleading support and Puyang Foreign Language's legendary reputation, they somehow lost this match. 0-1. Crying as they walked off the field to the cheers of their beautiful female supporters, how mortifying. If those girls hadn't come, they wouldn't feel nearly as ashamed. All 19 men, including the head coach, hung their heads low, wishing they could dig a hole in the ground with their toes and escape. Xinhua Road 3rd Primary School had deployed a 6-0-1 formation with 6 players stationed in their own half, making the penalty area airtight. Relying on their advantage of having the district team's goalkeeper, they managed to keep a clean sheet despite Puyang Foreign Language launching over 20 shots at their goal throughout the match. The goal they conceded came from a chaotic clearance near the center circle, which grazed the crossbar on its way in. 35 meters, nearly the maximum distance for a 5th grader. Tong was speechless. This youth league is absolutely chaotic. How could a diamond-ranked player lose to a silver opponent? What is Puyang Foreign Language's coach doing? With Puyang Foreign Language losing this match, they'll most likely finish second in the group. If we take first place, we'll face them in the semifinals. Only the top 2 teams from Puyang District can advance to the city-level campus league. Zhao Na whispered to Tong, should we throw the next match? If it were merely for the quota, we could avoid Puyang Foreign Language School and sneak into the final. But if it is the pursuit of victory that drives us, then every match must be won. Tong had his own principles. Picking opponents is a common tactic in group stage football, but such a move itself betrays a lack of confidence in one's own strength. Tong gathered all the children together and laid out the match situation. The kids already understood the consequences of the standings. Children who had been playing football for 4 or 5 years knew exactly how the points related to one another. We must win every match. We are strong. We beat them in the semifinal, and the final is ours. They even lost to Xinhua Road, so we should have picked them as our opponent. That black kid may be built like a tank, but he turns slowly. Cheng, you can handle him without any problem. While the others cheered with blood pumping, it was Lin Ran who calmly and clearly analyzed the situation. Our midfield should be the strongest. Those 2 from XJ are pure speed types. They can't control the ball and just charge blindly. How many chances did they waste in that last match? The children nodded in agreement. Lin Ran spoke at length, and every point he made was sharp, insightful, and perfectly reasoned. Full of confidence, the children dispersed. On the way back, Tong said to Zhao Na, we need to go all out in the semi-final and battle them. Only then can Puyang First Elementary truly be called a strong team. Otherwise, without that fighting spirit, they will never cross that hurdle. Zhao Na said nothing. She understood deep down the stubbornness that lives in every football person. But as the person in charge of the club, she often found herself thinking only of survival. Most coaches in China wrestle with survival pressure. Too often they are forced to compromise to bend to the ways of the world. And so football itself grows blunt and calculating, losing its edge. To pursue victory alone, that is extraordinarily difficult in the Chinese football circle. Tong still had a trump card up his sleeve. Besides the offensive boost from his iron, he could switch his aura to unyielding, granting the calm bonus of 1, which would raise every child's defensive ability inside the penalty area by more than 10%. When Puyang First Elementary's penalty area defense improved by over 10%, their overall defensive capability would far surpass that of Xinhua Road 3rd Elementary. Moreover, Tong still held a fully red card in reserve. He was reluctant to use it, but it was his final source of confidence. That fully red card was like Li Yunlong's Italian cannon in his hands. as long as there was one last shell. Even if he never fired it, his confidence alone could hold the city. Over the past few weeks, he had only completed one daily quest. His strength training breaking through 10 had earned the pitch a set of cleaning equipment. It was something but hardly what he had hoped for. It seemed that to obtain something truly valuable, he would need match victories, or even player breakthroughs. The semi-final against Pujiang Foreign Language School was the best opportunity. Breaking through one's limits was not only the team's goal, it was also the necessary path for Tong to earn the system's recognition. In the final group stage match, Donghua Experimental, a traditional powerhouse, placed zero pressure on Pujiang First Elementary. From the opening whistle, Tong knew they had already won. Donghua Experimental's starting formation was a 601. They must have watched Pujiang Foreign Language School's match the day before. Xinhua Road Third Elementary's performance had taught them a lesson. Because they had earned 4 points from their first 2 matches, and in yesterday's game Donghua Experimental drew 1-1 with Shenyang Road. Today the only way to secure a second-place finish in the group was to concede as few goals as possible. Donghua Experimental currently held a goal difference of +4, while Shenyang Road sat at -4. But Shenyang Road's final match was against the weakest team, Dong Air. If they lost by a large margin, while their rival won big, Donghua Experimental's second-place finish would slip away. They prayed silently for Shenyang Road's players to underperform, while simultaneously focusing on reducing their own goals conceded. The Donghua Experimental coach had already accepted his fate. Victory was impossible. The only road to survival lay in defending to the death. The match itself was uneventful. Though Donghua Experimental employed a dense defensive block, Tao Ran faithfully executed his individual duties. He pressed deep into the opponent's penalty area, never seeking the ball for himself. His sole objective was to carve out space. No matter how compact the defense, a towering center forward planted firmly in that position made it impossible for them to close their shape properly. Zhou Xiang's performance had improved significantly today. He minimized his dribbles, and whenever he received the ball and drew defenders, he immediately played it wide and drifted toward Tao Ran to prepare for a rebound. Relying on Zhou Xiang's organization, in less than 10 minutes of the first half, Chao Chenhao and Zhang Haoqing delivered 3 or 4 cutback crosses from the flanks. Li Cheng made a surging run and finished with a long-range shot. 1-0. The match proceeded smoothly. Donghua Experimental lacked any real attacking threat, and with several substitutes on the pitch, Pujiang First Elementary won 3-0. The remaining 2 goals came from Zhang Haoqing tapping in a rebound, and Wang Ziheng beating the center back 1-on-1. The game had been so comfortable that by the 60th minute the referee had already blown the final whistle. Meanwhile, on the adjacent field, Shenyang Road and Dong Air's second affiliated primary still had 1 or 2 minutes of stoppage time remaining. Every Donghua Experimental player rushed to the neighboring pitch, cheering wildly for Dong Air's second affiliated primary. What's the score? 5-1. We still need 1 more goal in net difference. Our points are level and our head-to-head record is the same too. Right now it all comes down to goal difference. Even if Shenyang Road scores another one, it would only tie the goal difference. Fools. If they score another equal goal difference means we compare total goals scored and we have fewer. Damn it. Go Dong Air. Go Dong Air. In the final minute, Shenyang Road pushed their goalkeeper upfield. Every player flooded into the penalty area, besieging Dong Air's goal. Every child's eyes burned with urgency. The passionate Shenyang Road coach crouched on the sideline, watching the ball's trajectory from the lowest position. His lips trembled as he muttered endlessly with each touch of the ball. Toot. Oh. The Donghua Experimental children exploded upward, jumping and waving their arms in pure joy, shouting meaningless cheers at the top of their lungs. The final score was 5-1. Thanks to a lucky goal from Dong Air, Donghua Experimental advanced to the semi-final for the first time in 3 years. Li Tong walked over to the dejected Shenyang Road coach and reached out a hand to pull him off the ground. Line up. Li Tong had so much he wanted to say, but nothing came. Perhaps it was only through coaches like this, filled with passion and dignity, that the future held any hope. The Shenyang Road coach wiped his tears and saw his children still lying scattered across the pitch. Gathering what strength he had left, he led them to line up and pay their respects. An hour later, the final round of Group B's group stage concluded with the expected outcome. Xinhua Road Third Elementary went 3 for 3, finishing first. Semi-final against Donghua Experimental. Pujiang Foreign Language School went 2 wins and 1 loss, finishing second. Semi-final against Pujiang First Elementary. Sister Na, this is our hurdle. Tomorrow we break through it, and the children surpass themselves. This is the meaning of victory. The 2 semi-final matches kicked off simultaneously. To ensure all players could perform at their peak, the scheduling staff of the Pudong District Education Bureau decided to move the match time to 6 p.m. The temperature hovered around 30 degrees Celsius. Though slightly muggy, it was a rare summer window, perfectly suited for competition. The 2 semi-final teams were evenly matched, and by this point there was nothing left to hold back. These 2 matches were the most crucial games for primary school students in all of Pudong District. They were even more significant than the finals themselves. The 2 coveted spots for the citywide tournament would be decided right here, with only one team emerging victorious from this decisive battle. Victory meant continuing the journey in the citywide competition, while defeat meant ascending to middle school with deep regret. Donghua City follows a 5-year primary school 4-year middle school system. Determined to seize control of their own destiny, Pudong No. 1 primary continued the 2-4-1 formation that had served them well in previous matches. This was a lineup that maximized attacking potential. At this moment, the aura Li Tong activated was iron will, stronger mental fortitude, and a more aggressive offensive mentality. Bolstered by the collective 1 willpower boost, Zhou Xiang, Wang Ziheng, and Zhang Haoqing all surpassed a willpower stat of 10, an impressive level even for professional adult teams. Both Li Tong and Zhao Na approached this match with absolute dedication. Li Tong fielded every single key player without exception. Goalkeeper Qiu Yiran No. 14 defenders Li Cheng No. 6, and Wang Yueran No. 20 midfielders, Zhang Haoqing No. 7 Zhou Xiang No. 10 Wang Ziheng No. 9 and Chao Chenhao No. 21 forward Tao Ran No. 1. This represented the maximized potential of the current roster. Li Tong had spent the entire previous night fine-tuning positions, experimenting with various arrangements, and concluded that this formation was indeed the optimal configuration. True to form, Zhao Na had assembled quite the cheerleading squad. In addition to the district women's football players, she had mobilized numerous schoolgirls through their parents. Everyone wore the fiery crimson jerseys of Pudong No. 1 primary in unison, and the atmosphere along the sidelines instantly ignited. As they lined up to take the field, Wang Ziheng quietly nudged goalkeeper Qiu Yiran, who stood ahead of him. Don't embarrass us today. Remember what happened to Pudong foreign language. I just need to perform normally. The key is whether you guys can score. If you don't put the ball in the net, even Superman couldn't save us. Tao Ran, as long as you make space for me, I can score a few long shots today. I woke up this morning feeling my touch was on fire. I'd like to score myself. Old Chao, send more crosses from the wings. I've got the height advantage. Tao Ran pouted. With so many girls watching the match, why should the spotlight be yours alone? The first few players were practically drowning in mutual flattery. Zhang Haoqing at the very end of the line fixed his gaze intently on his direct opponent, the No. 8 player, and silently made a solemn vow to himself. Today I must score at least one. Zhou Yufei is watching from the crowd. I absolutely cannot embarrass myself. Boys with romantic notions never speak much aloud. They only want to shine brilliantly before the girl they admire. Of course, all of this was merely his own delusion. In truth, he wouldn't dare even glance directly at a girl. This was a match neither side could afford to lose. From the very first minute, the competition descended into white-hot intensity. Right from the kickoff, Tao Ran darted directly into the opponent's penalty area, racing for Chao Chenhao's cross. He collided head-on with the central defender, marking him the impact, sending both players sprawling. Both players came off worse for wear, each sporting a significant bruise on their forehead. Zhang Haoqing pounced on the rebound for a shot, but the alert goalkeeper leapt skyward, pushing the ball over the baseline. Even the subsequent corner kick failed to benefit Tao Ran. A mixed-race black teammate who had tracked back rushed in, shouting, "Mine," and decisively cleared the ball from the penalty area. Are you speaking Chinese? Tao Ran struck up a conversation with curiosity. Social butterfly Tao Ran had no fear when it came to chatting with any foreign friends. The black teammate seemed utterly mortified, retorting angrily, "I'm Chinese, damn it." The XJ kid from Pudong foreign language had no time to listen to their banter. He immediately seized the ball, distributed it wide, and rushed forward with quick support, creating a shooting opportunity in no time. Fortunately, Qiu Yiran hadn't relaxed his focus, clutching the ball securely to his chest. Less than a minute and both teams had already produced 3 shots on goal, with the goalkeeper making 2 saves. This is too fast. The attacking and defending rhythm is on a completely different level from other teams. The observing staff from the Pudong District Football Association couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Director Wang, the U12 head coach from the City Football Association, here to scout players, was equally astonished. This was beyond ordinary school football standards. Having watched numerous nationally renowned youth academy matches, he had rarely seen a team with such lightning-fast attacking and defending transitions. Pudong foreign language plays quick and ruthless football, decisive in distribution and sharp in attack, with rapid movement speeds. Very Korean style. Pudong No. 1 primary style is different. They are also quick, but they tend to control and pass before advancing. Very Japanese style. Congratulations, Director Wang. Several promising talents here today. Indeed, quite impressive. This selection is going to be a headache. Director Wang's words betrayed his authentic, modest, bragging nature. In the 8th minute, Wang Yueran made a sliding tackle in the backfield and played a through ball, immediately finding Zhang Haoqing on the left flank. Zhang let the ball run across his body, turned smoothly, and dribbled down the wing, leaving the pressing opposing right midfielder completely bewildered. Only when he had carried the ball close to the opponent's right back did Zhang pass to Zhou Xiang, then accelerated toward the baseline. The opposing central defender had to divert half his attention to tracking Zhang's run. And half a central defender's attention was certainly insufficient to deal with Tao Ran. Tao made a feinting movement toward the left as if preparing to receive the ball, and the bewildered central defender instinctively followed the fake. The massive gap in the center was now wide open for Zhou Xiang. Zhou had no intention of passing. As his planting foot came down, he gently pushed the ball about a meter to the right using his instep. He then followed through, swinging his right leg for a thunderous, powerful strike. The The ball rocketed toward the goalkeeper's far post. Purely through conditioned reflexes from years of training, the newly signed goalkeeper from Pudong foreign language quickly retreated a step, pushed off hard, extended his arm to its absolute limit. He finally reached the ball on the goal line, deflecting it with his index and middle fingers. The high-speed ball suddenly lurched, struck the far post, and bounced back into the penalty area. Wow, dangerous. In an instant, 4 or 5 legs rushed toward the ball simultaneously. Zhang Haoqing was better prepared because the moment he passed the ball, his intended destination was the far post for a potential rebound. As Zhang's toe made contact with the ball, 2 other feet simultaneously crashed into his legs. Pain overwhelmed him, his vision went dark, and he let out an involuntary cry. But immediately afterward, he saw the ball sail into the back of the net. Goal! Zhang scrambled to his feet, dragging his injured leg, and limped toward Zhou Xiang. The two embraced tightly. Amidst the celebration, Zhang Haoqing stole a glance at the cheerleading squad on the sidelines. His face flushed crimson because he noticed the girl was watching him too. Is Zhang Haoqing on chicken blood today? Li Tong stared at Zhang Haoqing's entirely red status on the data panel, then checked his reserves in disbelief. Ghost. I didn't accidentally press the wrong button to activate the full red status card, did I? What on earth is going on? Zhao Na puckered her lips, gesturing for Li Tong to look at the cheerleading squad. Look, Zhang Haoqing has been staring at the third girl in the second row at least 5 or 6 times now. Li Tong, who thought he had comprehensive data on every child's condition, was instantly speechless. Sister Na, we absolutely must bring cheerleaders to every match from now on. Especially that girl. A full red status meant 120 performance, more effective than anything else. 10/10th minute. A perfect opening for Pudong. No. 1 primary. Pujiang foreign language was no pushover. Trailing by 1 goal, they intensified their pressing, and the fierce determination of those young players could be felt throughout the stadium. Every player who went down after a challenge ignored the pain and immediately rose to continue fighting. The two teams had faced each other numerous times. Even though Pujiang foreign language had significantly refreshed their roster over the past few months, half the players were still familiar, and their playing style had ceased to be any secret after several matches. Li Cheng's central objective was to mark the opponent's mixed-race black player. With every collision, he puffed out his cheeks, throwing his entire being into each physical duel. Li Cheng is in trouble. His opponent is dominating him physically. Zhao Na could not help but warn Li Tong. Though the score was 1-0, the entire momentum favored Pujiang foreign language, their pressing relentless. At that moment, head coach Li Tong switched his aura from iron willpower to indomitable spirit. All players gained composed resolve, and their defensive capabilities alongside penalty area protection surged dramatically. I understand, but he has no choice but to hold the line. The only player on our side capable of confronting that boy is Tao Ran, but Tao Ran cannot play center back. His ball control is insufficient. Second, there's Li Cheng. He must bear it alone. In the 19th minute, Pujiang foreign language created their best opportunity of the match. The mixed-race striker received a long ball from deep, shielded the ball from Li Cheng, while turning controlled it with his chest, and played it into the path of the XJ midfielder wearing number 7, who made a diagonal run into the penalty area. As XJ number 7 paused, feinted past Wang Yueran's block, and prepared to shoot, Li Cheng had already abandoned his mark and threw himself at the ball like a man blocking a gun. The ball struck Li Cheng squarely in the face and rebounded toward goal, whistling past the crossbar, a narrow escape. Bright red blood streamed from Li Cheng's nose, dripping onto his chest and staining his jersey. Composure +1. Bloody brilliant. Li Tong rushed onto the pitch to check on Li Cheng's injury, secretly congratulating himself on the timely aura switch. I'm fine. After the trainer applied basic hemostasis and stuffed a large wad of cotton into Li Cheng's nostril, he returned to the pitch. The girls on the sidelines screamed wildly. Li Cheng had given everything. That kind of sacrifice was infectious, stirring something in every spectator. Football is a team sport, but it also demands heroes, for only heroes can inspire a team to stand as one. The Pujiang foreign language coaching staff, who had risen in anticipation of the shot, could only sigh and sit back down, unable to conceal their disappointment. Xiao He was completely unmarked. He just needed a flick of the ankle to release the ball into an empty net. What a waste. Xiao He himself complained to number 7 on the pitch. Look at me after you control the ball. Didn't you see Li Cheng coming? Aware that his shooting had been too hurried, number 7 said nothing, merely shooting a venomous glance at Li Cheng before turning and jogging back toward his own half. Facing a Pujiang first primary fully entrenched in defense, Pujiang foreign language found little recourse. They could only increase their running and pressing, each player covering more ground, relying on tireless exertion. Pujiang first primary now struggled to play out from the back. Xiao He and the other forward had abandoned defensive duties, and after goalkeeper Choi Ran made another save, he found there was nowhere to play. The entire forward area was swarming with pressure. Goalkeeper Choi Ran could only glance toward Tao Ran in the distance. Perhaps just boot it long. Salita Lavalpiana. Li Tong shouted from the sideline. No long balls. They had to stick to their possession-based system. Abandoning structure at the first sign of difficulty would stifle their growth. Zhou Xiang. As Li Tong barked the call, Zhou Xiang was already sprinting back, slotting himself between the two center backs to collect Choi Iran's goal kick. The Salita Lavalpiana, named after Mexican national team coach Javier Aguirre's invention during the 2006 World Cup, was a tactical system designed to break down dense defenses through a defensive midfielder dropping between center backs to receive on the ground. In simple terms, the two center backs spread wide, creating a central channel for the defensive midfielder to drop and to collect the ball on the ground and orchestrate play from deep. Any team determined to break down a compact defense without resorting to hopeless long balls must master this system. The running intelligence and ball control of the defensive midfielder determine its ceiling. Though simple in theory, the Salida La Volpiana proved devastating when opponents failed to close down the ball carrier tightly. Zhou Xiang completed his receive and turn in one fluid motion, and Pujiang First Primary resumed their ground-based build-up. Director Wang, what is Pujiang First Primary's coach shouting? A staff member from the Football Association catching sight of Pujiang First Primary stabilizing their play guessed that Li Tong's instructions were taking effect. Unable to resist, he turned to Director Wang, who was absorbing every detail of the match. Impressive, Director Wang muttered. Pujiang First Primary cannot be underestimated. They are actually employing advanced tactics suited for young players. The Football Association's Director Wang could not help but praise. Learning a tactic is not difficult, but executing it under match pressure with the right personnel, that is what separates the exceptional from the ordinary. This is beyond what a typical primary school team can handle. As the gap opened, Zhou Xiang received the ball and drove forward, going nearly 3 seconds without a defender in sight. By the time XJ number 7 closed in, Zhou Xiang had already scanned the field and played a diagonal pass, releasing Chao Chunhao, who was making an overlapping run. Chao Chunhao faked an inside cut to drift past the Pujiang foreign language left back, then took the ball to the byline and crossed. Damn, it's the far post. The two center backs double-teaming Tao ran, attempting to push him out of the 6-yard box, only realized too late that the ball was a driven cross aimed at the far post. With position lost, the Pujiang foreign language right back could only watch as Zhang Haoqing rose, half-turning in midair to deliver a first-time volley. Pujiang foreign language's goal was breached once more, the score now 2-0. Zhang Haoqing, absolute legend. Li Tong observed Zhang Haoqing's celebration closely. Still thrilled, the boy jumped to his feet, sprinted over to Chao Chunhao, and they embraced. Then, as expected, he stole a few secretive glances toward the girl in the cheer squad. Sister Zhao, your observations are sharp indeed. This Zhang Haoqing boy channels all his energy into that sort of thing. This is a completely different class of match. Pujiang First Primary possesses individual quality tactical structure and a coherent system running through every phase. Pujiang foreign language has individual ability, but plays instinctively kick and chase. Director Wang mused to himself. Pujiang First Primary's coach is Zhao, not correct. I'll have to find out how she developed them after this match. The first half ended 2-0. In the second half, driven to the wall, Pujiang foreign language pushed every player forward, leaving nothing in reserve. They bombarded Pujiang First Primary's goal relentlessly, but could not carve out a genuine scoring opportunity. Pujiang First Primary meanwhile played with composure, attacking whenever conditions allowed, otherwise falling into a solid defensive shape. Dynamic in attack, immovable in defense. Pujiang First Primary are playing beautifully. Look at those transitions. The rhythm changes are striking. Director Wang had an eye for quality and spotted the distinguishing features immediately. Switch quickly. That's how you maximize the auras. On the sideline, Li Tong was frantically toggling between auras. The moment his team won the ball, he activated the attacking aura. The moment the opposition took possession, he flipped to the defensive aura. As long as my hand speed is fast enough, these aura effects will stack. Thanks to Li Tong's hand speed honed by 20 years of single life, to the efforts of every player on and off the field, to the dedicated work of Zhao Na's team, and most of all to the cheerleaders' fervent encouragement today. Even in the most critical moments of the second half, Pujiang No. 1 primary school held firm under pressure. At the final stretch, Zhang Haoqing and Wang Yueran were completely exhausted, yet the substitutes who stepped up did not disappoint. The match ended 2-0. Li Tong stood on the sidelines with his hands behind his back, patiently watching his players line up to express gratitude, to the referees, to the opponents, and to the parents. The pressure that had built up over the past few days finally eased at this moment. Zhao Na bore even greater pressure. Her eyes were still rimmed with red. Brother Tong, we won. Zhao Na had always considered herself a strong woman, especially after years as a goalkeeper, and she believed she had a high tolerance for pressure. But the club had been struggling for over a year. They faced countless difficulties. Players poached by other clubs, the club's account balance dropping below 4 digits, and finally exhausting their last connections to bring the team to Pujiang No. 1 primary school. Yet even she lacked sufficient confidence in the match. There were too many uncertainties in elementary school games. Who knew if they could keep winning? If they lost, the contract would be cancelled, and what would the future hold? Li Tong patted Zhao Na on the shoulder, just as he had encouraged all the children before the game, urging her to step onto the field and accept the cheers from all the teachers and students of Pujiang No. 1 primary school. The children from Pujiang Foreign Language School wept bitterly once again. The group stage match had left them with lifelong regret. Scenes from that game kept flashing through their minds. Why? Why did that match, which should have been an easy win, turn out like that? For the first time in 4 years, Pujiang No. One primary school had defeated Pujiang Foreign Language School. For the first time, they truly had a chance to win the district championship of Pujiang District Donghua City. The Pujiang No. 1 team today is the strongest U12 squad I've faced since I took charge. Their tactical ability and individual skills are beyond our reach. In response to interviews from a few sports social media outlets, On Doing, the coach of Pujiang Foreign Language School, said, "This is the first time under my leadership that Pujiang Foreign Language School has failed to qualify from the district. I take full responsibility. Our children are all very talented. I hope the city team coaches watching today can see their abilities and efforts and give them a chance in the city team selection." The coach of Pujiang Foreign Language School took all the blame upon himself, desperately recommending the children to aim for higher paths. Tong could not help but applaud him, and soon more and more people joined in standing up to give him a resounding round of applause. Losing a match is always just a loss, but the children's future is still long. I've been watching the match. I appreciate the abilities of several players from Pujiang Foreign Language School. I will truthfully submit reports and footage to the youth department of the Donghua Football Association, hoping these children can stand out in the upcoming U12 selection and even join the Donghua Potential New Star program going abroad to strive for the Donghua FA and Chinese football. Coach Wang did not evade the recommendation from the Pujiang Foreign Language School coach. He came down from the stands, walked to the interview area, and took over the topic. I will also continue to observe the matches of Pujiang No. 1 primary school. Their coach and players left a deep impression on me today. It has been many years since Donghua saw such a well-disciplined team. Thus the children's eyes immediately focused on Tong. The 2 months of intense training, the brain-racking efforts to solve the problems Tong posed, the struggle to earn a starting position. All of it became worthwhile in that instant. Tong was also delighted. Though the system deserved much credit, who wouldn't be overjoyed to see the seedlings he nurtured grow and bloom? In the other semi-final, Donghua Experimental School defeated Xinhua Road No. 3 primary school 3-1. Pujiang No. 1 primary school never even had the chance to experience the ironclad defense of Xinhua Road No. 3 primary school. Facing Donghua Experimental School, Xinhua Road No. 3 primary school, which was accustomed to defending, had too many thoughts. They often failed to stick to their own style. After all, who can resist the temptation to attack when they see a clear gap? The ironclad defensive team of Xinhua Road No. 3 turned into an attacking side, but as a result they forgot how to play properly. They conceded goals early due to mistakes and couldn't turn the tide in the second half. They simply lacked defensive capability. The principal of Donghua Experimental School, who had unexpectedly secured a ticket to the citywide tournament, was almost grinning from ear to ear. As a renowned school of academic elites in the city, Donghua Experimental had won countless awards in English, math, Olympiad, poetry, and essay competitions, but never imagined their students could achieve a breakthrough in football. The forthright female principal made an immediate decision: print out the children's photos and hang them on the school's outer wall. Who says academic elites can't play football? The next day's match was nothing special. Facing Donghua Experimental, Pujiang No. 1 primary school fielded all their main players to secure the victory, giving the academic elite children no chance. The kids defended the pride of being football specialized students. 5-0, a complete victory and clean sweep. Zhang Haoqing scored another 3 goals in the final, becoming the tournament's top scorer. Before the match, Zhao Na had arranged for Zhou Yufei to hold a sign that read, "Zhang Haoqing score 1." The effect was not only immediate, but tripled. Tong noticed that Zhang Haoqing's stats were all red, and at the end of the match both his talent and bravery had increased by 1 point. A permanent numerical growth. What should I say? So stats can grow like this. He wondered who the other children's secret crushes were. He had to get Sister Na to find out. The current celebrations were only temporary joy, because the Donghua Campus League a week later would be the ultimate outcome. Tong then shifted his focus to the upcoming citywide matches. But before that, there were several important rewards awaiting him. Main Quest 3, win the district championship. Quest reward, a potential new star rated 3.5 stars or above joins the club. Pujiang No. 1 primary school finally won the championship. Over the entire 5 years of elementary school from 1st grade to 5th grade, these children had witnessed 4 second-place finishes. Now they finally relied on their own abilities to claim the title. Reward Lok Chen Feixiang, a 4-star potential player. The original midfield core of Pujiang No. 1 primary school. He joined the Xinhua Club's U10 team in 4th grade, but withdrew half a year ago due to psychological issues and returned to study at Pujiang No. 1. He can now be invited to rejoin the school, right? I was wondering why Pujiang No. 1 lacked a midfield core player. Zhou Xiang and Wang Ziheng are both breakthrough players. So the playmaker was here. Psychological issues. I need to ask Sister Na for more details. Achievement: historical breakthrough, 3 coaches' team's best ever result. Winning the district championship is the highest honor you have achieved so far. Pujiang No. 1's possession-based style has spread through Donghua's football circles. Achievement: reward, tiki-taka, I-team passive skill. Passing 1 for all players on the pitch when you participate or coach. Not bad. Though I don't know how effective this aura will be in practice. If everyone's passing gets a 1, this team's possession game will be extraordinary. And this is the first time I've seen a stage I ability. Does that mean there are stage 2, or even stage 3? Each of the three auras had its own merits, but they could not combine into a higher-level aura. Li Tong, a master of hand speed, needed to continue. With 4 main quests completed, a new main quest emerged in Li Tong's mind. Main quest 5 Higher Challenges. Quest reward: reveal hidden player attributes. You have already made a name for yourself in the Pujiang District Campus League and the Zhongwan level football circle, but this is not enough to make you the true center of attention in the football world. Leading the team to win the city-level championship and breaking into the second division will earn the system's recognition, allowing you to take on even greater challenges. Hidden attributes. Li Tong, having played Football Manager, knew that some players had behind-the-panel data, but he had never delved into it deeply. What was this? 13 hidden attributes. Only by unlocking the hidden attribute view could one know a player's true self, and even the players themselves were unaware of these negative or positive values. Adaptability, a player's ability to adapt to unfamiliar environments. Ambition, a player's aspiration to play at a high level to the best of his ability. Controversy, how much a player enjoys arguing off the field. This is a negative attribute. Players with high values may be sources of instability in the team. Loyalty, a player's stability within a team. Pressure, players with high values are more likely to convert pressure into motivation. Professionalism, whether a player's behavior on and off the field meets ethical standards. Players with low professionalism may slack off in training or even loaf during matches. Sportsmanship, whether a player's behavior on and off the field aligns with sportsmanship. Players who dive have poor sportsmanship attributes. But sometimes having this attribute as a forward is not necessarily a bad thing. Temperament, a player's ability to control his temper on and off the field. Players with high temperament are easily provoked by petty actions and may lose their heads. Consistency, whether a player can fully utilize his technical and mental attributes 100 of the time. Dirtiness, the tendency to provoke opponents. A high dirtiness rating can be effective against players with poor temperament. Important matches, how well a player performs in significant matches. This attribute is often linked with pressure. Injury proneness, how likely a player is to get injured. The higher the value, the greater the likelihood of injury. Versatility, how well a player adapts to playing an unfamiliar position. The system was so profound. These values gave Li Tong more confidence in the future. Currently, he could do 2 things: lead the team to win the championship in Donghua City and break into the second division himself. The former was quite difficult while the latter was relatively easier. However, in the former competition, he could view all the values of Pujiang. One primary school allowing better team adjustments, but the team's strength was insufficient and there was no absolute certainty of victory. As for the Zhongwan League, he couldn't decide the teammate lineup. If his teammates underperformed, it would be hard to salvage with individual effort alone. Do his best. Li Tong was also used to failing tasks. In 2 months, he had completed only a single-digit number of daily tasks. The system's difficulty did not accommodate Li Tong. This was understandable. If tasks could be completed casually, such a hand-holding system would only be seen in novels. Regarding the new player Chen Feixiang, Li Tong saw him at Saturday's training before he even had a chance to find Zhao Na. Watching Zhao Na bring over a boy who was thin, but had muscles as tough as steel, the Pujiang one primary school players who had been tormented by the sun during a whole class suddenly perked up. Is that Feixiang? Is he better now? If he comes back, our city competition results might improve. He played in the city competition with seniors when he was in 3rd grade, and was selected by the Shanhua youth team back then. He was our school's ace. So I heard it's not a physical issue. I also heard he got into a fight with the older kids in the Shanhua youth team and was ostracized. Chen Feixiang seemed not to hear the teammates' whispers. He went to the sideline to warm up on his own. Zhao Na found Li Tong. Brother Tong, this is Chen Feixiang, also a player from Pujiang, one primary school who was in the Shanhua youth team. Now he's back to school. The FA identity transfer has finally been processed, and he'll join our matches in the next phase. Has he been training with the team at school recently? Li Tong frowned as he watched Chen Feixiang warming up, stretching, and juggling the ball. His movements are too stiff. Hasn't he touched the ball for a long time? He had conflicts with some players in the Shanhua youth team, which caused psychological issues. He's been in psychological therapy and hasn't started training yet. Zhao Na truthfully reported Chen Feixiang's condition. This is also the result of the school contacting me yesterday. Our club only took over Pujiang, one primary school half a year ago, so we're not familiar with the previous situation. Although I'd heard from the kids that a player had gone to the Shanhua youth team, this is my first time seeing him. Alright, let him warm up, then put him directly into a scrimmage. Li Tong watched Chen Feixiang, who was focused on each movement. After the others had rested, he gathered everyone together. Grouping for scrimmage. Red team: Tao Ran, Zhou Xiang Chao, Qinhao Zhang, Haoqing Wang Ziheng, the main offensive unit. The rest will be arranged by Coach Zhao. Blue team: Li Cheng Wang Yuan Xiu Ran, the main defensive unit. Today's training focuses on attack defense drills. Chen Feixiang, you're with the blue team. You'll play midfield, and your team will play 3-3-1. Li Tong glanced at the silent Chen Feixiang and said, "Do you understand the position?" Chen Feixiang didn't reply. He nodded and walked over to Li Cheng and Xiu Ran. But when he saw Xiu Ran wearing goalkeeper gloves, he was surprised and took a second look. In Pujiang, one primary school, Chen Feixiang used to train with players a year older, but he was familiar with this group of peers as several of them were in the same class. He was now in Class 5-3 with classmates including Li Chengqiu Iran and Lin Ran. The two teams took the field, and Li Tong blew the whistle to start the match. At this time Zhao Na, who was standing on the sidelines directing the game together, asked Li Tong, "If Chen Feixiang is back playing midfield, how do we adjust our current midfield? If he's really good, we'll reorganize into a new formation, either 3-3-1 or 2-3-2. Good players are never too many, you I can manage the distribution. I just don't know what happened to him back then, how he ended up like this." Li Tong had no issue with the team composition, but Chen Feixiang's personal issues were clearly too many. In China's professional youth teams, the system often involves three concentrations: centralized living, centralized study, centralized training, leading to many conflicts and bullying among children. Chen Feixiang being pushed out like this likely experienced bullying. Psychological issues are always the hardest to cure. As a 4-star player, his attributes at this age were already around 10, which was not bad. However, his form was worrying. Chen Feixiang's best state was only a yellow horizontal arrow, and most of his attributes had green or gray downward arrows. A worrying state. Based on this analysis, he might only perform at 70 of his capability in this match. Great shot. The enthusiastic shouts of the substitute players who were carefully watching the match startled the two coaches who were conferring. Li Tong quickly turned to look at the center of the field and saw Lin Ran receive the ball just outside the penalty area, immediately taking a shot. The substitute goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. Lin Ran played well. He used his brain for that run. Li Tong remarked, assuming by habit that Lin Ran had gotten into a good position to receive the pass. "Coach, it wasn't Lin Ran. It was Chen Feixiang. He received the high ball from the back, did a scorpion kick move, and directly went to Lin Ran's position, without even looking back when he received the ball." The substitute players explained to Li Tong, who hadn't seen the entire goal process clearly. Li Tong hadn't witnessed the moment of the pass, and could only imagine that no-look pass in his mind. However, before 5 minutes had passed, Li Tong witnessed once again the organizational midfielder's understanding of the game. Chen Feixiang's way of receiving the ball was distinctively different. He actively moved to meet it, and used the momentum to shield Zhang Haoqing, who was pressing close. Just when everyone thought he would control the ball under his feet, he suddenly shifted his body, completely avoiding any contact with the football, and advanced 3 or 4 meters alongside the ball, letting the ball turn while positioning himself. Beautiful shielding technique, an essential move for an organizing midfielder to create space. Facing the advancing center back, Chen Feixiang glanced back at Lin Ran, making a full-speed run. That single glance was enough to completely disrupt the center back's balance, causing him involuntarily to throw his body to the left and open up a gap half a foot wide in what had been a tightly sealed angle. Chen Feixiang immediately feinted a powerful thigh swing, as if to shoot. "Oh no, the center is open." The other center back hurriedly slid to block. Chen Feixiang's swinging thigh drove his calf an instep forward, but just as he was about to make contact with the ball, he suddenly halted. Then with a quick flick of his toe underneath the ball cleared the blocking defender and landed perfectly for the right midfielder, who was approaching from the right side. "Shoot." The ball responded and found the net. "What the hell?" This kid made 3 consecutive feints, only touched the ball once, and set up the assist. Li Tong blurted out in disbelief. The play was far too mature, completely beyond Li Tong's understanding of elementary school football. Had a true 4-star player already reached this level at such a young age? Zhao Nan stared with her mouth open at Chen Feixiang, who had silently walked back to his own half, without even celebrating, and muttered to herself, "With this ability, did Shanhua lose their minds and let him go?" Dual midfielders. Chen Feixiang's ability exceeded Wang Ziheng's, and Zhao Nan immediately determined Chen Feixiang's position. But within 3 minutes, Zhao Nan overturned her own assessment. "Why is he also so strong defensively?" Zhao Nan said again in surprise to Li Tong. Just as both were considering Chen Feixiang as a conventional attacking playmaker, Chen Feixiang took the initiative to press when Zhou Xiong broke through against him. "His defense isn't good, this tackle is easily beaten," Zhao Nan blurted out. Chen Feixiang's move was too reckless and easily exploitable. The next moment Zhao Nan was proven wrong. Chen Feixiang suddenly turned his lunging leg, landing halfway through the step, using it as a pivot to support his rotation. Chen Feixiang cleanly spun his body and positioned himself between Zhou Xiong and the ball, then immediately crouched halfway, stabilizing his upper body as he collided with Zhou Xiong. He lowered his center of gravity and used physical confrontation to push Zhou Xiong to the ground. Fake tackle. Aggressive defending. After winning the physical battle, Chen Feixiang received the ball in the center. For a short time no one could press to challenge him. He looked up at the goal and gently pushed the ball 2 meters forward, then quickly adjusted 2 steps. The center back Li Tong and Zhao Nan all misjudged again. Chen Feixiang made an extremely realistic shooting motion, then opposite directionally, without looking past to Lin Ran, making the run. The ball went in again. "Every move he makes is a feint," Zhao Nan exclaimed. "He's already playing with the football, dealing with the other children from Pujiang First Elementary is effortless for him." Li Tong marveled. Li Tong and Zhao Nan were utterly astonished. At this level of player, which blind coach at Shanhua would have rejected him. Li Tong looked skeptically at Zhao Nan. He had no other issues, right? If not for some hidden condition, a player of this caliber would be the cornerstone of any professional youth team. At this point, Zhao Nin completely overturned her previous understanding of Chun Feixiang's position. Chun Feixiang alone could function as the central midfielder, a player who could intercept, defend, and possessed passing intelligence far surpassing others. That was all that was needed. Give him any position and he would excel. Pujiang First Elementary wasn't short on wingers, but it had always lacked a true organizational core. Zhou Xiyong and Wang Ziheng had originally played as forwards. Both possessed strong dribbling abilities. One relied on technical skill, while the other depended on speed, specializing in finding space by breaking through crowded defenses. Their ability to look up and find teammates was considered decent among elementary school players. So Li Tong selected them for the double midfield to establish dominance in the middle of the park. But now with this all-around talent combining organization and interception, Zhou Xiyong could be released to play as a forward. Wang Ziheng could play on the wing, and a 3-3-1 or 2-3-2 formation suddenly became more suitable. They could employ a 3-3-1 to unleash the winger's power while reducing defensive responsibilities, or a 2-3-2 that fully exploits the strength of two forwards. Everything changed because Chun Feixiang could play as a single midfielder. Li Tong mentally compared Chun Feixiang's movements with his own and discovered that he couldn't execute many of those moves himself. Because this was a matter of personal habit. From the moment of receiving the ball, if it were Li Tong, he would definitely touch the ball first before seeking a change of direction. Moreover, he couldn't help himself from advancing 5 or 6 meters without touching the ball and performing 3 feints. The hard-working genius Zhou Xiyong couldn't do it either. All his movement ideas were the result of repeated research and practice. His genius lay in his learning ability and patience. Chun Feixiang was completely different. All his movements were unconventional, yet they were so effective. He was truly a genius in spatial and behavioral perception. After training, Li Tong and Zhao Nin used all their connections to investigate Chun Feixiang's issues. What exactly was the problem that led to him leaving the team? By the end of their investigation, the two pieced together what they each knew about the truth. The reality was simple. Chun Feixiang left the team because he was too dominant in the Shenhua team. Due to personnel changes after the coach who recruited him at Shenhua jumped to another team, the new coach was dissatisfied with his unconventional playing style and repeatedly asked him to follow standardized techniques during training sessions. The coach's behavior influenced the other children, and Chun Feixiang was almost universally ostracized. Ultimately, several physical altercations and bullying incidents directly led to his departure from the team. Player bullying under the coach's implicit encouragement. If the match can be won, is it so hard to tolerate a child with unconventional ideas? Li Tong completely failed to understand this type of coach's mindset. He can control the ball and pass to suitable positions. Is tolerating a genius really that difficult? Is it so hard to build around a genius's mindset and help them grow? After several days of training matches, both familiar and unfamiliar players had already accepted Chun Feixiang. Given his level, gaining their recognition would not have been difficult. However, Chun Feixiang remained silent in the crowd, his expression cold and distant. He rarely communicated with others, offering only a few terse words, even to his classmates. His vigilance remains extremely strong. It is a protective mechanism. Lin Ran mentioned that Chun Feixiang was not like this before the 3rd grade. Though he was not particularly active back then, he was at least a normal child who would play and joke with others during breaks. His psychological issues are quite severe. Without communication, they could easily trigger his defensiveness over minor matters. I should be the one to talk with him more often. Player temperaments varied widely. Li Tong had seen teammates who coordinated flawlessly on the pitch, yet refused to speak to one another off it. It was impossible for everyone to share the same hobbies and disposition. Yet such players were easily provoked. Their coldness served as armor protecting fragile hearts. If one could see hidden attributes, the score for temperament would undoubtedly be low. During these days, Li Tong discussed team matters with Zhao Na after every training session. The two maintained constant communication. Since Li Tong could not follow the team's training continuously, their collaboration divided responsibilities. Zhao Na focused on training, while Li Tong concentrated on matches. Zhao Na's current training approach mainly followed Li Tong's philosophy. Ball control in complex situations and scenario-based problem-solving were the primary training focus for children at this stage. Who do you think is the relatively weakest among our starting players? Zhao Na wanted to hear Li Tong's assessment of the team's strength. During training sessions, Li Tong usually observed from the sidelines, taking notes on each player's characteristics. An outsider's perspective was clearer. Zhao Na trusted Li Tong's understanding. Goalkeeper Qiu Yiran. Then who caused the biggest problems during matches? Striker Tao Ran. Zhao Na could not help but ask curiously, wouldn't those two be the same person? Li Tong pointed to Qiu Yiran stretching on the sidelines. Qiu Yiran switched to goalkeeper. His physical abilities and understanding of the position are fine and he knows what he should do. But his current goalkeeping skills are still insufficient. His posture is non-standard and needs your correction. However, given our current defensive capability, the shooting pressure he faces is not particularly severe. So compared to his ability, he is the weakest, yet the challenge he directly faces is also the smallest. Tao Ran may be fierce and perform well as a striker. In terms of statistics, he has goals and assists. but his technique cannot support his performance. His ball handling is inconsistent, he cannot execute what his mind envisions. So at present he is merely a disruptive force in the forward line, highly threatening, yet highly unpredictable. Judging by his pass completion rate, he likely has the lowest among all players. He created plenty of shooting opportunities, but his conversion rate was not high either. Li Tong reviewed the recent warm-up matches in his mind. Zhou Xiang's ball control and shooting ability as a forward are certainly the strongest. He has the capability to extract the ball in complex situations. Should we replace Tao Ran with Zhou Xiang? Actually, we can adjust according to the opponent's situation. Previously, we could only consider maximizing our own capabilities. Now we can optimize based on the opponent's characteristics. Li Tong paused and picked up his tactics board, drawing two formation diagrams. If the opponent's defense relies on physical disruption, deploying Tao Ran to win chaotic battles would certainly be effective. If they employ a technical possession-based style, having Zhou Xiang to disrupt and penetrate would be more suitable. The municipal tournament will not be easy. Yesterday, the principal spoke with me, asking whether we have a chance of reaching the top 4. Xiao Na actually felt considerable pressure. After winning the district championship, the school's expectations rose accordingly. Though there was no contractual clause enforcing it, the administration's attitude was clear: top 4. Achieving top 4 would unlock support funding from the Municipal Football Association and the Municipal Education Bureau amounting to as much as 2 million yuan. Xiao Na cared deeply about this money. Currently, the Luyin club relied on the geographical advantage of Li Tong's pitch, and enrollment numbers had surged. The existing 4 coaches were no longer sufficient. Development was impossible without funds. Although the school demanded results, they generously indicated that Zhao Na's team could receive 75% of the funding, with the remainder dedicated to improving the school's facilities. Zhao Na certainly had ambitions. How was our draw? Do you know the strength of the other teams? Li Tong understood Zhao Na's thoughts. As a minority shareholder of the Luyin club, achieving good results under reasonable circumstances was also the goal of the entire organization. The draw was decent. Among 16 teams, we are in Group C. The seeded team is Yangjiang Experimental Primary School from Yangjiang District. They are essentially the Yangjiang Sports School. The other 2 teams are relatively weaker: Dongjiang No. 2 Center from Dongjiang New Area and Yangjiang Primary School from Jinta District. Yangjiang Sports School, regardless of whether their training volume was excessive or whether their coaches resorted to verbal and physical abuse, demonstrated strength as one of the top teams in Donghua City. Last year, Yangjiang Experimental Primary School finished as runner-up. In the semifinals, they defeated Pujiang Foreign Languages with a score of 5-1. Then advancing as the second-place team in our group should not be problematic, right? Li Tong took a drink of water. The weather in late August remained intensely hot. Xiaoting's training intensity had decreased over these days, gradually entering a pre-competition recovery phase. But Li Tong could not stop. Training the children every evening had quickly hoarsened his voice, forcing him to keep drinking water to maintain moisture. We should reach the top 8 without issue. Xiao Na still had confidence in her team's strength. She had not been idle these past days, as she personally scouted the other teams, even experiencing incidents like climbing over walls while being chased by dogs. However, advancing as the second-place team would mean facing the top team from Group D, and there is a 99% chance it will be Minjiang Central Primary School, where Happy Star is located. They won last year's final 3-2 against Yangjiang Experimental Primary School. This hardly seems like a favorable draw, Li Tong said dejectedly. In that case, we must rely on ourselves. Our target remains first place in the group. With the children, we should focus on encouragement rather than letting them feel pressure. MHM. Recently, I learned your methods, mainly focusing on training the most problematic scenarios: Tao Ran's hold-up play in attacking transitions, quick midfield recapture to break compact defenses, and several wing combinations involving overlapping runs and cutting inside. No problem. Do not impose singular requirements, as long as the desired effect is achieved, encourage them. Li Tong actually maintained a better mindset than Zhao Na, because he still had a trump card he had not shared with her. He planned to limit Chen Feixiang's playing time during the group stage, and reserve him as a decisive weapon for the most crucial match. Whether this approach would yield surprising results remained unknown. Once Chen Feixiang entered the field, he could switch the aura to Tiki-Taka 1, increasing passing by 1 point. He could also move Tao Ran back to goalkeeper and replace the forwards with Zhou Xiang and Wang Ziheng, adopting a combination of passing and running rather than a target man style that congested space. Such sudden changes in attacking style and offensive patterns. Could the opponent still hold firm? Before pondering whether the opponent could withstand it, Li Tong decided to speak with Chen Feixiang first. Would he mind his limited playing time? How should he approach the conversation? On the afternoon of August 16th, 2 days before the city-level competition, Li Tong had switched their physical training to swimming as a form of relaxation before the big event. The swimming pool at the industrial park had launched a joint promotion with Li Tong's court, allowing him to snag some free swimming passes as a little bonus for the kids. While the other children swam, Li Tong called Chen Feixiang, who was floating alone on his back, to the side. Finally, my turn to be talked to, he thought. Staring at the ceiling with Li Tong's head looming above, Chen Feixiang silently mused. He's probably going to tell me to execute some tactics again. I've heard this spiel plenty of times. As it turned out, Chen Feixiang was right. When he and Li Tong entered the meeting room, the first thing he saw was the tactical board on the wall. Just as I expected, I'm the core player. Now he'll explain the strategy. Without any preamble, Li Tong pointed at the board and said, Coach Zhao and I have decided that you'll be the midfield organizer in our key matches. You've seen the training tactics these past few days. Chen Feixiang nodded silently, saying little. What do you think of your playing style? Li Tong suddenly asked, finding it difficult to communicate with such an introverted person. Even as the coach, if the kid wouldn't speak, there was no way to have a conversation. So he decided to steer the topic to get him talking. Coach, I know what you're getting at. Tactical discipline, right? With his head down, Chen Feixiang glanced up briefly and said calmly, I get it. I'll cut down on the improvisation and make myself look more normal. Oh, this kid's a real slick one, Li Tong thought, having seen enough to know that was just a brush off. He'd probably play however he wanted on the field. Do you know your stats from the last few intra-team scrimmages? No. Then how can you guarantee your performance if you change your style? Chen Feixiang was stunned into silence for a long moment before finally admitting, I can't guarantee it. Li Tong pulled a sheet of paper from under the table and tossed it over, startling the boy. Get to know yourself first, then tell me what you want to do. Average passes per game 51, a pass success rate 63, threatening passes per game 11, assists 3. Chen Feixiang felt a sudden panic as he recalled the matches. How could his pass success rate be so low? His usually confident ego took a hit. Why do you play soccer? His mind still reeling, Chen Feixiang stammered, opening his mouth, but failing to form words. Why do I play? For my father's dream. For my own. To prove my skill. A cascade of inner questions left him confused, suddenly unsure of the answer. His tightly pressed lips betrayed his anxiety, and the facade of self-esteem began to crumble. You don't play for others. You play for yourself to improve in every game. Li Tong retrieved the datasheet and pointed at several stats. You have a lot of touches and improvised passes. Looking at just the success rate won't tell the whole story. Your previous coach must have seen these numbers. But your risky passes also confuse defenders. So even though you have a high pass error rate, you create plenty of threatening opportunities. Chen Feixiang couldn't argue. Was Li Tong right? With a few words, Li Tong had steered Chen Feixiang's thinking. Big data analysis was an irrefutable argument. So how should I play? How can I play well? Li Tong had set the trap, and Chen Feixiang, still just a kid, couldn't help but fall for it and ask the question. It was like the classic sales pitch. If I ask you to pass with high accuracy, your intentions will be easier to read and your threat and assist numbers will drop. Right? I've tried that, and it felt terrible. So there are two things you can quickly change. With a high pass error rate, speeding up your recovery after a pass will have an immediate effect. You know the three-point shooting percentage in the NBA, right? If a team has a great rebounder, they'll take low percentage shots without fear, knowing they can grab the rebound and try again. That makes sense. I think I can speed up my transition to pressing. That's the shift in mindset. We're not trying to change your strengths. Why change what makes you unique? Li Tong continued, if you dig deeper into the data, you'll see many of your passes fail because your teammates can't reach the positions. My old coach said I don't observe and pass too hard. But if I play it safe, I can't get the ball to dangerous spots. So I've analyzed 7 key positions where you like to receive passes. We'll build one-touch passing drills around those spots, simulating game scenarios with your teammates. You pass and they move under defensive pressure to receive. Run these drills 10 or 20 times. Won't the success rate improve? Can that work? Shenhua team's training is all fixed routines. Nobody tailors drills to my habits. The problems in a game are limited. Scenario-based training gives you solutions. By the way, apart from your playing style, there's something else I need to confirm with you. Li Tong hesitated, knowing it was harder to discuss with a kid than technical issues. Do you know how important reaching the semifinals is to this team? Yes, Coach, Zhao mentioned it in our recent meetings. She says to focus on showing our skills, but the match is crucial for her. I've heard Lin Ran talk about it too. Even though Chen Feixiang stood apart during conversations, he never forgot what was said. For the first 2 games against weaker teams, the coaching staff and I decided you'll be on the bench, maybe sub in for other positions to get a feel for the game. Not as the organizer. Li Tong decided to be direct. You'll start as the main player against Yangjiang Sports School in the 3rd game. Any questions? No questions. Chen Feixiang answered decisively. Coach, if there's nothing else, I'll go think about ways to press after passing. I feel like if I can recover just a third of the balls, my pass errors won't matter. Are you sure? I made it clear. You're starting on the bench. Of course. Why would I need to play against weak teams? I came back to Pujiang now, one primary school, to show my strength. Against Yangjiang, it's my time to shine. Chen Feixiang waved his hand and turned to leave. An ace plays in ace matches. Only those insecure about their position care about playing time. Returning to Pujiang now, one primary school was starting to get interesting, Chen Feixiang thought. Are kids these days really this cocky? Li Tong mused. Li Tong thought the same. The final 2 training sessions were indeed designed around Chen Feixiang's one-footed attacking plays, with 2 different offensive formations executed through the wings. Formation A featured Tao Ran and Zhou Xiang as forwards, Zhang Haoqing and Chao Chanhao on the left and right flanks, with Wang Ziheng playing as right back. Formation B had Zhou Xiang as the forward with Wang Ziheng and Chao Chanhao on the left and right flanks, and Zhang Haoqing stationed as left back. Regardless of which formation, Chen Feixiang served as the midfield core in both. The training focused primarily on the attacking transitions after Chen Feixiang received the ball. Several players understood that this tactical system would be the core strategy of Pujiang No. 1 primary school, so they gave their all to secure their positions. Being a starter now did not guarantee being a starter in the future. As training began, the lack of coordination immediately became apparent. Zhao Na could barely tolerate the abysmal success rate and shouted a few words. The kids were completely bewildered. Chen Feixiang also behaved differently than usual. After each attack-defense transition ended, he would proactively run to whichever teammate received the ball and say a few words. Though brief, it marked the beginning of communication. Chen Feixiang was changing himself. Li Tong did not step onto the field to direct. He merely observed continuously, noting the timing of passes and runs. He keenly discovered that during passing and movement drills, Chao Chanhao and Zhang Haoqing's supporting abilities were noticeably stronger. Checking the data confirmed it was indeed the gap in their anticipation and off-ball movement attributes. Wang Ziheng, however, was entirely a ball-carrying type of player. His imagination ball-carrying attacking ability and aggressiveness offensive vitality were both strong, but he struggled considerably within a passing system. Sister Na Wang Ziheng isn't suited for winger. Right back suits him better. Look at his strong recovery pace, and he dares to push forward with a long-range shot from outside the box. But his passing chemistry with others leaves much to be desired. Indeed, Tao Ran and Zhou Xiyang as a double striker partnership doesn't work either. Tao Ran's understanding of positioning is problematic. He basically chases after the ball. Serving as a pest in the front line wouldn't be an issue, but his combinations really don't work. Zhao Na said gloomily. As training progressed deeper, Zhao Na realized that as the team's combat capability improved, Li Tong had magnified many children's shortcomings. Some of them couldn't keep pace with the team's advancement. What was even more concerning was that she didn't know how to provide them with targeted improvement through training. Brother Tong, how should we train them? Tao Ran's problem is relatively minor. He simply hasn't played that position enough. As for Wang Ziheng, it's because of his speed. Normally, he just needs to make his moves and burst forward, and no one can catch up. This kind of thing that all coaches consider technical skill actually isn't. Li Tong explained to Zhao Na. This is merely body football played out through physical explosiveness. Wang Ziheng's ball feel isn't sufficient, and because he's accustomed to this playing style, his understanding of football passing and movement isn't deep enough either. Is dribbling past opponents not considered technique? I always thought he had good technique because he often scores solo goals. If you're changing the ages of young children, you can witness countless instances of this physical explosiveness-dependent solo runs. But none of these are technique. Don't let Wang Ziheng's small stature fool you. He should actually be playing with older kids. Restrict his ability to rely on physical attributes and hone his technique. Li Tong spread his hands, indicating this couldn't be changed in the short term either. After the tournament, he'll enter middle school. At that time, I'll negotiate with the coaches about how to change his approach. For now, let's just utilize his body to play him as a fullback. Quick recovery, defending, and physical battles. Those aren't problems for him right now. While Li Tong and Zhao Na were analyzing their children on the sidelines, the Happy Star coaches were studying their opponents. Old Zhang, looking at this situation, will most likely face Yanjiang Sports School in the semifinals. This is a major obstacle for our championship ambitions. The assistant coach of Happy Star organized the match schedule, marking key teams with check marks and special annotations. You should pay more attention to Pujiang No. 1 primary school. Pujiang No. 1. Haven't they failed to advance past the group stage for several years? The assistant coach asked, puzzled. Could something have changed this year? The striker and right winger are both skilled players. Both would be absolute starters on our team. Coach Zhang found Pujiang No. 1's roster in the program. Keep an eye on number 10 and number 21. During our friendly match last time, they almost turned the tables on us. By the way, you went to Yanjiang Sports School that day. Get the match footage from Shaoli. He has recordings. Yes, Coach Zhang. I'll go analyze it. The assistant coach decided to see the footage for himself. What ability did this third-tier team possess that could make Coach Zhang speak of them with such regard? The veteran coaches of Yanjiang Sports School were also discussing their opponents during an evening gathering. All three teams in the group stage are weak opponents. We should focus our energy on Happy Star. If we can't make the finals, our bonuses are gone. Isn't Happy Star just a team that recruited a few kids from around the country? I'm not sure if they've changed their ages or not. We have data this year. Our team is much stronger than last year's old Wang squad. Damn, what connections did they use to get the Donghua school registration? That Xinjiang midfielder's combat ability is decent. Born September 2nd, they really pulled that off. Campus alliance, and that birthday is quite advantageous. Looking at that bone structure, he's at least 2 years older. That little punk has probably started growing hair by now. TCH will neutralize him first and try to injure him. Blocking positions and elbowing techniques. Xiao Sun, make sure your kids practice these two. Already practicing, I know. If I don't win this match and get the prize money, I'll be the culprit. What's going on with Pujiang foreign language this year? How did they fail to qualify from the Pujiang district? They got knocked out by Pujiang No. 1 in the semifinals. Capsized in a gutter. Come on, let's drink. Pujiang No. 1. Just have data score a few goals against them. August 18th, the Campus Alliance tournament was about to commence. All the elite children of Donghua's U11 football scene gathered together. The children from Donghua's several youth squads had essentially all entered the Campus Alliance final stage alongside various football academies. The Campus Alliance's allowance for youth squad children to participate basically cemented its status as the most prestigious youth development competition in Donghua. Gazing at the children lining up on the field, Li Tong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. These were all promising talents. Competing from 1019 primary schools across the city to the final 16, none of them were ordinary. But Li Tong also knew that in 2022, 8 years from now, probably only a handful of them would still be sticking with football. He hadn't even heard of any famous football prodigies emerging from Donghua's youth players in 2022. Meanwhile, Japan's Kubo Takafusa and Korea's Lee Kanjin had become globally renowned. 8 years later, Chinese children remained unknown. 8 years later, Chinese teams suffered crushing defeats. The 2022 Potential New Star program is the most critical youth development project in Donghua and even the entire nation's football world. In Donghua, you are the youngest age group here. In next year's U12 squad, Donghua must recommend at least 5 or more children from the U12 age group for European training. In the future, you might be in England, Spain, Germany, or France. But today you must earn this position through your own performances and fight for tomorrow for Chinese football. Old Chin spoke eloquently from the grandstand. This project was one Old Chin championed with all his strength. The Donghua Football Association and all youth squads and sports schools were competing for these potential new star positions. Or perhaps this is the change. Li Tong stared blankly at several butterflies dancing in the wind over the grass. Could it be that this butterfly, meaning me, has affected the entire course of Chinese football? In Group C, the 4 teams appeared sharply divided in strength from an outsider's perspective. The superpowered Yangjiang Experimental Primary School, Yangjiang Sports School, was joined by 3 weaker teams: Pujiang-no, 1 primary school of Pujiang District, Dongjiang-no, 2 Central Primary School of the Dongjiang New District, and Yangjiang Primary School of Jinta District. None of these 3 weaker teams had advanced past the group stage in the past 3 years, and Dongjiang-no, 2 Central Primary School was making its debut in the city-level campus league tournament. Surely one of them will break through the group stage this time. Coaches from other groups viewed this draw in a similar light, unanimously considering it a favorable draw for the 3 teams. Dongjiang New District was the largest district in Donghua, home to a quarter of the city's population, theoretically a superpower region for youth training. In fact, the Dongjiang New District team consistently ranked in the top 3 in matches organized by the entire Donghua Football Association. Yet they had always been second-rate in the campus league. The reason was simple: their players were too dispersed. Dongjiang-no, 2 Central Primary School boasted a forward and a center back from the district team, and through sheer luck, they managed to scrape through the district semifinals to secure this qualification spot. Their overall strength was present, but still no match for Pujiang-no, 1 primary school. At just 8 minutes into the match, Zhou Xiong breached the goal of Dongjiang-no, 2 Central Primary School. Tao Ran held off the number 5 center back from the Dongjiang New District team, while Zhou Xiong executed a pull-in volley inside the 6-yard box, leaving the goalkeeper helpless. The coach of Dongjiang-no, 2 Central Primary School had nearly lost all hope by then. In those 8 minutes, Pujiang-no, 1 primary school had established absolute dominance, completing over 50 passes and 4 shots on goal. It was near total domination. Dongjiang-no, 2 Central Primary School had barely crossed the halfway line twice, and their district team forward was starved of service. This was even without Chen Feixiang on the field. With only Zhou Xiong and Wang Ziheng in midfield, they had already torn Dongjiang-no, 2 Central Primary School's midfield to shreds. Look, Pujiang-no, 1 is about to score again. A gasp rose from the substitute bench of Dongjiang-no, 2 Central Primary School. With the ball at his feet, Zhou Xiong executed a dazzling array of dribbling moves. His legs clad in red socks moved back and forth over the ball in a blur, leaving spectators bewildered. The ball never rested for half a second under his control. His feints are completely different from Chen Feixiang's. He relies entirely on his refined touch, making 3 or more touches per second. Every move is genuine, but if the opponent bites on the first one, they'll likely lose their balance. To be honest, Li Tong himself had never achieved such ball control, even now. Such dedication. To train like this, how much hard work must he have put in at home? Li Tong drew a sharp breath as he watched Zhou Xiong toy with 3 opposing midfielders. No wonder his parents are so obsessed with his height. Such driven parents. The overbearing parents in football are no different from those who push their children to excel in math and English. Many Chinese parents, eager for their children to succeed, make them train intensely from a young age. Yet seeing a child achieve such a level of skill still surprised Li Tong. This ball control was on par with the Japanese kids, wasn't it? How did it seem not much inferior to Japanese talents like Takafusa Kubo or Nakai Takuma, who were renowned for their touch? In the end, Zhou Xiong was brought down by a defender from Dongjiang-no, 2 Central Primary School. Li Na watched Zhou Xiong rolling on the grass, even more speechless than Li Tong. Brother Tong, this kind of play won't work either, will it? He'll get his legs broken before he even matures. Yet in the Chinese football environment, excessive dribbling isn't well received. I'll teach him some protective moves and how to choose his moments. The free kick was driven straight in by Chao Chenhao, who had been growing stronger by the day. Both Xiao Na and Xiao Qinhao's parents had noticed the improvement. Li Tong knew why. Xiao Qinhao had broken through the 3-star barrier and was in a rapid growth phase. Playing on the wing and tasked with crossing the ball, Xiao Qinhao has not only become more skilled in his footwork, but also more decisive in his choices. Zhou Xiang still has issues with shot selection. If he learned to pass, he could reduce his fouls by at least a third. The solution to being fouled too often isn't to stop the kid from dribbling. Li Tong understood Zhao Na's concerns, but he had never been a coach who would throw out the baby with the bathwater. In football, the more you forbid at the youth development stage, the less exposure they get. If they don't encounter these problems when young, how can they solve them when they grow up? After a wholesale substitution in the second half, Qin Feixiang temporarily played as right center back, giving Li Cheng a rare rest. In all the matches so far, Li Cheng was the player with the fewest tactical adjustments from the coach. First, his ability was stable and covered a wide area. Second, there was truly no one to replace him. Once Qin Feixiang entered the field, his tackles were decisive, his physical challenges fierce, and his passes steady. Every move he made revealed a level of skill far above the rest. This caused the scouts and analysts watching to take notes furiously. Pujiangno. One primary school had a new defender outstanding in ability with a very professional demeanor, not to be underestimated. The coaches from teams like Yangjiang Sports School and Happy Star were well connected. A few phone calls confirmed Qin Feixiang's background. Fortunately, the coach of the Shenhua youth team had evaluated the departed Qin Feixiang as follows. He used to play midfield for Shenhua, passing recklessly with a high error rate. His tackling was still decent, but he lacked height and couldn't compete against opponents in the professional youth system. It was a pity Li Tong didn't know of this evaluation, or else he would have been sure that coach was a key player for a blind football team. Both the Yangjiang Sports School and Happy Star coaches breathed a sigh of relief. He was just a tackling-oriented player who had left the youth team. That news was reassuring. The 60-minute match divided into two halves ended quickly. Pujiangno. One primary school won 3-0, all goals scored in the first half. The substitutes in the second half were somewhat lacking in quality. In the subsequent match between Yangjiang Sports School and Yangjiang Primary School, a spark of genuine intensity emerged. Yangjiang Primary School, through a free kick in the first half, surprisingly took a 1-0 lead over Yangjiang Sports School. The Yangjiang Primary School coach immediately signaled his players to fall back into a full defensive stance. Such conservative tactics often proved surprisingly effective in elementary school matches. Despite clearly being superior in skill, Yangjiang Sports School simply could not breach the opponent's goal. The Yangjiang Sports School coach finally exploded after his forward wasted yet another golden opportunity. "You little fool, what the hell are you playing?" His face flushed with rage, he called the forward to the sideline, ignoring that the match was still ongoing and that the referee was nearby. He slapped the boy twice, kicked him in the stomach, and knocked the 11-year-old to the ground. The boy writhed in pain on the turf. Both referees, furious, rushed to the coach's side and decisively showed him a red card, sending him off. There were reporters at the opening ceremony. How could a coach behave like that? Two assistant coaches from Yangjiang Sports School quickly escorted the head coach off the pitch. The head coach, showing no sign of remorse, continued to hurl abuse, displaying none of the virtues expected of a coach. A coach like that. Li Tong murmured to himself. Perhaps this was the root cause of why football youth development failed to produce talent. They didn't see the children's progress or effort, they only saw victory and goals. To achieve that final result, they resorted to hitting and swearing, adjusting ages, forcing children to commit rough fouls, focusing on strength training, and selecting the tallest players. None of this was for football, only for the results. How could children who love football ever be cultivated in such soil? Yangjiang Physical Education School ultimately secured victory, with 8 children who feared being beaten again fighting desperately to win the match. After their head coach was sent off, their luck seemed to improve. A long-range shot, a header inside the penalty area. Within 3 short minutes, the scoreboard was rewritten. 2-1. Watching the coach Yang Jiang, who had been ejected from the field and was still gloating, Li Tong spat contemptuously. Scum. Facing the swarm of reporters, that scum spoke nonchalantly, admitting he had acted on impulse and his attitude was problematic, but insisting it was all for the children's benefit, that a boy named Daitu needed a coach's harsh guidance to improve, and so on. The Football Association's disciplinary notice arrived, swiftly taking effect immediately. Before the next day's match, it was already posted on the glass door of the security booth at the stadium entrance. Head coach Wang Guanghai of Yangjiang Experimental Primary School is hereby banned from all football-related activities organized by the Football Association, effective immediately for a period of 6 months. Yangjiang Physical Education School played their second match against Dongjiangno. 2 center competing first. Li Tong and Zhao Na brought the children to the sidelines early to watch. Yangjiang is absolutely fierce. Their passes are thunderous. It's not just passing. They're the only team frequently using headers. Look at those volleys. Li Cheng, their number 9, jumps incredibly high. Can you hold your ground? Please. Are we talking about a multi-story building? Having already lost one match, Dongjiangno 2 center had no choice but to fight desperately, unable to resort to deep defense. They were thoroughly dismantled by Yangjiang's wing crosses and header assaults. There was no suspense in this match. Yangjiang Physical Education School cruised to a comfortable 3-0 victory. The striker Dido, who had been beaten by his coach the previous match, proved genuinely outstanding, scoring all 3 goals to seal the win with his runs down both flanks. Pujiangno. One primary school also had no issues against Yangjiang Primary School, winning 4-1. The goal they conceded came in the second half after a substitution. Chen Feixiang was as ferocious in defense as ever, but an alternate substitute defender missed his mark, allowing the opposition to exploit the gap and score. Taoren also found the net this match, tipping in Zhang Haoqing's long-range effort. Other goals included Li Cheng's long-range strike, Wang Zihang's explosive shot after nutmealing his opponent, and Zhou Xiang's tucked finish after rounding the goalkeeper. Multiple sources of attack for distinct goal-scoring methods. Coaches from other teams watching no longer underestimated Pujiangno. One primary school. The players' individual ability and the team's formation were both excellent. This is no ordinary squad. In primary school football, individual ability matters most, and achieving this level of teamwork is remarkable. The final group stage match pitted Yangjiang Physical Education School against Pujiangno. One primary school. This match was specifically designated for broadcast by the Football Association. Beyond the live audience, it would also be streamed live on the Douyin official Football Association account. Red for Pujiangno. 1 green for Yangjiang Sports. This is the decisive C group stage match of the Donghua City Campus Football Alliance, determining which team will face Minjiang Happy Star in the knockout rounds. On the field, Li Tong was also analyzing possible scenarios with his players. Their attacking style is aggressive and physical. You must keep yourselves under control. They've already picked up 3 yellow cards in the first 2 matches. Today we're switching to a 3-3-1 formation. We've drilled it many times in training. Taoren won't start. Li Cheng, you're marking their number 9. Wang Zihang plays right back and covers the center when needed. Your pace is solid, so stay alert for their overlapping runs. Chen Feixiang plays centrally. Play freely. Zhou Xiang Zhang Haoqing Chao Chenhao. Watch his movements closely and move early. Waiting until the ball is played, and then running won't be enough. Go out there and show yourselves. Yangjiang Physical Education School's head coach was barred from the field, so he screamed from the sidelines, "Be ruthless. Win every physical battle. This match is the final." The referee spotted him, and before kickoff, he was forcibly ejected from the stadium entirely. Li Tong saw him still shouting while clinging to the iron gate. Whistle. The match began. Damn it. Pujiangno. One has changed formation. Their vicious substitute center back is playing midfield. Are they going all-out attack today? The commentator had received the lineup in advance, but this opening arrangement completely contradicted the information. Pujiang's towering number 9 striker was absent, while the substitute center back started in his place. Here comes trouble. Can Yangjiang Physical Education School hold firm? Yangjiang was certainly no pushover. Within the first 3 minutes, they launched a 45-degree high ball from deep in their own half straight into the penalty area. Dido, yours. The defending midfielder called out to Yangjiang striker. Li Cheng spread his arms, pressing tightly against Dido. His mission today was to shut him down completely. Li Tong had told him not to worry about second balls as Wang Zihang would cover, but he absolutely had to neutralize Dido's heading threat. No chance for Dido to get more than 50% body position on a clean jump. 2 figures, 1 in red and 1 in green, locked bodies inside the penalty area, both striving to use their upper body strength to dominate the leap. Watch the foul. As Dido rose, he indeed flashed his elbow. It caught Li Cheng squarely in the face. With a close-up, one would see Li Cheng's face distort at that instant. Referee. Li Tong shouted loudly, pressuring the official. Elbowing. Referee. He grabbed me. The opposing assistant coach didn't back down, pressing the referee equally. In that split second, both sides had handled each other. Dido swung his elbow. Li Cheng grabbed his shirt. Neither touched the ball, which fell to Chiu Iran to collect. Li Cheng took a moment to climb to his feet from the turf. After standing, he touched his lip, licked it, and spat a stream of crimson-tinged saliva onto the ground. I bit my lip, Li Cheng said angrily to the goalkeeper. That bastard Dido punched my face, a dirty move. The referee saw this immediately and inspected Li Cheng's mouth before storming over to Dido with a warning. One more move like that, and it's a yellow card. 12th minute. In the brutal midfield battle, Chen Feixiang finally received the ball cleanly. Back to goal, he dragged his right foot across the ball in an inside curl, attempting to draw his marker's balance toward the left. But Yangjiang's midfield veterans were seasoned. He wouldn't fall for such a move. Chen Feixiang's right foot curled past the ball and immediately hooked it back, his body rotating as his left foot's outside instep nudged it forward. Holy crap, that's the McKitty turn. The commentator couldn't help but curse in astonishment. Is this a move children at this level should even know? McKitty himself was unknown on the international football stage, but the double direction change off his back that bore his name echoed through football circles like thunder. For a top-level player, failing to execute this move after receiving with their back to goal could only mean one of two things: either their technique was too crude or their explosive power was insufficient. Chen Feixiang shook off his marker and in one motion used his physical advantage to muscle past another approaching opponent. He immediately lifted his head and scanned toward Chao Chenhao on the right front. Damn, he's going for a long ball. Right wing. Yangjiang's assistant coach screamed hysterically from the touchline. Chen Feixiang smiled faintly. His raised right leg did not touch the ball. Instead, he lightly placed it behind the ball, twisted his body, and extended his left leg from behind his right, striking forcefully underneath the football. Rainbow flick. Passing backwards to the left. Number 7, Zhang Haoqing. The nervous commentator lost control of his voice, which cracked with emotion. Goal. Zhang Haoqing slides it home after darting into the box. Impossible. Director Zhang of Happy Star leapt to his feet at once. That's not a defending center back. That's a generational talent in midfield. None of our kids could execute moves like that in a match. 1-0. Zhao Na jumped up happily. Chen Feixiang was simply brilliant. Li Tong's trump card worked exactly as planned. Zhang Haoqing spotted Chen Feixiang receiving the ball and began gliding sideways along the offside line. The instant Chen Feixiang turned to deliver the pass, Zhang Haoqing exploded along the diagonal to break free. Maintaining his pace without deceleration, Zhang Haoqing had already created a gap of over 5 meters before the Yangjiang Sports School fullback could turn around. Among skilled players, 1 second equates to 7 or 8 meters. There was no chance for reaction or recovery. Zhang Haoqing's finish inside the penalty area was equally composed, coolly slotting the ball into the far corner past the goalkeeper. In a match of this magnitude with such a decisive opportunity, Zhang Haoqing would never squander it carelessly. With a 2.5-star potential rating, though not yet a top-tier prodigy, he possessed the ability to become the match winner for any team. Though trailing on the scoreboard, the resilient Yangjiang Sports School refused to yield. Their physical and strength advantages grew increasingly devastating as the match approached its final stages. Attack. Big Head from Yangjiang engaged Li Cheng in the center, wrestling him, while simultaneously making a desperate run toward the goalkeeper. With a powerful leap, he directed the ball header toward the middle of the box. The other Yangjiang Sports School number 8 forward also launched himself into the air to challenge for the ball. It arrived at an awkward height, neither high nor low, and the number 8's body position was compromised, making neither a header nor a foot strike feasible. To everyone's astonishment, he executed an unconventional move, deliberately directing the ball with his abdomen. Qiu Yiran also registered this back heel trajectory. He had been guarding the near post moments before. Now the only option was to leap backward and twist his body to block the shot. Expanding his coverage as much as possible, Qiu Yiran threw himself horizontally, with both arms spread wide. Bang! Both sides of players collectively gasped, feeling a sharp ache in their teeth. Referee! Foul! Charging the goalkeeper. Li Tong shouted, while keeping his eyes fixed on Qiu Yiran's condition. Seeing the goalkeeper trapped beneath an opponent and unable to rise, his voice rose in desperation. Doctor! Qiu Yiran's right arm was pinned beneath the Yangjiang number 8, his face draining to the color of paper. The ball had somehow deflected from beneath Qiu Yiran's body and into the net. The referee immediately rushed over to consult the assistant referee. The ball reached the goal first. The number 8 touched it before landing on the goalkeeper's hand. Is that a collision? I don't think so. It was the goalkeeper's follow-through motion, and contact occurred after the ball crossed the line once both players hit the ground. The assistant referee had an unobstructed view and judged it a valid goal. The referee blew the whistle and, following the assistant's judgment, signaled the goal to stand. Still on the ground, clutching his arm, Qiu Yiran's tears began to roll. He had given his all, yet the ball had still found the net. The Yangjiang number 8, no longer pretending to be injured, immediately sprang to his feet and embraced his teammates. Goal! Cheers, shouts, and sobs merged into chaotic cacophony. The medic who had been examining Qiu Yiran stood up and loudly announced to the referee, elbow sprain. He cannot continue. Qiu Yiran's eyes reddened instantly at those words. Biting his teeth, he pleaded, I'm fine, look at me. He attempted to wave his arm to prove himself, but the moment he moved it, sharp pain forced him to grimace and collapse back down. Substitution. Li Tong urgently directed Taoran to change into his kit and jog onto the field. Hurry and warm up. Move those wrists. Qiu Yiran left the pitch crying like an 11-year-old child. Fans in the stadium and those watching the live broadcast alike pitied him. This type of sprain would not heal in a single day. Tomorrow's match was already lost for him. In the 24th minute of the first half, Pu Jiangno, one primary starting goalkeeper, was forced off. The commentators spoke with regret. In a match like this, losing your goalkeeper at such a critical moment. What a devastating blow. Pu Jiangno, one primary, brought on their towering striker from the previous 2 matches, perhaps hoping to compensate for the weakened defensive line. Wait, a number 1 jersey. Was that actually their goalkeeper? Viewers in the comments section who understood the situation immediately chimed in. That's no striker. That's their starting goalkeeper. Pu Jiangno, one primary, is finally deploying their best lineup. 6 minutes remained in the first half, the score tied 1-1. Yangjiang Sports School had finally equalized. Keep pressing forward. Big Head, make that run. The Yangjiang Sports School assistant coach roared at his players. A draw won't be enough. We must win to top the group. Trailing on goal difference, Yangjiang Sports School knew they had to defeat Pu Jiangno, one primary, to secure first place in their group and advance. In the final minute of the first half, Yangjiang Sports School's young players continued their relentless attack. Another high ball found Big Head once more, whose heading range exceeded 190 meters and whose standing vertical jump surpassed 50 centimeters. That physicality. He's like a young Fan Ziyi. Li Tong was taken aback by the extraordinary jump height, especially on grass, where there was no firm surface to push off from. Such natural talent was truly remarkable. Mine. Big Head's header connected only with air as a right arm swooped in from above to collect the ball, securing it firmly against the chest. Your opponent is me, and my vertical leap leads the team too. Taoran possessed the same generational athleticism, which was precisely why Li Tong had promoted him to the front line. Combined with his wingspan, Taoran commanded the air up to at least 2 meters. Feeble lofted balls into the box stood no chance of getting past him. Chen Feixiang. Taoran charged directly out of the penalty area with the ball cradled. At the edge of the arc, he launched a 20-meter throw that landed precisely at Chen Feixiang's feet. Good heavens. A direct shot. When did he even spot the opposing goalkeeper? Defying all expectations, Chen Feixiang unleashed a powerful side-footed strike. The ball hurtled 30 meters toward goal. The Yangjiang Elementary goalkeeper had positioned himself far too high up the pitch. He had instinctively stepped forward to get a better view of the penalty area, completely abandoning his line control in the process. Bang! The ball traced a clear visible arc through the air before striking the crossbar and rebounding into play. The startled goalkeeper frantically collected it and threw himself to the ground, pinning the ball beneath his body. That thunderous collision between the ball and the crossbar nearly gave both the assistant coach and goalkeeper coach from Yangjiang one primary heart attacks. Both men clutched their chests, speechless for a long moment. That was terrifying. An absolute screamer. Where on earth did Pu Jiang know? One primary produced this prodigy. The technique, the vision. After the crowd's collective gasp, an eerie silence fell across the pitch. Everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. Pu Jiang no. One primary is absolutely flying today. But there was no goal. What's there to celebrate? You don't understand. That midfielder's vision and technique don't need a goal to prove their brilliance. Absolutely incredible. Old Shun from the Football Association and Coach Wang, who oversaw the U12 division, were beaming with joy. Old Wang, you're clearly thrilled. You must nurture this genius carefully. We cannot afford to repeat the Dong Fangzhua and Chun Tao situations. Naturally, I am already in contact with several Chinese-owned clubs in Spain and Portugal. The boy possesses outstanding physical attributes, awareness, and ability. It is my responsibility to help him develop. Kraus from Germany is visiting China soon to share German football expertise. Why not recommend him as well? Old Chen's resources ran deeper with connections to former national youth team coaches. Let's keep a watchful eye on all of them. I have full confidence in Chen Feixiang. The neighboring coach Wang declared with absolute conviction, as though the boy were his own son. We controlled the tempo reasonably well in the first half. Li Tong marked the positions of several shots on the tactical board. Our opponents do have an advantage in aerial duels. Datu's attacking prowess is renowned throughout the city. Containing him is genuinely challenging. But our ability to capitalize on scoring opportunities remains insufficient, and the scenario simulations we've conducted around this aspect haven't been thorough enough. That is my responsibility. The boys were feeling dejected, for despite outshooting their opponents 9-3, the two sides had somehow ended the half deadlocked. Zhou Xiang had a disappointing first half. The opponent's pressing was ferocious, often crossing into what seemed like dangerous play. Such aggressive defending left technically skilled players with little room to express themselves. Qiao Qinhao's creative instincts, the very foundation of his game, proved ineffective. During the first half, he received the ball in open space merely a handful of times. These opponents were no ordinary team. Merely through simple positioning changes, breaking through Yangjiang Sports School's defensive line was nothing short of fantasy. If only Feixiang's shot had gone in. Someone murmured from the bench. That magnificent chipped attempt had come within the slimmest margin of finding the net. Their goal shouldn't have counted at all. That was a dangerous play regardless of how you look at it. And Old Xiu ended up with an injured arm. An angry substitute protested. Lin Ran quickly jabbed him with his elbow. What good would complaints do now? The ball had crossed the line. That was an immutable fact. Besides, the opponent had genuinely gone for the ball and indeed scored. The contact occurred only after the ball had already rippled the net. Referee decisions like this favor the scoring team at least 80% of the time. Arguing the point would be futile. Li Tong ignored their private grumbling and continued. In the second half, our opponents will surely focus even more attention on Chen Feixiang. Their marking of him will grow considerably stricter. Qiao Qinhao and Zhang Haoqing need to make more runs along the flanks. Don't worry about whether you'll definitely receive the ball. Even runs that merely cause the opposition's defensive line to shift slightly are worthwhile. Due to Qiu Yiran's injury, we won't be able to deploy Tao Ran as center forward in the second half. Zhou Xiang must be more decisive when breaking through and shooting. Create more shooting opportunities. The opposing goalkeeper can't save every shot, so be ready for rebounds. Up in the VIP stands, Old Chun and U12 coach Old Wang were also discussing the match's progression. As veteran football men, they cared less about victory or defeat and focused more on what both teams were demonstrating. Yangjiang Sports School's tactics remained too conventional. This brute force approach limits these children's future development potential. Indeed, without understanding football's underlying principles and simply charging about recklessly, they'll end up like wooden posts once they reach adulthood. Old Chin's critique was unsparing even when it meant criticizing his future son-in-law. Look at Pujiang Primary School. Their talent pool isn't as broad as Yangjiang's, yet every child plays with such vivacity and spirit, their eyes full of light. Chen Feixiang Zhou numbers 6 and 21. I recommended them all. And that number 1, the versatile goalkeeper, who's competitive at any position. Director Wang spared no effort in recruiting. Of course Yangjiang's Datu is impressive too. I'll recommend him too. You don't fancy anyone else from Yangjiang. The others have ability too, but they're the type who improve through relentless grinding. You know what they train? Barbell lifts, tire pulls, overloaded work. Their future potential is limited. Don't tell me you can't see that. We need to provide guidance on balancing youth development standards with competitive demands. Overly results-oriented achievements have no future. Within minutes of the second half, the match shifted dramatically. True to form, Yangjiang Sports School intensified their marking on Chen Feixiang. Frankly, it crossed into physical play. Chen Feixiang's assists and that breathtaking chip shot from the first half had drawn the Yangjiang assistant coach's heightened attention. During halftime, the assistant covertly instructed the midfielders. Get physical, be rougher. Make him terrified to receive the ball, if necessary. The consequences of their foul-oriented tactics saw Chen Feixiang win 3 free kicks near midfield within 5 minutes. Yangjiang's players simply refused to give him any space to turn or receive, making it nearly impossible for him to drop deep and collect the ball. In set-piece situations, Pujiang Primary couldn't seize any advantage. Each Yangjiang player was powerfully built, and without referee intervention, Pujiang Primary had no edge whatsoever. Zhou Xiang's height proved problematic. He stood roughly half a head shorter than the opposing center-backs on average. Aerial contests were a lost cause. Chao Chinhao inverted triangle can't lift it over. Understood. The players reminded each other on the pitch. Chemistry between teammates isn't instinctive, it's forged through communication. As several players called out instructions, Chen Feixiang accelerated his retreat and played a first-time pass to the flank for Chao Chinhao. Chao Chinhao looked up and saw Zhou Xiang had been pushed behind the center-back, forcing him to take the ball himself with a sigh. The center and forward positions were completely locked down. This was tricky. Chao Chinhao hesitated for barely half a second before Yangjiang's left back charged aggressively forward, half-turning to maintain distance with small shuffling steps while preparing to lunge in. The feint. The match commentator watching through the camera saw it more clearly. Pujiang's number 21 performed a V-shaped pullback and is attempting to go past his man. Where do Pujiang's children come from? Their footwork is so fluid and that explosive power is staggering. The left back has been beaten, half a body length behind, now completely cut off. Foul. Pulling from behind. In the 11th minute of the second half, with no teammates available for support, Chao Chinhao decisively drove down the flank and won another free kick. The second half became a parade of Yangjiang Sports School fouls. Viewers watching the replay flooded the live chat with complaints. This team has been carved open like a sieve. They can only foul now. And they call themselves a sports school, playing worse than a schoolyard team. Just reckless trash. Chao Chinhao takes the free kick. Zhang Haoqing gets the back post. Li Cheng makes the run into the box. Wang Ziheng stays back for cover. Li Tong couldn't resist arranging the free kick routine. In truth, this was pre-planned, but Li Tong felt that voicing it now would give the boys greater clarity. Chao Chinhao's free kick was struck with pace and precision, low and true. He was a clever player, knowing that lifting it over such towering defenders offered little chance of success. He raised his arm and signaled, then opted for a driven ball along the ground, leaving it to whoever in the box could get a touch. Zhou Xiang knew he couldn't win the header, so he focused entirely on unsettling the center back beside him. As the ball approached just as the defender was about to crouch and leap, Zhou Xiang gave him a gentle nudge from behind. The opponent's momentum vanished instantly. The ball sailed over both their heads, heading straight for the back post. Li Cheng couldn't reach it either. The pace was too fierce. He hadn't even time to whip his head around when he felt a cool sensation across his scalp as it grazed past. Over. No, it isn't. Zhang Haoqing can reach it. The ball came perfectly for Zhang Haoqing, who had drifted to the back post. Zhang Haoqing met it with a volley. Watching his shooting motion, every Yangjiang player felt their hearts plummet, 2 words echoing simultaneously in their minds: we're done for. Most spectators hadn't even registered what was happening before they heard the unmistakable whoosh of the net. The ball struck the upper right corner, and the white net rippled violently. Holy! Another volley without trapping. Another moment of brilliance from Pujiang Primary, and this one actually went in. These kids are absolutely unreal. I'm never taking bets on youth matches again. 2 consecutive volleys like that can't be coincidence. 2-1. Pujiang Primary regained the lead. Old Wang, are you sure you don't recommend number 7? He's already scored twice in this game. Old Chun said with a teasing look at the dumbfounded Old Wang. He scored a similar goal in the district finals too. I thought he just got lucky back then. Old Wang quickly scribbled in his notebook, number 7, a good judgment excels at spectacular goals. Zhang Haoqing stared at his own feet, unable to resist crouching down to touch them, and whispered to himself, did someone bless these shoes with some magic? I was just adjusting my body and took a random shot, that's all. Before he could finish his thought, he was tackled by Zhou Xiang, Li Cheng, and Chen Feixiang, who piled on top of him. Stop showing off, okay? Nike didn't pay you for ads, and the cameraman won't give your shoes a close-up. Li Tong also leaped up in shock at the goal. Zhang Haoqing's consecutive spectacular goals were truly unexpected. Shouldn't there be a big heart attribute on the data panel? How is he performing so godlike? Li Tong suddenly thought of this question and immediately asked Zhao Na. Sister Na, is that Zhou Feiyu here too? Zhao Na replied impatiently. Her name is Zhou Yufei. Just look outside the fence behind the goal. Yangjiang Sports School fell behind again, but the players still refused to give up. The deficit completely enraged the boys from Yangjiang. Unfortunately, their frustration wasn't directed at the ball, but repeatedly at Pu Jianno. One's players. During this period, Pu Jianno. One's defensive line was in a precarious situation. Big Head, from Yangjiang played exceptionally repeatedly, taking on Li Cheng one-on-one. Li Cheng didn't dare make aggressive moves inside the penalty area. Big Head would fake and turn immediately shooting. Tao Ran had already fumbled 2 saves, but fortunately Wang Ziheng made a sliding clearance to touch the ball out for a throw-in. The usually possession-based Pu Jianno. One had now lost control of the ball. Both teams had gone red-eyed. Yangjiang Sports School didn't even look for midfield support when they had the ball because they didn't have a midfield anymore. The team had disconnected into a 3-1-3 formation. The 3 forwards simply stood inside Pu Jianno. One's penalty area waiting for the back line to win the ball and launch it long. Li Tong had quickly switched on the never say die aura, trying to improve the children's composure inside the penalty area and enhance their defensive protection. But in reality, this frenzied playing style had also robbed Pu Jianno, one of their calm. Everyone was going in with their bodies to compete for headers. Even Li Tong's composure aura had lost its effect. Except for Li Cheng, Wang Ziheng and Wang Yueran lacked height and physical advantage. This was when the defensive disadvantages became apparent. Now they could only rely on willpower to fight through. We still have a 2-goal lead. We're not changing formation. Let them challenge their own limits. Li Tong had no intention of retreating entirely. If they could make just one good interception, the midfield situation might shift, potentially turning the tide. Wang Ziheng. Pu Jianno. One's number 9, another goal line rescue. Tao Ran fumbled, but Wang Ziheng was faster. He got to the ball before Big Head with his slide tackle. The commentator's narration had turned into near-rap speed. The ball's been intercepted again. Yangjiang Sports School with a long-range shot. Damn. Wang Ziheng threw his body in front of the cannon. He had just been on the goal line, and now he had rushed to face the shooter blocking this heavy strike with his chest. Wang Ziheng stopped the ball with his chest. The ball wasn't far from him. Bearing the pain, he controlled it, dribbled toward the sideline, and continued carrying it forward until he saw Yangjiang's defender finally closing in. Only then did he pass to Zhang Haoqing, who ultimately found Zhou Xiyang for a shot on goal. Pu Jianno. One's number 9 has always been a right winger, but this game he's playing right back, and he's been exceptional. Football Association veteran Old Chun sighed once more. The future son-in-law definitely has the makings of a head coach. This team was never a powerhouse. In just 2 months under his leadership, he made bold adjustments to several players' positions, and now everyone is playing at an extraordinary level. Old Chun himself hadn't watched much of the match, but his daughter had been praising it to him at home every day. Little Chun had practically become Li Tong's promotional agent. Indeed, in the district finals and the first 2 games, this number 9 played right midfielder. Back then we just thought he was fast and good at dribbling. Looking at this game, he's clearly more suited for right back. That ability to support and cover defensively, which coach wouldn't love? Old Wang scratched his head reluctantly, adding Wang Ziheng's name to the selection list once more. I'm just too soft-hearted. This list keeps getting longer. How are there so many talents? Yangjiang Sports School's assistant coach was far from satisfied with the game situation. With time running out, they still needed 2 more goals to change their fate. Pu Jianno. One's defense possessed a terrifying resilience. Though tossed about like a candle in the wind, that tiny glimmer of hope refused to be extinguished. Big Head, be tougher. Use your body and hold your position. The referee rushed to the sideline to issue a warning, but he couldn't control the Yangjiang assistant coach, who was frantically screaming, "Use your body." In the 49th minute, Yangjiang Sports School launched another attack into the penalty area. This time the victim of foul play was Wang Ziheng. While Li Cheng was grappling with Big Head, Wang Ziheng had marked Yangjiang's number 8. But when competing for an aerial ball, the opponent deliberately swung his elbow again. Wang Ziheng clutched his face and collapsed onto the grass. Players from both sides instantly erupted into a fierce physical confrontation. Although both sides showed some restraint and didn't put real force into it, mutual shoving became unavoidable. Li Cheng, red card. Big Head, red card. Get out. The referee didn't hesitate for a moment, penalizing both sides equally and decisively restoring order to the game. Both head coaches wore dark expressions. This match had become impossible to continue. The starting striker and starting defender had been sent off. Not only did neither team know how to proceed with this match, but victory in the next game was quickly becoming a distant dream. Big Head's dismissal was even more devastating for Yangjiang Sports School. Although Big Head hadn't scored today, his multiple shots and that assist fully demonstrated his value. A big target forward with excellent jumping, solid back-to-goal skills, and the ability to hold up play and finish. That kind of player is a treasure for any team. Although Li Cheng was important in this situation, Chen Feixiang could immediately be pulled back to play defender, and Zhou Xiyang could be shifted back to midfield barely forming a false nine formation. Their attacking power was gone, but their defensive capability hadn't decreased. The combination of Wang Ziheng, with his exceptional recovery speed, the tenacious tackler Chen Feixiang, and the organizing midfielder Wang Yueran wasn't new. Chen Feixiang dropped back to receive and control the ball. The two fullbacks pushed high, and the Yangjiang team, without Big Head, were like headless flies scrambling for the ball chaotically. The final 10 minutes produced no further goals. Amidst the fans' jeers against Yangjiang Sports School, the final whistle from the referee finally arrived. Coach Zhang from Happy Star finally breathed easy. In the round of 8, they would face Yangjiang Sports School, which had lost Big Head. Yangjiang's strength had been severely crippled. They could virtually secure this victory. For the quarterfinals against Pujin 1, they had lost goalkeeper Chiu Iran and likely faced additional punishment for defender Li Cheng. This was truly an unexpected windfall. Coach Li, I really didn't do anything. That number 8 pushed me first. He dove before I could even react. The tall center back Li Cheng was sobbing while gesturing wildly, trying to explain what had happened. If he couldn't play in the upcoming games and the team lost, he would be the villain. Right now his mind was filled with guilt and distress. Big Head's red card was justified. He thought number 8 had been pushed by Li Cheng, so he came up and shoved Li Cheng. Number 8 definitely dove. He wasn't clean the entire game. In the live broadcast, viewers were sighing. This kind of team loses games and loses dignity too. Don't let kids join teams like this in the future. I'm posting this on social media. Don't let them come out and harm people. All the bad habits in Chinese football are cultivated by coaches like this. Complaint. Complaint. Zhao Na was furious. The importance of this match to the club and to herself was self-evident. Losing Li Cheng for the next game meant she didn't know how it would turn out. Every bit of certainty was worth fighting for. Zhao Na's appeal documents were immediately submitted to the tournament disciplinary committee. Though a municipal-level competition for elementary school students, it had garnered considerable attention. Although Pujing 1 primary school had never been a strong contender, it was a prestigious institution in Pujing district. The district education bureau was unwilling to let the matter rest without a proper explanation. The referee's report was unequivocal. Both sides had engaged in pushing and players from both teams had fallen. The head referee had identified the two instigators through observation. If Pujing 1 primary school wished to appeal, they would need to produce evidence. However, the broadcast footage was only long-range shots. In the chaos, the cameraman had failed to capture close-ups, and the parents filming at the scene could not provide convincing video evidence. Mere verbal claims were insufficient to sway anyone. In this situation, although Zhao Na had approached the Football Association to demand a reinvestigation, after deliberation, the original penalty was upheld. Li Cheng's red card naturally resulted in a one-match suspension with an additional match added. He would be unable to play in the semi-final against Happy Star. The two received the same punishment. Yangjiang Sports School raised no objections to the penalty. They did not even file an appeal. Old Chun, as a senior figure in the Football Association, had also participated in the discussion meeting regarding the referee's decision, along with the referee panel and relevant FA personnel. Throughout the proceedings, he merely listened, uttering not a single word. When the final referee's opinion was placed before him, he simply signed it. Old Chun could not change anything, partly because he was not that kind of person, and partly because the information was too transparent now, with too many eyes watching. At the very least, the coaches of Happy Star were monitoring closely. Li Cheng's suspension was directly related to their crucial match. Within the bounds of reasonable rules, Pujing 1 primary school could not produce stronger evidence, so Old Zhang of Happy Star had no reason to let this matter be overturned. Taking every possible unexpected situation in the game seriously was Old Zhang's creed. Although Pujing 1 was weaker than Happy Star, making them even weaker was something Old Zhang welcomed. The final penalty decision was announced that evening. Upon receiving the paper that upheld the original ruling, Zhao Na squatted at the entrance of the stadium and wept. The team was her life's work, and her grievance knew no bounds. From the end of the morning match until the verdict was delivered, she had waited anxiously near the field for nearly 10 hours, yet the result still dealt her a devastating blow. Li Tong could not change the punishment, so he could only squat beside the pitch and console Zhao Na. Sister Na, in the quarterfinal we faced Chongqing District Central 1 primary school from Group D. They lost 1-5 to Happy Star in the group stage. If we play well, we'll reach the semifinals. That's mission accomplished. Don't get too upset. Even if Li Cheng were playing against Happy Star, we wouldn't be confident. Xiao Yin also stayed by Zhao Na's side, busy calling Old Chun. Old Chun, do something useful. It's clearly the opponent's fault. If you don't help us at a critical moment, how am I supposed to face Brother Tong and Sister Na? Old Chun could only sigh in exasperation. Was this girl really his own daughter? Li Tong said what he said, but those were just words of comfort. In truth, who wouldn't want to win? Li Tong did have a secret weapon against Happy Star. Aside from the full red status card he had been reluctant to use after the last group match, he had unexpectedly unlocked a new achievement. Achievement Miracle Goal. You or a player on a team you coach scores a miraculous goal in a match, earning the audience's acclaim. Reward Moment of Miracle Goal. Obtain a chance to showcase a classic moment in football history, Zinedine Zidane's magnificent volley. Usage count 1. This was an opportunity to be used wisely. A star player's signature moment. The silhouette originated from the renowned French footballer Zinedine Zidane. While playing for Real Madrid in La Liga during the 2002 UEFA Champions League final against Bayer Leverkusen, he scored a breathtaking left-footed half-turn volley to secure the winning goal. This goal combined Zidane's imagination, shooting technique, and aerial judgment. Even world-class stars would struggle to produce such a brilliant goal more than 3 times in their entire career. Trigger conditions: imagination 10, a shooting 10, a judgment 10. Tong was astonished to find that under these stringent 3-condition restrictions, 3 players from Pujiangno, one primary school, were eligible to trigger this magnificent volley, and each name had a corresponding success rate. Zhang Haoqing, Chen Feixiang, and Zhou Xiang each had different success rates. The highest was Chen Feixiang at 79, followed by Zhang Haoqing at 71, and Zhou Xiang at 65. Tong also checked his own name and found that he could trigger it too. His stats were far higher than the children's. Tong's imagination was 19, a judgment 14, and shooting 14, resulting in a final success rate of 91. At least he hadn't been outdone by the kids. But how to use this skill? All 3 could do it, but there was no way to guarantee who would receive the ball and shoot. Damn it. Probability was just probability. There was no guarantee such a volley could be executed in a match. If the skill was activated but the player didn't shoot, that way wouldn't it be wasted? Tong pondered, but found no good solution. He would have to see during the game. Tong also considered keeping the skill for himself. The next opponent was not strong, so the skill might not be needed to win. But in the semi-final against Happy Star, if the game was suppressed, it would be difficult to use this skill. Chongqing District Central No. 1 primary school was essentially the Chongqing District team. The district's team was concentrated in this school, training together year-round. But this district team was one of the weakest in Donghua City. Even as a full team, it wasn't much stronger. They had 2 wins and 1 loss in the group stage, with a negative goal difference barely qualifying. Meanwhile, Happy Star's Minjiang Central Primary School had scored 19 goals in 3 group matches without conceding a single one. The next day's matches continued. By noon, it was Happy Star's turn to face the depleted Yanjiang Sports School. The head coach of Yanjiang Sports School, unable to enter the venue, gathered the children outside the pitch for a pre-match pep talk. Although Tu was absent for this match, the coaches were still brimming with fervor. Last year, Happy Star beat us by only 1 goal. We must press hard all over the field and take many long shots. In this kind of game, whoever has the stronger momentum dominates. Football is about being fierce, being aggressive, and shooting often. The suspended head coach of Yanjiang Sports School spoke with great enthusiasm. Come on, crush Happy Star. Got it. The children shouted in unison, got it. Tong watched the team's fiery passion and could only shake his head in lament. Passion in football was important, but it seemed they had not truly understood what football's passion meant. Pujiangno, 1 primary school, arrived at the pitch early, partly to allow the children to warm up and partly to observe the opponents and prepare adequately for their own next match. Tong was explaining some details to the children. Happy Star's midfield and forward line are relatively stronger. That Xinjiang kid is actually their key player. Last time Happy Star held back against us. You need to observe who is the real core. Cutting off his reception and passing is the key to winning. Coach Zhao and I have compiled some crucial data from several matches. After the game, you can compare your own observations. Only by observing and judging for yourselves and simulating in your mind what you would do can you truly think and learn. Football requires intelligence. Yanjiang Sports School, despite losing to Tu, was far from an easy opponent. The children who made it into Yanjiang Sports School were all those with strong physiques, fast speed, and fierce determination. The Tu was indeed strong, but the other children were no slouches either. Even Lao Wang from the municipal team might disagree with Yanjiang Sports School's potential, but he couldn't ignore their current fighting capability. Yanjiang Sports School came prepared today, deploying a 3-4-0 formation with no forwards. Against Happy Stars, when lacking attacking options, direct aggression would be futile. Better to play compact defense, wait for opportunities, and focus on long-range shots. The first half reached the 28th minute. Happy Stars number 7, Chu Tianxu, rose from the ground once more, casting a grim glance at the opponent's right back. Sweat, mud, and blades of grass had plastered across his face, leaving him with a smeared, battle-worn appearance. The opponent's muscular right back executed a brutal slide tackle that sent both player and ball tumbling out of bounds, yet the referee called no foul. Chu Tianxu runs 50 meters in 6.9 seconds and the 100 meters in 13.2 seconds. He was the runner-up in the 100 meters for 5th graders at the Donghua Campus Track and Field Alliance. Today he's facing concentrated defensive pressure from Yanjiang Sports School. Before halftime, Yanjiang Sports School had already substituted one fullback for another with superior endurance, and both shared the same attributes: explosive speed and physical strength. Against Chu Tianxu's direct running style, their defensive approach has proven highly effective. Yanjiang Sports School, meanwhile, lacks any real attacking threat. So far, their only 3 shots have come from distance, and they're pinning their hopes on a goalkeeper error. Happy Stars midfield enforcer number 15 from XJ matches that physicality, and then some with superior athleticism. He just delivered a brilliant bicycle kick clearance moments ago. Mu Zepei push forward from midfield. Deny them any room to shoot. Clear it long. Get it out of here. With possession advantage gone, Yanjiang Sports School's bench can only bark orders now. This is a test of physicality and willpower. As the goal drought drags on, Lao Zhang grows increasingly anxious. A loss would leave Happy Stars with no excuse. Not even the claim that their star striker was suspended, but Yang Jiang could point to that very absence, making any defeat an easy target for mockery. Happy Stars right back quickly pays the price, dealing with repeated aerial balls. He's got no idea what clicked wrong in his head, but instead of reading the situation, he recklessly goes up for a header against the opposition's long pass, and somehow deflects it straight to an opponent's feet. In a stroke of fortune, Yangjiang Sports School's number 11 receives the ball and immediately drives toward the penalty area for a shot. He chips it with the outside of his right foot, takes 2 quick adjustment steps, and lifts his thigh, just as the dangerous moment unfolds. The flustered right back, scrambling to get back on his feet, launches a desperate slide tackle from behind and sends the opponent tumbling to the ground. Had the challenge occurred outside the box, it would have been just a free kick with nothing serious. But the referee spots that the supporting foot of number 11 is planted just inside the penalty area. Penalty kick. Damn it. Lao Zhang hurls his tactical board to the ground in frustration. You're supposed to hold your position. Why the hell are you jumping for this? The long ball's going out anyway, so why did you head it back? Being torn apart by Lao Zhang's tirade, and acutely aware of his mistake, the helpless right back can only pray his goalkeeper produces a miracle. Big guy, if you save this, I'll give you my PSV console straight away, the right back pleads through tearful desperation. I'll hand it over as soon as we get back. No broken promises. And I'm throwing in 5 cards too. Yangjiang Sports School's number 8 steps up to take the penalty, his expression eerily composed. He inspects the ball, positions it carefully on the spot, and retreats 5 paces backward. His gaze locks onto Happy Stars goalkeeper, the big man. What a save. The big man has rescued Happy Stars and saved the offending defender. Happy Stars goalkeeper reads the play correctly and launches himself with excellent technique. The ball sticks firmly in his embrace without bouncing away. Yangjiang Sports School striker sprints halfway expecting a rebound, but the sight forces him to abandon the hope of a second attempt. Only now does coach Lao Zhang manage to catch his breath, rubbing his chest as he searches frantically for his tactical board. Where the hell did that pin go when he threw it? The big man, now in possession, sprints forward with 2 quick strides and delivers a throw-in to the right back, who just made the critical error. The right back, still rattled, doesn't take the ball himself and immediately plays it wide to number 7, Chu Tianshu. As Chu Tianshu receives the ball, he lifts his head to scan for passing lanes. Happy Stars build their game around possession, prioritizing that extra pass to break down defenses. Damn it. The opponent's center back pushed too high and hasn't recovered yet. The fullback is hesitating in central defense, refusing to step forward. Chu Tianshu immediately abandons the passing option and drives down the wing. In these situations, with only one defender to beat, Chu Tianshu stays patient. If the back commits, he'll cross. If he holds his ground, Chu Tianshu will take it to the line instead. Meanwhile, Yangjiang Sports School's right back curses silently to himself. Why did you push up so far as a center back? Can you even match Happy Stars number 7 for pace? What am I supposed to do now? Retreat into the box. If he turns on me, do I come out? The right back mutters curses under his breath, while shuffling alongside Chu Tianshu, his only option being to balance between protecting his goal against a potential shot and anticipating the cross. The moment Chu Tianshu decides to deliver the cross is exactly when he'll try to cut him off. Yangjiang Sports School's defense has been remarkably resilient, maintaining their shape throughout. Tong provides commentary while watching the match, letting his insights and opinions flow freely. Football is fundamentally about controlling space. The better your positioning, the fewer options you give your opponent. As Chu Tianshu approaches the edge of the penalty area, he decides against carrying on anymore and prepares to create something significant. He suddenly shifts his acceleration, lifting his thigh in feint. Yangjiang Sports School's right back instinctively mirrors the movement, raising his leg simultaneously. Without extensive training, people often struggle to override their natural reactions. The right back couldn't suppress his reflexive response. It's like closing your eyes when a fist comes at you. When he saw Chu Tianshu initiate the shooting motion, he felt compelled to block it. By the time Chu Tianshu drops his thigh and swings his instep for another touch, the defender can only curse inwardly, damn it. A feint. Chu Tianshu creates that crucial half-second window, opening up the necessary space before lifting his thigh once more. He's shooting at a tight angle. Damn it. The right back curses inwardly and leaps, extending his leg in another desperate attempt to block. Still a feint. Chu Tianshu drags the ball back with his right foot, keeping it inside the touchline, as the Yangjiang right back slides past him out of bounds. He glances over his shoulder at Zhao Debao, the Happy Stars number 9 striker, closing in, and offers a calm smile before gently sliding the ball onto the penalty spot. Zhao Debao strikes with precision and scores. From this proximity to the keeper, a low drive gives him almost no time to react. Unless the shot lands directly between his legs, he's completely beaten. The Yangjiang Sports School goalkeeper can only turn his head sideways, watching helplessly as the ball rockets into the net without even attempting a save. After conceding, Yangjiang Sports School's momentum evaporates entirely. They're caught between wanting to attack and fear of further goals, with even their assistant coaches shouting contradictory instructions. In the second half, their defensive shape breaks down once more during an attacking sequence, allowing Happy Stars to exploit a 1-2 combination. Chu Tianshu slips past the goalkeeper and taps into an empty net. The final score stands at 2-0, securing Happy Star's comfortable place in the semifinals. Let's get up, Li Tong and Zhao Na call out together to the children. Every victory from here on is a chance to write history. Let's be the ones to set the standard for Pujiang football. Because Qiu Ran was injured and withdrew, Li Cheng was suspended and Tao Ran returned to the goalkeeper position. Li Tong actually found it difficult to arrange the lineup today. Li Cheng's suspension meant only 3 players were truly available for the defensive line: Wang Yueran, Wang Ziheng, and Chen Feixiang. None of the 3 were natural defenders, and none of them had sufficient height. Although Li Tong was not a traditional coach who obsessed over height, having all 3 too short would clearly weaken their control of high balls. Let's go with 2-4-1. Zhou Xiang can only play striker now. In midfield, let Chen Feixiang go up. For midfielders, Lin Ran and Chao Chenhao on the wings, Zhang Haoqing slightly deeper in the middle, and Chen Feixiang a bit more advanced. 2 defenders, Wang Ziheng on the right, Wang Yueran on the left. Setting up the midfield was too difficult. Li Tong felt very constrained when arranging the formation, so he had no choice but to put Lin Ran on. Zhang Haoqing play a bit deeper in midfield. Li Tong pulled Zhang Haoqing aside for a private reminder. Isn't it a double pivot? Zhang Haoqing asked. It's still a double pivot, but when Feixiang moves up you drop back a bit. Keep an eye on covering for him, any problem. Li Tong then drew the positioning of the 2 players on the tactical board. Choosing Zhang Haoqing for the deeper role was because he had recently developed a habit of carrying the ball from deeper positions and preferred to drop back into his own half. Got it. Zhang Haoqing nodded. Feixiang, you don't need to drop too deep. Pressing after passes in the front court is crucial for you. When you tackle fiercely, the defensive pressure will be reduced. Li Tong's pressing requirement had been repeated throughout training. Leveraging Feixiang's tackling ability could indeed create many chaotic scoring opportunities in the front court. Moreover, pressing in the front court meant that even if the ball wasn't won, the midfield and defense still had a chance to recover. Li Tong had spent the past few days repeatedly reviewing the several matches where Chen Feixiang played as center back and only then realized his own mistake. Chen Feixiang was not a natural defender, and his aggressive tackling tendency could easily be magnified in the defensive line. Last match had been an emergency adjustment with no other option, but a defender needed to be steady and protective. If a tackle was too fierce and the ball was lost, it would be fatal. It was impossible to ask an attacking player whose eyes were always watching for passing options to organize the defense properly. Having found the crux of the problem, Li Tong had to solve it. That was also why he preferred to play with 2 defenders today. Chao Chenhao naturally had few issues on his flank. He was strong in attack, but could also track back to defend. As for Lin Ran, he could only be asked to focus primarily on defense. Lin Ran, you're starting today? Focus on defense. When you have the ball, you can pass it to Zhang Haoqing or Chen Feixiang. The Chongqing District Central now. One primary school was a beggar's version of Yanjiang Sports School, playing in exactly the same way. Destroying in the back, going solo with the ball up front, and relying on physicality for long balls and aerial duels. After only 2 back-and-forth exchanges, Li Tong's heart settled back into his chest. Against this kind of team, Pujiang no. One primary school should have no problem. Zhao Na also felt it was fairly safe, but she was still uneasy and preferred to stand by the sideline basking in the sun and watching the kids. She felt that being closer to the pitch gave her a clearer view. Only 5 minutes into the match, Pujiang no. One primary school had already produced 4 shots with 3 on target. The Chongqing no. One central goalkeeper performed well, which prevented an early goal. Pujiang no. One's front 3 could both dribble and pass. Zhou Xiang had been stifled by Yanjiang Sports School yesterday, but today with a slightly weaker opponent, he immediately revived in style. Zhou Xiang charged left and right in the front court, throwing the opposing defenders into complete disarray. In the 7th minute, a Chongqing no. One central defender cleared the ball with a big boot. Wang Ziheng intercepted it and passed to Chao Chenhao. After a feint to break through, Chao Chenhao played a 1-2 with Chen Feixiang and advanced more than 10 meters. The no. 12 left back of Chongqing no. One central quickly turned and chased back. After a sprint, he found that Chao Chenhao had already moved the ball to Zhou Xiang in the middle. While dribbling, Zhou Xiang suddenly pushed the ball with the outside of his right foot, then flicked his ankle, slipping the ball through the gap between the 2 defenders. Elastico. Zhou Xiang accelerated to follow the ball. The 2 defenders tried to close the door quickly, and the center back's elbow hit Zhou Xiang's chest, yet he still squeezed through. Stumbling, Zhou Xiang flicked the ball upward just as he was about to fall. Faced with this unexpected chip, the Chongqing no. One central goalkeeper was finally helpless. The ball floated slowly over his head, then dropped, tracing a beautiful sinusoidal curve. Out. A huge cheer erupted from Pujiang no. One's cheerleading squad. The roar of more than 100 girls rattled the host's loudspeaker. Pujiang no. One's female cheerleading squad had grown from nothing to more than 100 people. These 100-plus girls filled the front rows of the stands. They squeezed Pujiang no. One's parents and boys to the higher levels. Zhou Xiang lay on the ground looking at the sky happily. After desperately striking the ball, he had lost control of his body and tumbled to the ground. Before he could even see how the ball had entered the goal, he already heard the girls' cheers. He slowly raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and swung it hard. All these years of hard work have paid off. The hard-working genius was finally rewarded. Damn. Before Zhou Xiang could finish showing off, he noticed several figures appearing above him. Don't pile on. I can't breathe. Damn. Zhao Na let out a long breath. She knew a goal would come sooner or later, and that they had complete control of the match, but at this moment her painfully tense mind finally relaxed. Pu Jiangno. One entering the semifinals was no longer just a dream. Her palms and face were covered in sweat. Taking advantage of no one watching, Zhao Na wiped her hands on her clothes twice, then hastily rubbed her face to wipe away the sweat. Coach Zhao, were you so excited that you cried? Li Cheng, who was also standing nervously on the sideline, asked. Cry? Do I need to get excited playing Chongming? No. One Central. You little brat, you're just talking nonsense. What? If you cried, you cried. Are you pretending just because you're pretty? The kids almost old enough for middle school already understood a lot. They knew why their coach was excited. She did cry, her eyes were red. Right. You guys. Zhao Na could only turn around to keep watching the field. Reasoning with those little brats was impossible. The quick passes just now and Zhou Xiang's individual ability in the finish were both on display. Li Tong was satisfied. The course of the match matched his expectations and conformed to the objective laws of football. Passing, running, and dribbling, teamwork, open play, and individual ability. Football is never a simple game. It is the objective reflection of how you train. Chongming No. One Central and Yangjiang Sports School trained physically and practiced long ball tactics, so their style was direct and aggressive. Happy Star solidified its defense and attacked through the wings. Pu Jiangno. One focused on passing combinations and forceful breakthroughs. Everything is a reflection of training. Whatever you practice, you show in the match. Keep attacking, win this game. Li Tong shouted his intention to the kids. Attack, only attack, is where the charm of Pu Jiangno. One football lies. Chongming First Central was being pummeled by wave after wave of attacks, struggling to catch their breath. Though they had conceded only one goal in the first half, this came as a result of having completely lost control of the match. Now they could only hope to survive the first half and see if the second half might bring some change. They had retreated completely to the edge of their own penalty area, relying on their numerical advantage in defense to withstand Pu Jiang First Primary. Even so, their defensive line remained precarious, entirely dependent on the goalkeeper's heroic saves, which denied 8 of Pu Jiang First Primary's 9 shots on target. Zhou Xiang had worked himself into a frenzy. Damn it, why can't I just put one in? Besides that lobbed goal, he had already squandered 3 clear-cut chances. That powerful strike from the edge of the penalty area aimed at the far corner had somehow been saved by Chongming First Central's goalkeeper Zhang Xiaohao with a spectacular diving leap. The subsequent close-range sweep shot was also denied by the keeper's instinctive leg save. The most crucial of the 3 attempts came when Zhou Xiang, pressured by the goalkeeper's divine performance, pushed himself to seek an even more impossible angle. A shot from the penalty spot that should have been a simple placement was turned into a thunderous drive that struck the post. Li Tong could only shout from the sidelines, "Zhou Xiang, stay calm." But from the look of the young player on the field, he hadn't heeded the warning at all. Li Tong adjusted his aura from willpower 1 to passing 1, but this only improved the speed and accuracy of his passes. As for Zhou Xiang refusing to pass the ball, even boosting the aura to 20 would be useless. Zhao Na, who had witnessed Zhou Xiang's string of wasteful shots, could only sigh. This kind of play will damage team morale. Tong Ji, should we adjust some positions? Li Tong already had a contingency plan in mind, but he didn't immediately make changes on the field. In youth matches, adjustments cannot be made so easily. If you move someone based on their performance, it might seriously wound the self-esteem of a competitive child. Sometimes by not adjusting and letting a child break through on their own, they can immediately elevate to a higher level. How should we adjust? Li Tong asked back. Zhao Na understood Li Tong's intention. He was testing whether her arrangements were appropriate and also giving her a chance to learn. Should we swap him with Chen Feixiang? Zhou Xiang's head is boiling hot right now. He basically never passes when he has the ball, which means Chen Feixiang doesn't get any opportunities either. He truly is a black hole on the pitch today. During the first half, he received 10 passes and only distributed the ball once. Li Tong nodded, agreeing with Zhao Na's analysis, and beckoned Xiao Yiran over. "Xiao, can you get out there?" Li Tong asked. Huh. Xiao Yiran, who had been crouching by the sidelines observing Tao Ran, was startled by the question, sharing a surprised look with Zhao Na. "Coach, my hand still isn't ready. I can't catch the ball. Can you still run and swing your arms? I'm putting you at center back." Xiao Yiran's face lit up with joy. He quickly tested his arm movement. It seemed fine. Running and arm swinging don't require such a large range of motion, and the wrist and arm wouldn't need to exert force to catch the ball. This I can do, as long as I can get on the field. Zhao Na suddenly had an epiphany. She had been trapped in fixed thinking, completely forgetting that Xiao Yiran was originally a legitimate defender, and his tackling had always been excellent, with a special talent for protecting the ball. The first time Li Tong met them, he believed the 3 players with the best physical competitiveness at Pu Jiang First Primary were Tao Ran, Li Cheng, and Xiao Yiran. It was only because Tao Ran had more explosive attacking ability that Li Tong, with the goal of developing the players, adjusted several people's positions. As it stands, these position adjustments have been relatively successful. But at crucial moments, moving Xiao Yiran back to center back is also an excellent choice. The reason for choosing Xiao Iran was because when Li Tong checked the player's status earlier, he found that Xiao Iran's goalkeeper attributes showed large gray and green downward arrows, but his defender-related attributes were still normal, and his body's balance and explosive power hadn't changed. The benefits of having a system always reveal themselves in unexpected ways. Zhao Na without the system could only worry as she looked at Xiao Iran's bandaged forearm. She hadn't thought in this direction at all. Even if she had, she wouldn't have had sufficient reason to justify such a substitution. The final 2 minutes passed in a flash. Li Tong held back his urge to make substitutions and waited until halftime. Drink water, come down, and rest. Zhao Na quickly pulled the drenched children to sit on the bench. The substitutes quickly passed wet towels to cool down the exhausted players. Quick, wipe yourselves down. Change into clean clothes for the second half, so you can play more comfortably. As a female coach, Zhao Na had her own strengths in certain details of the game. She dragged along a suitcase containing 2 sets of spare clothes. Under the scorching August sun, anything that could make the children more comfortable was worth doing. The first half possession ratio was approximately 73, and the shot ratio was 14-0. Against such a deeply defended opponent, the player who had performed best in the first half was Zhou Xiang. But throughout the first half, Zhou Xiang had taken 9 of all 14 shots with 4 on target and 1 goal scored. The shooting efficiency wasn't high. Zhou Xiang sat with his head bowed, speechless. Li Tong's objective analysis left him with nothing to say. It wasn't that he saw people and refused to pass. At that moment, his mind was filled only with the goal. Several times after shooting, he looked up only to find Lin Ran or Chao Chinhao staring blankly at the back post. As for Chun Feixiang behind him, he hadn't even glanced at him once. For the second half, Lin Ran comes off, Xiao Iran comes on. Li Tong arranged the second half tactics. Zhou Xiang, I'll give you another 10 minutes. If you cannot calm down yourself, you'll be substituted. In the second half, Wang Ziheng plays forward, Zhang Haoqing returns to the left flank, and Zhou Xiang and Chen Feixiang form a double midfield. Our team style is passing combined with movement plus individual breakthroughs. Everyone needs to reasonably distribute the ratio of passing to dribbling based on their own ability and characteristics. The coach will not force you to do anything, but if you refuse to think, if you do not want to find solutions, always believing one kick can decide victory and defeat, then you are definitely not a qualified player. It was rare for Li Tong to emphasize the rationality of play on the field to his teammates. In truth, he really did not want to tell the children these things because being too rational would erase the children's creativity and also cause them to lose opportunities to temper themselves. But at this moment, when someone gets caught up in youthful fervor, some appropriate restraint cannot be lacking. Let me say a few words. With her growing understanding of youth football training, Zhao Na had recently been adding a few words after tactical briefings. She and Li Tong complemented each other, making certain requirements clearer. Several of Zhou Xiang's shots in the first half could have been passes. It is not that he must pass, but Zhou Xiang did not incorporate his own judgment before shooting. Even when shooting, a glance at a teammate makes opponents fear you making a choice. If you just charge forward blindly, opponents know you have only this one move. Why were your shots lacking quality? Because the opponent used 100 of their attention defending you. If you had some variation, could the opponent keep up 100? He truly is a black hole on the pitch today. During the first half, he received 10 passes and only distributed the ball once. Li Tong nodded, agreeing with Zhao Na's analysis, and beckoned Xiao Iran over. Xiao, can you get out there? Li Tong asked. Huh? Xiao Iran, who had been crouching by the sidelines observing Tao Ran, was startled by the question, sharing a surprised look with Zhao Na. Coach, my hand still isn't ready. I cannot catch the ball. Can you still run and swing your arms? I'm putting you at center back. Xiao Iran's face lit up with joy. He quickly tested his arm movement. It seemed fine. Running and arm swinging do not require such a large range of motion, and the wrist and arm would not need to exert force to catch the ball. This I can do, as long as I can get on the field. Zhao Na suddenly had an epiphany. She had been trapped in fixed thinking, completely forgetting that Xiao Iran was originally a legitimate defender, and his tackling had always been excellent, with a special talent for protecting the ball. In the second half, injured Xiao Iran took the field, and the audience buzzed with discussion. Pujiang no. One elementary is really something. Their striker is now playing goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper is playing defender with a bandage. And that's not all. Yesterday's no. 16 defender Chen Feixiang is now playing midfield. Look there, no. 9 defender is now playing forward. Coach, are you messing with us? We just want to watch a good game. Li Tong could only smile wryly at the crowd's comments. I don't want this either. I'm just adjusting based on the data panel, using whoever works best. After being confined to the back line for several consecutive games, Wang Ziheng was bursting with energy. He was naturally an extroverted player, and being placed up front was like a wild horse breaking free of its reins. The restructured tactics transformed Pujiang no. One elementary's performance in the second half. Wang Ziheng immediately launched several explosive runs. His style was completely different from Zhou Xiang's. Zhou Xiang used feints and changes of direction to beat defenders, while Wang Ziheng would either burst past them with a single change of direction or simply knock the ball past them and sprint. In terms of dribbling ability and efficiency, Wang Ziheng was slightly inferior, but his playing style was full of vitality. After the second half began, he consistently created threats in the final third, making a huge impact. Normally when others combined with Chao Chenhao, it was Chao who initiated the give and go. But Wang Ziheng did the opposite. He frequently used Chao as a wall, executing several 1-2 passes. In the 37th minute, Chen Feixiang backheeled the ball to Zhou Xiang, who once again shook off the defender from Chongning one center and smoothly passed it to Chao Chunhao, who had overlapped on the wing. He's starting to pass, and he's passing after beating his man. He's not just passing for the sake of passing. He's also reading the game better. Zhao Na said happily to Li Tong. Chao Chenhao, without stopping the ball, chipped it perfectly into the path of Wang Ziheng. Wang Ziheng pushed the ball forward, immediately turned his body to evade the defender and sprinted. Another nutmeg. Wang Ziheng accelerated to the byline even faster than Chao Chenhao, appearing at the goal line in an instant. He twisted his body and hooked the ball back into the middle. The ball hastily cleared by Chongning. One center landed right at the feet of Chen Feixiang, who was waiting at the edge of the penalty area. Chen Feixiang struck the ball on the volley. His long-range shot was so wayward that the goalkeeper didn't even raise his hands. The ball rocketed toward the corner flag, startling Chao Chenhao, who was sprinting to the far post for a potential tap-in. Too wide. I misjudged the technique, shanked it. An embarrassed Chen Feixiang scratched his head, drawing laughter from the entire stadium. A national team tradition. Next time aim for the corner flag. Feixiang, I passed you that ball. I have no grudge against you. Chao Chenhao complained. That was too dangerous. He was lucky to dodge it quickly. Just a minute later, one elementary came again. Chen Feixiang played a through ball. Wang Ziheng stepped over the ball, letting it pass between his legs. The defender from Chongning one center was frozen for a moment. The fast advancing Zhou Xiang easily collected the ball just outside the penalty area. Wang Ziheng. Great ball, like he had eyes in the back of his head. Good ball, Zhou Xiang's chance. Zhou Xiang deftly shifted the ball from his right foot to his left, executing a double chop to bypass the center back, who had stepped up to block him. Then he nudged the ball outward with his left foot, slipping past the left back, who had rushed over to cover, creating a one-on-one shooting opportunity with the goalkeeper from the edge of the box. Zhou Xiang again wound up for a powerful strike. Damn, another long shot. The goalkeeper of Chongning one center could only raise his hands, cursing his defender's incompetence in his heart. But when Zhou Xiang's foot came down, he didn't kick the ball. Instead, he poked it with his toe. Zhang Haoqing, sprinting up the flank like the wind, received the ball with his left foot, and with his right gently nudged it between the goalkeeper and the near post. The right back, who had blindly charged in to block Zhou Xiang, could only lie on the ground, tasting bitterness. The ball grazed the near post and rolled into the net. 2-0. A beautiful through ball, a deliberate dummy, a double chop, a dummy shot, and a near post finish. The combination of 4 players' passes, dribbles, and shots. This goal was perfect, the pinnacle of team play. One elementary's coordination is really interesting. Every player showed more than just passing. Each of them demonstrated abilities beyond simple passing and running. Old Wang of the city team's U12 squad side. Is it really that hard to let every kid have their own ideas? Why do other teams play mindless football while one elementary has so many players who think? Every move by the one elementary kids doesn't rely entirely on physicality. You don't see explosive sprints, earth-shattering strength, or vertical leaps like a pole vault. When they combine their bodies with the ball, everything is so natural, so graceful. Sensible. That is truly a simple yet complex word. Li Tong opened his arms and embraced the celebrating Zhou Xiang. When he performed well, Zhou Xiang was especially eager to show off in front of Li Tong, clearly satisfied with this assist. Li Tong happily slapped Zhou Xiang on the back and shouted, "Great ball, Xiang." Meanwhile, Zhang Haoqing, currently the top scorer for one elementary, was turning his head to look for Zhou Yufei in the cheerleading squad. He was muttering to himself. The cheerleaders were standing behind the goal in the first half, but now in the second half they're all behind Tao Ran. It's so far away. I bet Yufei didn't even see my beautiful push shot. I'll ask the coach for the video later and post it on my social feed. I wonder if Yufei will like it. Leaving aside the self-pitying Zhang Haoqing, everyone else was overjoyed. Now at 2-0, the game was basically secured. The cheerleaders began to sing continuously, and under Old Zhou's direction, they chanted "Score 1." Old Zhou had been in high spirits at the start of the first half, but Zhou Xiang's reckless play made him lose face. If not for Li Tong constantly reminding parents in the group chat to be calm and restrained, Old Zhou would have rushed onto the field and kicked the little brat. In the second half, little Zhou regained his form, and Old Zhou started to strut. After the score was rewritten again, Chongning one center was completely powerless. They still hadn't managed an effective shot on goal. Pure parking the bus wasn't working either. The coach wanted to tell his players to attack, but on the field, whenever they dared to open up and push forward, they were immediately sliced open by a through ball. Chen Feixiang was constantly waiting for that opportunity. Several players from Chongning one center glanced at the eager Chen Feixiang and could only silently retreat back. Accept your fate. Let's end this quickly, it's torture. After another clearance, the referee finally blew the final whistle. Amid the cheers of the cheerleaders, all the kids from one elementary rushed excitedly to the substitutes bench to hug Li Tong and Zhao Na. One elementary had made it to the semi-finals of the Donghua Campus Alliance for the first time in its history. Tomorrow they would face Happy Star. Winning would mean the first finals appearance for a Pujiang district team in 30 years, while losing would still tie the best record set by Pujiang Foreign Language School. In the evening, the city's Football Association Youth Training Office was holding a meeting. Coaches of each age group reported on their latest team formations. U12 coach Wang Dexing submitted a list of 80 players. The biggest surprise for me in this tournament is seeing a team like Pujiang No. 1 Elementary. They make the best use of their players, fully tap into their potential, and play beautiful attacking football. I haven't seen a team of this caliber in Donghua for many years. And the head coach of this team is a former national youth player, the 20-year-old Tong. In addition to team formation, I request to transfer Tong to the U12 coaching staff.